starting about 10 minutes late. We'll get the call started soon enough. Let's take a look um, and see what's going on. Okay. Now let's call Michelle. Okay. Okay, thank God you answered. So, let's see if we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, it's yours. The opening hour is yours. Go ahead and talk about whatever you wish.
Well, hello, world. Actually,
How are you doing? How's your
I'm
health?
doing well.
Yes. Get yourself on everything health wise?
Today is a good day.
Okay.
Doing well. Um, Yesterday my friend surprised me,
Uh huh.
which is pretty hard to do actually, but they managed to. Um, I hadn't had a celebration for my birthday yet, and I intended to go over to their house to do laundry.
When was your birthday again?
March 4th.
Oh, happy birthday, of course.
Thank you. I
Mhm.
fought hard to reach 51. Past year had been quite the struggle, and I made it. So, yay. And thank you for everybody who supported me through that struggle.
Mhm.
I know some of my Facebook friends are listeners of yours, Douglas,
Mhm.
and have been great encouragement.
Mhm.
And some of your longtime listeners became supporters of mine and Facebook friends of mine, and all around together have been great encouragement.
Mhm.
Helped uh, encourage and push me along through this past year.
Mhm.
So your last your last podcast after we talked
Mhm.
with Sarah and Ian.
Mhm.
Um, as you know in chat, it left me in my comments left me a lot to have. Uh, I waited for this moment, as well as I caught the interview with that you did yesterday.
Mhm.
Who was it with?
Christine Joanna Hart.
Christine. Okay, I couldn't remember. I wanted to make sure her name was Christine, and uh, I almost wasn't sure if I was going to get her first name right. Christine Johanna Hart.
Mhm.
Um, both of those really brought out a lot in me, um, and I'd like to share why. So thank you for this opportunity, as well as one of your listeners had some questions about my story, and I welcome the questions. I thank you for the questions because I I I like to give clarity to my story, and there also are holes in my story that happen sometimes as a result of my telling, and also sometimes there are some details. You can only fit so much within an hour or two. Um, and then sometimes I might get emotional about something and not finish the whole thought or even the whole sentence. So, um, and then sometimes my cognitive skill or lack of will kick in. The aphasia will kick in, and then um, so there are many different reasons why um, I might not be totally clear, even though I sound articulate. When I go back and listen, I know that I was not as articulate as I once was, and that I could be at that moment. All that said, um, I'm going to go into this, reiterate my story
Mhm.
more slowly,
Hmm.
filling in the gaps that might be there, as well as then um, addressing where and why the conversation with Sarah and Ian and Christina Joe Hart
Hmm.
affected me,
Wow.
if that's okay.
Of course.
Okay. So,
And you're going to
once
have to do
again,
it without any participation from myself, practically, because I'm going to be distracted just trying to set up things that I was going to set up, an hour ago. But of course, I forgot to set my
that's
clock forward.
probably best because then
Yeah.
it just will be able to flow,
Good.
if
Good. I'm
that's
glad you've got
okay.
this. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll be here.
Okay.
But if you
Thank
need
you
me,
for that
just call.
opportunity as
Yeah,
well.
of course.
And
Yes.
then, of course, again, if after I tell this, if there are questions in the future, everybody, even if you want to be a dissenter or what have you, or somebody that has criticisms, I welcome criticism. People have this unfair, I think, misconception that I don't take criticism well or that I'm just so sweet that they don't want to criticize me. How am I going to grow unless you give me the criticism? We're supposed to help one another. So if you have questions, if you have a criticism, if you have a critique, present it to me. Please present it to me. I'm giving you permission to do that now, as if you needed the permission, but to make it clear, you have it. That's how we help each other grow. Now, if you come at me hostility and judgment, that I do not welcome. But if you come to me as just conversational wise and in the means of understanding or really helping one another to grow for each other's edification, then by all means do it. But if you come at me with judgment, with the same attitude that you come at me, expect to get it in spades of hurricanes and hurricanes of spades. Okay.
Back,
That
you mean
said,
to say. Expect to get it
what's
back.
that?
Expect to get it back in just adding
Oh,
adding
they
some.
will get it back. They
Yeah,
will get it back
yeah.
in tornadoes and
There
hurricanes
we are.
and every little piece of metal, twig, sharp object that is flying in those winds, and every piece of bacteria that is dug up through the depths of the dirt and under the bellies of the sea. They
Very,
will get it
very
back
good.
in full force.
Very good. I
And I
think they
will
got the
not be
message now. Yep.
apologetic.
Go on.
So, that being said, uh, let's start.
Hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to back up a little bit to my parents' story. Um, Maybe back up to, okay, yeah, I'm going to back up to my parents' story. We'll start from there. My parents met in high school and they became friends. My dad, a year or two older than my mother. Um, how they first met, my dad and his brothers were in this field playing with BB guns and cops and robbers and chasing each other and shooting BB guns. Yes, there was a time where children were wild and reckless, and if you got hurt, you know what? You found a way to get over it. Yes, we were a little bit tougher in some ways. Um, that my mom and her sisters were picking strawberries in that same field. And the story goes that my mom was wearing green and the grass was long and my dad shot my mom in the ass with the
Jesus.
BB gun. And that's how they very first met.
Jesus. What a way to
Then
meet.
what's that?
I said, Jesus, what a way to meet. That's
BB guns don't really hurt, they sting. You have to be
Yeah, I don't
very
know
close
about
range
that,
for
but
it.
yeah,
What?
I said I don't know about that, but go on. Yes, by all
I've
means.
been shot with BB guns before, and yeah, they kind of hurt, they kind of sting, but they have to be like very close range to do damage, and he wasn't, thankfully. But she did have a pretty good welt on her.
No.
Um, so that that was that. Uh, the girls basically they had their exchanges of yells, and the guys, my dad and his brothers laughing and picking on the girls, and so little boys being little boys, little girls being little girls, and they went back to doing uh, picking berries, and my dad and his brothers went off to the woods and found their an adventure someplace else. So they had their little children's skirmishes over the years, and then when they got into high school, they developed a friendship. They weren't interested into each other. They were into each other, but now they were neighbors. They were more mature, um, and they found that they had some things in common. But it was my dad was the oldest son. It's second to the oldest, and my mom being the oldest. They just kind of bonded over certain things, and some of the classes they had together. So they had some of the same homework. They would help each other with their homework. And they formed a friendship. Well, then the one day, and I'm going to use some language that is offensive with but it was the language of the time, and not my view, obviously, because I come from both sides of these families. But so anyway, his dad called him and said, "I know you're hanging out with the Dago
Ooh.
girl." And Dago is a derivative. It's like using the N word. It's derogative of Italians. And it's like using the N word for Black people. But to clarify, my history, my research shows me that N word a long time ago, the word nigger a long time ago, was used for white people who were basically what we think of homeless people nowadays, which is also a misnomer, stereotype, derogative. But people who were good for nothing, had no plans in the world, uneducated, and all they wanted to do was fend off of people who actually made some contribution in life. So
Oh, you
nigger
mean that
was like
was
saying
the image
another form of cockroach.
right? That was the image that people had of these people. Is the better way to express that.
Yeah, like a full bodied human form cockroach,
Jesus.
which I would like for us to think of predators and exploiters that way, because they actually do feed off of us. Okay, so his dad told him, "I want you to stay away from the Dago." My dad goes, "She's not a Dago, she's my friend." He's like, "Stay away from the Dagos." And my dad was dating somebody. He was very in love with her. And his dad was really angry that my dad and my mom were friends. So he told my dad, and then he also saw this as an opportunity for money, monetary opportunity. His dad had been a scuba diver, or what was a precursor to like a Navy SEALs or a scuba diver
They were called
back in the
frogmen
Korean
back
War.
then. Frogmen
Yeah.
is what they called them.
What was
UDT,
that
or
called,
underwater.
Douglas?
I'm sorry.
What was that called? The team of
UDT,
men?
underwater demolition teams.
Yes. I just recently saw a movie with Cuba Gooding Jr. about that, of the first black man that did that
Hmm. Yeah,
back in the
right.
40s or 50s.
Yes, that's right.
And it gave me a lot of respect for my grandfather. And I used to not call him grandfather, that just slipped out.
Hmm.
I usually say my dad's dad. That movie must have done some healing in my life concerning that. Well, there was a breakthrough there that you all witnessed that you didn't know that you did, but you did. Um, that's not to say that he wasn't a mean, cruel man, because he was. When I first met him, I was 2 years old, and I saw that my father and my mother were on edge, and I couldn't understand why. And so this man came dressed in a fedora, a gorgeous mohair, camel color trench coat, and the other men with him also dressed impeccably. And he wanted me um, to give him a hug and a kiss, and I wouldn't. I didn't feel good about him.
Hmm.
And he said, if you don't, watch this. And he called my dad over.
Hmm.
My dad sat down, and he told my dad to hold out his hand. My dad did. Now, my dad's dad was was smoking a cigarette. He used my dad's hand as an ashtray.
Delightful.
And he said, now. And he scooped me up. And he said, how about that hug and kiss? And I peed on him,
How old were you again?
too.
Oh, good God. I guess.
I peed on him, and he put me down, and I finished peeing on the floor between, and got some on his shoes. And then I stomped
Just
on
for
his
good
foot, and
measure.
I ran
Yes, I
away.
had to add that. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. Just for good measure, you got some on his shoes. Yes.
Yeah. Well, you remember. I know you remember these stories that I've told you
Yeah,
because,
not really. I mean, I don't remember all of them, but by all means, go on.
yeah. Well, you with your photograph, you have such an impeccable, indelible memory,
It
and
was
then
once, honey. It was once, honey. It hasn't been that way
oh
for a
no,
while,
I
but
know the feeling. I know the feeling because I used to do I used to do employee training and lectures for Fortune 500 companies, and speak at colleges as a guest professor. I have 5 honorary degrees, and you know, I cannot remember where any of those colleges that I got those degrees from. I cannot remember
yeah.
most of anything. I I I know that I did these things, but I don't. It's my interns or people that have helped me over the years. They will remember these things for me. It just really hurts my heart to know so much of what I forget about myself. But I remember that I've done amazing things. So anyway,
Well, you and I can share that feeling.
yeah, I know that's the feeling you're.
Okay, you're glitching out a little bit, honey. Jesus Christ, did we lose her? Fuck, I don't need this right now. So I will talk till we get her back. Uh, and hopefully we get her back as soon as possible because I have nothing to say other than I didn't set my clocks forward. So going to try to change the images on tonight's live stream.
Was
Jesus Christ,
dead.
honey, what happened?
What's that?
I said, what happened, honey?
I'll finish.
Yeah,
I
please.
still don't know to this day if he was the head or
By the way, I
who
don't
he
know if you're aware of this, but you totally glitched out. You have to start from the beginning of where you were at after peeing on the guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's because somebody tried to call me, and I'm sorry about that.
No worries.
Um, so okay, I peed. I peed on him, and he lit another cigarette.
And paid you for what you did, right?
He started
I'm sorry.
poking my dad in the arm with the cigarette. It said, well, I peed and ran away, but then my mother said, you need to go back because this meeting is about you.
Mm-hmm.
I said, what? She goes, are you, and back in the day, you didn't question your elders. And she's like, are you questioning me, young lady? So I ran back. If I'm glitching, it's because somebody's leaving a voicemail. I'm very
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so he lit up another cigarette when I went in the room and started poking my dad with the cigarette.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I'm going to keep doing this until you give me a hug and a kiss.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, no, you're a bad man. And he elbowed my dad, and he said, wow, she has a lot of spunk.
Mm-hmm.
And who could be angry with that? She's cute as a button, Wish Shirley Temple had that kind of that fight and attitude.
He sounds like he met her, and she didn't.
Yeah. So all the guy, because he laughed, all the other guys in the room laughed, but my dad did. My dad, I saw, was very dejected, and at that moment, I didn't see my dad as my dad. I saw him as another little boy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I felt like I had to say something because to me, I felt like my dad was another little boy. And at that time, I think my dad was in his early 20s. I was only 2. So it was really difficult to see my dad in that situation, but I always remembered that. So my parents were married, arranged marriage by this man. Because back when they were in high school, my dad decided if his dad met my mom, he would understand that my mom was different, and it was good to have her as a friend.
Mm-hmm.
It's a small town, so his dad and my mom's dad were very well familiar with each other by reputation, as well as they were neighbors. They lived on the opposite side of the street, but the way that this street is built, there's a higher level of the street and there's a lower level because there is this wall of retaining wall that's built in the middle of this very awkward road. So, but you have to walk around this retaining wall and a traffic circle to get to one house to the other. So my dad took it upon himself to introduce my mother, his friend, platonic friend, to his father. And my dad's dad not only was on this demolition team, he also invented uh, items.
Yeah, Formula
Uh,
405. Tell people about that.
Boy, you remember so much. I was just getting
Thank
to
you.
that.
Thank
Um,
you. Well,
so,
Heliconitis Kiefer was always wondering about it. She was always wondering what he invented that he sold for away for a beer, effectively.
yeah,
Yes,
that was
so.
just, I never believed that story until I saw the recipe written in his hand.
Meaning his writing. You recognized his writing. Go on.
Yeah, it was written in his handwriting, and well, written in his hand. That's a term from a long time ago where they,
I mean, I
instead of
prefer
saying
that.
handwriting, they
Yeah,
just shortened it down to that, but
yeah,
or
I
said
prefer
written
that.
in his script,
Yeah.
but meaning that the way he wrote in cursive or printed.
Mhm.
So he um, he was in his basement tinkering on something, and my dad went down first and said, "I brought down Debbie," and the, he said, and my mom was halfway down the stairs, and he said, "I told you to leave that damn Dago alone." And that was all my mom needed to hear. And she went back up the stairs, and they didn't meet formally, but they knew of each other. They saw each other quite a bit, like, neighbors across the street see each other. So, um, sometime later, my dad's still dating his girlfriend. It said sometime later, his dad walked him over to my mom's house. And he said, "What's this? I didn't do anything. Why are we going over here? What's the problem?" And my dad, what he found was a meeting of all these men at my mother's father's house. And they had a business meeting, and what they were meeting about were they were determining the future and the history of my mother and father. And the dowry was basically what good it would bring the Irish mob and what good financially it would bring the Italian mob, and what peace alliance and business accord they were going to have with each other. And over that, my mom and dad, their wills were sacrificed. Now, in credit to my mother's father, he was the only one at the time that was against it, but he was outvoted and he was just a soldier. So his rank was pretty low. And this actually, he was told that he should be proud because this would elevate his rank and standing because he was giving his daughter. He was against it, but the alliance was not actually made with him, in agreement with him. It was made in agreement with the matriarch of the family, his oldest sister, who became the matriarch after his parents left, or her parents had deceased, because this is old world in the new world, old world ways of Italian family being practiced in the new world. My mother, at that time, my father had just proposed to this girl that he had been dating for a couple years, and he was so excited. he had broke the news with his father, with his parents, and his father was not affected. So, and nonplussed about it, basically
Nonplussed.
just looked at him and walked away.
Uh-huh.
And my dad was just like, no matter what I do, it's not going to, there were no handshakes. There were no congratulations, well done, son, no hugs from his father, no pats on the back. It was a blank look, turn around, walk away. With his mother, it was, that's nice, dear. That's sweet. Well, welcome to the family, dear. But really, not much emotion there either. Um, but it was more acceptance than my dad had hoped for.
Right.
And so he ran with that.
Right.
On the other hand, her family, they were like, John, we love you. You're a good young man. But your family, your parents, well, we're going to have to give this some thought, son. But we're not going to say no, but we're not going to give you permission right away either. But we are happy for you. And we do think highly of you. That was the reaction of the young woman that he had proposed to originally. So my mother, she at the time took this is back in the day in our high school, we had stenography and accounting and typing, and so she took that, and she won a scholarship to, I forget what the college was called right now. The first name of it starts with a W, but it was a women's college, and those secretaries that graduated with high grades went straight into the working at the White House. And that was my mom's goal in life. She wanted to work in the White House. She knew at that time the best she could do was to either be a secretary, stenographer, or some type of journalist if possible. But that was her goal in life. Not to be a journalist, but to work in the White House. Well, all of that was...
Why was that so important to her?
I'm not entirely sure because from my understanding, my mother's side of the family did not have the political ties. I believe... No, I take that back. Well, they didn't have the political ties. They had some influence because of the mafia. But it is possible that some of the what is the word I'm looking for? Not relationship, but people, some of the meetings, some of the people that had spoken to to people over to my that had passed by through the house over the years may have in some way or another, either directly or indirectly, influenced my mother. And with that interaction, the interaction of people over the years of a certain people who had been in the house may have influenced my mother. So somewhere along the line, either directly or indirectly, the seed had been put in her head as a goal. But I do believe it was more organic than anything, so either it was somebody saw that she had a gift and a talent and said, Debbie, you might want to pursue this. And you're capable of quite a few things in the world. I think it was pretty organic in that sense and not orchestrated. And how I'm confirmed in this is that I do believe it was an actual heart's desire. And how or why this confirms it in me is because she won the scholarship, and now all of a sudden, and she was on a hard trajectory towards that, and now all of a sudden it was brought to a halt.
Mm-hmm.
Because in these echelons and in these cultic type worlds, your own individual heart's desire means dilly squat shit, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's what good are you going to be for their gain? You are a tool. You are an object. You are an item. What good are you going to bring us? And that's also why I say, do not ever envy these families from the elite circles, because what they do to the masses, if they can't do it to the masses, they do it to one another. They'll do it to their children. And believe me, they do it to one another and their children before they do it to the masses.
Mm-hmm.
They perfect it. They have their manipulated games perfected.
Mm-hmm.
And Douglas,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
want to interject this. This is so much on my heart to say these things that I do believe that I could go over my stamina. My stamina will be overrun by my will,
Yes.
because I do know that you watch out for that for me,
Uh-huh.
which I greatly appreciate.
Yes.
So I just wanted to say that I do not want to cut into anybody's time. I want to be cognizant of that because I know you have
Sure.
other
Just
guests,
just
but I
keep
do want.
we'll just keep going to the top of the hour at least, and we'll be fine.
Okay, so so now it was arranged in this meeting, and it had already. And my grandfather, my mother's mother, had no authoritative say in the matter because it was already determined and already agreed upon by his older sister, who was now considered the head of the family. Now, this was the head, not of the Italian mafia, was she the head of. She was the head of our biological family. So the Italian mafia made the agreement with her. And because she was the oldest and my grandfather was the youngest, yes, he had to listen to her. So this honoring the older, the oldest being honored by the youngest, in some of these cultures is held so incredibly strict.
Mm-hmm.
It's a rule made of in ancient stone, ancient concrete. There's no getting around it. Okay, fast forward. Okay, no. Well, fast forward some time. My dad is now brought into the house of my grandfather for the same reason that this other family had their objections about their daughter marrying my father. They very much loved my dad. My dad was very much loved and respected by the community. He was seen as a very good young man. He did his best to be a good, obedient, loving son, not bringing mischief. When he was when he first met my mom, he was full of mischief, but he was like 12, 13, I don't know, middle school, young, high school age. Um, so that age group of young men, they are full of mischief. But once he got into his teen years as a young man and, really settling down to date girls, he was a hardworking, gentle soul
Hmm.
that you could count on. Very gentlemanly like, and everybody knew it. So my my mother's father moved him into the house. He wanted to make sure he lived in the house for at least a year or two,
Hmm.
and he wanted to make sure that my dad was going to be treated well. He noticed that my dad had not been treated very well by his father, and he knew that if my dad had not some kind of positive male influence, that was going to carry negatively into the relationship with my mother and father. So he wanted to have some kind of positive influence on my dad's life, and they palled around together. When my grandparents, my mother's parents, first married, they miscarried. Well, shouldn't say miscarried. They had two sets of twins. They were both sets were boys. Um, Neither survived because of scarlet fever and rheumatic fever.
Wow, just like the old days.
It was the old days. It was the old days. This was my mom was born in 52. My um, so we didn't always, the things that we have now that we take for granted. Um, it's We didn't always have these things, and this in rural area and not the cities. Sometimes it's slower. Actually, until the internet arrived in my hometown in the early 2000s, we were still 20 or 30 years behind
Wow.
um, the cities. And even Pittsburgh, which was the nearest city to me, was behind maybe 15 to 20 years than New York. So we were quite behind in we were behind in decades in quite a few things. So when my mom was born, she was like a tomboy.
Hmm.
She didn't really like to wear dresses much anyway, but she liked to do girly things. She liked to dress in jeans and a t-shirt um, because it was just easier to move. And if she wanted to climb in the woods and climb trees and, do whatever she wanted to do, um, uh, it was just easier to move. And she didn't have to worry about, somebody looking up under her skirts or things like that. Um, and she didn't have to worry about dresses getting dirty and, all these things. She wanted to roughhouse a little bit stuff. But there were also some things that she wasn't very sporty. She didn't like to throw balls, and she didn't like, um, you know, things that when her father saw that she liked to jump in mud puddles and, you know, get dirty and rough around um, with the couple. They didn't have very many pets, but they had a few pets. When he saw that she liked animals and things, he was like, okay, I got the best of both worlds because I could play catch with her and we could dress her up all frilly. So, um, and these were her toddler years. There was this back in the day where if you wanted to be uh, both a little and I was a tomboy growing up, if you wanted to be a little tomboy and you also wanted to be a little girly, You could do that, and nobody was going to pigeonhole you into one thing or another, or try to, you know, you could just be you at any given moment. I think still you should still be able to be you at any given moment. It just, you know, I'm not going to go venture into that tangent territory because that's a lot. But I do have opinions on that matter too. That's why Sarah's story affected me in some ways.
Oh, yes.
So, and plus I was I was a teacher at one time. So, um, yeah. Anyway, yeah, they married, and my dad, while he was living with my mom, enlisted in at my mom's house under the hospitality of her parents. Um, that my dad had his own room, and the daughters had their own rooms too. And my dad comes from a big family of 9 kids, and my mom would have had 8 or 9 siblings as well. But like I said, the 2 older sets of boys passed away.
Mm-hmm.
So my dad had to share rooms as growing up, from the time that he was a baby all the way up to older. And this was the first time my dad had a room all to himself. And it was for a couple years. Um, he still loved the girl that he originally proposed to. My mom and dad did not love each other. They didn't fake it. They faked it for everybody else, but they knew they didn't love each other. But they also knew they did not have a choice. There's a saying that everybody has a choice. That's true in a lot of sense, but it's also not true in some things. And when you grow up in a very controlling atmosphere, it's not true. So my parents went along with the marriage. My dad enlisted to get away from the situation. The plan was for my dad to enlist and my mom to divorce my dad, and that my dad could marry the woman that he actually loved, and my parents could say that they fulfilled the contract and the obligations, and my mom could go on about her life, maybe not working, attending this school and going into the White House, but she could at least go into some business college and get a job of her choosing or from her own efforts. She did not want to be a housewife. But then once they got married, some of that changed for her. The romance of and the attention started, um, you know, uh, put a little seed in her that maybe this isn't so bad. But yet she had an agreement with my dad, and she did have her hopes and dreams, and she did want that more than married life. Married life was going to be somewhere down the future after she had her own footing in the, in place in the world. So, but then they discovered that they were pregnant with me. Now everything changed. And although my mom was happy in some ways, Again, it was the attention it brought her, a certain amount of status it brought her. Um, she resented that she was not going to be able to go to business school. This was in the 70s, and yes, people were still, in some parts of the country of the United States, made to choose between their careers and motherhood. And working from home was only for those few avant-garde people was all the way in the Air Force in in the
Okay, so
Army in Taiwan.
nobody heard anything you said because the last few seconds because my microphone glitched out. I haven't been able to buy a new one. The new one that Our Lady Brooke Gibson sent to myself was stolen on the doorstep as it was
Oh
delivered
my
by Amazon.
goodness.
Well, it's San Francisco. They follow right behind the van and just
Yeah,
steal
not
it off the
surprised.
porch. So, at any rate, love you dearly. I'll call you either after Peter Moon leaves tonight, or if you wish, if you're still up, or if you're up at that time, you might take a
Okay,
nap.
so
Yeah.
where I am now is
We'll continue. We'll
that
continue
my
it, you
dad
know.
went to the Air Force.
Yeah.
My dad is in the Army
Honey,
in
we'll be
Taiwan.
back before you know it. We'll be back before you know it. It's either going to be tonight or Wednesday, which will be here like before you even know it. It'll be like there was no break whatsoever. Trust me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
And so, love you dearly. Gonna end the call now and
I
bring up
love you
Peter.
too.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much,
Talk to
honey.
you in a little bit.
I look forward to it. Bye for now. Yes, and get some sleep.
Bye.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to restructure the call with Peter. See if the microphone holds. Fuck. Wrong number. Fuck this thing. Okay. Let's see. Peter Moon. Okay. All right. It's like, there we are, Peter. Okay,
Hello.
so share the hyperlink, please. The hyperlink will let people know where you're at right now. It's in your message box. I notice you haven't opened your message, so it's there right now, and do share that so people know where you are right now.
I'll
Uh,
share that immediately.
Thank you, and the stage is yours thereafter, and I'll ask you some questions, of course, or maybe we want to cover this privately. Your discretion. Just tell me what to do. Not quite sure if I should even bring up the subject about the MUFON, or is that something you and I should discuss
Oh,
privately?
no. We can bring that up. It's we can bring that up. I'm sharing the hyperlink right now.
Excellent.
I've been very inactive on Facebook. Where I have been active on Facebook is on just communicating with my friends.
Understood.
Uh, so it's but it's like I haven't been too active on Facebook. What can I say?
Right.
So I do have some things to address tonight. The first thing I want to say, though, is I didn't hear any of the previous hour, except I did tune in for 1 second, and I heard that you got your microphone stolen.
Yeah.
And what I would insist or suggest is that such a thing gets sent by where you sign for it.
What?
We actually signed for it.
Oh yeah. She didn't do that, so
Uh,
it's
well, something that you should tell anybody who's sending you anything of value. That like say that it gets done with this, because this is indicative of the high crime rate of our time, particularly in San Francisco. If I leave something outside my door, it'll probably stay there all day, and nothing will happen to it.
Well, people would
I'm
have
not.
to actually kind of. You have property that I presume has some frontal property to it, where people would have to walk in a few feet at least to steal.
Several feet. Yeah, they'd have to walk across the whole driveway or yard, and that's typical of the suburbs.
Yeah.
But it's not something people are going to tend to do in this neighborhood. If they're going to steal in this neighborhood, they will sometimes go through cars, but they will kind of case things, and they'll go by and check cars and reach in for the glove compartment or something. But and that gets done at night generally, and it does happen because my neighbor's a policeman, a former policeman, and he knows these things. But generally, it's a very safe place, and it's not anywhere remotely close to living literally on the street as you do in San Francisco. I mean, you're right on the sidewalk. So, and of course, San Francisco is a high crime area. It's always been a high crime area. It's a city, and just like New York City was a notoriously high crime area in the 70s. And Rudy Giuliani, for all of his misgivings, cleaned up the crime. He really did. But he made it more expensive to live there. And, in fact, Jimmy Breslin, the famous journalist, newspaper journalist, very famous in New York, he was a novelist too. He bemoaned the, red light district in Times Square going down the tubes. He said there was a certain, he didn't use the word charm for it, but he said, it was like real. Instead, they replaced the red light district with, with Disney Store. And it looks a lot nicer. It's a lot safer. It's a lot more pleasant to walk through. Yeah, I used to work in that red light district when I was in Scientology, and it was very uncomfortable psychically, mentally to walk through that. Yeah, and it was not pleasant. I'd have to walk home with two women that I was responsible for, I guess, because I was a man. And I'm talking about walking home sometimes at 1, 2 in the morning, and sometimes a little earlier than that. But I didn't like walking with them because I felt responsible for them. There's two of them, you see, not just me. If I'm walking by myself, I'm fine. But, I feel obligated to, escort these women. In fact, I was supposed to escort the women. That was kind of a rule. And it was not something, so it's just like, yeah, well, they'd want me to, they weren't going to go home alone at that hour. They'd want me to, I might have to walk one back and then go back for the other one because she was going to stay late or whatever. So be that as it may, I'm just saying that was Times Square area. Which is much nicer now, and I have no accolades for Rudy Giuliani at all, because of his involvement with West Point and diminishing the satanic issues there, and also I didn't like the way he handled 9/11. Right. And that's that. Well, we're not going to go off onto that. But and I don't, and he's making a spectacle of himself with this Trump election or whatever. But in any case, okay. So I'm thinking of we can. I guess I'll just tell the audience that we were, I guess, tentatively accepted to speak to a MUFON group. Next, I think it's next Sunday at our regular time. Now, I will need a confirmation of this, and we'll announce if we're going to preempt our regular time next Sunday. Right. And that's why we should talk about it, because I was invited. Dr. Michael Sala gave him my name, recommended me to speak. And of course, they heard of Montauk. The guy was somewhat familiar with it, but he said he'd study up on it. And I said, I want it. It's best if I do the Roswell deception. This is a perfect avenue to speak to MUFON. Now, which you would not necessarily expect to be a friendly audience to this.
Well, that was my first audience was MUFON, and they were.
I know, but some of them will, but there are certain core personalities that may be
threatened. to say the
Threat, yeah,
least.
yeah. So, but anyway, this guy was not threatened by it. He said it sounded interesting. So we'll see if it comes off.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, this is a great opportunity to promote the book and promote the book to the quote unquote right audience who needs to hear it. And what this tells me, and I'm going to say something. One of my friends at football today started talking to me about the Montauk Project. You know, he knew I'd written it, and he's very friendly with me. And he starts, this stuff really occurred. And he's talking to me, and I said, well, I said, that's true. I said, but it's like 30 years ago. I said, it's advanced since then. But it's sort of like he's kind of talking to me like he really gets it. And I don't talk about this with the guys. I just don't. It just doesn't come up. We're talking about football, and they're all talking about their what do they call it? Fantasy football, and they're all into this. I don't do that. They're like trading players and whatnot for next season. and there's money involved. It's a modest amount of money. But I don't even know how to play fantasy football. I don't want to learn. It's fine, but they have fun with it. But they'll talk about that and this, that, and the other thing. But it's like we don't talk about me or what I do. That's not what I'm there for. But nevertheless, he's talking to me like this, and it's interesting because what it says is the Montauk Project itself kind of penetrates the consciousness, and historically as well as concurrently, it becomes part of the zeitgeist of America at this time, or the world, and how it gets evaluated. One woman told me, she told me this about 25 years ago. She says, when people go to look back at this time period, she says, they're going to have to go to your work to understand what's going on.
Thank you.
And that was very interesting that she had that perspective. Of course, a lot of good, that does the current times. But whatever, because what's this song by Donovan? Everybody is a part of everything anyway. Happiness runs. Everybody is a part of everything anyway. You can have everything if you let yourself be. We all are a part of everything anyway. So anyway, next week's show might be preempted. I'll send out an announcement. And if it is, I just have to confirm in the next few days whether he's going to have us on. Right. Now, he could have on me, but I want you to be there too, because you will make a stronger case. Maybe they'll throw out more tomatoes if you come. I don't know. Or maybe they will bring a box of tomatoes, virtual tomatoes, to splat the screen with. And I just make a comment. I never forget one time I saw a movie. I was probably pretty young, and it was a black and white movie about Edwin Booth. Edwin Booth was the older brother of John Wilkes Booth, the man who assassinated President Lincoln. And it was all about the problems that Edwin Booth had in the subsequent life, because they were both thespians. Edwin, as I say, was the older brother. I don't know that he was quite as popular as John, who was quite a ladies' man. But he was probably, maybe he was the better actor. Who the hell knows? But they have him, and there's all this issue coming up because it's right after his brother has assassinated Lincoln, and he's being, I guess what you'd say, verbally abused because his brother killed the president. So he comes out before the performance in this movie. I don't know if it's real. He sits on a chair in front of the curtain, and he lets people throw tomatoes at him, and they're hitting him in the face, and he just sits there and takes it. Get it out of your system. It's kind of a stupid thing to do, because what if it was something more than a tomato?
Of course.
But that was the drama. So it's and of course, when you assassinate the character of, what's his name? Philip Corso. You know, they can get mad. Philip Corso's their guy.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Stanton Friedman. But I think, you know, when you've been hearing this shit about Roswell for 30, 40, 50 years, 60, 75 years, and, you know, pretty soon, okay, well, they've heard about Roswell forever, but it's just a lie.
Thank you.
People become a little, you know, accepting of it because, you know, we've been hearing this shit forever.
But understand, if I were there, I would contextualize it by pointing out the fact that Roswell is simply the facade for losing World War II, which you've been hearing about forever, which is a lie.
But that's very hard for people to accept because they all know America didn't lose World War II in their minds because of the atom bombs. What about the atom bombs? It's like, it's just so, it's so ingrained. It really takes a deconstruction. And then, as I said, and I think I want to say I had this new friend of mine. The two sisters had you know, just loved your book. They got it. They understood it. I said, wow. And then it felt like, and then I get this new overture where I can promote the book. It seemed like a very good energy. And I want to say something about this new friend of mine. I'm not going to say her name. And she's brought this great healing instrument into my life, which I should receive tomorrow, this mineral compound that she makes herself. And is quite an advanced soul. But she's part of the group I'll be going with to Transylvania. And it's this dreaming group. I'm going to share something about the dreams because what happens, it's happened to a minimal extent where people I've been sharing my dreams with, and even my friend Eva in Bulgaria, who I shared my dream with, I popped into her dream. So I started sharing them with her because she's, you know, I guess she's an important part of my life, even though, you know, we've seen each other probably 4 times, but, you know, we're kind of very close in a way, and she's in my dream world. So she'll be there, I guess, forever. But she was picking up on stuff with me, and apparently, and then Aaron, you know, I kind of entered his dream, his world, and then this woman, I was in her dream last night, and I said, I won't go into the details of the dream. I said, well, this is what it is. This is what it is. Because I basically said, well, the reason you had that dream is because I saw, you know, photographs of you, and I recognize, now my intuition could be wrong, but my intuition has been very right about her so far. I said, the intuition with you is you're Moorish. Mm-hmm. You're from Spain, but you're Moorish of descent, and your name is indicative of somebody who adopted a name, a Morisco, they're called, Morisco, and these were Moorish people who remained after the Moorish expulsion of 1492. They remained in Spain, and they converted to Catholicism, and Jewish people did this too, to protect their carcass. You know, they, you know, I will renounce Islam and be a Catholic, or pretend to be a Catholic. Jews did this, and Moorish people did it because it ensured your, you know, your survival. And she basically acknowledged that that was true, you know, to the best of her knowledge, you know, but yeah. So there's, so what's the point I'm saying here is this dream workshop that I'm doing, and I'm already telling people to to note down their dreams. Have a pencil and pad by your bed to note down your dreams, and just keep a dream journal, because this is big business. And when I say business, I'm not referring to churning money. I'm referring to, you know, activity with purpose. And it's getting very interesting. Now, I wrote about my dreams in my newsletter this month, this quarter, I should say, this season, the spring season. And JoJo read it, and she said, "Wow, how would you like to come up to this event we're having? I think it's in Plainfield, Massachusetts, for Earth Week or Earth Day. I don't know that it is the Earth Day, but I'll see." But I said, would you and do a trial run with this? I said, sure. Give me the details. That's a few days event. I think it's April. I think it's the second to the last weekend in April, a week before her birthday. And I said, sure, I'll do it. So this would be the Dream Workshop in Massachusetts. Plainfield is in northwestern Massachusetts. It's closer to Albany than it is to Boston, being in western Massachusetts. Probably an hour away from Albany. I don't know. But so that looks like that's on the agenda for April. But more relevantly is it's working this whole dream thing. And I intend to, it's going to be very interesting to see where that goes, because and it's all leading up to August 12th time period, 2023, the 20-year biorhythm related to the Philadelphia Experiment, Montauk Project, and the opening of the chamber beneath the Romanian Sphinx. So this is very exciting. And what I was going to say, I told her that I would just add a little bit about Moorish history, which is in my book, Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, and also say about Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal. That book was done, and I plan on going into it a little bit in one of these transmissions. It's not going to be tonight, but that book was written as an exorcism to get rid of all the spiritual toxicity I had absorbed during the Montauk occult investigation of the Montauk Project, all the work I did with Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons and all this stuff. So I basically wrote this book to exorcise all that negative energy that I had accrued that was hanging around me. Perhaps I should do another one. But in any case, what it resulted in was a book which somebody was telling me how much they enjoyed that book. One of my friends, they just really enjoyed it because they could really relate to it. And anyway, with the result of that book, and I remember Joe Matheny, who's featured in the book, he said, "This is probably the best book you've ever done." He says, "But you're throwing your audience off," in his opinion. Your audience is expecting mind control. I don't know what the hell they expect. I don't. But anyway, it went off in a different direction. But what the main thing that book resulted in, throughout the book, I'm paying tribute to the heritage of the Moors. Of course, the Moors are popularly known as those people who, quote unquote, invaded the Iberian Peninsula from Africa and brought all this wisdom. Supposedly, not an actual fact, they are saying, they took the Greek and Roman work, and particularly the Greeks, and they created a new renaissance of the Greek culture. Well, this is not true. The Greeks learned from the Moors, but it's all been convoluted around. But they went and brought all this wisdom into the Iberian Peninsula. It was eventually, quote unquote, smuggled from Iberia into Italy, where it brought about the Renaissance through the work of Pico Mirandola. But anyway, that gets too academic to even get into. But the Moors, of course, they had their mosques in the Iberian Peninsula. Alhambra was major center of learning in the Iberian Peninsula. Of course, the Iberian Peninsula is basically Spain and Portugal. And they had great wisdom, centers of learning, and it was a period of great religious tolerance under the Moors. Christians were tolerated, Muslims were tolerated, Jews were tolerated. And the Muslims always, at least in the Moorish period, were very known for their tolerance of these, what they considered sister religions, all three being Abrahamic religions, having derived from Abraham as their patriarch. Now, in 1492, this is a date that we recognize as Columbus coming to America. But earlier in 1492, on the 31st of March, 1492, was the writ of expulsion of all Jews from Spain. This was under the direction of Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand. Queen Isabella seems to get a lot more notoriety than King Ferdinand. But in any case, expelled the Jews. The next day was April the 1st. And on April the 1st, they had told the Moors, you can go back to Morocco. We've gotten rid of the Jews. You can go back to Morocco. We've got ships waiting for you on the coast. It will take you back to Morocco. Go back to your homeland. Otherwise, you're in trouble. They were suspicious of this. So they sent, people to check and see, well, yeah, there are ships indeed waiting for you there to take you to Morocco. So the Moors, basically, the majority of them began to leave their homes in Alhambra, Granada, wherever it was. And when they got there, the ships had been burned. And this was the first April Fool's Day. This became the genesis of the first April Fool's Day. So the final battle outside of Granada, and I think they had burned this town. And so what Queen Isabella did, I think she went there personally too, because Granada was the last stronghold of the Moors. It might have occurred around this time period. But basically what she did is she built the genesis of a city of stone. And she built it in the form of a cross. It's kind of like the cross you see on the Santa Fe Railroad. Just a very sort of thick cross. And the city was built like a cross to show faith. It's called Santa Fe. Santa Fe isn't named after Saint Fe. It's the faith. It's the faith. And when they had this stone town, it could not be burned down. And they starved out the Moors in Granada. And they were killing. This was really kind of the apex of the Dark Ages in its own way. It's you might argue it's after the Dark Ages, but it really was, because this consolidated Christianity in the Iberian Peninsula. And, they had the Spanish Inquisition as well. It was a really screwed up time for humanity. And it was coincident with the wisdom of the Moors being denigrated. So that's what I have to say about the Moors from my friend of Moorish heritage. But when I wrote that book, Sickness in the Seventh Seal, I didn't know there were active Moors still around, and they contacted me, and I became friends with them. That was really quite a big part of my life because they began to teach me more things. You know, I knew of the Moorish Orthodox Church that Peter Lamborn Wilson had written about, but the Moorish Orthodox Church was just an effort to co-opt the Moorish heritage. And, you know, people like Timothy Leary and I think Richard Alpert and who's that guy? People of that ilk were involved, you know, CIA connected, and it was not a church. Moors don't have churches. That's not what they're not church. They don't call it a church. So it was an abomination in regards to that. But Peter Lamborn Wilson had written about the Moorish Science Temple in Noble Drew Ali. I learned that the Moorish Science Temples still do exist. I didn't know they existed. And of course, my friends in the Moorish community, which was predominantly Elias Bey, who I dedicated my book, The Spandau Mystery, to, and Hamza Sid Catlett Bey, the son of the famous drummer Sid Catlett Sr., and Sid Catlett Jr., who I knew was in the National Basketball Hall of Fame. He was the member of the only team. He was the leading center and the best player on the only team that ever beat Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in high school. You know, Kareem was so tall and so skilled that nobody could beat him in high school. And there's a famous game that is, you know, it's one of the greatest high school games ever played. And you know, he beat Jabbar. And the way he did that, he was tall himself, but not as tall as Kareem. He was like 7 feet. He would practice with his team. He would practice and he'd hold up a tennis racket, so they'd have to shoot over the tennis racket. You know, and that's how they could practice to beat Jabbar, who was then known as Lew Alcindor. So Sid was my friend, and he taught me a lot about the Moors, including the actual etymology of the word Moors, which comes from, Moor derives from Latin moros, which means black, but moros derives from Greek moresh, M-A-U, Mao, means cat, just like M-A-O in China means cat, Mao, cat, and resh means head or king. It's cat head or cat kings. And this ties into Bubastis and the ancient, I mean, you know, we did a lot of cat analysis in terms of the theological aspects of course, his name was Catlet, so he was really into the identity with the cat, and he was a great friend and a great you know, sharer of his wisdom. So that was a big. He had me speak to the Moors in Chicago and also in DC, and I was so impressed with the Moors I met in Chicago because I spent more time with them, you know, went out to dinner with them, and just at their extreme knowledge of what they had, of knowledge about the law and this, that, or the other thing. It was just, their knowledge was extreme. It's like a whole bunch of hidden knowledge. Just like the stuff we hear from Douglas is like hidden knowledge. Their knowledge was extreme. And so I really enjoyed my time with them. And of course, the Moors was also important for my Qigong, because although it was a Montauk medicine man who introduced me to my teacher, what had happened is I was, very coincidence here, I was with my friend Pat Weiss. She had gone up there with me the second time I went to go see Roosevelt. And there was a woman there, Sharia, name is Sharia, just like Sharia law, Sharia Jones Bay. She'd been a long student of my teacher. And I was talking to her, and, you know, she grew up in the Moorish Science Temple. I started, talked to her. I probably gave her my book, and she says, "Oh yeah, he has classes down in Brooklyn, you know." That's how I found out about the classes. It came through my conversation about the Moorish Science Temple. Very interesting. Very interesting. That resonance I had in the conversation, because she came from we got involved in a conversation, and that's how I found about that there were actually classes I could go to, which I didn't know. So then it was kind of an invitation. Yeah, you can come to the classes. And so, I found out, and I was down there the next morning. Under excruciating circumstances of I forgot my hat, so I had this horrible sunburned head. And I got home, it was like a 3-hour drive from Connecticut to get home. And I got to be there at 7 a.m. to start class in Coney Island. So it's like, my head is like burning. And I've got this aloe gel I keep waking up every hour or so and putting the aloe gel on my head to reduce the sunburn. So I'm not very well slept. I dragged myself out about 6 o'clock, and I drive down there at 7 o'clock. I'm probably the second one there. And that's when I began my Qigong class. I'm like tired. I got a sunburned head, and I went down. I mean, I was like going to be there. I wasn't not going to miss the class. It was the very next day. And so there was a lot of, I guess what you'd say, overcoming of mental resistance all the time going to class. It's so easy to say, well, I think I'll watch the show on TV. I think I'll lay in bed. I think I'll, go shopping. Very easily to distract yourself.
Yes.
on a firm purpose. And I never did. I never went out of distraction. Sometimes I didn't go, very rarely when I literally couldn't go, but that was few and far between. So that the Moorish Science Temple had a deep influence on my introduction to actually getting into Qigong. And I remember seeing Sid in Chicago, and I saw him getting out of a cab or going into a cab or whatever the hell he was doing. And I could just see by the way he moved his feet, and this guy was a super athlete, I could see that he had some arthritis in his foot, which comes with old age, definitely. I might have commented on to him, but I could see, what I was seeing is, this was from my Qigong training. I could see that, oh boy, you better handle that. And of course, it's the tendency of people to just continue doing what they're doing and not do anything to change. There is I'm going to give a very paraphrase of a quote in the Tai Chi classics. This great wisdom, I think it's in the very beginning of them. It says, water that moves does not stink, and an engine that continues to operate or move does not rust. Now, you want to have the fluids in your body moving, and you want to have the body moving. When the body rests at a computer too much of the day, it gets stiff. And this is why the joints need to be oiled and moved. Oiling them means moving them. Being hydrated and moving the fluidic body, which means all this. The fluidic body is not exclusively, but the blood system. And all of I forget what they call the liquid that's not blood. There's liquid that moves through your body. I just forget what they call it. But you've got to get the fluidic body moving through your entire body. And this is why you move in Qigong. You move, and you also get the joints moving. So when you wake up, the best thing to do is to have some water by your bed with your dream pad, squeeze a lemon in it, drink some, and then start moving your joints around. It's called joint manipulation and breathing. Got to keep the joints moving and this is a great secret to you start by wiggling your toes and wiggling your fingers. Very important, particularly as you get older. When you're young, you can ignore these things. But I have less pain now than I did, when I was in my 30s and 40s from just doing these exercises. So the Moorish was, these are, this is a tradition that I've kind of lived and breathed and helped me with my Qigong. So these are a big part of what I'm doing. Now, with regards to the dreaming, so the dreams are becoming much more active. And one of these dreams I mentioned Pat Weiss. I was with her. Pat Weiss is an astrologer, professional astrologer. She's retired now. She was also the girlfriend of Bill Graham, the famous rock promoter who did Fillmore East and Fillmore West. She knew him. She was the Fillmore East part. But she became a friend of mine. And she appeared in my dream the other night. She was sitting at a desk. And I said, you know what? So she did an astrology reading for me about 6 months ago. And I wrote to her and I said, I can't find your number. And she's called me tonight. And I just spoke to her. It's like, wow, I said, you were in my dream. So it's like we renewed our friendship, had nothing but nice things to say about each other. And she just, she's going to do another reading for me. But it was like she appeared in my dream. So it's like, wow, the dream is communicating to me. She was very glad to hear from me. And this newsletter I wrote is very much about working through the dream world. The lead article is called, I think might have paraphrased it, Time Travel and the Tao, or the Tao of Time Travel. Because when you dream, you're time traveling. Not necessarily in the way you'd like to, or think you might like to. But if I look at my dreams that I had about Romania, about the white bat, I was picking up on the future. And of course, all of these were determined by things that I'd read about or happened in the past. So the dream connects the future and the past. It gives us impressions. So it is, in effect, a working time machine. My dreams of David Anderson have become true, not necessarily to the letter, but contextually. And one of the dreams has said that the World Genesis Foundation, which he created and which I'm now a board member, is very important in the future of the world. Now, that's my dream telling me that. I'm not telling it. The focus of the World Genesis Foundation is relatively small, because its reach out is happening and it's all volunteer. The board members don't get money from it. We don't use the funds of it to travel. We travel on our own. That's our own donation. And it's being effective. But I want to say something else, because my friend Joan Roth is a fellow board member of the World Genesis Foundation. And I've been talking about doing a podcast with her. And I did the podcast the other day. And there were two problems with the podcast. I was not pleased with the audibility of her on it at all. Douglas, you might give me some suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
If I record it on Skype, it doesn't show up on Skype. And Skype tells you, well, you have to check out of Skype and then check on, and then it will show up. It wouldn't show up on my computer.
Huh.
So I said, I don't trust this.
Right.
So I used another program it didn't work out so good.
Huh.
The interview was incredible. I'm not going to talk about the interview, but then what happened after, I got to talk about the interview. But the thing was, what happened was right after the interview, she got a phone call from her friend who was involved in the events she talked about. She didn't mention her friend. And she called me right back. I told her there were problems with the recording. And she says, I don't want you to release this because even though she didn't say anything, my friend didn't say anything. She warned me one time there would be blowback if we mentioned a certain organization. And I said, well, number one is don't worry. I don't like the audio. I'm not going to release it. It's just not that good. I tried to boost up the audio. I'm still not happy with the recording. She says, well, it was a good experience. Maybe it was just meant for you. It's the second time I heard it. And I said, it made more sense to me. And then I said, but you know what? This is a good dry run for when you speak in Shasta, because you don't have to, all you have to do is not mention that organization and there'll be no problem. Because you don't mention and that organization was not really involved in the events. It wasn't involved. It's like if it was the U.S. Army, which it was not the U.S. Army, it was people that were hanging around the U.S. Army. It was not the Army. There was nothing bad to say about if it was the Army. So she can tell the story, but just she omitted all the names, but she didn't omit one. She omitted one organization. And but what was very interesting about the interview, there was this guy who had just treated her really nasty because he didn't want her to be part of a meditation that he was doing. It was a very high-profile meditation, and he kind of aced her out of it and kind of looked at her and gave her this evil laugh. And I said that there was an egregore there. But when she started to talk about him, the transmission went dead. I said, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. And, it's like the communication was stopping, and it stopped at another time. I said, this is part of the same egregore. Of course, an egregore is an aggregate of entities or different stuff that carries with it. And, basically entities, usually of a demonic nature, and that was blocking this communication. And ultimately, it was about somebody who wanted help from her. He kept coming back for help. Her friends had warned her. And then basically he kind of broke down into tears and confessed that he was there to kill her.
Jesus.
And he didn't kill her. It was definitely as an egregore tied to this guy who aced her out of the meditation, who she had been with in New York, but this incident happened in Paris. So the guy was in Paris too, New York and Paris, and it was like these black robes, she called them, were after her, but she neutralized it with love and compassion. Her compassion went out the roof in some other situations, which were just dealing with really effing crazy people. And she even ended up paying this bill for this woman who was setting her up in this French hotel, basically, and they were all giving her a dirty look as if she owed for this bill. She didn't owe a dime for this bill. This woman had racked up a hotel bill. She was fulfilling some, and she ended up, she said she took her credit card at the last minute and paid this woman's bill. She brought her credit card on the trip. I said, why are you paying this woman's bill? She didn't have to. It's not like she's rich and can just be paying people's bill either, But she just did it. And it sort of neutralized all this negative energy. It was an interesting story. I had another friend who did that, who forgave a dentist who had killed her husband.
Right.
She went in and gave compassion to the dentist, knowing damn well he killed her husband by neglect. And let him know that everything was okay, you know, because he's living with the burden of the guilt. He knew he did it. He didn't mean to do it, per se. You know what I mean? It was neglect. So, you know, I was like, wow, what a beautiful thing to do, to kind of forgive his soul. You know, I don't know how that cleans out in the karmic slate. I think what she did in effect was dissipate demonic energy by paying this bill. I think that, you know, I could have a more deeper discussion with her about that. I told her my sensitivity might have been different. I might have taken this guy and hung him upside down or something. I might have had a totally different reaction. But sometimes, you know, she's so sweet and angelic that this was her way of dealing with the situation. Sometimes, you know, you can kill people with kindness. You know, or let's say neutralize the situation with kindness. Mm-hmm. It can go a long way. I've done that on many occasions. You know, it's like you can just be so kind to somebody that, you know, they can't refuse. Because what it is you're not taking the bait. You're not taking the bait to get angry, because that's part of what the demonic realm will do. They'll just try and get your goat, you know, just try and get you to react. And that's what, if there's any virtue to sports in New York, watching sports and like live sports, is the fans are much more attentive in New York than they are in other cities such as LA or San Francisco. And they're much more into the game, and they will zero in on the weakness of a player and, you know, really get under their skin verbally. And if the player shows any vulnerability or weakness, they will, you know, they'll fold. They'll have a breakdown. The breakdown might be visible. It might not be visible. It will be visible in the way they play. Like they had one guy in New York that came here to pitch for the Yankees, and he could not throw the ball to the catcher. It was hitting the backstop. And this was like a proven major league pitcher. He could not handle the intensity of the crowd. So he's like throwing the ball and it would hit the backstop. I mean, this is ridiculous. And we've had other people that come and they can't stand up. The upside is to that, if you can answer to that and overcome that vulnerability and the crowd can seize it, they then love you. So it's like, and what I'm saying is, I'm just saying an instance in sports, well, this occurs in real life, where you'll be confronted by having to wait in line. You know, you have to wait. Like Paula was really upset the other day because she had to send out these packages and the post office changed their rules. Said, well, that's not what you said before. I didn't have to write the address on the box. Oh, yes, you do. So it like cost her an hour of sitting there doing all these boxes in the post office. And she was very angry. And I said, you don't understand. I said, that's a small problem to have at the post office. It's a problem. It's a problem. It's a genuine problem, and you should be, you know, upset. But I've had much worse, much worse. You know, I was once investigated by the, you know, postal investigations.
Postal inspectors.
Yeah. Because they had failed to do their job. And, you know, I had gotten very angry at the postmaster because he was withholding my mail. And withholding it for 3 days. I yelled at him at the top of my lungs. And the son of a bitch went back and got my mail when I yelled at him.
There you go.
He did it, you know, but he kept giving me excuses. But when I yelled at him, at the top of my lungs. He went back and got it.
What was that about? What was that about? Just some control
Well,
issue?
it happened. Aaron's friend Nelson, who introduced it to us, used to have big problems with the post office. We used to run into each other, and he said, "This is weird here." And I think, it was not my post office box. It was my personal home address. And I said, "Okay." I go back and they say, "Well, we don't have your mail. Come back. You give me a yellow card." I said, "We don't have it. Come back tomorrow." "Okay, come back tomorrow." "Well, and we don't have your mail. It's with carrier." When I come back, "Okay, well, the carrier, now we have another carrier. It's with the other." And finally, I said, "This is bullshit." I said, "You've got my mail. Go get me my mail." And he kept giving me excuses. He kept giving me shit. I was using a Scientology, what they called a Tone 40 command.
Yes.
It's intention without reservation or limitation. I've never really done this to anybody before. I says, "Go get me my mail."
Yes.
Just yelled at him.
Yeah.
And with great intention. The son of a bitch walked back like a automaton, like a biofacsimilographer. He went and got the mail after giving me about 10 or 20 excuses why he couldn't do it.
Incredible. Just incredible.
Yeah, he brought me the mail, and then he gave it to me. Yeah. And then there was another issue shortly thereafter where they had sent a package to Brazil, and with insurance, I insured it. Mm-hmm. And they sent it back to me and said, "Okay, we can't deliver this because there is no insurance in Brazil." "Well, you sold me the insurance." "Okay, we'll give you a refund on the insurance, but not on the package." I said, "Wait, you have to refund the package because you did a false thing."
Yes.
And no, we can't refund that. And it was a big argument. And then I think, the lady had grabbed my box out of my hand, and there was a big fight, and not a physical fight. And then this guy came out, this postmaster came out and started like, "Oh, he did this to me too." And it's like, and then they tried all this shit. I think they delivered the package covertly to me because I wouldn't accept the package back. Right. I actually went to another post office and got it all worked out. Wow. I had another postmaster who was a customer of mine call them. It was like, and I talked to the criminal investigations. They were investigating. I said, "Look, it was 2 times they criminally investigated me. There was that one, and I told him what was going on. And he says, "Look, I said, these guys aren't doing their jobs." And when he saw the situation, he relented. He says, "Well, just try and be polite with them."
As if you hadn't tried before.
Well, it's like they're not responding to normal communication. Yeah. They're not responding to normal communication. Right. And then right after that were all the postal shootings in New Jersey. Right after that night. Yeah. And this is where the term "to go postal" came from. Yes. It was like I was right involved in the egregore of that by osmosis. So what had so postal employees can be very what would you say
they're incredibly neurotic. I mean, most of them, they have a preference, hiring system, a preference for hiring veterans. So that would tell you everything. I mean, that's the source of all their problems, or the overwhelming majority of them. It's certainly a reason why so many of them go postal. I mean, these are psychotics with the predisposition.
But I've learned to be, extra nice with them. I go out of my way to be nice and so it's like, because they are the lifeblood of what I deal with. And so much. So anyway, what Paula was going through with the post office was nothing. Okay. It was an irritation. Understandable irritation. But sometimes we don't realize how lucky we are to have a minor irritation. It's like, and now this is another thing that somebody, an astrologer, was explaining, that one of the three basic tenets of Buddhism are that suffering, grief, and impermanence are part of life. And these are the big challenges that anybody has to deal with. You have to deal with grief, suffering, or the impermanence. I'll never forget my mother telling me, I was asking her about other religions, always looking for alternatives to Christianity, and she told me about Hindus, and she says their main belief, according to what she knew, was that everything here is transitory. It doesn't last. It's not permanent. And she didn't necessarily say it in those words, but everything is temporary. And I remember sitting in my living room. I remember the green rug in the living room that we had. And I just remember thinking, oh, so this is all impermanent. This is all temporary. I'm looking around in my living room where I lived, and that was like my main space that I lived in every day. And I'm thinking like, oh God, this is temporary. This is all temporary. And it seems so permanent at the time. I even go back and it seems permanent to me now. That was like such a, nest for me in that part of my life. That was my home. I think of that as my home more than any of the other homes I lived in, where it's just like, wow, it's impermanent, and I think, well, this seems so permanent, but it was temporary. And, my parents played a temporary role in my life. My daughter played a temporary role in my life. Everybody plays a temporary role in your life, even if it's for 50 or 60 years. They're not going to be there forever. But it seems like, I can look out the street, see the same people, the same cars, relatively the same. Seems like you're all going to be there forever. It gets a little more sober as friends die away over the years. But grief and sorrow and suffering, what the upside of this is, if it sounds like an upside, it doesn't sound like these are the challenges of life. When you grow up and you aspire to have a career where you're going to, this paradigm is a little different than it used to be when I grew up, because you're aspiring to a career to do what? When I grew up, and not that I necessarily followed this path, which I didn't, but you aspire to have, go to college or get a career and support yourself and have a family. That's what you want to do, and have a life. Now we're in a dystopian framework where it's a much more challenging proposition, whatever it is. You can still do that, but many people are more interested in finding their gender identity. And it's a challenge. It's a different challenges. But whatever the challenges, well, say if you take a challenge, we'll just keep it simple. Like you want to be a doctor. So your challenge is, get a loan to go to school. Get a job as a doctor, pay off your loan. Go join the country club. Get a wife, have some kids, whatever you want to do. It's like you've got to go through all these different stations of experience to do this. A teacher gets educated and then they want to get tenure. It's the challenge. And then you have lifetime employment. That is a big deal for teachers and particularly professors. They get tenure. Then they can't be fired. They have a permanent income. The downside of it is they have to work for it, if you can call that work, depending on who they are and what they do. I mean, basically, a professor at a university part of his job will be to write books and to do research. He's not really teaching. He might teach a little bit. He teaches less and less. It's this academic for the sake of academics, with the idea that knowledge might progress by him doing this, which is highly questionable in many cases. It's not that there aren't contributions. You can imagine how they would sneer at the work of David Anderson. Can't possibly be true because I didn't invent it. That sort of attitude. The work of Douglas Dietrich. Not in my purview. We don't tolerate that type of information here. But to get back to what I was saying, you go through, let's make it a little bit more graphic. A person wants to become a boxer. So, he builds up his physical strength, his stamina, his cardio, and he learns the skills of boxing. And he learns the basic skills of boxing. He works out in a gym, and he has real experience fighting. And then he can improve his skills to the point where he can go out in the ring. And part of the art of boxing is not just being skilled, but to be able to have the connections to where you can get promoted and actually have fights where you can make money. Because they'll very much keep the fighter away from certain gym fighters who are tough as nails because they don't want to get their guy hurt. So it becomes very controlled. And you could see a bunch of people, sneering because they feel they can beat the crap out of this, fledgling champion. But nevertheless, what I'm saying is you have to do your homework. So what I'm saying is in the homework of life, this is for all of us. And this is not necessarily, career. We're going to be challenged with grief and with sorrow and with suffering. It's not something you can avoid. And if you're lucky enough to avoid it for yourself, you'll experience it through your family or friends or people you encounter. If you want to go out and find suffering, it's not hard. Go to the church and ask them who's suffering. Because the church or whatever religious body becomes the repository for suffering people, plays a role. Persons, there's spiritual counseling for people whose family get killed in these incidents and whatnot. Grief counseling. There's plenty of people having grief. Happens all the time. So, but when it comes to our own grief, our own challenges, our own suffering, these are the challenges of life itself. So if you can recognize that and say, okay, this is the challenge. How am I going to overcome this? Where you really lose is when you just bend over backwards and don't do anything about it. And don't reach beyond the obvious. The obvious, doctors will often throw medication at people that will not help them in the long run. And this can be the ruin of a person because he doesn't look beyond what the doctor says. You have to look beyond. And if you look beyond, that's part of the test. Sometimes, you can find first you have to minimize the suffering or grief and then eventually alleviate it. These are the challenges, and this is what life faces. So if you look at it as a challenge, you have you have to treat it as an opportunity. And that's not an easy thing for people to necessarily grasp, particularly when they're suffering. But these are the lessons of Saturn, the planet Saturn, which has to do with karma. It has to do with discipline and teaching people things. Wow. So it's like, I suppose I've never really looked at it this way, but, well, they have a whole program for addiction counseling, 9 steps or 12 steps, whatever it is. And grief or suffering can be an addiction as well. That's, people don't necessarily look at it like that. Addicts, you can be addicted to anything. You can be addicted to dope. You can be addicted to alcohol. You can be addicted to suffering. You could be addicted to an emotional condition whereby you're just perpetrating that emotion and trying to perpetrate it in others. And that's a form of suffering. People want you to suffer like they suffer. And all that will do, it's a mistake to do that to other people, because all it will do is prolong and continue your suffering. Now, I want to ask you about somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And Aaron wanted me to ask this question a couple of transmissions ago, and I didn't get around to it. And before I'm going to mention her, but then I'm going to mention a very odd synchronicity when I went to look her up, because I didn't remember her name. The woman's name, I'm going to and don't comment on her yet.
Mm-hmm.
Her name is Marina Obranovich. Marina Obranovich is a Serbian conceptual and performance artist. This is from Wikipedia. Her work explores body art, endurance art, feminist art, the relationship between the performer and the audience, the limits of the body, and the possibilities of the mind. She created a lot of flack for, let me see, very controversial. She did a video called Spirit Cooking, mm-hmm. where this got her caught up in the Pizzagate
right.
stuff, but there's more to it than just Pizzagate. This Spirit Cooking was this sadistic, God, I think I don't know what they were cooking. It was abysmal. Everything she's been involved in is abysmal. It's like sadistic. Her art is sadistic. It's perverted. She's just disgusting. Okay. This is her profile. She won the Golden Lion for Best Artist at the Venice Biennale. Her exhibit, The Brooding Balkan Baroque, used both video and live performance to interrogate her culture and familial identity. No, this is just regular stuff. I'm trying to think where she. Now, see, there's been a lot of effort on Wikipedia to scrub her, mm-hmm. and to say, oh, how she's been accused of being a Satanist because her work is so disgusting. I'm not a Satanist. You see, you look up and you just think all this stuff. I'm not a Satanist. I'm not a Satanist. I'm not a Satanist. Okay. In this piece, Balkan Baroque, mm-hmm. Abramovich vigorously scrubbed thousands of bloody cow bones over a period of 4 days, in reference to the ethnic cleansing that had taken place in the Balkans during the 1990s. It got a Golden Lion Award. She remembers other artists reacting immediately, creating work and protesting about the effects and horrors of the war. She could not bring herself to create work on the matter so soon, as it was too close for her home. She interviewed her parents, incorporated these interviews, her father holding a pistol and her mother showing empty hands that then crossed hands. She's dressed as a doctor recounting the story of the rat catcher. She sits among a large pile of bones and tries to wash them. She remembers worms emerging from the bones and the horrible smell. It was extremely hot. She explained that the idea of scrubbing the bones clean, trying to remove the blood, is impossible. The point she's trying to make is that blood can't be washed from bones and hands, just as work can't be cleansed of shame. She wants to allow the images from the performance to speak for not only the war in Bosnia, but for any war in the world. Well, this sounds like it might have some redeeming artistic impact. It's not necessarily the case. It says here, in some exhibit, let's see. Okay, she sat in a rectangle drawn with a tape in the floor of the second floor atrium of the Museum of Modern Art. Theater lights shone on her sitting in a chair and a chair opposite her. Visitors waiting in line were invited to sit individually across from the artist while she maintained eye contact with them. Visitors began crowding the atrium within days of the show opening, some gathering before the exhibit opened each morning to rush for a more preferable place in the line to sit with Abramovich. Most visitors sat with the artist for 5 minutes or less. A few sat with her for an entire day. The line attracted no attention from museum security until the last day, when a visitor vomited in line and another began to disrobe. Tensions among visitors in line could have risen from an understanding that for every minute each person in line spent with Abramovich, there would be that many fewer minutes in the day for those further back in the line. Due to the strenuous nature of sitting for hours at a time, art enthusiasts have speculated as to whether Abramovich wore an adult diaper to eliminate the need to move to urinate. Others have highlighted the movements she made in between sitters as a focus of analysis, as the only variations in the artist between sitters were when she would cry if a sitter cried, and her moment of physical contact with Ule, one of the earliest visitors to the exhibition. They were asked not to touch or speak to the artist. By the end of the exhibit, hundreds had lined up. She concluded the performance by slipping from the chair where she was seated and rising to a cheery crowd, more than 10 people deep. Well, this is avant-garde weird. This is not, particularly satanic. Lady Gaga saw the show and publicized it. She said, because kids wouldn't go to the museum and now they were. There was a video game of her performance. There is this consistent satanic attacks, and you don't even see them in Wikipedia here. As I say, she's been scrubbed. Mm-hmm. And I think I did read one conspiracy site on her.
She might have been scrubbed by her own request, but go on.
Well, but anyway, no, this was people that are exposing her. But then I went to look her up because I didn't remember her name, and I ran across this guy whose name is very similar, Roman Abramovich. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know if you've heard of Roman Abramovich. You might, but anyway, Roman Arkadievich Abramovich is a Russian oligarch and politician. I don't know that he's related at all, but the name is virtually the same. He is the former owner of Chelsea, a premier football club in London, and is the primary owner of Millhouse LLC. He has Russian, Israeli, and Portuguese citizenship. He's the second richest person in Israel, $14.5 billion in 2021. The 11th richest person in Russia, and the richest person in Portugal. Abramovich enriched himself in the years following the collapse of the Soviet Union. This is why I'm bringing him to your attention. In the 1990s, obtaining Russian state-owned assets at prices far below market value in Russia's controversial loans for shares privatization program. Abramovich is considered to have a good relationship with Vladimir Putin, an allegation Abramovich denied. Now, this is the prime thing of what you've been talking about, the relationship between Jews and Russia.
Yes.
And he's like the second richest person in Israel, and he's like descends right at the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union to buy up all these shares of Russian interests. Yeah. And it says he's a good friend of Putin, which he denies.
Of course.
Yeah.
And yet it would be impossible for him to be in his position and having done what he did without being so. So go on.
Yeah, his family was of Jewish descent and died when he was young. died when his mother was a music teacher who died when he was 1. His father worked in the Economic Council of the Commie ASSR and passed away when Roman was 3. His maternal grandparents were born in the Ukraine. His paternal grandparents were Belarusian Jews. Just before, well, it gets into his parents. I don't know who raised him. It doesn't necessarily say here. It might. But this is like, it's funny that he has the same name and he's from the communist bloc. He's not, he may not be related to her at all, but it was just ironic that the name came up, and this just evokes so much of the, but have you ever heard of this woman, Marina Abramovich? And she probably has ties, or did have ties, to Aquino in one way or another.
Well, it's one of these things that it certainly seems compelling that that would be the case. I would say that the thing that stood out for me about her was I can basically share a picture with you. And so what I'll do is I'll get into Messenger and see if I can find this here. First, I have to find you in Messenger, and I think I've found that. And then I'll just go through my files here and, shall we say, all right, dig something up. And this takes a little bit of time. And okay, so should be something around here. Okay, all right. So open that file and then press the enter button, and there you have it. So there's an image in your messenger box now, and that should explain something of the situation to you.
Who is the young boy?
The young boy is a transgendered young girl who became a boy, or a boy who became a girl. We're not sure which, but he was basically a waif adopted off the streets in emulation of my son by Marina.
Yeah, he looks like he's got a vampire look to him too.
Yes. And the rumor is he might have some vampire lineage, which would explain the desire for rescuing him from the streets. Or, sure, we should use the agendered pronoun. So that's the most I know about her. I knew this from my time as a mercenary in Serbia, and this was something that struck me as, of course, an Aquino inversion ritual, and that's the most that I can say from any level of personal experience or knowledge concerning her. But hopefully it adds some context.
Well, it implicates her, and as they say, there's been extensive scrubbing because she had some ties to Hillary, more to Podesta.
And that makes sense. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he was really weird.
Yes.
And there was a point when they were both, him and Hillary were both getting on. Oh, we're going to get the truth about UFOs. We want to know all about UFOs. That was a, like she was like appealing to the, conspiracy people.
Yes.
Like, I'm on your side, conspiracy nuts.
Yeah. Yes.
But it's interesting because how could somebody have so many articles denying Satanism?
After a while, it begs the question. Yes, it's very similar to what that one individual was telling us about. Alexander Dugin publicly mourns his daughter every day, which, as you yourself said, if he truly, that's assumed. It's a given that a father who survives his daughter's violent death would be grieving on a daily basis. No one needs to emphasize that unless they're faking it. It's obvious that.
Now here's something interesting. It says Art News.
Yeah.
Microsoft deletes Marina Abramovich advertisement after right-wing outcry over alleged Satanism. Now that sounds like Microsoft is saying, "Oh no, we can't. We're not now. We're taking off this because the right wingers are calling it Satanism."
Yes.
Now we all know that the right wing, including Alex Jones, will throw stones so fast and so quick that they're going to make it look like it's stupid.
Yes.
The right wing will play into the hands of Satanism.
Yes.
By becoming reactionary.
Yes.
Too reactionary.
Yes. In other words, they behave in a manner that the enemy can exploit.
Yeah, it says in the video, which is now deleted from YouTube, the artist, meaning her, discusses her new mixed reality work, The Life, and tells viewers, "I believe that art of the future is art without objects. This is just pure transmission of energy between the viewer and the artist. To me, mixed reality is the answer." And it says right-wing users claim to have uncovered connections between her performances and Satanism. Those allegations of Satanism have returned after users besieged a YouTube video featuring Abramovich performing as part of a mixed reality work. There are no explicit mentions of Satanism in the video. When viewers don headsets, they can see Abramovich wearing the red dress from her acclaimed performance. The artist is present. She slowly walks around and her image sometimes appears to blink because of digital effects. It has been disliked by more users than 24,000 times. A Microsoft rep did not deny that the video had been deleted. Screenshots of its existence have circulated around Reddit and other media. Many of the downvotes on the video came from InfoWars, a far-right blog run by Alex Jones that has promulgated conspiracy theories as news, published an article tying the video to the 2016 allegations of Satanism. Those allegations rested largely on emails released by WikiLeaks around the time of the 2016 election. The emails were obtained from the hacked account of John Podesta, the chairman of Hillary's presidential campaign. And in one, Podesta's brother Tony, an art collector, is invited by Abramovich to see a performance of her 1997 work Spirit Cooking, for which she made paintings from pig's blood. A book of recipes instructing readers to enact forms of violence went with the piece. According to one Abramovich expert, these orders are not actually meant to be carried out. Well, that's pretty disgusting. Right-wing outlets claim that the work indicated that Abramovich and the Podestas were implicated in a sex cult. It certainly, points in that direction.
Yes.
Speaking to Art News in 2016, Abramovich called the performance a normal dinner and vehemently denied the Satanism allegations, saying, "Anybody who wants can read my memoirs and find out that my work is far from Satanism." I would say, from what little I've heard, that it's not far from Satanism. It's beating down, alcoholics don't admit that they're alcoholics.
Yes.
So she's, yeah. So our Aaron was really curious what you had to say about her, and apparently don't have a lot to say.
Yeah, I think what I say is enough. It may not be a lot, but it's...
Well, it is. Indeed, it is. And
feel free, of course, to share that image with Brendan, or excuse me, I mean to say Aaron Tice, and of course, you can publish it on your timeline if you wish. I mean, it might give people a bit more information by which to even work on.
I had heard of her, but I never really paid too much attention to her.
Well, why would you? I mean, it's not in your area of interest to gross yourself out and see bizarre art displays that are piles of bloody objects and various other such trigger. They're basically kind of like trigger monuments that are.
She had a traumatic childhood, which she talks about. Uh,
And obviously, she's determined to share the trauma, as if in, spread the love, so to speak. If you have a sexually transmitted disease, you share it with other people because it's the loving thing to do, right? What's a little AIDS between friends? When someone has a traumatic childhood and expresses themselves through art, one, of course, is bound only by the limits of society. It's what society decides will be the limit of what it's going to tolerate. And our society tolerates quite a bit. So this is one area of the world where art can be used as the battering ram for many things that otherwise would be intolerable. As a matter of fact, it's what gathers people around someone. They could claim art, and so this is something that society has to decide whether it's going to draw boundaries on it. Now, this was the situation that Adolf Hitler faced. Adolf Hitler was a starving artist. When he became the Führer, he funded many artists. He funded people going through art school. He started an arts program so that people would be funded to make it through situations that no one helped himself in. These sort of programs never existed in his day. He was the man who invented them. So when it came to that, he also put on display in museums what was called degenerate Kunst, or degenerate art, what was viewed to be art that really seemed to be destructive to the social fabric. So these art displays people were allowed to view them. So it was simply segregated by the Reich as to what was considered degenerate and that which was considered more socially conducive art. And so the canard that the art was censored or somehow destroyed is utter bullshit. Certainly many of the so-called muses who fled Hitler came to the United States, and I think the results speak for itself. Take a look at the degeneracy of Hollywood that was the hallmark of American culture after World War II. If you think that it was somehow a great benefit artistically that people fled from Europe to come to the United States and bless us with grindhouse movies about rape and satanic torture and so much that was so common as the thematic throughout the Hollywood productions after World War II. Well, this is the ultimate result. This is the logical conclusion. So this is, in fact, in keeping with American culture. And I think that, of course, it's served, advertised by the alternative right, which reacts to it, as you said, so viscerally. It adds to her mystique. It's simply a promotional campaign for her that people give it attention. So it's one of these things that, knowing what I know about her, which is, as far as I'm concerned, enough, and the fact that she's Serbian and is very likely related to the individual who is this a Jewish oligarch who is obviously dependent on Putin for his continued prosperity. Certainly up to the point where he succeeded enough to relocate to Israel, where he can live like a king. This is all in keeping with that kind of artistic nepotism among the Jewish elite that dominates the Anglo-American world. So it's all in keeping with so much of what we've been discussing that ultimately has to be addressed to a degree in the book that we're writing now.
Well, yes, and it's interesting that all the articles are sort of defending her.
Of course. Well, what else would they be doing?
Herself, and there's none of the, I guess, deeper accusations are, I guess they've all been scrubbed. And, this is quite an extensive effort when you think about it. All this scrubbing, because if you didn't scrub it, it would bring up too many dots to connect. And then what we're dealing with is, as I say, the intense amount of effort that goes into this to what's the word, de-escalate it. But then you go and they do this Grammy show, which is just flagrant Satanism in your face. They just exhibit. It's all about Satanism, saying, here we're Satanists and this is what we do. So, why are they so flagrant about it?
Well, why shouldn't they be? If they basically run your society. So they.
What I'm saying is, it's disgusting, and it's sort of like, and a lot of people don't like it. I mean, I stopped.
Well, this was the point Hitler was making about degenerate art. The art is the tool of the elite. It is something you're not supposed to understand, appreciate, or like because it's for the elite. It is not for the population at base. This is how they separate themselves from yourself, is by their supposed superiority in their ability to appreciate that which you can never appreciate. And therefore they basically flaunt it. They flaunt it and they taunt you with what they can do. And when you just say, well, that's not art, it's just gross, or I don't get it, then that's because you're too stupid, you're too baseline, you haven't evolved far enough to a higher level of consciousness, etc. It goes on and on. So
I will say this about that, though. These Van Goghs and Rembrandts that sell for tremendous amounts of money, you don't see, I mean, you'll find some Andy Warhols selling for a pretty penny, but not at the level of these Van Goghs. And Andy Warhol was more of a cultural icon and unique in that direction. But you don't find this quote unquote crap art selling for the big money that you do, the real art like the Van Goghs or the Rembrandts. You just don't. Because even that has a certain, I imagine that Andy Warhol's original soup can painting would sell for a pretty penny. But I don't think, I'm going to try and look it up, because he, see.
I mean, it should be interesting to see what that sells for, but I'm hoping it doesn't go for anywhere near as much as a Van Gogh or a Rembrandt.
Andy banana, he does a banana selling for $9,500, and it says original signed painting. Now, I assume that means he says original official seal. Well, shit, anybody could put original official seal on it. And it's like it's signed by him, the state of Andy Warhol. It's a banana. Now, I would guarantee that you, Douglas, could draw a banana as good or better than this banana. It's somewhat realistic. It does have a certain charm to it. $9,500. No interest if paid in full in 6 months. $9,500 for a picture of a banana. Now, my daughter is a master artist. She went to school in the town of Oyster Bay because her mother said, look, if she's going to get a scholarship, we got to get her a portfolio. What she has is, it's nothing there, and see, when she was about 9, she was like drawing pictures of the Winnie the Pooh characters.
Right.
And I looked at him, I said, did you trace those? She goes, no. And her mother asked her the same thing. Her mother's an incredible artist. She says, no, did you trace those? No, I didn't trace them. She could draw. Mm-hmm. We didn't know this. All of a sudden she could draw. And so sent her to this, it was called the Stevenson's Academy.
Mm-hmm.
And they teach her how. Now, her mother had discovered this academy because the one thing she couldn't do was oil painting. You know, she was a great commercial designer. She was really good with colored pencils. She did the original Montauk Project cover and the first few covers with colored pencil, do them really big, and then we reduce them. Really good artist. And her medium was colored pencil. But she learned, after we got divorced, she learned how to do, she says, at the Stevenson Academy, they teach you how to paint like the old Dutch masters. There's no place in the world that does this. I never found out. You go back and learn this. So she, you know, we pitched in and got my daughter, paid for her to learn this. And I said to her, I said, I asked her mother, I said, is she better than you or are you better than her? And her mother kind of like, I don't know. Well, and then I asked my daughter, she says, well, you know, the other students don't ooh and ah over mom's paintings. They ooh and ah over mine, you know?
Right.
They you know, they ooh and ah, you know. Now, she was really good at drawing fruit and still stuff. I think people criticized her art as it wasn't, you know, she's really good at doing still objects. She didn't have a lot of, I guess, action or people in her stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And she got her scholarship, but she even could have had a scholarship to Florence, but she didn't want to go there, you know, to go to the school because she said, I said, you already speak Italian. Why don't you want to go?
Yeah.
I don't think I'll have any friends.
My.
You know,
Huh.
she could have gone there and learned, you know, but was not of interest to her. It was not of interest. And she doesn't really paint anymore, but she's good. I said she could paint something 10 times better, 100 times better than what Andy Warhol did.
Yeah. Well, pretty much a lot of people could. Andy Warhol was not renowned for his technique in terms of realism. What he was doing was trying to promote a thematic. That was just.
He was a book artist.
Yeah.
He was a book artist, and he was pedestrian, run-of-the-mill book artist. He was not a good artist.
Yeah.
But what his art was the art of being famous.
Yes, he was a great marketer.
But it was the art of being famous. He was the best ever at the art of being famous. He was tremendous at that. That was his art. So his art that he sold wasn't his art. His art was his, you know, self-marketing.
Yeah,
and
that's his art.
The most effective way he made crummy movies and stuff.
Yeah.
But what got him the most attention was that he'd get an artist, you know, a naked artist, not naked artist, a naked model. You get a naked model, and he had this open, I forget what they called it, the factory or whatever. And he you know, people would come in and he'd have drugs on the table. So people would come in and they get to see naked women, and they get to see and have drugs.
Yeah. Well,
and
there you go.
Made him famous. This made him happening.
Yeah.
And
that's all it takes. Sex and drugs.
Yeah, yeah, it was a very simplistic formula, and highly
but a successful one.
highly manipulative. It's hard to say he was successful. He did earn a lot of money, and in his diary, he would always note down his cab fares. He was very cheap, but he also he was really proud of the fact of how much he could rent his house at Montauk to Jackie Onassis.
Jesus.
So she was like getting this prestigious rental from Andy Warhol, and he was charging her through the nose. He was very proud that he could, like, you know, take somebody like Jacqueline Onassis and make an ass out of her.
Right, and juice her, milk her. Yes,
yeah, yeah.
In every
And now,
way.
that house was right next to Camp Hero, so John Kennedy Jr. and his sister, they grew up right next to that base when it was full on strong. And it was Andy Warhol's house, which is still out there. He might have sold the house. I don't know. Paul Simon has a house out there too, right adjacent to the base. But so yeah, that's the art of being famous. But that was just a curiosity of mine. You know, we should sell a Dietrich.
Oh, that may yet happen. Diane Hillis-Buchberger provides us a delightful image of this individual, and I'll share that with you in just a second. So give me a second here to get this down. Okay, so what I'm going to
Andy
do...
Warhol also saw himself as being like Aleister Crowley, thinking he was like this cutting edge character. And he was certainly, the avant-garde of his time.
Yeah. I mean, it's avant-garde, but it's like, what use is that to anybody when you're avant-garde and you're just producing nothing of substance? It's his greatest success is self-promotion, and therefore.
But yeah, that was part of, and I think I think to him it was like kind of a big joke / accomplishment.
It is. It was his practical joke on the world. It's he was laughing at the stupidity of the American consumer, and that the American consumer bought into his bullshit. And albeit he was, right on some things. Everybody's famous at one point or another for 15 seconds in their life. He had that down.
Now here's one hand-signed Andy Warhol soup box lithograph. This is a lithograph. This is not the original. $50,000.
Yeah.
For a hand-signed lithograph of a Campbell's soup box, not the can, the box. So I think here's one litho print frame poster soup cam custom frame. And this is Campbell's soup in a different color, $2,000. This is absolutely ridiculous. Poster for $135.
Anyhow, there's a very interesting phenomenon that's going on right now. I was given an image by Diane Hillis-Buchberger, and I cannot download it. So I've tried multiple times to download this image, and I can't download it. So I don't know what to tell you. I can share a screen. So we'll just share a screen for a moment. I thought it was funny. It's just it's basically a joke, but obviously the joke is up there because of a reputation that she has. But here we are. I'm sharing screen right now with Peter Moon, and there's this meme that was created by a woman who takes credit for it. I'm not going to name her. And of course, she's basically a Pizzagate cultist. But what they say is, at 70 years, old Marina Abramovich, and by the way, her initials are M.A., Michael Aquino. It's the same initials as Michael Aquino. Doesn't need oil of Olay. She swears by the blood of babies and adrenochrome instead. So, I mean, obviously this is published not in humor. This individual truly believes this. I take it as a joke. At the same time, you can understand why people will draw this conclusion. It's obviously photos can be touched up, and she does, probably maintain her age fairly well, but there is probably some things going on there, just so people know. And I don't know if Peter saw that, but yeah.
I see it, and it it means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, just is what it is.
But it is what it is. So, I mean, basically what all this stuff tells us is all we're heading up against here is just the hidden, I guess, the censorship of, on the one hand, there's the flagrant in your face of this is what we're doing to you. This is our world and we're in charge and there's nothing you can do about it. I remember John Judge, the conspiracy author. He was big into the JFK thing, and he was friends with Mae Brussel. And I saw him at the Village Gate when I went to the Village Gate conspiracy conference where I ran into Ingo Swann. But he spoke, and he was a very interesting speaker. And I was going to ask him a question, but somebody asked him. I said, well, "What's the point of all this?" And he says, "Well, the point of it is all this stuff can go on, and there's nothing you can do about it." Meaning the conspiracy against JFK, assassination, and the cover-up. And it was a point he made, 30 years ago, and he's like, okay, and that was 30 years after the JFK assassination. So it's like, okay, here we're doing this. There's nothing you can do about it. This is the way things are. And that's what we're living in. We have a senator of Pennsylvania who's completely mentally and emotionally incompetent from doing the job. And this is one example. He's not the only incompetent politician. We have a president who's, what's the word? They don't like to use the word senile anymore, but he has, definite elements of dementia. We have a congressman from my district in the town of Oyster Bay that is just a complete phony and a fraud. And everybody knows it, including the Republicans in Congress who refuse to impeach him. There are many examples of people are derelict. We have a vice president who is predominantly known for her cackling. She has no redeeming features whatsoever. I mean, it's qualities, I should say. Qualities. She has no redeeming qualities that I can see. She has a horrendous track record. It seems to be what got her elected was that she was of color and a woman. But it's hard to say that even got her elected. I think what got Biden elected was that he wasn't Trump. He was not Trump.
Yeah.
So
yes.
He wasn't as radical as Bernie Sanders or the other candidates, or quite as stupid as Elizabeth Warren. He was less offensive. As bad as he was less offensive to people, and therefore was a better shot to beat Trump. And she went along probably because she was the most controllable of all the other vice presidents, knowing damn well Biden could die in office because of his old age and his health. To say nothing of the cyanide pill he might swallow if they find out too much about his dealings, and that might be the case. So I don't but the point I'm making is that politicians are they're not necessarily trusted figures at all. It's just something we put up with. Like you can think how many things people don't like about their parents. How many things they don't like about their school. How many things they don't like about their boss. Well, you put up with them. Because you basically don't have a choice unless you choose to, rebel in the extreme. So in any case, this is what we have running the world. And one has to negotiate one's personal path with some degree of wisdom. So I think Aaron would have liked a more involved and complex answer, but I mean, that's kind of what we're looking for, but
it's how involved and complex does it need to be when the situation is?
That's a good point. It is what it is, and all of these parties, if they don't demonstrate outright guilt, they have taints of guilt, and they're not going to talk about it. They're going to shut up. They're not going to talk about it, and just like people I know that they're not going to out certain things. because to out certain things is, you know, gonna create a domino effect. Want to be part of. I think Hubbard once said this is like, you know, don't anybody tell on Dad for burning the house down. You know, Dad's burning the house down. Don't tell on him. You know, it's like it gets that ridiculous when somebody's engaged in a outright destructive act. The other thing I'd like you to comment on is there's so much on the news every day about transgender this, teaching the kids to change their sex. It's just, it's in your face every day on some news outlet or another. And I question a friend of mine who pays much more attention to news than I do.
Uh-huh.
I said, how much of this is really occurring? You know, how much of it's really occurring? It's just being perpetrated by the media to make everybody think it's happening and it's a big deal. And she sent me an article showing me it is happening in certain cases. And I know JoJo's had to deal with her child who's non-binary, and that's like an issue at the school that everybody's watching.
I didn't know it was that. I didn't know it was an issue.
Well, it's not an issue that anybody's like jumping up and down a bit, but because the kid is non-binary, and it's like everybody's watching it, sort of like it's a test case.
Okay. It
has a lot of interest.
Okay.
Because the kid's non-binary. What can I say? And what can she say? It's like you got to treat the kid as a person. But the school is like watching it because it's, kind of a test experience. And then how many kids are going to, play the gender card? It's even to a point where a kid can play a gender card as a card. Like somebody playing the race card. Well, I'm going to use everything about race to get what I want or just to keep people on edge, to get a rise out of it. That gets done sometimes. Race card is becoming less, I guess what you'd say, prevalent because people recognize when somebody's playing it, disingenuously versus when they're playing it honestly. And then the gender card is something that somebody can use to just, there was some story about some man coming in and, wanting electrolysis and wanting the, electrolysis taken off of his private parts. Mm-hmm. And, the electrolysis doesn't want to do it. So, she's being sued for gender discrimination or something, it's like, something like this. It's like, where it seems like this person is doing it just to get at somebody. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily personally at this person. It's just like, how far can they play a card?
Right.
Just
I understand as a social issue. Yes.
I don't even think it's a social issue.
Well, they're weaponizing it as a social issue.
Yeah, they're just doing it to get a rise.
Yeah.
To get attention, to create an effect. They're just creating an effect to be, because look at somebody who's doing that. If you really wanted to get the hair removed from your testicles or whatever it is, seriously, if you wanted to get them removed and you really genuinely wanted it and you were sensitive, you might realize that people doing electrolysis might be sensitive to doing it, not wanting to look at your private parts, okay? You might have some consideration for the other person, whether they're a male or a female. I would personally, I've never done electrolysis. I've never wanted to do it. But I would feel very much, uncomfortable about doing this on the vaginal hair of a woman, uh, whether I was married to her, whether I was attracted to her, I wouldn't, I wouldn't want to do that. It's like, so it's like, what is going on here? And then the media loves to make a big issue out of it because, of course, it gets attention.
Yes.
And media wants to get attention.
Yes.
And it's like, where does privacy, what does privacy have to do with sex? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you have your own personal, what's it called? Boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's like, this has to do with intimate zones.
Mm-hmm.
You have intimate zones. Somebody gets in, if somebody's like looking at your private parts, that's the intimate zone. Mm-hmm. So should a person have an inalienable right to maintain their private zone, their intimate zone, and not have that be violated by another individual, whether it's a male or a female? So if you get a massage nowadays, and Paula had got us a couple massage many years ago for our anniversary or something.
Great.
And we had to sign all these documents, saying this is not a sexual procedure. This is this.
Did you really?
Oh God, yeah. It's like saying, if obviously I don't go to the same places you do, but I'm only kidding. No, but this is like, it's like it says if the masseuse interprets that you're doing something wrong or this, that it will immediately cease and all this. And of course it's like, this has been a big issue. So ultimately, you're protecting, it's to protect the
employee. Yes.
Employee more than it is you.
Of course.
And it's like, sure. But it also protects her or him from being, compromised.
Right.
It's almost at the point where they should video the thing to prove whether anything happened or not.
Right.
Of course, that would be create other problems.
I'm sure that they do secretly, honestly, to protect themselves. I wouldn't put it past them.
Or have an observer,
Yeah.
A neutral observer.
Yeah, there you go. Yes.
A masseuse observer. But so anyway, it's like, what are the boundaries of an individual, in their intimate zone? And that's more senior than, the gender issue. So I know they had an issue in sports locker rooms where women would now be allowed to go in the locker room and interview athletes in the dressing room, which was really, I think they might have modified it now to where they now have a press room where the guys come out and talk in the press room to kind of get away from that.
Yes.
Because it's just, as you say, this all has to do with the intimate zone of a person. And you shouldn't have to be subjected to something that violates your perceived bounds of your intimacy. Certainly, people are protected in the office from sexual harassment. Mm-hmm. But what
theoretically, you mean theoretically?
Well, yeah, by law, yes. It's like, yeah. If my matrimonial attorney was telling me about all the sensitivities of issues, and he says, I will not have any of my female employees in the office alone with me. Yeah. He says, except for so-and-so, I forget her name. I think Paula, actually, I think the name was Paula, but he says, except for her, I really trust her. He says, no, I wouldn't even have her. No, I don't think in other words, because he was a lawyer, really nice guy, and really polite. And he says, no, it's, in other words, you're too vulnerable.
Yeah.
All it takes is him being alone in a room with a woman in his office and her squawking up, even
Yeah.
making it up.
Yeah.
It's going to set up a chain of dominoes he wants nothing to do with.
Yeah.
That's how sensitive he was to such an issue,
And with good
That's
reason. Yeah.
how bad it was.
Yeah.
Um,
Now, I can't remember who it was, but it was one of the great grandfathers of televangelism, which means it has to be what? Billy Graham or some other old fuck that was along those lines. And he had a policy that he would never, ever be alone in an elevator with any female other than unless his wife was present or something like that.
what about Virgin Mary?
That's for Catholics. You know, I'm sure he would treat her as he would any other member of the opposite sex, because he's not Catholic. So, you know, all that being said, yeah, the reason why was because anyone, you know, just the moment you got to the next floor, anything could be claimed, and unless there was a camera in the elevator, you're fucked. So there you go with that. It's one of these things where just you have to protect yourself. And of course, with what you said about the couples massage, I think that's it is what it is. Oh my God! But it's true. What Peter said is absolutely true. I don't go to the places he goes to where that would be necessary.
That's a few professional massages I've ever gotten that I, you know, and that, you know, but it was like, God, what, this is really, you know, intrusive.
Yeah.
It's like, well, why do we have to, you know, okay, I understand, but it's kind of like, okay, it's a big issue, but this parlays into the electrolysis and people just creating all these gender issues to stir stuff up. It stirs stuff up, and I think one of the most puzzling things to me when I was young, and I read the book Myra Breckenridge by Gore Vidal. Myra Breckenridge was a heralded book. It was about a man who transgendered into a woman. And back at the time that was written, transgender surgery wasn't as developed as it is now.
No, not at all.
And it's like, you know, reading on what the hell's going on, you know, how does one construct a, you know, put a, you know, turn his penis into a vagina or whatever, you know. Breasts were relatively easy. Now, when this was made into a movie, they basically had the critic, Rex Reed, who was gay. He's a famous New York film critic, probably still around. But he starred in the movie, and then he was turned into a beautiful woman who was played by Raquel Welch, who passed away recently. You know, it's hard to believe that you could turn him into Raquel Welch.
Yes, that's preposterous.
Or
It's offensive. It's simply offensive.
Or that you could turn anybody into Raquel Welch. But nevertheless, you know,
Thank you. You couldn't turn your average woman into Raquel Welch. Good point. Yes. Point well taken.
But anyway, it's like this book comes out, and it was like this, you know, only reason I read it because my mom bought it and she read it, so I read it. And it wasn't very interesting. It was kind of like, you know, what's this guy? And I suppose at the time, you know, people who were on the edge of being gay or whatnot might have been fascinated by some of the sexual stuff, but, you know, he was kind of sadistic. It was sadistic. But the thing is that there was this implication in the whole thing that this guy was, that Myra Breckenridge, this book, the character in the book was this tremendous hero from becoming transgender, was a hero, was viewed as a hero, an icon, a heroic icon. Now, I had a hard time grasping that. My idea of a hero, and at that time, would have been a Muhammad Ali or a Mickey Mantle or even a Joe Namath in football, you know, like sports heroes.
Yeah.
Those have been a hero to me, and from my viewpoint. If I were to parlay that into politics, because of the spirit of the times, you know, Robert Kennedy was sort of a hero that got killed. Mm-hmm. He was a hero. I mean, you know, he had his, you know, but he was viewed that he was iconic, martyred and all that. Martin Luther King in a social sense, you know, Gandhi would have been perceived as a hero because he was iconicized or whatever you say, but he really wasn't a hero. It's just that,
Thank you.
Yeah. You just have these type of societal heroes who very often aren't heroes at all. Like, you know, what's to say a sports hero? Tom Brady is a current hero. You know, his longevity and his success, just in that respect. But these are kind of limited heroes. Your sports heroes are very limited. Muhammad Ali transcended sports because he brought attention to race and religion, and was bigger than life itself. So, you know, so there are different. But I could not grasp how somebody changing their gender could be viewed as a hero. I have a hard time with it. As we move forward into present time, I have a little bit better idea. I don't have it down 100%. Aleister Crowley was somebody who has been idealized or idolized as somebody who transcended sexuality by embracing homosexuality. And he would have...
I think he was more of an ambisexual, wasn't he? Anything that moved?
He would have... I mean, if he could have turned into Baphomet, he would have. He called himself Baphomet. So, you know, I mean, this is somebody's idea of a hero where they're, you know, Michael Aquino was a hero to people.
That's true. He is to some, yes.
Yeah, because he's like leading the rebellion against the established order. But really, he's more the established order than he is a rebellion. You know, he's, you know, it gets very...
That's right. That's the irony. That's the irony.
Yeah.
We need to point that out in our book, of course.
Well, yeah, it's like, people think, you know, he writes his rebellion, you know, it's ode to Lucifer, and basically, you know, because he's, you know, God is evil, we've got to take responsibility against God. But it's you know, it goes into polarization. So when you have this, like, you know, this person went from being a man to a woman, how cool.
As Gore Vidal would present it, yes.
Well, yes, but it wasn't just the fact that he presented it. It's that people related to it. And it kind of had this meme. And I'm thinking, like...
But why would the general public relate?
I don't know that it was the general public, but it was certainly picked up as something the general public had to swallow or digest.
Either that or they simply were not avant-garde enough. They weren't with it. They weren't hip. Yes, go on.
Well, yes, but you can't deny the fact that a lot of people could relate to it. And enough could relate to it to where nowadays we have it as a standard fare. You know, I mean, you have, you know, I mean, I confronted transgender bathrooms in the gay lesbian center in New York, where I would speak sometimes. That's where I first saw them. I go, what the hell is this? It's a transgender bathroom. Well, I got to go. So I go, and I'm thinking like, well, who's walking in? I don't care. It's like but you feel like somebody's next to you. I don't know what is this? It's a weird feeling, because it's not necessarily a guy. It's a guy, but it's not a guy. Who the hell knows? You just don't ask, don't tell. Just do your business. It's not like it was something I really had to cogitate over. I just needed to use the urinal. Thank God they had a urinal, Well, it's, transgender or not transgender. I think it was unisex. Well, I don't know what the hell it said. It was for either sex. And I got the idea that most women would probably not want to use that bathroom.
If they could help it. If they could help it. Yes.
I mean, I think I eventually found a male bathroom, but I didn't, just done it was no big deal. But it was a different feeling. Yet, when I was on the Apollo, the Scientology ship, we had a
unisex bathroom.
We did, and it was like it was used by the guys in the engine room, people in the galley where I worked at the time, and then a smattering of other people, mostly women that were birthed in the steward section, and there was such a spirit of cooperation. I never remember any issues of any kind. There was a shower, and there were some stalls, and there was some sinks, so like I would shave in there. Sometimes you were by yourself or with one other. Sometimes it was a guy, sometimes it was a woman, and you're just sitting in the sink next to them. And if there was a woman in the shower, they're putting on their clothes. There's enough room to put on, you know what I mean? It was just never an issue. It was never anything came up. But if somebody were to go into the men's bathroom or the girls' bathroom in other parts of the ship, it would be treated with like an outrage.
Right. Interesting. Interesting.
Like, well, what are you doing in there? I'm going in to mop the floor. Mop the floor. This sort of stuff. It's like, but yeah, it was like, it's just, a different atmosphere. But getting back to this, heroic complex, what is the choice of gender? What is the freedom of choice? Like, you're born into this body. You don't like this body the way it was given to you, and you're going to change the body. You're going to change the sexual orientation with the empowerment of the medical industrial complex.
Yes. The
Thank
enablement.
God
The enablement of the medical industrial complex.
Yeah. And it's like, when you're given a body, the body has certain limitations. You're responsible for feeding it and for treating it right. Like, body's a big responsibility. It's a big challenge, especially as you get older. And I want more chi to flow through my body. Chi's flowing through everybody. If I were to, knowing what I know now, if I were to, have a desire to become a woman, I would be concerned about compromising the life energy flowing through my body, or destroying or minimizing the life energy through my body. Now, there might some people who see it differently. They might feel that they're going to flow more energy because they're more suitable for being a woman. I can't speak for them. I can only speak for myself. But it would seem like a violation, at least in my case, of life force. So if I were to feel that, what would I be accomplishing? I respect if somebody is born with a, well, I knew somebody who was very hung up on wanting to be a woman.
Mm-hmm. Was this the person in Scientology who actually went through the surgery and died?
No, no, no. It's another person in Scientology.
Okay.
They actually are now living, portraying themselves as a woman. I don't know if they had surgery. You know, I would kind of doubt it. But in other words, they look like a woman on the outside.
Okay.
They'd be kind of like a she-male.
Uh-huh.
And that this person finds some sort of happiness and satisfaction as being a female and having relations with men, I would assume, and is happy that way. Now, this compromised their position in Scientology. It didn't work because they were trying to be something that they weren't. They're trying to portray themselves as a man who didn't really want to be a man. And, you know, now they're presumably relatively happy as a man who presents himself as a woman. Now, that's because that's who they are. That's who they want to be. You know, that person, you can say, and they had told me once that they were so upset that they were born as a man. They wanted to be a woman. This was their.
Well, they had gender dysphoria. Go on.
Yeah. Now, and they hated their father. And I don't know that the father was particularly abusive at all. I don't know. I never heard that. Just that they couldn't relate to him. Wow. But you know, you can't speak for another individual. But that's if this person didn't have surgery, and I don't think they did. I really don't know. If they didn't have surgery, you would presume that okay, this is who they are. This is part of their self-expression. This is what they are. They're not going to. Well, they could procreate if they had sex with a woman, but that's probably not what they want to do. They are who they are. But then the person who really wants to, you know, alter their private parts or destroy their private parts and recreate other private parts, this is really, you know, crossing a line which more often than not I would assume would be destructive to the individual. I can't, you know, speak for all the ins and outs of that. In the case of your son, you know, your son suffered a lot of trauma.
Yes.
And that presents a whole different case where, you know, you can't discount the trauma of being a woman.
Thank you.
And trafficked.
Yes.
You know how much of that is a reaction or a response to being abused.
Thank you.
But in the cases of, you know, that's a case where human trafficking took place.
Yes.
In a case where the kid grows up and just doesn't relate to their gender, you know, what's that about? Now, we have a lot of those people in Portland where all this stuff is coming up now.
Mm-hmm.
And people, and this goes beyond what you say about the white rage. What do you call that? The frustrated white rage?
Oh, incel, involuntary celibate.
Yeah.
This
isn't necessarily that, but where the city of Portland is now, people, you know, they're taxing too many people. And people are leaving Portland in droves because even, you know, it's not sustainable as a city anymore. It has to change. It has to change. And as one friend of mine said, it's been very socially engineered. The whole town. It's like a whole social engineering experiment. To get back to topics at hand, and this is just, I say, you know, you have to ask these questions of what's really going on.
Right.
What is the hero factor involved here? I don't know, and I can't say. It has to do with choice, and when we choose the body, when we end up in the body, we're stuck in a body, and we have to live with it, and we have to be responsible for it, and one has to come to terms with one's sexuality. And I suppose, for me, it was, of course they had to make a choice, but it was very easy for me to choose in the male direction because I was, basically a male.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't going to deny that. So, it's a part of finding out who you are and what you identify with.
Mm-hmm.
And that is an identity crisis that each individual has to work out.
Yes.
And I don't know. I'm sure it's been thoroughly explored in counseling by counselors. I'm sure they can tell you a lot about it. Perhaps we should all get more informed about that. But then the one who really brought it home to light was Dennis Adams when he spoke at Shasta about, he says, a lot of gender issues, and he comes out and said he was born a complete hermaphrodite.
Right.
And then they cut out over a series of years his female parts, which was horrific and traumatic.
I can imagine. Yes.
He says, if I was born in India, I'd be a saint, he says.
Yes. Yes.
So it's like, they take a gift of the gods or a gift from God, and they say, well, we've got to destroy this because we don't understand it.
Thank you.
Why can't they just let him be a unique, and that's where we lose. Now, see, back in those days, they're doing the opposite of what they're doing now. They say, well, you can have multiple vaginas or penises, It's okay, well, you can be anything you want. Back then, no, you can't be this. And he wasn't trying to be anything. He wasn't trying to be anything. He was a unique, a unique freak of nature.
Well,
a gift of, freak might not be the word, good word.
Thank you.
But it is
a mutation. A mutation.
Yeah, a mutation of nature. And, as they say, it should be treated as a gift from the gods instead of, but these other people are not the same order of gift. They're not the same order of gift. But I would suppose, as he said, they would make him a saint in India because he would be unique. The man certainly has incredible gifted insights, which I can't say were all a result of him being, tortured.
But it certainly is a factor. That's a factor, as well as his original hermaphroditic condition, because that's the reflection of the angels as they were biblically described by Christianity. Was the angels are hermaphroditic. But so that's why it was viewed as a gift of the divine when it manifested in classical cultures, or certainly cultures that have some degree of attunement, such as the Native American culture or the like. But definitely go on. Yes.
Well, yeah, and that, so that would explain. He was a gift from God, and then you have other people that are, maybe they're aspiring to that gifthood. They want to be that gift. Unless it's a case of, like somebody being born without an arm or a full arm, an attenuated development, an arrested development of some aspect of the anima or animus. When ideally you want to have the yin and the yang balanced in your system. You want to have a complementary energy of male and female that flows inside of you. And then when you're dealing on the outside with a partner, you want to have that flow back in harmony. The one thing we can say with people with gender identity issues, they're not in harmony. They're not in balance. And they seek this balance by changing their physiology. And, it's kind of like you're changing the outside rather than the inside. And the inside, and I would recommend it be addressed first. And doesn't mean you can't deal with the outside too, but it's like the inside has to be balanced. And that's what one could, would, or should seek, in my opinion. Balance the inside female aspects with the male aspects. With regard to the city of San Francisco, there was a news item on, and it showed he was a politician. San Francisco, I forget what his name was, but he was extending the forced evacuations, the prohibiting evacuations in San Francisco that happened with COVID. So you can't be what's it called? What's not the word evacuated? Evicted. Evicted. Because they suspended evictions in San Francisco with COVID. But now they want to extend them. And they had landlords on saying, look, I owe all this money in taxes. People are $150,000 behind in rent, and I'm not getting paid enough. They stopped paying us. We owe taxes. They don't suspend the taxes. The landlords were freaking out.
Of course.
Relatively so. And they were all Chinese, by the way. They were all Chinese landlords, and one of them could hardly speak English at all. One of them spoke bad English. She could speak English. And the other one spoke okay English, but they were very Chinese. And they were not getting, and they were landlords that were getting, shortchanged on their rental properties. And it was a genuine crisis. And this guy saying, well, we got it. And then it's like this tremendous effort to make the poor and the rich, not going to say the rich.
I'd say the rich, yeah.
Middle class, upper middle class, whatever, to bring everybody into one, happy melting pot. And then also the hotels in San Francisco have been opened up to, they've been paying the rent for, I guess, immigrants. In New York, too. To where they're saying, okay, well, we're going to pay the bill, move these people in. And then we've heard reports, at least in New York, of some of the people becoming quite indignant because they're not getting, good enough service, or, it's like, they're becoming like spoiled brats.
I mean, that's conceivable. You certainly,
Yeah, it is. So it's like, it's extremely dangerous to, with regards to maintaining, the status quo of society as we know it. And it doesn't seem to be moving in a positive direction. Because if you have, it's great to say that everybody should have a home, and they should. But it would seem to me more logical to take care of the people within the United States and make sure everybody has a home in the United States and take care of them and figuring out a system of, equitable distribution. Loaded word. But then on the other hand, it's not a United States crisis, it's a human crisis. It's a human crisis, humanity's crisis. So, people come in over the border. It's a very crazy situation right now. And I just know they just approved or are approving billions and billions of dollars to throw at the border crisis. Now, so much of this border crisis would be alleviated or would have been alleviated if they raised a much lesser amount for, I think it was just a couple billion, $3 billion at the most, for Trump to build his wall. That would have alleviated the crisis, at least in terms of the United States border crisis, the majority of it. But now they're going to be throwing much more money to just do a bunch of crap, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like the crisis seems to be being maintained and exacerbated, because if you put up a wall, you've immediately restricted the drama and trauma. Because it's not going to all stack up on the other side of the border, you know, with Mexicans running the Red Cross in there. You know, that's not going to happen. These people aren't going to be coming and sitting outside the border of Mexico. They're not. They're not going to come at all. They'll make do with what they have and wherever they are. It's just, you know, it's quite mad. The whole situation is quite mad, you know, with the fentanyl crisis. And then we had this gang apologizing for murdering some Americans. Did you hear about that?
Yes, it was because a couple of Americans, this is horrible, got murdered in Mexico, and then the Mexicans themselves were complaining about the fact that the government responded all out to find out who did them in, and I guess they caught somebody, or at least took some scapegoats and said, okay, say you're a couple of gang members and apologize. It's hard for me to imagine real gang members apologizing, even under duress, but go on. Yes.
Well, what happened is that it wasn't the gang members that apologized. It was the cartel itself, and said, these people,
wow,
you know, crossed the line. They shouldn't have done this. They're new members, and we're turning them over to you because, you know, they screwed up. We don't endorse the killings of these people.
Interesting.
In other words, this is where, you know, this is like a formal and sincere apology.
This is so bizarre. This shows a maturation of the cartels into almost an ersatz government. Go on.
Well, because they probably don't. I mean, it's just like the mafia. They don't want people killed indiscriminately. They have billions in their soldiers. They don't want that.
I understand what you're saying. Believe me, I understand the concept. That hasn't been the pattern of their behavior to this point. So it does show something different is evolving. So go on. Yes.
Well, it also means look, it's not typical that Americans get killed at all. Yeah. It's not typical. And if they are, they're probably homeless and you never hear about them, or maybe not homeless, but poor or whatever. But this was a known fact, and I'm sure it wasn't the intent, because they're not into just indiscriminately killing Americans. And these apparently were tourists or something. Mm-hmm. I don't know what the situation was with them, but so it becomes, it's not about it is about public relations, but they understand that they're going to be incurring the wrath of the entire country of America. And this is something that even Biden would get behind, you know, because he'd have no choice to. It would be politically imprudent of him to not follow up on this. So for them to apologize takes a lot of sting.
Yes.
But if they don't apologize, and the apology seems to have gone over pretty strong, but it's like, what in the hell is going on? You know, this is like going to get the wrath not only of the Republicans, who are already wrathful, it's going to get the wrath of the Democrats too, because this is not something they can stand up and take and with any genuineness in them. So, I mean, and then the Mexican president had denied that, you know, I think that it was a fentanyl problem in Mexico. You know, the Mexican president just said the stupidest thing in the world. He said, there's no fentanyl problem here, whereas it's known to be manufactured and sent in, you know, and they've got all these illicit connections to China. So it's like you've got a connection between the Chinese and the Mexican cartels, which is all aimed at destroying the United States. And it's like, it's all aimed at destroying the United States. And the United States, you know, has been enabling it, even to the point where it's prescribed in regular pills. It's insane. I don't even, I'm still, I mean, you know, some people are well aware of this stuff. And I'm like, I'm coming late to the party to it.
That's a nice pun, by the way. A nice play on words.
Yeah. Well, but it's like, because I don't pay attention to this stuff too much. And it's just insane. It's like, and nobody does anything about it. And you hear the border guards complaining. It's amazing that they're even alive on their job. It's like, yeah, it's funny, but it's not funny. It's it's like the whole attitude on drugs being illegal in the United States. It's like they've made pot illegal, but that just becomes a whole business. You know, it's all about money.
Yes, that's right.
And it does not help the population. The only thing that helps it is that it's not illegal.
That's pretty much it. No, I agree with you. I think it's a disaster, and I don't think that pot should be legal at all. But go on.
Well, it is. It's become an industry. But the thing is, all drugs, you know, they shouldn't be made illegal, because the reason they make them illegal is to control the distribution of them so that the right people get paid.
Yes.
And that's you know, it interferes with the whole Golden Triangle thing.
Yes.
And this is the United States, and this goes back, and people should understand this. It goes back to the Golden Triangle, which is the triangle in Southeast Asia,
Yes.
which FDR had set up, and it's in our book, The Roswell Deception. Took over the heroin trade from
England. Yeah.
From
British
England.
Empire.
Yeah, so it became the property of the United States government, and it used to be the property of the Royal Crown of England.
Yes.
And FDR sequestered it from them, as is explained in detail, because they were afraid of being invaded by Canada. I mean, escaping to Canada if they had to escape Europe because of the Third Reich invading England.
Right.
The Crown was very afraid of this, and their biggest fear was that FDR was going to invade Canada. He was ready to invade Canada, and this is true. This is not speculation.
Thank you.
And he was intimidating them by having all of these, what would you call them? Stations of war.
Yes.
Camped against Canada.
Yes.
In the 1930s. He was going to invade Canada, and they capitulated and gave him the drug trade.
Yes.
So that Canada would not be invaded. And if Hitler took over, it looked like Hitler was going to take over all of Europe at that time, because the United States wasn't even involved in the war at that point.
Yes.
They were not involved. They didn't want to be involved. So FDR then got the drug trade, and he said, okay, England, we'll fight with you now.
Yes.
We'll help, because we have the drug trade. And then the United States went into the war. And if the United States did not go into the war, Germany would never have been defeated on the ground war.
Thank you.
Never.
Yes. Thank you.
There's no way. So, see, what he got was the drug trade. And he didn't like the Japanese, because the Japanese were interfering with the drug trade,
Yeah.
because they were beginning to economically expand into China, and they didn't want the Chinese all drugged up.
Thank you.
And the Chinese were being drugged up because they had to buy, what was it? How much per person had to buy? Was it 50 or $100 of?
Yeah, just basically every person had to buy a stipend of opium. It was like required by law under the British, and the Americans inherited that monopoly, and it was simply leaving everybody unable, basically unemployable. The majority of the population was unemployable.
Yeah,
So
because they had to buy drugs
yeah,
that would go into the pockets of the United States. Now, what happens is it wasn't going into the U.S. Treasury. And see, here is the big thing. It was not going into the United States Treasury. We know this because that would have been ridiculous
yes,
in terms of, opening the books. But it was going somewhere. So this is a whole hidden economy. And the hidden economy that runs the United States, the Flying Tigers were protecting the drug trade. The Flying Tigers were tied to what eventually became the CIA, because there was no CIA at that time.
That's correct.
But so it's like you can't say that the CIA is in charge of this. Like, where does this drug money go? This drug money, who are the bankers of this drug money? They're invisible. But this is the drug trade. And to the degree that anybody interferes with the drug trade, it undermines the power structure of the people who run the United States. Now, who are the people that run the United States? This is an occult force. Is it tied to Bohemian Grove? It probably influences Bohemian Grove. It probably influences everybody. And the cartels, and then see, it's funny because China is now getting its revenge
Yes.
in its own way.
Yes.
So who the hell, as Walter Mondale used to say, trying to criticize President Reagan when he was running against him, who's in charge here? Who's in charge? That's what we'd like to know. And what we do know is that the drug trade, if you try and unmock the drug trade, you're going to have problems. So this is why drugs are illegal in the United States. And could we call this Mao's revenge or Zuma's revenge? We could say Confucius' revenge. I mean, it's because in a sense, China is getting revenge on America because America continued what England did,
Yes.
was bringing, opiating China. And now China is getting back at the United States. It's opiating America. And you could say this is karmic retribution.
Yes.
This is exactly what's happening. In fact, and I can't say that the Chinese, there is a certain Jewish influence, if not control, on the Chinese, and we can say there's a strong Jewish influence of the United States, but I can't say that they're all one and the same. I can't say that they're separate. I just don't know. Was there any connection between Sassoon, the great financier who, in Singapore, who ran the stock exchange in Singapore and, brought all the Jews into China as a port of refuge with the help of the Japanese or the sanction of the Japanese?
Mm-hmm.
And, he was clearly a influential Jewish person,
Yeah.
both China and in his connection with Japan.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying, was he connected to the drug trade at all that you know of?
Not that I know of, in all fairness. I think, honestly, he was, so far as I know, primarily concerned with making certain that many of the Jewish people could resettle where the Japanese were trying to help them resettle. And that was primarily it. His money was, he was wealthy enough from the markets, which of course is its own form of illegitimacy. I will contest, or I would argue, but he's who knows? It's one of these things where that would take some probing, and honestly, I just don't see where he would have the need for it. He was just set enough with everything above board that he didn't need to go below board to do anything. It seemed to be very much the monopoly of the British, and then they gave it to the Americans. Now, the proper name you might use for the revenge, if you were to use one, would be my own family name, Lin's Revenge, because the man who stood against the British opium infestation of China was Commissioner Lin. And Commissioner Lin is the most famous figure of the Opium Wars because China effectively had no standing army. So it was under the Qing dynasty, the Manchurian. So you could also say Manchurian revenge would be probably more euphonic. But Commissioner Lin was basically mobilizing the police forces to do what an army should be doing. And he did his best to fight against the British, but of course couldn't withstand actual armies against his police forces and was forced to go into exile by the Qing government because they effectively surrendered to the British after the defeat of those forces in the field. But Commissioner Lin is definitely a Chinese hero in terms of the anti-opium cause. So you could call this Lin's Revenge or the Manchurian Revenge when it comes to the opiate haze that America wallows under. So I definitely want to respond to everything Peter's brought up. It will take time. So what I'll do is when Peter retreats into the gentle night, I'll go into it all out and just explain what I can about the situation when it comes to the transgender phenomenon in America and what's happening with the media concerning that. And
I brought up a lot of issues, and even more relevant than the transgender issue might be this what I just brought up, like where all this money goes. It's like, who is controlling all of this drug trade money? Where it goes somewhere, it goes into some sort of repository, and it has been for
quite some time.
80 years. And it's like, and of course, this deeply influences all the politicians. George Soros, no, he's got his own, currency trading and stuff that he does and manipulates. He's his own, bag of evil. But this is a tremendous amount of hidden influence that couldn't be just one person. It's very mysterious. It's very mysterious because it's just like the takeover of Howard Hughes' company. The CIA is a great instrument of it. It uses the CIA, but there's so many hidden hands in the CIA that nobody, knows what. So, and this parlays back. I had on my timeline, it says memories of yesteryear, and it was talking about somebody asking me about the Lucis Trust. The Lucis Trust is a funding. It's probably where it goes, actually. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Because the Lucis Trust is this mysterious fund that's, I could look it up and maybe do another thing on it, but it's like, and it was, I think, set up by, I don't know if it was Alice Bailey or Annie Besant, I forget which. Annie Besant was the governor of India, and she was in league with Aleister Crowley. But it's like this whole trust that, is infinitely wealthy and nobody can access. Nobody knows who runs it, sort of thing. And it's like, that's probably where it goes. And it's tied to theosophy. I would bet you anything it's related to the Lucis Trust. That's where it probably goes. As in Lucifer Trust.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting proposal, and I see no reason to argue with it. It's one of the.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying it's like, because where the hell does it go? You can't take money and, like, say, if you say the drug trade, they bring the opium out of the Golden Triangle, and then it comes into certain markets where there's certain drug dealers. And, it could be also brought to the cartels, and the cartels might make it themselves, which might be competitive. There must be some sort of arrangement. But basically, it goes into the hands of the drug dealers, it's sold, and the money goes up the line, and it's got to go into an account that's not monitorable or is, what's the word? Free from inspection. And I don't think there's any other fund that I've ever heard of that's more public and impenetrable than the Lucis Trust.
Right. Well, just to put this into perspective for our listeners, understand one thing when it comes to, say, for instance, all of the, what I've said before, years and years ago, and I said this like when I first became a public informant, you see those old economic graphs, the pie charts, and you see the economic pie chart that you could divide the world's economy into a pie chart. And on that pie chart, you'll see oil, you'll see minerals, you'll see the different resources that are non-fungible and on the market. And so when you take a look at all of these different resources on the market, from cattle to agriculture, and they're all put on the pie graph, it's a completely incomplete graph, because what they're showing you is what is legal and above board or recognized, or what is traded on the legal market. Obviously, that's not the totality of the economy. It's pie a la mode. In other words, for those of you who are too young to remember pie a la mode, it's this really gross dish where they put ice cream on top of your slice of pie. But it's pie a la mode over the whole pie. And it's the pie a la mode is that black budget of drugs, of narcotics, illicit narcotics not covered by the pharmaceutical industry, which would be a big part already of the legal pie chart. However, unlike pie a la mode, where you've got that big gloppy bowl, that scoop of ice cream on top of your slice of pie, and of course, in this case, it'd be over the whole pie, the pie a la mode would completely overwhelm the pie itself. For those of you who can't grasp what I'm trying to insinuate here, the illegal narcotics economy is the largest economy on earth. It's all of the other economies.
Makes all of these economics charts a big joke.
Yes. All of the other economies put together, the economic factors put together that are slices of that pie, are nothing. All put together are less than the drug economy, the economy of illicit narcotics. So it is the world's economy is illicit recreational drugs. That's something people don't know. Therefore, the legalization of those drugs is kind of understandable for a state trying to gain some control, some degree of control. At the same time, it can be catastrophic in its own right. And of course, you have the other factor of nations attempting to maintain enough income to run wars, impact geopolitics. The Golden Triangle is no longer in Southeast Asia. I mean, it's still there in the sense that the land there, the soil there is completely capable of growing opium, as it always has been throughout eternity. But it's the communists have shut that down. The communists are corrupt in their own right, but they're apparently not corrupt in the sense of the opium, because they've had such a horrible experience with it. They're not really into selling it. So they're not really exploiting that for income. You don't have this huge opium trade coming out of China or Vietnam. Instead, it's all coming out of Turkey and Pakistan. That's the other place where you could grow the opium poppies, but it's doing so through the growth in Afghanistan. They grow it all in Afghanistan, which is why America invaded Afghanistan, was to try and tamp down on that, or at least monopolize it. It's all processed into high-grade heroin in Pakistan. And so this has been the way it's been for generations since the fall of Saigon. Over 70%, from between 70% to 90% of all the world's processed heroin comes out of Pakistan. That's all Salman Sheikh's people. And Pakistan is a nightmare. It's a drug economy that is the enemy of all mankind. And they use it to fund nukes and nuclear submarines. They purchased French submarines that they use that are capable of launching nuclear weapons anywhere in the world. So the Pakistanis are truly a military narco-terrorist empire. And the Americans, of course, were completely aligned with them. And the ironic thing is that because Pakistan and India are eternally at war and have come close to nuclear war multiple times, they're both nuclear powers. They've had their own Cuban Missile crises multiple times, and because the Asian Indians have been getting all of their weapons from the Soviets and then the Russians forever, then the Pakistanis had counterbalanced this geopolitically by aligning with the communist Chinese. And yet the Americans will tell you the Pakistanis are their greatest ally in Southwest Asia. So basically the Pakistanis play the fucking world. They play the goddamn communist Chinese and the Americans. And in the meantime, sell heroin all over the world. I mean, if there's any place on earth that needs to be nuked, it's Pakistan. It's this shithole of corruption. I mean, there goes a source of a cesspit that needs to be scoured. But giving it back to Peter for a moment, the reality is that intelligence agencies, they get involved with selling these narcotics, and it funds illicit operations. And it is, if you were just to look at it in purely Machiavellian geopolitical terms of realpolitik, of realist politics, if you don't engage in this kind of corruption, you're going to wind up sucking hind tit. So it's kind of like you don't really have a choice. It's what makes the world go round. So with that, we do give it back to Peter, and whether or not it goes through some of these organizations as kind of like laundering organizations. In the old days, what it was Nugan Bank, which no longer exists. That was set up in Australia, and Nugan Bank would launder all of the drug money for the Air America, the CIA, which was, of course, the heirs to the Flying Tigers. But then after that was BCCI. Yeah.
How did you find out about Nugan Bank? How did you from what you studied, or did you?
Oh God, that was back when I was working for the U.S. government. Yeah, that was Nugan Bank was the bank. It was like it was well known. They set it up in Australia to launder all of the drug money that the Department of Defense, of course, worked with them intimately. And so I was dealing with papers from Nugan Bank all the time. Then when I was by the time I got out of the DOD, it had switched over to, Nugan Bank had closed down. And then it was BCCI, which also no longer exists. But back in the day, after Nugan Bank, during the post-Vietnam War era, then BCCI was it. It was all the Central American cocaine cartel money was being laundered through BCCI. And that was like the most dangerous bank in the world. I mean,
you're kind of answering my question.
Yeah.
Because they're like setting up these banks to fail, and they become outraged, and it's like everybody's, it crashes the economy, and everybody's going whoa, 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 and it's like meanwhile nobody knows what's really going on. Yeah. And it's like it's the classic case of a red herring. Look at and this does answer the question in part, but it's like they're going from one big bank to another, because you can't monitor all these things. Yeah. It's just constantly moving, constantly, and you're right. It does run the world. And, it's like that's the classic absurdity of the fool and the tarot at the top of the card. You got the magician and the fool right at the top running the world.
Yes.
So this is why you can't take politics too seriously, because by their very nature, they're not to be taken seriously. Because if you do, you're not going to run up into anything that's, I guess what you'd say, genuinely, that's genuine. It's all going to be a big joke. And I guess this can be upsetting to people, but
yes, the truth hurts. Yes.
nevertheless, it is what's going on in the world. So, you've gone a great step towards answering this question. And it's like, as I say, yeah, it's like, is this something to be up in arms about? Is it something to make a YouTube post about? I mean, people make very intelligent observations on YouTube from time to time about the crazy nature of the geopolitics of the world. And it's kind of a hapless situation,
Yes.
There's nothing you can do about it. It's not that there's nothing you can do about it, but for the most part there is. So it doesn't mean you should ignore it, but this is the crazy world that we're subjected to on a daily basis.
Yes.
So with that, I guess that's about all. Thank you. We'll see if we're going to be on next Sunday. I will.
Right.
And we should have an announcement by Wednesday, I would hope, as to whether we're going to do next Sunday's show or we're going to do it with San Diego MUFON.
Right. And before you go, perhaps I should wait to ask these questions until Wednesday after you found out some more. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. But I did want to ask if we do this, is this something that I presume is going to be over the net? And if so, I hope they're not using Zoom, because then they'd have to give me the code and everything else that these Zoom users use, as opposed to Skype, where I would just tune in and we would get
I
this.
believe it would be Zoom.
Oh, shit. So you'd have to tell them that, please explain to them that my Taiwanese background, and because the communist Chinese, let them know that if they look up Zoom, it'll look like an American run company, but the owner is an ethnic Chinese with U.S. citizenship.
What you're saying is Zoom will sabotage your
Yeah,
transmission.
it's done it every time. It's done every time. Zoom won't let me speak.
Well, that means we might have to disqualify you from the transmission.
Right. I mean, but we can try. We can try. I mean, I'll be happy to try, but just warn them that in the past, I've been shut down every time. So let them know if they look it up, it may look like a U.S. run company, but the guy who owns it is ethnic Chinese with U.S. citizenship, but he's a card-carrying member of the Communist Party. And they do censor. They do censor here in the United States or anywhere they operate. They will censor anyone who's Taiwanese. And they've done that with myself repeatedly. But just because they've done it in the past doesn't mean they'll catch it every time. Maybe, who knows? Maybe this MUFON thing would be so different to them or unusual, they wouldn't get it, wouldn't notice it, let it slide, because it might seem to them to be not necessarily a serious topic or something. So it doesn't hurt to try, but let them know that I've had horrible problems with Zoom in the past, and they would have to also coach me. You'd have to give me the code to use and where to call in, and we would take it from there. But otherwise, I'd be happy to join, and if they'll have me, and if it's not an ambush, which you and I would have to find out the hard way anyway.
It wouldn't be. Yeah. It would be easily dealt with. But yeah, thanks for the heads up on that, because I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, important point. That's all. And have you worked well with Zoom in the past? You've used Zoom and it's been okay.
I don't have any problems with Zoom.
Okay, yeah, all right. So hopefully that will be the case, this time with myself. But yeah, and if they can accommodate Skype, all the better. But I'll try and work with what they're using, and anything else about this, or that would wait till Wednesday, like how long it would be, and anything else?
I don't know. Okay. I don't know.
Okay. So we'll find out more by Wednesday about that.
Okay. All right. Thanks. All right. Good night to you. Maybe I'll see you in the morning. Good night to everybody.
Yes. All our love, and share that love with Paula.
Okay. Bye-bye.
SkyBooksUSA.com. That's Peter Moon. And so I will address what he's been saying. As a matter of fact, what I'm going to try and do is bring some people on to hold conversation on while I kind of, refresh myself, and we'll take it from there. I'm going to start by trying to call Sammy Romero. Let's see if we can call him. Okay, and let's see if he's available. It says it's connecting. There we are, my good man. So what's the situation? Are you at work or are you at home? How many minutes do you have?
I'm at home. I can do about maybe 10 to 15. Is there someone else on?
No, there's no one else on right now, but I'll try and get someone else on. Do you want someone else on? I'll start.
Yeah, just in case.
Oh, of
I have
course.
to tend to
Scorpio.
Oh,
got it.
Yeah.
Got it. So let's add other people. Let's see who we can add, and we'll try the usual suspects. Okay, so there's the old account. Let's see if Michelle Carmela Saldana, Brooke Gibson, and others will be with us. And I'll refresh myself and come back and speak to all of you. And hopefully you can, even with Scorpio Baby and your responsibilities, hopefully you can, maintain call with us, drop in and out, so to speak, for a little while before I go all into monologue, which of course Peter Moon brought up a topic which is obviously something I can address in depth and will, which is the transgender issue and the moral panic that Americans are having over it. Yes, obviously the cartels apologizing for the murder that formally the murders it shows that they're effectively the government of Mexico at this point, so diplomatically, yes.
Well, my response to that is, well, you have to apologize to your number one customer.
Yeah. Thank you. Think that's beautiful.
We are their number one customer. I mean, who else are they going to sell to? I mean, Nancy Reagan did fail on that. Say no to drugs. I don't know who she was talking to. But then again, I'll it is what it is. To each their own.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's what makes me scratch my head. Like, well, of course they'll apologize to their number one customer. I mean, it's one of those things where I don't know. The more I'm an adult, the more I realize, the world's not black and white, and you talked about that. Shades of gray, but definitely, it's really not news to me. Okay, especially me being. It's not that I don't care or anything, but I think there's more problems in this country than the southern border.
I do feel it's got to be one of the most minor problems we have as far as I'm concerned, but yes, go on.
Well, I mean, it's just to me it's not really Mexicans in my opinion. It's a lot of Central Americans, and I know it's hard to distinguish. We do eat rice and beans, and
well, by the way, in all fairness, I'm hoping Peter Moon understands that the people who are crossing the Mexican border are not Mexicans, that they are Central Americans, and this is like almost exclusively so. Go on.
Well, I told you the story about the nurse that was a truck driver, and she was doing it legally, but she was a nurse. She was of a Salvadorian descent and very attractive. Young girl, but she had to take a job in truck driving, and that's pretty bad. If you can't get housekeeping jobs right now, and you have to go into truck driving, these people have to be employed, and their education doesn't necessarily translate to the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah, someone else is on the line. Oh, it's Michelle.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Who am I speaking with? I know I'm speaking with Peter Moon and Douglas.
Oh,
and
no,
who
Sammy
else?
Romero and Ian fucking West, as he is known. That's his office right there. You can see his incredible icon. He's
Okay.
developed a coat of arms for himself. And this is
Okay.
these two
So-
gentlemen. Sammy Romero is a manager at Cathay Pacific, and Ian West is we think
A
he's
struggling
a drug dealer.
musician. A struggling musician.
Okay, and Michelle Carmella, enjoy this irony, folks. Michelle Carmella is right now on a street corner in LA to talk about Mexican cartels, human trafficking, sex changes. A man is just walking by going, hello, hi, and how God fits into all of this.
So you're fighting a good
On
fight. That's
Douglas
good.
Dietrich's
That's good.
podcast.
Yes.
I'm actually a podcaster, and I live in a house full of people. Don't want them to hear these topics I'm talking about. And this happens to be the most private space that I can talk about these controversial topics, and you happen to walk past. So you either could sit and be a live audience, stand here and be a live audience, or you could go to YouTube to Douglas Dietrich and hear this later on. It'll be posted in a couple hours.
Yes. Yeah.
What's that? Yeah, you're standing right here.
Yeah.
You want to say hello to the world? They're right here.
Wow.
For real. Yeah. Hey, guys, say hi. What's your name? Rod? Rod. Rod's right here. Say hi, Rod.
Yep.
All
Rod.
right.
Now that's interesting.
Did
What
y'all
the fuck
hear
is
that?
that?
You have a nice night, Rod. So
Did
yeah,
Ron just set
you
off
know
an
what?
alarm?
No. I got getting goddamn call. I'm sorry.
YouTube.
Holy shit. Did you feel safe in the company of Ron? Was he trying to solicit?
Yes.
Was he trying to solicit sex from you?
No, he was like, what the hell are you talking about? Hey, that doesn't happen very often, I'm sure. It
Oh my
happens in
God.
my world, but I'm sure it doesn't happen in his world. It happens quite. One time I was on the bus. It was a 2-hour bus ride. I forgot that I was scheduled to speak as a guest for a sex conference.
Why were you
I
invited?
was,
May I ask? Was it because of the human trafficking background?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my own personal background. And I thought, what the hell? I have a captive audience. I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. There's the bus and here's the people. So I went ahead and gave my part of the conference. And the bus was so quiet, and I listened, and then I turned around. When I started, it was a bunch of men and teenage boys and teenage girls who were getting out of school, but they were teenagers.
They were all
older
listening
teenagers.
raptly, I would presume.
So, but by the time I got done, I didn't realize it was mostly senior citizens, and I was mortified. And I told the bus driver, I am so sorry. And he goes, no, you can take my bus route anytime you want. That was the most informative, educational, dare I say, entertaining bus ride I have ever given. I said, I'm sure.
That's so funny. Yeah. So how far are you from Sammy Romero? Can you two like reach each other physically within a matter of minutes, or what? Because they're both in Los Angeles.
Where are you?
Well, I don't know if he wants to give his exact address, but his general neighborhood is.
What town?
Hey, hi, Miss Saldana. I'm in South Central.
Oh, yeah, that's not far. There's just a couple hours by bus.
And let him know where you are. You are
Hollywood.
That's right.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I can take the train. I can probably take the metro lane.
Yeah. It's only a couple hours. My boyfriend lived in South Central before he moved to Hollywood. Well, he was my boyfriend. I still want to claim him. I don't like having to be a female itself. But there we go.
Yeah. That's
So
wonderful. And I want Ian to know. Feel free to participate, Ian. I want you to insinuate yourself whenever you feel you have something to offer. And I'm just so glad you joined us, Ian. And is the young lady Sarah doing well? Is she still in communication with you, I presume?
Oh yeah, no. Sarah's doing good. No, I got two of my old girlfriends over here tonight.
Oh, great. Oh, wonderful. And they're welcome to join us as well, as you might inform them. In the interim, do me a favor, all three of you, hold the stage. I'm sorry, did you have something to say, Ian, before I refresh myself?
Oh no, I was gonna catch up Saldana here about the trains.
Okay, yes.
Well, I do want to say something about the Mexican cartels, gentlemen.
Okay.
Before we start anything else.
Please.
No, the Mexican cartels run the country. They have been since 2008. They are fighting. The wars on the cartels are not the Mexican government against the cartels anymore. That was 2008. After that, the cartels joined each other. And during that time, the cartels joined each other and were fighting against the government. And everybody knows that the Mexican president is a figurehead. It's the cartels that are running everything. The Mexican president might talk with the US president, but the reason why that cartel had the gumption and the audacity to give an apology was because in that area, they are a country. See, Mexico to the world is Mexico, but to the Mexicans and to the cartels, it is divided countries. And each cartel has their fiefdom, has their country. So the reason why that cartel apologized so publicly and officially as they did was because it happened in their country, in their cartel territory. That's why they apologized and not the Mexican president. So when the war between the Mexican government and the cartels first started in 2008, my ex-husband and my children lost 8 relatives in 1 week. They were killed in that war. 8 of them in 1 week. So so there are areas of Mexico that are safe, but in the northern areas by the border, especially, and then by the southern border of the, towards South America, those are where the cartels are doing most of their, also Mexico City. And even when I lived there, while we were visiting my ex-husband's family, and mind you, he comes from a political family. We had his one nephew was a corrupt cop, and his house was bombed several times. And we had a nephew, 4 or 5-year-old, who was kidnapped. And then we had a brother that was kidnapped and beaten and left for dead. So the war is very real down there. But the cartel actually, the cartels are rising up in their political gain and game, trying to win authority and audience on a global scale and acceptance on a global scale. So that's why you saw why they I mean, it's ludicrous, it's ridiculous. We could laugh at it and think it's hilarious, but actually it's pretty insidious. I like all that rhyming that I did there. So
well, that was good of Saldana. That was really good.
No, that was actually very. It's actually true. can
Oh, I'm
definitely say that's
so
true.
glad that you responded because my Skype says go to call, and I thought, did I say all of that? And then
No,
I
it's
wasn't on.
true. To tell you the truth, though,
No.
because I am Chicano and I'm more of, I'm U.S. more than Mexican. I'm not actually. I've never lived in Mexico, but from what my relatives tell me, it's exactly what you talk about. But I have to compare it to the United States. If we just look at the South, the South is pretty much its own country within a country.
Yeah, the cartels don't want to be hidden hands anymore.
Right.
They want to be on the forefront. And when I was married to my husband, he was all about what he would say, this is Pueblo Raza. And I thought, oh, that's so nice that, he has that pride. I had no idea that it was a political faction and that he was actually trying to take over the U.S. and that he married me just so he could be part of the let's grow the population and take over the country by population. I had no idea about all that.
That's very that's incredible. Well, I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Saldana. Just listening to your testimony and just your life experiences, you really obviously the underworld and that background is much a part of your life, but it's just you're really an OG as far as just how much stuff you've been through. That's incredible.
I heard something today. You know why I'm so I got to tell you why I'm so all like bubbly today and kind of like almost airhead bubbly when I'm talking about this stuff, which is pretty ridiculous too. But while I was on the phone with Douglas earlier, one of my street minister friends from Skid Row called, and it's a big mama Angela called, and I've talked about her before. So she called and told me that she put out word 2 weeks ago that she had talked with me, and she put out word to Skid Row that she'd been talking with me about my cancer. She let people know I had cancer. She let people know I'm at Skid Row and that I want to come back. And she goes, you should hear the murmurs and the gossip. You're in everybody's mouth right now. Like, right? Really? And I started crying. I said, they remember me? She goes, oh, yes. And people are shaking in their shoes. And I'm like, really, Angela, you're not making this up? She's like, no. She goes, people either love you or they hate you. But girl, they remember you. And she goes, and the black and white cookie. And like, they remember the black and white cookie? She goes, yes. And I said, I'm going to have stacks of black and white cookies. And I'm going to wield them like a sword. And she goes, and nunchucks. And I'm like, and I'm going to do that too. And she goes, oh, yes. Now, here's the story about the black and white cookie. Angela and I, she's black, I'm white. We have very, we're a lot alike. We're different in some ways other than just being black and white. But most of the time, we just enjoy messing. We both enjoy messing with criminals, getting in their heads and messing with them. So, and not being scared.
Better, and it's so bad. Right?
We can make that happen.
So yeah, that was just beautiful to hear that some people miss me and some people don't. And some people don't want me to come down, and some people. And then she said there was a OG talking to a newbie, and the newbie goes, "Well, what's so the big deal about her?" He goes, "Nobody wields and uses their passive aggressive so aggressively as this little girl, Michelle." We call her PW. Like, oh, that was so great. So I have a kind of a little bit of a high from that. I thought that was just beautiful.
I think that's great. I think that's great. I think in other words, I think that speaks well about you. I think you probably repel the people that you're supposed to repel, and attract the people you're supposed to.
Yeah,
which is great.
So,
one of the things about you know, being my background and living obviously in the city is I, for example, the pandemic gave us a lot of downtime, quote unquote, and I just started getting into just a history on gangs because obviously being from Los Angeles, it's everywhere, and obviously I'm not in that, but you see the graffiti and stuff, and I just started just Googling stuff, and all of a sudden I realized, man, all this stuff is surrounded by me, but because I'm not in that criminal element, I'm pretty much part of the background. I live in a neighborhood that is very active, and thank God it doesn't really ricochet to me. That's one of the things that some of my friends who have had that background say, well, you don't give off that aura of you're in that lifestyle. If you were in that lifestyle, then you would give it off and, consider yourself blessed. And I am. It's just,
he's lying. They all think he's, that action movie star, Vin Diesel, and they all just turn away and run every time they see him.
Actually, you know what? I'm wrong. A lot of Doug's gang stalkers, I've gotten more heat from them. Really,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's true.
it's just I had a homeless magician lady was doing a bunch of witchcraft outside my place. It was crazy because it was actually raining that night when she was out there, and I had to take pictures of stuff and show Doug. And yeah, she was out there. Some homeless lady with. Literally, she had a suitcase full of just arts and crafts. It's crazy. But it's.
oh, I think I heard that on the podcast, and I'm like, well, what a perfect night for that, because it's raining, it's witchy, it's eerie, it's spooky. Yeah, that would be a good environment, good aura for casting spells. There you go.
Yeah. And beyond that, they've gone well, that was interesting. Somebody
eerie, creepy, stupid,
I just got like an incoming call from Sammy Romero, but I guess what happened was somehow he slipped off the line and got back onto the bandwidth. So he's entering something. He said, "Be right back." He'll be right back. But definitely, I do want you to know, it's I think that probably the enemy put so much effort into you all those years that they probably realize that you're incorruptible, and now that you're affiliated with myself again, they're not bothering you, I would presume. In general, they must be leaving you alone, or is that the case, as far as you know?
For me?
Yes, you, honey.
Oh no, they're always bothering me.
Good point.
And then and because it's you, Douglas, and we're children of the darkness who fight the darkness, yes, with sometimes the darkness. Yes. While we're purifying and detoxing it all out. They want to shovel more at us for some
shovel
stupid
more shit.
reason.
Yes.
But they forget that shit is fertilizer.
Yes. Yeah. True enough.
Like you trained me so well, and so
do go on, darling. You were speaking about the cartels.
I wanted to say, I heard you and Peter speaking about, and then Peter said Michelle might know more. What I know about the gender sex change and what it had to do with child trafficking, or and exploitation and smuggling and all that is, I keep going back to, in Russia, the oligarchs made the little boys dress like little girls, even up to age like 10, 13 on down, and then put them on this certain bridge. I forget what the bridge was called, but it was on the way to, it was in a district that was convenient for the oligarchs. And on their lunch breaks and on the weekends, they would snatch up these little boys, and they would have the little boys pretend to be girls and, and abuse them. And then they would take the boys and adopt the boys in their family. So in practical sense, they made these boys their mistresses. And then the families would profit from it, and because the families were profiting from it, and we're talking about being able to get dental work and operations and just being able to get food and basics of life, and then at some point the boys would be like, tell themselves, I'm doing this for my family. And, they had interviews. These documentaries are so old, and you try to pull up these documentaries, you can't find them because they're buried under crap. That's what that damn Pizzagate, Podesta-gate, everybody, we gotta go get the pedophiles, and swamping the FBI with all these videos, not realizing that the videos that they were passing along to the FBI and each other on Twitter and everything else they were themselves breaking federal laws, passing around child porn.
Yeah.
And getting people like myself hunted. Remember Genesis?
Yes.
Douglas, remember her? How she was, the one time, 15 minutes before I did a podcast.
Are you warm enough out there?
I am.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's that way.
So Genesis, remind me about her.
15 minutes before I was to do a podcast, I learned about Genesis, and we celebrated her passing back in a few weeks ago in February. She was somebody that was like me, and programmed and used, and they had put a program in her to be accessed when she would sleep. And she would have these horrible dreams thinking that she was having flashbacks. And the one time she woke up, she was bleeding, she was cut, and she called a girl that I had trained to be a counselor. And the counselor called me, the girl that I trained had called me and said, she woke up. I don't know if it's a demon possession or what, or an attack or what, but she's all bloody. And she has on different clothes that she went to sleep with. And she's hurting inside. And then, she's messaging me. And there is she was, sent a message on her phone, a text to go to her computer. Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. I'm telling this story.
What?
And people are going to hear it.
I'm
not having that.
What's going on? Oh my God.
It started getting staticky. No, okay. I'm not having this.
Okay.
So Genesis goes to follows the text. It goes to she's on the phone. She was on Facebook with the girl calling me. And the girl calling me was on the phone with me. But Genesis was getting texts on her phone and on her computer. She was on her computer. So she goes to her computer, she goes to the address that she was texted, and she finds herself having sex with a 9-year-old boy. And the 9-year-old boy is doing horrible things to her, and then she was having sex with the boy, and she killed herself.
Oh my God.
And I heard this was 15 minutes before I was to go on air with Douglas, and then somehow, I don't know how, but these cyber sleuths, they found the video, and they put it out there, and they were wanting to kill Genesis when she already killed herself.
No. Knock knock.
Yeah, knock knock. Who's
Who's
there?
it? My mom said DUANE. That was the only joke. That was the only
Yeah.
knock knock joke she knew, and I got told my entire life. Like there was never another. I just got told DUANE, and I'm assuming y'all have all heard that it's DUANE in the bathtub. I'm drowning, which is like the child honey funny version of fear porn, like laughable. And the only reason I stopped that is because I think you heard static when I came in. And not immediately, but I immediately started hearing you and started immediately sending back out energy that this was fear. And I didn't appreciate, not to you personally, but to the energies that had invested that time and energy into the people, you and the people that have experienced that is fear and fear porn, which is the only opposite of love is fear. People will say indifference, but it's actually not. It's fear. And fear creates indifference.
Thank you for clearing those energies so I could tell that story about Genesis.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So
yeah, I just think
that's
that
good teamwork.
Yeah, fear
there
needs
has
to be
been
cleared.
some
Like,
good
don't promote
teamwork.
the fear. Yeah, we can't promote the fear. Yeah, it happens.
No.
It's happened that people have succumbed to fear. But what you have to know is that you are protected by your creator. We all have a creator. You can call it God.
Are you talking to me? Are you
I'm
talking to me
to
or
everyone
or
listening?
Oh, yes, in general, yes.
In general, that you have a creator, and that when people send out negative energy to you, to a person, that you have two choices: to know that there is no fear, that you have the power, you have God in you. That is what Jesus said. Jesus said, I am no better. That was Jesus' example. There's no difference in me than you. The reason I'm called the Son of God is because we are all God. The reason I am God on earth is because we are all God on earth. We all have the power to send.
Oh, go ahead.
To send that energy back. But when you succumb to fear, which is rather, the worst examples are what you were discussing tonight, where it becomes truly dark and evil. But even the ones that are on a premise like the news, just let me show you how many people are dying at the gas stations. And my mom's like, don't go to the gas station. I heard people are dying.
Oh, but
my
family used to say, don't travel, don't drink the water because you're going to get sick and die, or don't have to go to the bathroom because you'll talk to strangers and you might get kidnapped. And I'm like, what? And what? They're going to have me do?
So I'm just like, honest. That one was free.
I'm going to be like, what? They're going to have me do what you have me doing already? What's the problem there? Man, I
was like literally scared to death of the fucking ocean, which as a child, which is actually a past life thing for me. Like scared of the beach, like I was 1 year old and like screaming and crying. Sand, ocean, wouldn't touch it, which is my love, my passion now, my passion. And it became my passion. But I still have a huge fear of the depth of the ocean. So I have no doubt from past life experience that I did drown. Whether I don't know how, whether it was Titanic, something sucked down, but I was there's an old body, just a couple of bones at the bottom of an ocean.
I'm glad that you're not afraid of the ocean, because the ocean is so healing.
It is healing, but it literally took me. That's how bad it was. Like from the time I was 1, my parents, all their friends were like, "Why is that baby screaming the second she sees the ocean?" I screamed and just wouldn't even let me sit down on the sand. And then became passionately entrenched to it because I felt a pull to it. Which is how some things you can learn about your past life, if you believe in those, but just something you can learn in general about yourself if you don't believe it, that I knew I felt a pull to the ocean and like completely loved it once I was able to realize I had control. So, the first few times I went out, I can remember being like 14. Like I would go out and like I would go out to my waist, go out to my leg, butt. And I went out one day, and then twice in one day. The first time I was just literally laying there tanning at 13 and walked out to my knees to scoop, like not even to my knees, like below my knees, to scoop sand off. Apparently, I scooped a jellyfish up onto my head.
But you still love the ocean, right?
Because you know what happens when you get stung by a jellyfish, right? Yes. The lifeguard, you're like, oh, and then the lifeguard comes running, who I'm 13, you know, just starting puberty and a developing breast. And he could have been the ugliest lifeguard ever, but for me, it was a lifeguard. And he was like 25 or 20, and he was running to me like, let me spray, where is it hurt? And I'm like, oh no, here on my like God. Right in the crease of the ass and the hip with the entire thing. I scooped a jellyfish onto my ass, what I did. And then I went out later that same day. Like, yeah, I mean, later that same day, which isn't funny, but it was kind of sad because the same guy had to come back to me. He's like, "Is it your ass again?" And I'm like, "No, I went out deeper. It's my wrist. It's just my wrist this time." You know, I mean, I don't know. He was probably happy, but at that point, I was just embarrassed. But
they keep a little bit on reserve, right?
yeah, they keep this on reserve. But I thought it was hysterical because that true fear. Two things I was going to say into it. Fear porn, because once I had started to get over my fear of it, and I like grow through that, like my fear was the ocean, it was like 9 or 10. And then my parents, who had been wanting me to go on the beach every time we go on vacation, were like, oh my God, you can't go on the beach. You will step on a needle. We have read there are needles popping up. You must wear these shoes. You must wear the shoes. And then blah, blah, blah. You know, and I'm like, oh my God, we're in South Carolina. I don't think there's any needles popping up. But I think that now. I mean, I don't know at the time what I thought. I think I wore stupid shoes for like a 10-year-old with no boobs and I'm still a baby belly, like an idiot.
I like that story. I like that story, but I'm going to finish this up because the street is starting to get busy, and I really don't want to.
Because I literally came in. I apologize. I just wanted the fear porn to go away.
No, that's fine. So it worked out perfectly.
No. It's very fine because you don't know that I am on the street in Hollywood, in a corner, or like walking. I found a fairly quiet street. I can't talk about this stuff at my house. It's full of people right now that I don't want them to know certain stuff about me. And so for me to be private, I'm going like very public, like taking a walk and a talk a couple blocks over. So I'm out
and people were stopping her to solicit her. Yes, go on. Yes.
I mean, wouldn't make sense. I mean, it is quite the conversation we're having. So anyway, that was the other point of this Podesta Pizzagate. We had actual educational videos up on YouTube that were helping people who couldn't afford counseling to get counseling. They were able to obtain counseling on YouTube, just like now the algorithm is so per every person, but on my algorithm what comes up is about narcissists. So but we used to have, what could come up was how to deal with child sex abuse and, you know, various types of abuses from age 0 on up to adulthood. And we were starting to put out there videos for spouses and significant others and also children about what to do, how to process and relate to your parents.
I need to ask you a question. I just interrupt this because I came in on the tail end. You believe the woman that has put the formal statement out against Podesta I think it's in Missouri, or I don't know. It's what Ian sent me, and that link. I assume Ian's listening, and not fucking his sister. But the one that Ian sent me, that is the formal statement, like to the judges that is supposedly sequestered. And it does. When I went into that, Ian kind of blew me away with that, because most of the shit with Pizzagate, I I threw to the trash.
Yes.
Because it was
Thank you for that.
To QAnon.
Thank you for that. Thank you. I bow down to you for that.
So my question is, what he sent me was, and I don't. Why the fuck are you on here, Ian? If you can't speak, like, is that like you got a dick in your fucking mouth? Obviously, like 2 of them.
He's got 2 young ladies with him tonight. I did hear them in the background.
Well, can one of them speak?
Yeah, Brooke, I'm a little tied up right now. Can you just go on with this?
Well, I mean, you can issue it. Oh my god. And both those bitches, I swear to God, are gonna have to explain to me why they would tie you up, other than to fucking fuck each other. Tie you up, they would have already put a fucking sock in your mouth and be fucking each other.
Okay, I do not need that word picture right now. And focus, dear, focus.
Okay, so my point is, he sent me that, and I can go back and look for it, but it's the thing that did get me was I looked up this woman's name to see if she was real. I was hoping Ian could pull her name because I don't have time to do it right now. He sent me way too much shit to go back through the history.
I don't even know if I got it, and I haven't. So go ahead.
By the way, Michelle, the weird shit is that Ian thinks this turns Brooke on.
Yeah, just like
I
him
have a
sending
feeling.
like 4-year-old child pornography images. He also thinks that turns me on. 4-year-old boys being threatened.
Then after he sends that shit to her, he says, "Now can we do phone sex, video sex? Turn on the camera."
Wait, is this
at the end? I mean, but yeah. Anyway, that's beside the point. I know you want to get back to the point. The point of the matter, to stick with you is, but that is true. To get to the basic point of that is she was someone that apparently, now again, this is according to Frank Black, i.e. Ian West, send me the link, and it's her deposition. And her deposition goes into like what she experienced and who she experienced it with, which are several names, many names, and they're actually both read and both on. I will say, you had your Hillary Clinton on there, and you also had your George Bush, and you had everybody on there. And like we've heard,
was it Kathy O'Brien at all?
You what?
Was it Kathy O'Brien?
No. That's totally different.
Okay.
So go on.
Okay, yeah.
No, so she what she basically did, and I'm scrolling through it just in case I found her name, but she did this testimony. So I Googled her. What he had sent me was just the testimony, and it was a double thing testimony, and it's supposedly now sealed by the state that she lives in now, where she did it. It's sealed right now, but some people got it. Now that's the story. But what I did was Google her name, because I want to know if this woman was real. I'm like, who the hell is this woman? Because she had her name on the deposition. And so this woman's real, as far as she's got a website, not only herself, and it's like goes into this whole Christian spill of herself, but the fact that there were people doing articles on her. And one woman who had done an in-depth article, which I just found was the thing that got me, a thing that blew me that day. Because it's kind of like, I have a passion for animals. You have a passion for helping people outside of, like people that are homeless, and to help people that have been through this. And I got the feeling from this woman writing it. Now, it could be exactly like Ian West has a passion for just looking up anything crazy conspiracy story. So it could also be that. But what she did do, and this is what blew me away, is her shit is so long, and I can send it. It's not something Ian West sent me. It's something I actually Googled, to Google her name. Googling this woman's name, I went on to a site that was she used to be on YouTube, and they pulled her off YouTube, but she is almost a meteorologist. Oh my God, that shows you how much we care about journalists now. But she literally went through some things to point out truths, and one of them, because I just always do the Podesta thing under the bus. Now, I'm not talking about Pizzagate in general.
No, you can't throw it under the bus. Let me make this clear.
But Podesta...
You can't... Let me make this clear.
This, and then you're going to be able to talk completely, because this is my end.
Okay.
Podesta, what I saw on Podesta's artwork, just in his home, of his artwork, was completely... Like, I can't imagine... anyone, even in like Douglas's like I had to experience all this shit, so I find humor at it. Like, you know, like I get drunk and find humor at this because I had to fucking tear this shit down. No, like I don't understand that being there. And there were a few other, obviously a few other things on that, several other things on the website, but it did throw me because I really thought I had it down. And when somebody like Ian West throws you for a fucking loop, you really want to just go get high and drunk.
What was the artwork, darling? I have to ask, what was the artwork?
I know the artwork. Okay. I know the artwork. I forget the art. I shouldn't have forgotten her name because actually I counseled her. She's a woman that has multiple personalities, and her one altar, as a form for healing and educating the public, she paints very detailed and explicit paintings that when you look at them, it is rituals. It is what the spirit goes through of the child. The outer body, she depicts the outer body experience during the actual traumas and the tortures that are actually happening. And that was another.
I don't think that's exactly what I saw because this was in body experience.
Okay.
Some of them are in body, but some of them were actually out of body also, because you mentioned Podesta. Podesta had her images. He has other images also of other artists that were torture victims. And that's what he collects. He collects artwork of tortured victims.
What does that tell us about him?
I know, so that's what I'm asking. What do we then go
what
with
this
that?
tells us about him and about Pizzagate and a Podestagate, I am never going to say that none of those crimes did not happen, because to do so would to lie and say that nothing ever happened to me. Because those things also happened to me that are depicted in many of those paintings. And I had a lot that I had to work through. But what that says is the evil that runs our governments. But that was the other part, the part that when
I
Brooke
found
came
her
on,
name, by the way, and I will put it in the chat. It's Jessie Marie Setzfer.
Okay, that's another.
That's
that
not the
is
one you
another
counseled,
artist.
Michelle?
No, that's not the one I counseled. But I am. But I also am familiar. I also am familiar with her artwork as well, though.
Jessie Marie Setzfer's not an artist. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. She's not an artist. She is the one that U.S. Congress has received her affidavit.
Okay. Well,
she was the one that. But then the people that I read about later on.
I misunderstood, but Podesta does have several artwork of tortured victims, and I haven't looked. I can't remember if I have heard of Justine, but I will go back through my notes and my research as far back as I can. My computers are all haywire, but I'll do my best. But to also address what Brooke was saying when she came on about the fear, that was the other part about the Pizzagate / Podestagate that we activists were very much angry about, was the fear porn aspect of it. See, people talking about adrenochrome. There are so many. They feed off of the tortures of children and the fear of the children. But do you understand that they also feed off of the dispeace, the lack of peace, the lack of joy, comfort, the fear, the anxiety.
Yes, that is exactly why everyone that is a Republican or Democrat and doesn't realize that there's one narrative going out. Like there's two narratives going out controlled by the same exact.
Exactly. And they party together. Do you not see how well that the Bushes and the Clintons get along? So, but also, if we remember prior to Podesta Gate / Pizzagate, remember Pizzagate / Podestagate, it was things like what size is his finger and how many digits this and this number means this and we gotta catch them all.
What are you tuning me on? Like, what are you trying to say here?
Just we gotta catch them all. We gotta catch them all. Well, do you remember, ladies and gentlemen, prior to that, we had the Pokemon phenomenon.
Oh my God! Shut up.
And what was the slogan? What is the slogan of Pokemon? We got to catch them all. And people having these, the holograph images of Pokemon. Do you know that there were children leaving their beds as young as 6 and 7? In the middle of the night, they would pretend to be sleeping, and then they would be caught outside looking for Pokemon. There were. Do you remember?
But in addictive game, what does an addictive?
I don't think that was the reason for Pokemon. Like, I think they were belittling.
I do.
Well, I don't.
Dude, that wasn't the original reason. No, Brooke, that was not the original reason. That was not the original reason. But you know what?
If you're asking if demons can take advantage, if you're asking if negative entities can take advantage of situations,
and that is what happened.
Yeah, okay, I'm not saying that, but that's just like that is what happened. In the 40s, kids could ride their bus in 50s and 60s, and you could ride your bike up to your friend's house, and then guess what?
Yeah, they do that now too. But don't discredit.
But then you didn't have, like, now I'm like, I call my, like, if my kid rides their bike literally 1 minute, I'm on the phone, like, let me know when they get there because it's been over 60 seconds. Like, I gotta go, right? You know, it's a red walk.
Right.
But
okay.
That's because of the 60s where we went through this shit. And we still do. You know, we still have joggers that go missing. There's always going to be, we live in a dualistic world is what I want to go back to. And I'm not trying to take over, but, like, what I am going to say is, don't you agree you live in a dualistic world? Can we not agree with that? Like, there's duality.
This is not conspiracy. This is not conspiracy. This is well documented.
No, it's not. No, what I don't mean is that it's
the military industry complex. And I will call them the negative entities, the dark forces, the demonic. They will sabotage the things that are so innocent. When they see how it is effective for marketing, and if they could use it for mass media manipulation, they do it.
I think you and I are on the same page.
Yes, we are.
If you let me talk, I think you are, because my point to this is that we live in, like, let me just make it really broad for everybody and simplify it. So we live in a dualistic society, meaning our creator, I believe we all can believe in a creator, or I hope that we do, whether you call him God, Joshua, all, universe, whatever, a ultimate creator, Big Bang was by a creator. Science has proven, and they both go hand in hand now. I hope everyone will go back and read the book. And I can't think of it now, but anyway, but back to this. So we have a dualistic society, and then we go down from that, meaning you can't come to Earth, which is, let me just put it simply, you can't come to college, grow your soul, if everything is so great and good. There has to be a duality.
Okay,
duality was created.
I'm trying to make a point here before I get reported, or because now there's security and there's a police, and I'm trying to make a point that goes back to the Pizzagate, the Destigate, because
I will shut up. I'm going to shut the fuck up.
Okay, please, one moment. Just give me one moment to finish my thought completely. So I do believe that the government, when they saw how fun this was for people, how it brought people together, and yeah, it also brought out how people don't watch their kids very well, because, you know, little kids were able to sneak out when they should. But that was something that was easily curbed quite quickly. But they waited a while, and then they launched this Pizzagate, Pedestigate kind of thing. And there were many of us, and when I say us, I'm talking about survivor activists who have been doing this for a long time and who have gone around the nation, the world, and educating, we saw ourselves being silenced, and we were educators of the I mean, we've worked hard to get our voices back. We've got our voices back, but we saw the public being manipulated with this tactic that was imposed upon the framework that was of Pokemon, and even the catchphrase was used, and we saw the people who meant well, who were innocent of this world and how the military complex works and how the governments work to hunt us and flush us out. Because we had cases against the Catholic Church that we brought them to the Hague, and we had the one Pope step down, and I had a affidavit that was submitted to that.
Wait a second. I just have to interfere here for a second, because Brooke is saying that I haven't spoken up for you. Is this what you want me to do?
No, please listen. No, I just want people to listen, because I need to be able to go back inside pretty soon. So we had that. We had Australia had a case against the Catholic Church now. Canada, and we had United States. We had a case against Warren Jeffries in Canada for human trafficking. We had people of the UN because of trafficking and their hypocrisy in Africa. We had oligarchs throughout Europe and throughout. So we were calling almost everybody out, except South Africa, South America's leadership. But we were well on our way working on that, because we were using trade agreements to bring these people down and to show that trade agreements were like what I did with Ian about the railroads. We were doing this on a global scale. Well, they wanted to hunt us, who were the survivor activists who were doing this around the world, and bring down our network. And so they saw this fun marketing that was innocent, and how it was easily manipulated to the people. And so they decided to put it towards people that were good on.
Well, Brooke is bitching that I'm not speaking. I don't get it. Would you want?
I
thought that
you
were
to speak. I don't want you to speak.
Yeah. Okay.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Because we've talked about this before. When all of this was happening in real time, you had me on the air. We talked about it. You let me cry on the air. You confirmed or even found loopholes and things that I had said when that needed to be, and so I can explain later on. And so I need to bring this back up to the forefront, so we could talk about things later and how it has to do even with my childhood and my current situation. So what happened in all of that, when the people meant well to uncover what Podesta was doing, and even what was it, little Maddie, and that had been kidnapped when her parents so ridiculously left her alone and her siblings alone, and while they were vacationing, they went down. What was it, to the beach or go out to dinner or whatever?
I'm not familiar with the case, but
little Maddie Card.
Okay.
Yeah,
go on.
And people were trying to find that, and that they were, they didn't know the difference between we survivor activists and we parents. So in the 90s and the early 2000s, there was a type of underground railroad that we who were married into these political families, we who were married or born into these cults who tortured us, we formed our own alliances. we formed our own networks, and they couldn't be found. And so around the time of the Pizzagate, Podestagate, there are cycles, like, you know, the K-Deads have their cycles for mating. Well, there's certain cycles to activate us for certain programs and for certain reasons. And there was times around that year to activate us, and they needed to activate us, and they needed to be able to find us. So they took this model that worked and imposed their agenda upon this model. That's what I was getting at when I was trying to speak earlier, that they imposed a model and they used it against gamers. They used it against people who were good at researching conspiracies. And they used you guys to hurt people like me. And you didn't know it. And we actually, and how people were taken advantage, because it was actually a CIA operative. I uncovered the guy. He tried to discredit me, and he tried to form this Father March down in Washington, D.C., and he tried to get one of these people that was still a programmable person. Do you remember David Shooter? Have you ever anybody heard of David Shooter?
Yeah, remember the name.
And he was still programmable. Sometimes he still is programmable, not all the time. But they tried to get him to go down to give some kind of credibility. And when I said, David, you know better, and he goes, I don't know who you are. And when I reminded him who I was, and there's certain codes, and David, a long time ago, when I was able to talk with him on the phone, he had told me his codes because that he remembered. And he went through this is why when I listened to you speaking with Christina Joan Hart,
yeah,
that was one of the things that piqued, my attention, because people I can still be programmable, but I stay away from. I found my triggers a long time ago, and especially around certain high days and seasons of the year, I don't sleep. I will go days without sleeping, so I won't be programmed and I won't be triggered. There's movies that I stay away from. There's music I stay away from. Different things that I stay away from, and there's people that I answer to, much like Al-Anon and Narcs Anonymous have their go-tos. We have our go-tos. And I actually, after a lot of talking with a lot of survivor activists during that time that the Pizzagate, Podestagate scandal was going on, we decided as a global network that those of us that were called designated voices, which I was one of them, meaning that we are public. We are public faces. We are the spokespersons so that other people can remain completely underground to do their work in complete safety. We decided as our global secret society to reveal ourselves, but to do it on our terms so that we could allow the public to know that here we are and we really are helping. We really are on it to save the children, but please allow us to do this in a methodical way, that we grew up around these beasts that torture us. We actually know what their weaknesses are.
yes,
We can we can control them. If we can't bring them down, we can at least control them to a degree. and allow us to do that. And it took some time. And we even formed committees and a protocol on how to counsel people from all the days and hours, the days, the weeks, the months of them getting so caught up in the fear porn and so caught up in these images. And I myself, over the years, how to bring them back down into everyday life, because some of these cyber, the gamers and the people who ended up being cyber sleuths and researchers, they nearly lost their shit because, getting depressed and suicidal and giving up on humanity because they were seeing all of this, this cruelty to children and animals. And they were like feeling so helpless. How are they going to do it? What were they going to do? And I was like, we can help you. I train people to, and have done this for decades. I'm still doing it, training people. That information that you have, you can put it into practical knowledge, practical use, and let's do this. And some of them were like, no, you don't understand. And I'm like, what do you mean I don't understand? I lived it. I lived it. I had to actually pull up out of it. A lot of that information that you have, that you went through finding, wouldn't exist if it weren't for us. We gave you that information. If the government didn't give you that, the government gave you what information that they wanted you to have, but the real darker stuff, that was the real detailed stuff, we gave it to you. So that's my case in point. And it's not, and please, the number one thing always is, and it sounds so trite, but it's not, when you enjoy living life to the fullest that you can, when you don't give into the fear, when you help yourself all that you can do to be the best that you are and enjoy those who are around you. I don't care. There was one time I was at a train station and there was a grasshopper, and I swear I felt that this grasshopper was watching me. I would take one step and it would turn its head to the side. I'd take a step to the other and it would turn to the side. And I was like, I feel a connection to this grasshopper. Enjoy life like that. When you live love, when you live light, when you live strength. This is why the people in Skid Row remember me, and they call me passive aggressive, but the reason why they call me passive aggressive is because I don't give in to the fear of the darkness down there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes. And don't give in to the fear of the darkness. And then if you see somebody that needs help them. If you don't know what to do to help them, it is so powerful. The acknowledgement of existence, when you smile and say hello to somebody, and if they scowl at you, well, then you kind of hopefully they're just having a bad day. Hopefully that's what it is. And but you know to pray the life out of them. When I was dying in December, when I was just barely talking above a whisper and my energy was so going downhill to the point where my computers weren't even turning on, even though they were fully charged, I made this phone call to different people. And these were people that I hadn't talked in years because I cut them off because they were blood relatives, but they were torturers of mine. And I only had their contact information for like utmost emergencies, but I hadn't talked about them talked to them in years. I called them up and said, I'm not carrying your shit anymore. Your self-responsibility. Because I love you, I'm rolling it back onto you.
Me?
And
no, them.
To them. Yeah. And I felt my power come back. Well, just recently, like a few weeks ago, I called my mother and I said, I am praying for you to be a human being and to obtain your freedom.
Uh-huh.
And, I mean, that's how I ended the phone call after like a 10, 15-minute phone call. There's a lot more to it. We'll go into that. But she was like, what? I said, do you remember what I said, that I was taking over? I was going full force, attacking the darkness. And you were scared and you said how I'm going to do that. Uh-huh. She goes, yeah, you still haven't told me how you're going to do that. And I said, I'm praying for your freedom and for you to be a human being before you die. And I said, so there we go. And she goes, wait a minute, you can't. And I hung up.
Oh, wow.
And oh my God, more of my life force came back. Well, ladies and gentlemen, sit down for this, because I started talking to you about my life, and we're up to me being born in Taiwan in one session, in this last session for tonight. Yeah. But prior to that, in another session, we were up to me 10 years old and starting to be a prostitute by my parents, when disowned by my father. But there's so much more that you don't know. But I recently talked to my father almost 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
And so there's that bombshell. But he asked me why. The first thing out of his mouth was like, I said, no, I didn't call for any of that. No need to make a comment or be defensive. He goes, why did you call? I said, I have cancer. I have questions. And also, we're not waiting till I'm on my deathbed or you're on your deathbed to get some things worked out. And he said, oh my gosh, I did not expect this. And I said, so we're going to allow the Holy Spirit his freedom so you and I could have more of our freedom. And it was a great phone call. I got my answers for medical stuff, and my stepmother is a nurse, and she made it clear that she knows me. She knows I'm not a prostitute drug addict like my family wants to discredit me and say, and what my dad was worried about. And when I told him, no, I don't do that, I'm a straight minister. And he goes, oh my God, I kind of figured that, but I wasn't really sure. Well, I'm a dad, I worry. And I know that you prayed for me over the years. I'll explain all that later, a later session, but not tonight, because I'm on my way to go home. Okay. But what I'm saying is I've had to work very hard not to give into the darkness and to stay in love. And that is where the freedom and the healing is. Of every individual who goes through the tortures, and everybody, I don't care if it is these child tortures or people about the kids being underground or whatever.
Wait a second. Brooke, you must come back on. How can you threaten me with blocking? Oh my God, she's threatening to block me.
Brooke, I don't know what's going on, but you know what? This is me saying what I have to say. And I had to walk out of my house on the street so I could have the privacy to say these things. And Douglas and when I said that I have cancer, he called me up and he said that he was going to give me 2 hours of his show, 1 at 5 and 1 at 9, if I felt up to it. And he's doing that. So whether I share it with other people, I gladly will, or whether I have this opportunity like I do. But this is me speaking my truth. This is me not only speaking my truth, this is me speaking what God has done in my life to take me out of abject outer darkness. Even being a child that was thrown into closets sometime, having to sit in my own feces as a toddler, and having watched my doll be treated with ice cream because she and kept clean because she was a good little girl when it was me that was the good little girl and forgot about. I forgave. I climbed up out of the darkness, but it wasn't me alone. It was people who showed me love. It was people who showed me not to fear, and it was angels. Brooke, I am speaking what you already know and what you want to say, but Douglas is allowing me to say it. You can either get on here and back me up and be an amen girl or go, fuck it, amen, yeah. Or you can be angry for what? What is it?
There you are. Well, thank you, honey.
And I don't even care right now. I don't even care right now.
Is it? Yes.
But let me tell you this.
Mm-hmm.
Also, what I wanted to say tonight that spoke to me about strangers are hearing me talk, and I don't even freaking care.
Mm-hmm.
They're not complete strangers. They're my neighbors, but they live a street over. I don't freaking care.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm on a bus full of people talking about sex and all this other stuff, I don't care. I don't care. I'm only on this earth for however long God wants me here. And every single breath I have to work, I have to earn. So I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it my feet gladly stomp the tongue of the devil out from his mouth out to his backside so he can have that tail that he's rumored to have. And my halo is hung up by my horns. I know the best that I am, but I also know why I shine. So during those years that I was prostituted, and I already had said days ago that I was forced into orgies.
Mm-hmm.
So here's some things that the public doesn't know that a lot of us who grew up in that life, we talk about amongst ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Humans are adaptable to situations. So we tend to make the best out of situations, and some of us can manipulate it into, not to say that we're still not victims, but there was plenty of times, I couldn't fend off people, but I could get them to fight each other.
Mm-hmm.
Because I could say things like, oh, well, why does your penis and his penis, or what's the word, dick? Oh, well, why do they look different? Why does his look a little bit bigger this way and yours looks a little different this way? All of a sudden, they're fighting. They're trying. And you know what? I don't have to do whatever they want me to do anymore. We learn different things. We learn our enemy. But I also learned things about myself. But that's why, things like, I wanted to say, okay, well, the matter of Christine Jo Hart, let me say this.
Mm-hmm.
I had 26 altars. We integrated whatever, it took time, but we integrated. They are all part of me.
Mm-hmm.
And their aspects of themselves, I feel them.
Mm-hmm.
I learned gifts, talents, and abilities from them that are still in me. Because you know what? They were always part of me, except the ones that were programmed into me. The ones programmed into me, I told them if they didn't come to the Word of God, they didn't come to life and love, that they'd have to be gone.
Mm-hmm.
And they were the hardest to leave, and they did. The other ones, they just let me know that they were always aspects of myself. And they just took on names for my survival's sake.
Mm-hmm.
But if I still welcome them, if any of them wanted to fracture a little bit and to come up to me as a name,
Mm-hmm.
I allow them, but I allow them to do that while I'm dreaming.
Mm-hmm.
And so they tell me what they need to tell me. or if there's skills that and artwork, or whether it's artwork or it's some kind of practical skill for my everyday life that I'm not sure if I know or not, but I have this vague feeling that I do. I will go into my dreams. I lucid dream a lot. So I go into my dreams and I welcome them to come forward and present them what my question is. And then the altar that has the skill will come forward, and then I'm able to use that skill in my everyday life. But the altar itself stays in my subconscious. So that's how you're able to make agreements with your altars. I've helped many people over the years deal with their altars, because you don't want to be triggered and used by other people. You want to still be your own person while you are living a well-rounded life. And these altars do have skills that make you feel like you're this well-rounded, vibrant person with vitality and so to speak on that, and then also to speak on the soul searching of sexual identity, especially during those people who've been abused. I talked to countless people in the LGBT community that they have not everybody finds their identity because, well, they knew when they were little. They just knew. Or when they were teenagers, they just knew. Some people, they identify with the identity from a trauma bond, from sexual abuse or some kind of ritual abuse of some type, or they form their proclivities from the abuse. But that really doesn't matter. What matters is self-acceptance. What matters is living in the moment of the here and now, and understanding that how powerful we each are in love at the moment of the here and now.
Brooke Gibson is calling me, but if I accept her call, it's going to knock me off this call.
Well, then you do what you need to do, because I do understand your relationship with Brooke is very important to you, and I'm going to pray for her, because she's angry right now for I don't know what, which I would actually say is nothing. She and I are saying the same things. She might be saying it in a different way, but the thing is, I do know what I'm talking about. I've lived it, and I am still living it. So, and I'm not really sure. I don't really think she's angry with you for whatever reason. She might be angry with me. I'm feeling that. That's what I'm really feeling. And I really didn't need defending. I appreciate you listening and giving me this time. We'll have time later.
Yes.
We'll have time later.
Yes, we will. Yes.
And, all right. I love you. I love Brooke.
Thank you.
I'll let you guys work it out. Maybe there's something in her that just needs to vent a little bit.
Yeah. Well,
so, okay.
And
I
want to thank you for drawing to a conclusion your narrative. Okay.
Yeah. You go do what you need to do, and we can pick this up on Wednesday.
Yes.
Okay. Love you both. Bye.
Okay. Love you, darling. Okay. So that leaves us with the call on. I will Okay, now if I had someone to hold the stage, I would call Brooke privately, but I'll try and call her back publicly. We'll see if that can work. And with that, okay, see if this works. Some confusion here with her 2 accounts.
I'm back, Doug. The girl just left.
Oh, yes. How did that go? Yeah.
Oh, dude, it was a fucking shit show, dude. So, oh god, oh god, oh god. But yeah, it's good.
Describe share what you're willing to share.
Oh, it's just one of my old homie girls. She's fucking, she's losing her dad, and as she was sitting over here.
How is he dying or simply leaving?
Actually, he's out. He was stationed out in. He was stationed out in Presidio, where you were back in the day.
Holy shit! Well, that must have been a while ago, because Presidio's been closed for decades. That must have been back in.
This was back in the 70s.
Oh, holy shit! He must be 100 years old.
Yeah.
So he must be dying.
He was a pilot. He was a pilot, okay. But he was a. He wasn't like an Air Force pilot. I think he was a different pilot. I forgot which thing, but I don't think it was Air Force. I don't think he was a pilot for the Air Force. I think he was in another branch. But anyway, so that was my boy, and then and his daughter I've known for, I've known his daughter since she was like 16. No, since she was 17, and fucking, I hadn't seen her. I hadn't seen her in like fucking 2 years, and she just I heard there's a knock at the door, and it's one of those days.
Yeah,
but
okay, so her dad's dying, right?
Oh yeah. He drank himself. He's drinking himself to death, and he's damn near there.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it took him a long time. If the guy was a pilot in the 70s, he must be in his 90s by now.
He was a good friend of mine, man. He was one of my best friends. But when I got my when I went through my little breakup, fucking him and his wife, sided with with my ex, so I just walked away from it,
Right. Have you got any audio to play? Something to hold the stage? I mean, you're welcome to hold.
Yeah.
Good. So I can take another break for a few minutes. I mean, this is just outrageous. So just so everyone understands, Brooke Gibson was obviously very upset with what Michelle Carmela Saldana was saying, and I have no idea why, and all she has to do, since she's obviously available, is now that Michelle Carmela Saldana is gone, she's welcome to come back on and balance out her narrative. I don't understand why she...
Hold on. Did you just say Brooke got in a fight with another woman on the show?
Yes.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
Let me tell her, jump back on the call. Here we are, jump back on bandwidth, and it's I wouldn't call it a fight. Thank God they didn't fight while she was on. She says she's calling me, but if I answer her call, I'm gonna be knocked off this call. I can't answer her goddamn call. Does she not have any concept of this?
Brooke Gibson, give us a call.
Yeah, Brooke, just
that'll be the only time you'll ever hear me say that.
Yes. Look, Brooke, I can't...
Fuck you. I didn't have a fight with fucking Carmelo. Fuck you.
That's not what I said. Yeah. So, honey, that's not what I said. I said that you.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah. I don't know where I'm not scared of her, dog. It's fine.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Honey, if there's something this young lady said that you disagreed with, balance out her narrative. Tell you what, you do that while I take a short break. I'll be right back.
How about that? No, how about you shut the fuck up first and jump back on bandwidth Douglas Dietrich, and you jump back on like you just told me to, and you said I had a fight with her. No, my fight was
not what I said.
No, I said that. I was assuming. I was asking a question.
Yeah.
Douglas knows what our fucking fight is fucking on, and has nothing to do with Michelle.
not. I don't have any idea where you're coming from.
Put the private messages up. I can put them up.
I didn't mean to
You
assume
type
for you,
them
Doug.
up
I
one at a
apologize.
time.
Look, I assumed for Doug. I apologize.
No. I don't think she's on that trip anymore.
You're the worst at writing apology letters, so you need to shut the fuck up.
That was good.
But yeah. But
if my Libra fucking sun with a Capricorn rising and a Capricorn moon, which you want to know why he's attracted to me and attracted to Peter, because we're both Capricorns, that's why.
Wait, hey, wait a second. To say I'm attracted to Peter is a bit extreme.
Well, where are these wonderful drugs she's getting to come up with this?
Whatever they're on, I want some. Jesus Christ.
No, you can write a book with
if you don't think he's attracted to Peter in the way that, in some way.
Oh my God.
Also,
honey.
Georgia's got a Capricorn rising as well. It all works out.
I think you're confusing cherishes.
You do realize that you have no Capricorn in your chart, which is why he talks shit about you.
Yeah, thank God.
So what I'm gonna do is you two can hold the stage for a few minutes while I'll be back in just a few minutes. One more refresh.
I just need to cuss you out. So when do I get to do that?
Well, you can cuss me out, Susan, but I'll be back in just a few minutes. You could go back to cussing me out. But honey, I don't understand. Okay, I don't want to say I don't get what you're tripping off of. I'm just going to...
You do. Then before you come back, take an extra 1 minute to read the fucking notes. Because I know you
do you want me to read the notes aloud?
If you need to get off, I can get off too.
No, I'll tell you what. When I come back, I'll read the notes out loud. When I come back, I'll be back in just a few moments. Okay, so I'll be back in just a few moments.
No. Here's what you'll do. You will come back and you ask me, where would you like me to start reading the notes aloud?
Yeah. Okay, that's yes, honey.
No, Brooke, you should have told him what you said last week. You should have just said, you just go ahead and go, and I'll deal with you when you get back.
I mean, I'm gonna deal with him when he gets back either fucking way. He knows it. Now, who are you doing? Where's your bitches at, man? I heard I missed one.
No, my girls, no. It's some family shit's going down with them, and it's kind of like one of my friends of the family's a girl. You know what I mean? It's like I knew her dad, and then I met his daughter. You know how all those stepdad porn starts and shit? It's kind of like that, kind of.
I just want to know where the lesbian is.
Oh, she called me this morning, but fucking I got tied up with the goddamn with the 8-channel security, the new surveillance system.
Like, no one understands what that means. You realize, like,
I know. I'm all geeky. Did you get the goddamn book? I sent you the goddamn Crystal Gem encyclopedia. Okay,
yes,
good.
Did you get the fact that I asked you on Michelle Cardella was on to actually come on and say one piece of anything relevant that you've sent me to actually?
Oh yeah, no, you guys did good. Yeah, I was following you.
You didn't come on, you bitch.
Well, I was worried about them. I was helping them out, And I've known them longer than you, so they kind of come first. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm gonna take that as something sincere in you. I don't know that it's truly relevant because just because you've known someone longer doesn't make them more important.
I know. And they did not schedule an appointment, and they did not, have any,
Have they ever offered to take you to Taco Casa?
Well, they take me to those
Taco Casa.
No, never.
Probably never even sent you a picture, like when you couldn't get there.
Yeah, did you see I posted the picture?
Yeah. I was like, adrenochrome, fucking keep it calm, bitches. I don't care.
I was gonna put blood dripping from the decals on the windows, but I didn't.
You know what's so fucking weird? I'll go there and I get like I said, the sauces are literally, for people that don't know, like their sauce, like it's so addictive there and people go for it. But like you get it, whether you're getting to go, they'll give you a lid. And if you get it there, it's like in the size of a cup of a thimble. It's a little bit bigger than a thimble.
Yeah.
And you pump it out of the pump. So you get lids. And so I got so fucking sick of pumping it because I can literally drink 10 of them before I pull out the parking lot, right? So I was like, give me, I'll buy a large. And they're like, we can't sell it. That's where we started coming with the adrenochrome stuff. We have to refresh. We can't sell it. But so it was like, but I've been going there for so long. We'll give you like a large. So I get like a large guacamole, like you get a large guacamole at Chipotle or something, like one of those styrofoam containers. They'll just give it to me. And what's random is every now and then, and it happened this fucking Friday, makes me so fucking mad. I will get my large salsa and like, oh my god, my salsa. It's not even a salsa. It's just a sauce. Just because it's smooth. There's no onions. There's no chunks of anything in it. It's just red sauce.
Look, what you need to do is you need to tell them, look, they need to have like a 2-cup mason jar filled up with the sauce for sale by tomorrow, or they're gonna start having green card inspections in there on a weekly basis.
I know, right? Well, I've got, this is the second or third time this has happened. I got a large one, and it was Friday, and I got it, and when I dip in it, it's just a smooth sauce. But then I would feel something, and this is how, like, the first time it ever happened, I knew, like, I just thought it was weird. But I would feel like a crunchy thing. It'd be like a hard, crunchy, like, imagine red pepper. Like, the only way I could describe it is if you were to take, like, red pepper, not red pepper flakes, like, chili pepper. Like, chili pepper, maybe. Like, it's the size of salt granules, right? It's the size of salt granules, but I spit them out because they're hard as shit, and they look red. And there's enough in there. This sauce is, like, I've been on there for 20 years. This is the third time it's happened where, like, it's red and it's hard in there. Like, so it's something, like, not cooked long enough or not marinated. So I'm like, is this truly the adrenochrome? Maybe, like, you need to cook the adrenochrome a little longer. I don't fucking know. I don't care, but this is not, I can't eat it then, because then it's just like every other thing is a crunch. Like, every few bites I've got a crunch, you know? Like a big piece of salt in your mouth, crunching. So yeah, I don't know, man. But I mean, I'm not against killing kids if we have to keep doing it for the salsa. But if they're gonna not do it the right way, then we need to stop it. I think is what we need to go for. If we're gonna fucking have to fucking get a drink from our kids, we need to do it the right fucking way.
Oh,
like,
well. Did you see my post about the spills?
The post on what? No, obviously I don't want your post.
Well, you ready for this? All those trade derailments and all those chemical attacks and shit that's been down here. Guess what? I got them all linked back to. Ready to go. He's dead. He hung himself. And he's dead.
I don't know where you went, but like everything you said from all those train derailments, I'm pretty. They wouldn't.
Okay. Well, all the train derailments, all the chemical explosion, fire shits like that, the one that happened here in Kissimmee, I got them all linked back to Jeffrey Epstein, every single one of them. And it took me some digging to do it, and the final piece of the puzzle that like solved
Why is
it.
it KFC, like Kentucky Fried Chicken?
No, Jeffrey Epstein. No, Jeffrey Epstein.
KFC.
No, I said Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, you must have used it in initials.
Anyway, yeah, I probably said his initials, but anyway, no, I got all those spots linked right back to fucking Jeffrey Epstein.
Initials are the letters, right, for the beginning of their name. Is that what we mean by initials? I always forget. Or is that?
I think it's. Well, I mean, if you do the embroidery thing, you put your first initial in the middle, and then your middle initial on the left, and then your last name on the right. But.
Or you can do like how you do your stomach, and you put like if you're like 41, you put your first letter, first number at the beginning, and your last number at the end.
Who does that? What is that? I've never heard of this.
Okay. So
anyway.
So I'm back.
Okay.
So honey, where do you want me to start in terms of reviewing these messages? Honey? Okay, she there?
Oh, she mute. She just went on mute. She probably went to go cook or something. But anyway, here. I think so. But besides the messages, I was telling everybody how I linked all these derailments and chemical attacks right back to Jeffrey Epstein.
Of course.
Yeah, I know. So in Palestine, Ohio, guess what is right the fuck next to Palestine, Ohio? in Columbia, Ohio. Try to guess. Just try to guess what's out there.
Yeah, you best just tell me. I don't think
The Victoria's Secret warehouse for the United States.
Cool.
Their actual fucking Victoria's Secret warehouse that Jeffrey Epstein used to work for in the 80s and early 90s. It started the whole prepubescent teenager in the Victoria's Secret lingerie and shit. You know, that was Jeffrey Epstein that started all that. But yeah, so anyway, over the years, you know, since all this shit's been going on, the Wexner people have been like, or not the Wexner Foundation, but the Wexner retail business thing that he was, you know, doing all these Victoria's Secrets under, and he did all the Bed Bath and Beyonds under. Their company's been like selling it out like fractionally to like third-party buyers and shit. So right as COVID hit, that Kissimmee spot that fucking exploded down here in Kissimmee was actually bought by a subsidiary of the Leslie Wexner fucking whatever they're doing, these little fractional businesses they have. They bought the fucking place like 2 years ago, and I guess that was like a last resort for fucking getting away with their child trafficking shit. And yeah, they said they're gonna, you know, I guess they decided to pull the plug on it, and that's why they've been sabotaging and blowing all these places up, and then having their buddies at the EPA come in and say, all right, yeah, we'll clear up this crime scene for you, no problem. And then, you know, taking the people's names and all that shit.
Yes. Go on.
So yeah, anyway, but no, that, I mean, that's it. It's just I got the link back to fucking Wexner.
Okay. Okay. Oh my God.
I know, it's crazy, right?
Well, I'm still more wiped out by whatever it was that Brooke is going through. I have no idea why she's muted, why she's like. But I appreciate your.
I think she's cooking.
Is that what she said?
I heard some bowls clink and slam. So
yeah, but it's
yeah.
Oh my God! I think she's just here to just drive me mad. I mean, there's no other reason.
Well, show me one that's not doing that. Show me one that's not doing that.
You know who's smarter than you? You know who's smarter than you? Ian West. Because I'm fucking cooking 2 London broils in a fucking.
Yeah, I heard some. Yeah, I heard some clinking and clanking. And I know she never gets laid, so it could have been her bed.
And then my son was like finally figuring out, you're cooking roast. I'm like, those are London broils. He's like, well, can I have some in the room? I'm like, okay, fine. I'll see.
Yeah,
make that boy a sandwich.
I love how all he has to do is ask instead of work for it. Yeah. Don't you think you're spoiling?
I've been cooking it for a while, and I would even say there's pot roast in there, and he just didn't fucking notice. And then he randomly comes to night. Is that? I just put it in, but it was fucking red as shit.
How do you not mistake him for one of your dogs?
Huh?
How do you not mistake him for one of your dogs?
I am a mother, and I actually, you know what I do? I actually, if my children weren't living with me, I would pay child support. I would never go more than a few days without. I wouldn't ignore my children or use bribery. That's because I'm a mother. Maybe you don't get that. I'm sorry, do you not get that, Douglas?
I get it, honey. Yes, I get it. But darling, okay. So, where do you want me to start reading these comments?
I don't want you to read. I don't. You know what?
Yeah,
those texts are gonna fuck you. Fuck you. It doesn't matter if it fucks me. It's gonna fuck you. So I assure you, you don't want to read those fucking texts. Because I assure you, if you start, I'm gonna fucking go there.
What?
Of why you asked me to fucking come on, and then why I was mad that you asked me to come the fuck on, and you didn't shut it the fuck down.
Okay. So obviously,
so
let's just shut it there. Let's just shut it there now.
Okay. Thank you, Brooke.
All right. Thank you.
We'll stay civil.
Yes.
Can you go back on mute, Brooke, so I can talk to Doug?
That's not fucking civil, but yeah, fine. You know what? I can hang the fuck up. Goodbye.
Honey, it's look, we're just glad to have you here.
I don't feel you have to.
What?
You okay, Brooke?
Honey? What?
I'm glad, Ian. I know you weren't glad to have me here. Douglas, I know you get a good fake, but you were glad to have me here. I enjoy you both. I love you both. Take care. Bye.
What? Oh, it's good talking to you.
What?
Don't worry, she'll come right back. She's not going to turn down that free
that's
attention.
True. That's true. That's true. She has to eat. Yes. Then when she's so Ian, yes, do go on. You've connected all this to Jeffrey Epstein through initials
because you agree so much with him. If I'm not gonna hang the fuck up, then let me stay the fuck here. Let me talk about how much you fucking talk about Ian and how you think everything Ian says is fucking out of his ass, through his fucking nose, up to his fucking brain with fucking meth, and you're like, you nailed it on the head, Brooke. He's fucking crazy. But oh my God, you're gonna be like, yeah, Ian, you're right. Stay the fuck here.
Honey, I said publicly on this transmission, not necessarily tonight's, but the episode before tonight's, I was explaining to young Sarah about how the foundations of what Ian West says are true. I've said that to you, and yeah.
I know, you know who first said that before you? You introduced Ian as like a crackhead, and you were laughing at him, and you do what you do with everyone. Like,
that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
No,
that's not true. I brought you on. Actually,
like, how are you, Joe? Please tell me more about your life.
No, wait, actually, wait. Actually, anyone can hear my introduction of Brooke Gibson to Ian West, and what she's saying is simply not true. I brought her on, and they were both introduced, and I said, this is Ian West, and then...
Yeah, like, Ian West, I had any idea that the crackhead was going to come through with, oh, yeah, how are you doing, Ian? I know you've been having some medical problems. Listen to the transmission, bitches. Listen. Medical problems. How are you doing better, Ian? With your little voice, because I can't do a Libra voice. Are you doing better? And you're like, hell the fuck no, because he's more like me. At least he's fucking truthful. He's like, hell the fuck no. Man, I fucking went to get out my fucking bag from fucking Uber Eats, and I didn't fucking touch that bag. I didn't touch the motherfucker, and the shit fucking jumped into me. And then you're like, what?
We saw the shedding under a UV light.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah. He saw it under a UV light. That's when Brooke said. That's when
I will fucking call Ian out, or I won't, and I will fucking call him up for advice. Right. But your ass just is like, yeah, say more, because I love my viewers to hear it, and me just keep egging you on as I laugh at you in the background.
It's not like that. It's not like that. I mean, everyone can understand. You can listen to the episodes where I was interviewing Ian before yourself.
Listen to you personally.
What?
Nothing.
Honey, then I brought you on and you called him a crackhead. Meth head. You said he's a meth head.
Yes, I did.
And that's when I thought it was funny. That's when I said,
this is Florida, Brooke. We're a little more sophisticated than crack, you know.
Yes.
And I didn't call him crack. Actually, that's where he's fucking wrong. I called him a meth head.
Well, guess what, Brooke? We have Sammy Romero on with us, the Rock of Gibraltar of Team Dietrich, the foundation.
Doesn't slander my drug habits. Yeah.
Well, I miss Sammy. I miss Sammy. So I actually miss Skull, and the only person that
what's going on, guys?
Well, what happened? I guess I can't go there because that's going to start it all over again. So don't ask.
Because you can't be wrong. Because you can't be wrong, bitch.
What are you saying? That's not true. I've never had that attitude.
You can't even admit back to the fact when you introduced Ian, like when you were like literally making fun of him, and then when I actually made fun of him, like outright, was like, I think you're a meth head. You're like, but you're loudest laugh fucking ever.
Actually, anyone can listen to the episodes of my interviewing Ian West, and then you can listen to the difference in my tone after I brought Brooke on, and then my tone towards Ian West changed when I brought Brooke on because Brooke kind of like broke down certain barriers.
Yeah, I think he was trying to woo you, Brooke. I think that's what he was trying to woo you.
That's fine. You know what? Whatever you want to call it.
Hey,
I'm done.
To make you guys feel better, you guys are actually pretty normal people compared to all the people that Doug's brought on.
Thank you.
I can name a lot of people,
yes, thank you.
but I won't. Well, no, that's like Count Chocula. That's he's different. But no, I had company over. That's why I had to get off because I had Isaac coming over. So
Oh,
you know, I
wonderful,
had to,
wonderful. How
had to-
is your twin brother? Just so people understand, he throws out these names like we all know who he's talking about.
Oh yeah, yeah. Dang it.
Your
yeah, I know that-
organic clone, your naturally
Yes,
born.
my organic clone. Yes. Apparently, some people actually know him by name who I don't realize they know him. But
Maybe
then
he
again-
would like you to give less information because there are a few people out there that are writing this shit down.
Well,
Well,
they all
to
know it
the-
all already, bro.
yeah, I mean, look, guys. I had AT&T outside my bedroom window while I was doing my adult business with my lady, and yeah, so I kind of get the jig that you know, obviously who I'm
Pretty
affiliated
popular.
Yes.
with.
Yeah,
Which
the
is-
opposite of you, Ian.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great thing about it is this actually was on a Sunday too, of all days, and they were doing
Oh,
whatever
well,
they
that
were
was your
doing.
freaking father coming back from the grave. You can't fucking fuck on a Sunday, bitch.
Yeah. The NSA doesn't let anybody work on the Sunday. There's something up there.
Actually, you're not supposed to be working on a Sunday, so he should be
That's-
enjoying himself.
That's what made it crazy. Is what the hell are you guys doing here on a Sunday working on? Believe it or not, it was actually the same AT&T box that lady was doing her arts and crafts, quote
Of
unquote.
course.
So
Of course, that goes
Where the
with
dead
us.
cat showed up the month before, I'm sure.
Yes.
right, so and the crazy about it is they replaced that whole because she put a bunch of stickers up. I even showed Doug.
Yeah.
So it's just a bunch
You
of
showed me the
miscellaneous stickers.
photograph. It was a bunch of these stickers. Yeah, it was all quite chaotic, quite the norm you would expect for these agents of chaos. Go on. Yes.
So right, so yeah, so I was like, what the hell's going on? So obviously I went out and checked, and yeah, these were about 6 of these AT&T guys on a Sunday.
How
This is
many
around-
AT&T men does it take to screw in a light bulb? Yes, go on.
Right, and these guys were just talking and laughing and just like this was like at noon, like during the day. I'm like, do they realize what time it is?
Not only that, you could have
But-
asked them. You could have approached them and said, other people hold these kinds of conversations around the water fountain at work. Go
Yeah,
on.
ask them. Can you give me a little privacy, please? I mean, but obviously, this is just it's just what you got to deal with. Unfortunately, it's what you got to deal with.
Thank you.
Hey, Sammy, I told you to get the fuck out of the state that Douglas lives in. And you want to live there, it's your fucking fault.
Right. Thank you, Brooke. But believe it or not, you guys are actually honestly, I've noticed a little bit more sense of
Humility?
friendship.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, it's really, believe it or not, this is actually this core group that has helped out with his transmissions. Actually, has been pretty stable compared to a lot of people that just don't have a lot of life, and that's that's saying a lot because and I think you guys know who we're talking about. It's just there's a lot of people that come to this platform that are I would say
Like you.
unique.
Oh, God.
Well, they're basically the enemy. That's basically.
Well,
Right.
I am God, and I would like to kill everyone. I would like
She's
everyone to
emulating.
understand I'm God.
I told her what Jambo the Reese Monkey used to say, so she's emulating that.
Right. Well, that unfortunately, our former executive producer had a lot of emotional issues.
Yeah,
but
dude,
but-
he was the enemy. He was an enemy
Right.
asset.
Oh yes, of course. But tell you the truth, I have to also, shine that light on me a little bit. Actually, yesterday or I think Friday, I actually blew up on one of my guys that one of my people that I supervise. I actually,
See, this is why I need you in South Carolina because it would make me so happy to watch you blow up on someone.
the problem is it wasn't really. It was just I was hangry, and obviously when you're hungry and your patience runs low, but also I'm dealing with someone that is a lot older than me, and she happens to be one of the few women that work around us, predominantly a male environment. So unfortunately, this happens where they like to only select certain assignments, and I've had to talk to this person because it's just not fair. I've gotten complaints about, people have to pick up the work slack, and it kind of boiled over in a sense that I had
used to that. Ian's had to be in a similar situation as you, I believe, like picking up work slack. I mean, the opposite. He's the one they're complaining about having to pick work slack up. But yeah, I think he knows.
Well, right. When we think of even thinking about the environment you worked at, Brooke, the Amazon environment, I'm sure, those situations arise somehow. But maybe I'm wrong. But I had to tell this person, look, just follow instructions. That's all you got to do. I'm not here to. I don't like to micromanage people, but this person really forced me to micromanage them, and I was very stern, and it happened the way it happened. But I had to put my foot down because they're acting like a child. So, cooler heads prevailed, and I took my lunch, and it was pretty
by
much.
the way, I could interject a joke here. Cooler heads prevailed, and they pulled him off of her while he was beating her on the ground. Yes. So go on.
Yeah, that probably would have been very satisfying at the time, but no, I had to. I kind of had to, just get over myself, because honestly, what interesting happened was about 10 minutes later of that happened, it happened to me. So I actually started laughing because I'm like, man, this person looks like a total dumbass of being super emotional and upset. And it really just made me point a mirror at myself, like, man, I must have looked like a total idiot. But, at the time, it was just things had to happen the way they did. And, I resolved it. It is what it is. But, yeah, it's just some people just don't like taking instruction. And you kind of have to, at that time, at least I did. I had to micromanage up to the point where, you have to spoon feed the information to them to make them understand, you forced me to do this. But it is what it is.
Amazon's got it down to a science. I will tell you this. I only worked there during 2020 for 3 months. And never been in that kind of environment before. But I will tell you, I didn't want to fucking go to work, number one. Number two, I thought that, I never worked third shift in my life. I was like, I'm a night person. Third shift will be great, right? Like fucking 7. It was like because it was 12-hour shifts. It was only like having to work 3 of them, and you got paid for 40 hours. So I was like, that's fucking great. I go on like 7, work till like 7. Yeah, it'd be great. And then I did it. And then I worked. I was great. And what would happen, and this time Amazon does it, they overschedule. For the people that are like for what I was doing was like boxing. So they have different people in the plant. So they've got the people shopping for it and then the people that box it. So I was doing the boxing line. So you'd box it and tape it and send it down the aisle. And you have people that are good at it and people that aren't.
Yes.
So what happens is they overschedule. So you would come in and let's say you're doing 7. So people that really wanted their hours are coming at 6:30 or 6:45. My house is coming at 7:05. Like I was like, let me fucking go, because they were always fucking overscheduled with too many fucking people. They would, if the people at first were in fucking line, the people first would get to go. This is how it started when I first started those first few weeks. Then it changed suddenly, and I would come in. I'd be like, I'm here 7:05, and it says people are leaving, because I'd walk as we were walking in. You'd see people leaving. I'd be like, oh, are they letting people fucking go? Is it a night they're overscheduled? And they'd be like, yeah, I'm out. I'm like, oh fuck yeah, I'm gonna be out. And then I fucking come in, and they'd be like, oh no, you can't go. You can't go.
Yeah.
So then they started being like, having names of people that could go and people that couldn't go, and they were letting people go that didn't fucking work hard. Which was a bullshit fucking thing, because although, yes, for the company, that's great, yeah. But if I don't want to fucking work, obviously I'm not needing the money that bad, I want the fuck off, you're letting them fucking go? Are you going to pay me an extra $1 an hour to fucking be here?
Yeah.
Then why are you letting why does the lazy ass get to go?
Yeah.
So it's like all these companies are trying to figure out their financial best way to make money and keep people that produce high for the least amount of money, and I think it's bullshit.
Yeah,
they don't want to pay people what they're worth. Like you're not even paying any of these people what they're worth, to be honest. But the majority of them. But like your wage versus what you're making, like just Amazon itself, is so unbelievably low. And people that are sitting there as Republicans going, hey, but if we raise taxes and actually make Amazon pay them like a normal person does at the percentage they would have in the 80s, they won't hire as many people. And I'm like, really? Do you think people are going to quit ordering Amazon? Like, shut the fuck up. Do you think that Jeff Bezos is going to be like, oh, I can only buy 4 yachts this year and do 2 spaceships? I'm going to Amazon's done for me. If I can't do at least 4 spaceships this fucking next year too, like, fuck this. I just quit Amazon. Amazon is over. I'm not having to join it.
Brooke, that's funny that you say that about Amazon.
Well,
because whenever,
Brooke, you have to pick yourself up by your own bootstraps, you know? Like, you know, this is America here, you know? It's not like there's an illegal workforce that, you know, that doesn't have that option.
Complaining about.
Thank you so much. I always forget that. Thank you for pointing that out to me, Sammy. You always point out the unobvious. Yes.
No. Honestly, Amazon's a meat grinder, but pretty much now. But
it is. You're right.
It's one of those things where you even look at, like, for example, when I went to San Francisco and I stayed at a very old hotel right near the Tenderloin. Obviously, I didn't realize that was a Tenderloin until I started remembering what Doug was talking about. I'm like, yeah, this makes where I live at, Beverly Hills. But all the maids were either Central American,
right,
and there was one Russian maid, right?
And
guess what? We got the Russian maid. Either she was Russian. She was some type of Eastern European. I know that. She wasn't very attractive. Anyways, yeah. When we got there, Maria actually found lipsticks on the sheets, and she told me, "Hey, they're supposed to change these sheets." I'm like, "What's going on?" He's like, "Yeah, they pretty much just." You know, flipped them
inside out.
You know, inside out. And then we called room service, and yeah, this person was Guatemalan, the lady, and she pretty much told in Spanish, the bitch that did you guys is the white lady, and she's fucking lazy. And we think she's fucking the manager, and I'm like, oh, okay, that sounds about right. But she changed the sheets and everything. It was fine. It's just, no, I don't know. It was one of those things where, you know, unfortunately, I don't have an eye for that. She does, obviously, because guess what? Maria actually worked in housekeeping of all things, right? Yes. Go figure, right?
Yes.
But no, I'm not, and this is not to say there's not people of that ethnicity that don't do good work. It's just, you know, people play the cards. It is what it is. It's just how the cookie crumbles. It's just, it's amazing that, you know, sometimes, guess what? Asians are terrible drivers. It's just, you know, hey, that's how it falls. You know, it's a certain stigma. Even Doug, you talked about it, where, you know, guess what? Right now at my job, that airline that I work for is being taken over by Filipinos.
Yes.
Literally. Yeah. There's only one a Taiwanese guy that's holding on for dear life, and and he's getting nervous. And the guy that just left right now is, of all things, a New Zealander. He left, but it's because they pretty much was forcing him to leave. But what I was told is China Airlines might pretty much buy off that airline. I guess they own a certain stake on that airline, and they're just pretty much trying to bleed off the current airline that I work for. In other words, make them pretty much tap out, and then they just take over. But you know, it's just how things work. But yeah. Anyways, guys, sorry if I'm rambling. Sorry, it's just
no. I think it's brilliant. I appreciate your explaining all this. And
first of all, I just need to teach you Mahalakita. Can you say Mahalakita?
No, I don't know. I don't know what that is. What is that?
She's
Say
speaking
it.
of the peacock angel. I
No,
believe.
no, Mahalo Kita.
Okay.
Mahalo Kita is I love you in Filipino.
Oh, the Tagalog. How'd you fucking learn that?
Tagalog.
Mahalo Kita, because I had an ex-boyfriend that was Filipino.
Oh my
Mahalo Kita.
fucking God. And don't tell me that turned you on.
Well, to tell you the truth, the reason why Doug got rid of the last Filipino guy was...
What do you mean it turned me on? The fact that you told me that? Or wait, I want to ask what Doug just fucking said.
Wait a second, Sammy. No, the reason I got rid of the last Filipino guy. Go on, Sammy.
Because he was trying to take over the show and, trying to pretty much, once you let one in, forget it, you're screwed, right? But, I'm sorry, that's pretty much what all the Chinese guys...
Well, that's like when you go black, you know...
Go back. Go. Right. Then she glitched. Yeah. She glitched. She said once you go black, and then she glitched out.
You don't go back. Ask Ian.
Yes. There we go.
Yeah. But I went off on that coworker of mine, and it was hilarious because everybody was staring at me.
I think that's bullshit. I think they're all bullshit, like sitting there going, like, Filipino, black, or whatever. Like, I'm so sick of the fucking race thing. But obviously we're on Doug's show, so we're going to fucking argue race. Okay, that's fine.
Wow. Oh my God. What a bitchy comment from a...
Well, then I expect you to come up with it first.
It's honey, I mean, oh my God.
You shouldn't allow it. It's fucking, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, should it be allowed? Like, should we be sitting there going, oh, because they're Filipino, that's why they're fucking coming that way?
Honey, let's just put it this way. I explained a lot of things about ethnic enclaving because it's an important phenomenon. What we have in American industry is a lot of ethnic enclaving, and it does a lot to impact
use another word. Why don't you use another word? Because enclaving isn't something we in the South, and I can tell you, I'm more educated than a lot of people in the South. I can show you my trailer park that might occasionally turn into you. Because I'm not going to know what you mean by ethnically enclaving.
It means that people of the same race and culture stick together. Go on, Sammy. Yes, by all means.
Well, you know what? And it's actually true, Brooke. Believe it or not, even me as a quote unquote Mexican American, even within my ethnic enclave, there is unfortunately just what it is. Certain things. It's just, without knowing, but I'll put it to you this way, okay? Sometimes I feel like I have more things in common with you as a Southern white woman than I do with you with my own culture. It is not that I don't appreciate it. It's just as a person from the U.S., we don't really have a culture. So when you do grow up here and, you look at someone who was a foreigner, there are differences. Even, I'm sure Doug has stated some things about like Martin Yang, how he pretty much is a
caricature.
A caricature. And but believe it or not, honestly, Doug is one of the few Asians that I actually like.
Thank you.
And I just it's just what it is, okay?
Yes.
Because he's actually expressive.
Yes.
And a lot of Asians are not.
Yes.
Okay. They are almost robotic.
Oh,
or just
I can assure
awkward.
you, ask the Asian, then I asked him, do you want me to cut your hair? And he just looked at me, and then I cut his hair when I was like 14.
Yeah.
The bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're a pretty white girl, so it's a little different.
Yes, he would have let you shave his pubic hairs too, if you.
He probably would have. I was not asking. I just was like, can I cut your hair? And he was like, I was like, okay, let's do this.
There you go.
I actually, believe it or not, I actually get on Google Translate and I try to speak a Mandarin, and they look at me like they just give me this blank stare, like what are you doing?
Why are you even trying?
Why are you even trying? But at the same time, as Hispanic, most Hispanics that I work with, they call everybody a Chino. Anybody that remotely looks Asian, they call Filipinos Chinos. But because it's just, they're culturally ignorant to a certain extent. They don't care. But at the same time, I see, a lot of these Asian vendors use that to their advantage, and they play the part. I've talked about the story.
Dude, I love that you just said that, play the part. So 2 things I want to say is that, first of all, Douglas is right about a lot of stuff. Like you said, Douglas has said this. Oh, what were your words again, Douglas? I asked you to clarify.
About what, honey? You mean, ethnic enclaving?
Yeah. Sorry, I am eating, and I fucking fell asleep for like 3 hours before.
I can imagine what put you to sleep.
But no, so I think Enclave, as far as that goes, like, it's true and then not, and it depends on the culture. Like, and I think Douglas would agree with this. Just kind of goes back to like the Civil War. You can go there. Like, we looked at the blacks and whites and like, okay, well, the blacks are all treated the worst in the South, and it's like so much worse there. But then after the Civil War, like, it was completely, really the opposite almost in a lot of ways. In certain, and not everywhere, but in many areas of the South for a while. My point to that is we had less probably racial diversity, definitely from Asian America. In the South or in the East Coast period than the West Coast for a long time. Mm-hmm. Even maybe still, but I think that's probably even out. So, like, for instance, when I dated a Filipino, my cousin dated him first. He was the coolest guy in high school. He and his brother. And I dated him, but only because my cousin dated him. And she was a year older. And I was like, well, I'm going to do what she fucking does. I just thought I fucking won the battle of that shit, you know, like I just won the battle of my fucking cousin. All I give a shit about. But you know, he like he loved me and he was nice and great and met his family and learned a lot about that culture. Never trying to influence me. They owned a Chinese restaurant. Okay, they were Filipino. Owned a Chinese restaurant. I had no idea. Actually, the Chinese restaurant we've been ordering from like as a kid for like 7 years, they owned, and then that's how I found out like it was all Filipino that we were ordering. But yeah, learned a lot about their culture and just what he told me about that. But it was never like there was never a Filipino like call. And even here, when you go to Amazon, you fast forward now to 25 years later, like it's 2020. I've lost my sales job. I just, had all this shit happen. I have to get a job that's, I'm not going to say beneath me because nothing's beneath me. Like, as a matter of fact, like, that was a hard-ass fucking job. Like, I respect it, and I'm glad I had it. But what I'm saying is, like, it wasn't a job that I wanted to go backwards. I felt like I was going backwards. And so, I did that for 3 months. And in that job, in that blue collar industry, what I will say is even in the South, I did see here what we have is, I will say in the South, it may be different there because there's more ethnic groups. It's black and white. And now, that doesn't mean the black and white just do not talk and do not speak, and we make very much efforts too. As a matter of fact, that was my biggest effort. Like the majority of the people I spoke with, or especially black men, like it depended on who I was on the line with, but like I was more comfortable speaking with black men. Now the black women, some of them were very nice, some of them weren't. Some of them just wouldn't speak. But it was black and white. You could tell there was a line. You could tell there was a group that was that you would see them together that was mostly black. My man, had a manager that was black, and she would speak to me and joke with me. She was lesbian, but she would be out and she would be mostly with the black people. And so it was black and white. Still, regardless if there wasn't any racial supposable tensions, like we should be black and white. But that's what you saw. So I can see what you're saying as far as that goes. That there are certain lines that are still being drawn, and maybe there are more there. Like here, if you're fucking Filipino, or there's a few Spanish people that'll go to the side. Yes, there are a few Mexicans will go to the side and assume they're all Mexican because, God, would you be Filipino, Mexican, or Asian? They wouldn't know the fucking difference here. So, like, it's just black. You're really black. You're really white, like trailer park, or you're tan, or you're fall. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got 3 groups, or you're just the person that fits in with everybody, and you're in that group. And that's what so many tried to do. I feel like, especially white people, like where I went just being Amazon, like we tried to like, when I'm going to talk, we would just get our cars and not be in a group. Like I would not be in a group. But I would talk to everyone and speak with everyone and try to be in that group and, hey, how are you doing? And blah, blah, blah. And like try to kind of get a part of that group. But as far as the dominant groups were the black and the white, and those were ones you would see sitting out together. Like there would be a huge group of black people and a huge group of white. Not in huge, I would say just the people. And there were many black people and many white people and many Asian Americans Spanish Americans, Mexicans that went to their cars that had a friend with them. Maybe their friend was Mexican also. Maybe their friend was white, and they just handled 2-on-2. But when you saw the groups were black and white. And I think that's what it is here. So we just don't see, I guess, what you're saying as far as like, oh, the Filipinos, or it's just hard for me to say that. Like, I've never seen a group of Filipinos ever, like in my life. Like, I've dated a Filipino 20 years ago. I've still yet to see a group of Filipinos more than his family.
Interesting. Okay. So it's hard for you to imagine the phenomenon that we deal with on a daily basis. This is actually the matrix of our existence. You live and die by your ethnic enclaving. It's how you survive. It's like being in prison. In prison, everybody is affiliated by race. That's
well, you made me think of prison, and that's what it made me think is like, why the fuck are you still living there? Like, why live in a place that makes you live like you're in prison?
You act as if we have a choice, like we just move just like that. I mean, do you honestly think that Sammy Romero could move to where you're at and feel comfortable and not feel swamped by a sense of oppression with how alien and just racist your environment would be?
Based on what you just said, fuck yes.
If Sammy's able to address that, please do so.
Well, no, unfortunately, Brooke, I probably wouldn't feel safe. And it's not because, I don't like you. I would love to be your next door neighbor, but I would not move to South Carolina. I just won't. It's not because it's not a nice place, but it's hard to explain. It's almost like, but then again, I don't know. It's just, it doesn't sound like a place that I would be welcomed, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
But who knows? I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It doesn't seem very encouraging. But at the same time, I don't know. But one of the things that I don't know if it was you, Doug, that mentioned, but because quote unquote people are leaving California, quote unquote, there is a lot of, for example, LGBT have been moving to the South. I don't know if it was Brooke that told me this, but then again, it does explain, states like Georgia that are swinging more towards liberal, progressive, or at least gay friendly. But there's very much an underground gay movement going on, or quote unquote conservative gays. I don't know if they'll be conservative gays, but I don't know if I'm making sense, but the tide is changing at least to more openness, at least to that side. Maybe eventually, I think it might change. More and more people, at least migrate. But I mean, who knows? It's just right now, I'm not sure if I could really move there, and I probably won't because it's just, to me, there's just a lot of racial history there that. Everybody's not Brooke Gibson, unfortunately. It's just not how the world works.
Right.
I wish, but Brooke is a very special and unique individual.
Yes.
That she knows her place in society as far as who she is, but not everybody thinks like her. And I'm not saying there's not places here in Los Angeles, but pretty much I live in Wakanda as far as Mexican. Okay, it's very hard to leave a place like where I live. I mean, the state alone, but especially where I live. If any of you ever gone to East Los Angeles, you feel the vibe of, okay, there's Chicano history, there's the Zoot Suit riots, etc. It's almost like China, like Chinatown in San Francisco. Excuse me. While my kid breaks a glass. But
oh my God.
Yes, but
is he safe? Do you need to clean it up? Might he cut himself? Or?
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah. While he takes care of that, Brooke. Yeah, so there you see, you're a unique and exceptional individual who, the rest of the South is not like. She left. She fucking left. It's just like, Oh, I just.
Oh, she left?
Yeah, she left. She...
I was eating. I didn't even notice.
Oh my god. It's like I just don't get her. It's one of these things where I mean she drives me nuts. It's just madness. She's so much like Judith Ager in so many ways. Different, but just like her. I mean, her sole purpose in life is just to drive people insane or something like that.
Yeah, show me one that's not. Show me one that's not.
It's oh my god, I'm left just appalled. So what? Yeah, if if you've got any audio you'd like to play, go ahead and do so. I mean, maybe that'll piss her off enough where she comes back on. You can talk about anything you want for a few minutes while I get my head out of my ass. And
let me see what I got up here. Let me see what I got.
Yeah, let's see what our man's got up there.
Hey guys.
So, yeah, hey Sammy, is everything all right?
Yes. It's just I had to get a glass out of his hand because he was about to break it.
Okay,
but he's fine.
Yeah. Oh, thank God. So do go on. I don't know why, but she left us. Maybe because she's eating. Maybe because her kids.
Probably.
Yeah, needed.
No. I think this is a great conversation to have. I mean, it's just, and it's not that the South cannot change, but the way it's going, especially Mississippi, and they're bringing back Jim Crow.
Yes. By the way, I don't mean that you laugh or you're going to cry. Go on. Yes.
Well, it's not. It kind of speaks to what you talked about, where you did these simulations back 30 years ago.
Thank you.
Where it's coming back to it hasn't died. It's just people feel comfortable who they know.
Yes.
And it's not rocket science. Europe is the same, and even in the city. This city is naturally segregated through the freeways. If anybody knows Los Angeles, certain parts of the areas are just the way they are. East Los Angeles is pretty much predominantly Mexican. You will not see no African Americans over there. And partly because they know it's just the way it's designed, and vice versa. But it's just how naturally as human beings how we are. We're not so accepting as we think we are, and it's okay. But as far as the South, I think the South is going through many changes, and a lot of their past they haven't gotten over. It's just been glossed over. And if Reconstruction actually happened, it probably would have been a lot better, where these issues would have got resolved. And they never did. We pretty much succeeded to the South, and we allowed Jim Crow to exist, and it just was never resolved. Like all the conflicts as a Ukraine and so on and so forth, all these Holocausts are still continuing.
Right. By the way, no one heard us for a period of about 5 minutes there. You said because it was the mic. I try my best to not move it, and yet somehow, for whatever reason, I don't know why, sometimes it just goes out. So Brooke sent me another mic, and it got stolen on the porch. It was
Yes.
left on the porch, and it got stolen.
Oh my God.
And
Really?
so
Wow.
yeah, so it's hopefully she gets her money back from Amazon. But in the meantime, you know, I'm trying to find time where I'll get a reply. But anyhow, I'll talk to Sam about this privately. In the meantime, so
Yes.
you're missing about
One second.
5 sentences there. So basically, what happened was you were talking about. Okay, yeah, he's got to take care of his Scorpio baby,
Yeah.
which was the name given to it by our dear Lady Brooke. Who then
Where's George at?
Oh man, yeah, that's all I need. Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean it's like he's God knows it's
Okay.
work, I suppose.
He's not gonna be able to make it tonight.
I don't know. I don't know. It's he's you know yeah, our dear Lady Brooke is upset about a lot of different things, and tonight they all seem to converge, and but she takes it out on me. I mean, good God.
Yeah.
I understand that, look, these people are all affiliated with me in one way or another, but it's like you know, at least one thing. She has a chemistry with you that is healthier. Though tonight she seemed to be trying to put a rift between us, which I think is ignoble of her. I think that was beneath her. But then again, you know, she's you know, maybe I'm finding out more about her than I ever wanted to know. It's one of these things where obviously, as I said, anybody can listen to the conversations I had with Ian West before Brooke was brought on, and the mess subject never came up until I brought Brooke on. Then once she broke down a number of barriers, it is a funny running joke, so it's easy to run with. But
yeah, no, she slanders my drug habits like, you know, no other woman has ever done before. You know, not even a cop or a judge. Just, you know, and I do appreciate it about her. You know, like if she's gonna like slander, you know, somebody, you know, that she, you know, could pick something as little as a drug habit, you know,
yeah,
and just work her magic from there.
She's obviously got some, shall we say, challenges of her own in that area to contend with.
You know. But I see how these women come up with these good he raped me stories, you know, so often and so frequent now, you know. You know.
So there we go with that. Well, I'm going to try and what I'm doing right now is I'm trying very hard to pull my head out of my ass so I can go into monologue, or respond to the stuff that Pete the Moon Man brought up. In the interim, what we're going to do is have Ian kind of bring up some subjects that he feels is relevant. Now, have you read about this incredible wave of algae that's going to overwhelm the Florida beaches? Have you taken a look at this?
No, I have not. No, I have
do you know
not.
that? Is this the first time you're hearing of this?
Yes, sir. Correct,
okay,
yeah.
so let's get you this. Okay, so let me go into find you the correct. Let's find you the correct. Oh, here we are. So this is what I will try to do is get you a copy of this article, and I'll give you the link. And the link will be something that I want you to address because I think it's it's fascinating. As a matter of fact, what I'll do is where is the guess is this Yahoo? Is this like all right, so I think this is Sky News. I guess should be fine. Let's give you the they're giving me cookie options and shit. This is not the same article. It doesn't have the same pictures, but it's got some pictures. I mean, the pictures alone are pretty outrageous. They're pretty alarming. So let's see what we can find here. The one that I had with the correct author. And in the meantime, Sammy Romero says be right back. He's our man, and all right, let's try this. Isabel. Okay, this should help us narrow it down the field a bit more. Okay, and it says here, giant seaweed bloom, and it says stinky. Says stinky. I don't get it. Why am I not getting? I guess I'll look for it on the original art. There's so much out there about this. So there's a lot out there. You'll find it. 5,000-mile patch of seaweed that's going to overwhelm Florida. Here we are. This should be it. This flipboard shit. But then this might take. Yeah, here we are. Good. Let's Business Insider. That's it. That's the one I found. A Business Insider. So here is the link. And all right, let's give it to you both here and inside of the your message box. There you go.
Oh, the Skype.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's right
yeah,
here on
the
the Skype.
Skype,
So take a look at that. And oh my God, those are impressive pictures. And
oh no.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yes. So tell everybody
oh
what's
God,
going
there's a guy in it. Oh
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yes.
Oh no. Get out of there, buddy.
Yeah.
Damn.
Two guys. You can see how this shit's massive. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not gonna clean that up.
Yeah.
Those poor guys.
No. Oh my God. This is it's incredible. It's visible from space. Yeah, tell them all about it. Take over.
Well, no, this is news to me. God, I mean, seriously. But seriously, I mean, like, God, yeah. No, here, let's mark this, and I got that clip queued up. Let me do this share screen thing, and I can do this bank clip.
Uh-huh.
All right, here's the window.
And by the way, and feel free to speak about Silicon Valley Bank going broke, and they're not going to bail it out.
No, they shouldn't.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All that money is going to Italy anyway. I mean, they could have taken that years ago. Anyway, how do I do the share screen here? Damn this the Skype. Damn. Okay. Oh no. How do we do that? Okay. I think I got to get out of mess. Okay. I go to the calls. Then here's the share screen. All right. With the fucking computer sound. All right. Start sharing, and here is this bank courtroom clip that kind of ties in with everything going on at these banks right now. But here it is.
Never came up with any of its own money to obtain the promissory note. Am I hearing this right? I give you the equivalent of $200,000. You return the funds back to me, and I have to repay you $200,000 plus interest. Do you think I'm stupid?
All the banks are doing this. Congress allows this.
Does Congress allow the banks to breach written agreements, use false and misleading advertising, act without written permission, authorization, and without the alleged borrower's knowledge to transfer actual cash value from the alleged borrower to the bank and then return it back as a loan?
But the borrower got a check in the house.
Is it true the actual cash value that was used to fund the bank loan check came directly from the borrower and that the bank received the funds from the alleged borrower for free?
This is true.
Is it the bank's policy to transfer actual cash value from the alleged borrower to the bank and then keep the funds as the bank's property, which they then loan out as bank loans as if they actually owned it and loaned their own money?
Yes.
Was it the bank's intent to receive actual cash value from the borrower and return the value of the funds back to the borrower as a loan?
Yes.
Do you believe that it was the borrower's intent to fund his own bank loan check?
I was not there at the time, and I cannot know what went through the borrower's mind.
So if a lender loaned a borrower $10,000 and the borrower refused to repay the money, do you believe the lender is damaged?
If a loan is not repaid, the lender is damaged.
So is it the bank policy to take actual cash value from the borrower, use it to fund the bank loan check, and never return the actual cash value to the borrower?
The bank returns the funds.
Was the actual cash value the bank received from the alleged borrower returned as a return of the money the bank took, or was it returned as a bank loan to the borrower?
As a loan.
So how did the bank get the borrower's money for free?
That's how it works.
No more questions, Your Honor.
This video is between them.
So, a few weeks ago when we were all talking about our birth certificates being stock on the stock exchange, that's the money that the banks pull from to make you the fucking loans. They're the ones that do all the work. But after you repay that loan back, they don't return the original money amount that they stole from you in the first place. So basically, they're just double generating income. Well, not double, but they're siphoning off the income from stealing these people's SQV trusts.
Wow.
So it's a good little fraud, and it's being discovered now, and it's all coming out. So, but yeah, that's another thing that why their Silicon Valley Bank got eaten up this morning by those people. I don't know how many of them they killed inside of there, but I was like, the place out. Yeah. But I don't know. My girl called me up this morning. She's like, Ian, the SARS happened. I was like, bullshit. I would have heard about it before you. But I just woke up that morning and she was like, yeah, I'm going to the bank to pull all my shit out. So I did the same thing. I mean, I didn't have shit in there anyway because I'm so fucking broke. But I pulled out my last little $90 and fucking, so charge me interest rates on that. But, we'll see what happens this morning. So, how was your weekend? What did you do?
Oh my God, you're talking about pulling all of your life savings out of a bank that's about to collapse, and then you turn around and ask me, so how was your day? Yes, it's
so nonchalant.
Yes. It was well enough. I mean, I'm puzzled, of course, with the usual challenges that people like Brooke provide. It's she's I don't know where she's coming from, and it's probably best not to ask. It's oh my God, it is what it is. I'm as it is, like I said, on the verge of getting ready to go into monologue, but got to take some time to sort out my thoughts. And in the meantime, I just want you to know that I'm just glad you're here. I mean, honestly, you're comparatively stable, as our man Sammy Romero said, and sane compared to so many others that we've been dealing with in the past. By all means, anything else that stands out that you feel should be brought to our attention, bring it out. But I'd like you to, why don't you just skim down that article about that big patch of seaweed and tell us, algae, actually. It's not seaweed. It's really they call it a seaweed blob. It's twice the width of the United States. Take a look down there and share with people the enormity of what we're talking about.
Here's the article. Here it is.
Oh, Jesus. And
this got by me.
Yeah, and while you're doing that, I'll give you another article. Here we are. Here's another article on it that I think will help put this into perspective for you. I mean, it's pretty impressive. Now, our man is looking it up. Here's another link. This is in the chat room. Twice the width of the United States. It's visible from outer space. Our man will give you the rest of the details on this. He'll just read it from his various references. And I think that this is important. Oh my God, he's got me on transcript.
Yeah.
Cool.
Right,
He's transcribing.
Giant seaweed blob. Oh my God, twice the width of the U.S. takes aim at Florida. How did I not hear about this? And what are these people doing in the goddamn beach with this shit washing the shore? I mean, these people are...
Thank you.
All of them are white, of course. So goddamn, God damn.
Oh my God. It's like, why would anyone Why would anyone venture into that?
It's like walking over like a mountain of hash just to get to the goddamn water. It's crazy.
Oh my god. It's definitely puzzling to me. I don't understand it. It's alarming. It shows you that people are not thinking of long-term repercussions of what this might do to their health.
It's gonna kill the oysters too. It's a red tide,
Oh,
so
shit.
it's gonna poison all the oysters, and that's gonna fucking suck for the fucking South.
I know. I love oysters. I love oysters, and I desperately need them. They provide me with zinc and other vital elements that I get when I can't drink blood. So it's.
Before you go, I gotta tell you a joke about this.
Before I go, where would I be going?
Yeah, I thought you were gonna go to grab a tea or something.
Oh no!
Okay.
No! By all means, I'm here to stay. Go on.
Okay. All right. What do women and oysters have in common?
I give up. What?
You can't eat them when there's a red tide.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good Alabama joke right there.
Yes. Oh God, that's funny. And though, of course, Brooke would argue with that. She loves blood.
She's like, wait, you take the oyster in the shower and you can eat it there? Yeah. I was thinking about coming up with you know how when you're banging chicks and they squirt and stuff and it gets all you get the bed all wet, you don't have the thing on there. So what I was thinking about doing, because I was banging this chick last night, and I was like, what if I quilted a towel just the size of the bed itself? So that way, whenever you have company over, you can just throw this one little towel down that's the exact size of the mattress. You know, and go from there.
And
I think that's genius.
Well, no comment. I was distracted. Oh my God, Brooke left some stuff in the chat. Basically.
Oh, what did she say?
No, Jesus, she says, it was me. Good luck in Cali, bitches. You are more segregated purposefully than South, and choose it. Check Atlanta studies. Love you, Sammy, but that was off. I mean, okay, so she's getting pissed off.
What?
Getting pissed
Thank
off.
God you have that mute button.
Oh, okay. It's I'm just appalled. I've left, like you said in that little letter of yours, mortified. Just mortified. Yeah, can't get where the hell she's coming from. She's it's got a lot of hostility.
Poor Peter Moon. Poor Peter Moon. I was more concerned about, the impression that was left on him after that, attack, than everything. But anyway, I got a short little clip about one of Epstein's victims.
Okay.
Right here, if you wanna, we can play it real quick. And it's so good, it's so good. And don't worry, it's totally not anti-Semitic. It's totally fine.
Thank you for qualifying that.
Totally good. Here, well, let me get this one going. Here we go.
But I lost 20 pounds because I wasn't allowed to go get food. And when I called Guylaine and asked why I couldn't eat there, she said, it's a Jewish country club. You're not Jewish. They're not going to serve you. This is how this woman spoke to me. Yeah, this is how these people think, Whitney. They, honest to God, think their DNA is better than everybody else's. I swear to you. It was a theme all the time with them. With Eileen Guggenheim.
Jesus,
with,
and they got that Serbian artist chick.
Jeffrey Epstein, with Guylaine. It was a theme.
Yeah, that chick, that's, what's her name? Oh, God, shame on me. Not Fairuza Balk. No, Marina Abramovich. Yeah, Marina Abramovich. Yeah. Oh yeah, she's like heiress. She's like the heiress descendant of like one of those big Bolshevik leaders from back in the day, like that's her granddad or something. But here, I'll finish this.
That makes
Jeffrey
sense.
was a lot less horrible than Julian as far as a human being, like just being around, because she was raping just as many children.
So the country club, you weren't allowed to go because it was only for people of a certain religion
Jewish
and
people.
ethnicity. Okay, so that's
religious.
unfortunate. Wow.
I mean, they could cut you down, and it was so morally devastating. Like just you just felt useless as a human being when you were told you're nothing because you're not Jewish, you're stupid, you're useless, a useless white girl, a poor little peasant. I mean, just the things that I was called, I was just like, I believed it, because it was like a cult. The problem. Yeah, you wouldn't believe the way Jeffrey and Guylaine spoke about African Americans. It was like, it made my skin crawl. Anybody who was not Jewish, and you're right about this, but the way they spoke about them, it was really horrifying. And it showed me a great deal about how these people truly believe that they're chosen to do something here. I don't know. It's unbelievable to me. I mean, and it was every one of them, the way they spoke. And one time I heard Eileen, Mommy, why do you call Maria a nobody? And she said, honey, Isabel, Maria is not a Jew. She is a nobody.
Well, it is worth
so you
pointing,
can see why for about 20 years.
That type of stuff I might actually include just because the Maxwell family have
you
ties
should include
to this
it.
group.
You should include it.
What's it called?
But anyway, that's just that clip, though. I got a kick out of that one.
Oh my God! I think it's an important clip. I think that's important. I think it's profoundly important. I appreciate your playing that.
She claims that Ghislaine and Epstein both raped her and locked her up in this room for like 12 hours before she could get out. And then she got out. They called the cops. The cops showed up and they just basically told her to go back to her house because she was staying in Epstein's house while she was at Zorro's ranch here. So, but yeah, no, I found that clip and just grabbed it.
Well, thank God you did. I mean, I think that's it's profound and profoundly important. It's definitely needs to be shared. I'm impressed by the incredible, shall we say, it matters. It definitely, it explains so much and really puts a lot of things into perspective. That being said,
how did that interview with Christine Joe Hart go the other day?
You haven't watched it?
I watched. I got 13 minutes into it, and I just lost it after that.
I like what you said. She can talk like Brooke. Yeah. So that was funny as hell, and she definitely can. I think that she's definitely she's very concerned about her own issues, and she dwells on them. And
she was dying going north like Brooke on that one. She was just here, there, left, right. I mean, she covered probably covered 4 topics every minute for 12 minutes straight. It was amazing.
Yeah, and but that being said, it would be, fuck. Let's take a look at our calls. So somebody send me something in Messenger. Okay, so I'm just going to just look at what's going on in Messenger. They're asking me not to read it, whatever, I'll read it later. I will tell them that I will review this later. I will review this later. So that being said, it's so our young lady Sarah is she coming back anytime?
Yeah. She's getting settled in at her girlfriend's place, and she's just out trying to get from the move, So, but no, I talked to her this morning, and she was going about her life. So I'll probably see her again next week or something. I don't know.
Right.
I try not to bother because I know she's got so much going on there.
Well, certainly you're welcome to bring her back on. You're encouraged to do so, actually. God knows I need the.
That was so cute, though. That was so cute.
Yes.
She was like, I was at George Floyd, and they put the knee on the neck, and then. I was like, that upset you, didn't it, girl?
Yes, obviously it did. I deal with so many things at once when I produce this program. I'm distracted by just a nonstop assault. And the greatest assault seems to be against common sense. Anybody saying anything that makes any sense sometimes.
Right.
But that, I'm speaking more, of course, I'm just pissed off by, whatever was going on with Brooke tonight. I mean, she manages to unsettle me, most certainly.
Oh yeah, that's a hard glass to swallow right there.
Yeah, so whatever Sammy set her off as much as, like Michelle did. It's It is what it is, and
that was so sad. Listening to those two girls argue about a dead guy for like 15 minutes, and it's just like, it just broke my heart,
Go on again. What?
How about when they're arguing about Biden? I was like, come on, y'all know he's dead. I was like, come on, quit this.
Let's put it this way. When it comes to what Brooke was saying, sometimes it's like, explain your side of that, of course. Just make it more accessible to people. So Biden's dead. Tell us about what you know about this.
Well, it's just like they're arguing about nothing, but they're just so passionate about the nothing. It's just like, I like, it's blew my mind. Like,
Yeah.
It's like that old saying in like what's the Dark Knight Rises Batman movie when Joker's like, he's like, I'm just a dog chasing a car, I don't know what I'll do when I get it, but it just kind of reminded me of Brooke that night in the car drove by our house.
Yeah.
God. She wouldn't know what to do if she got the car, but she knew to go get it. But anyway.
And so aside from that, go on with anything else that comes to mind. There must be other things.
Yeah. I got something from your neck of the woods about MK Ultra.
Okay.
When I scored this, when I got that subscription to this newspaper database, so it's not in this hard drive; it's in this next hard drive. And then it's under read, and then we got to go to MK Ultra. Yeah, this is just my book library right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, MK Ultra, and then that's Orlando. I like Beyond. San Francisco Examiner from September 2nd, 1977. Wham! Here it is. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it.
MK Ultra, CIA's mind control plans. Yes, this is an actual newspaper article. So by all means, explain to us its significance, please.
I guess this is like the soft announcement or soft declass of the MK Ultra that was. I don't know which building it was. Like, legend has it was a side compartment of Alcatraz out there. And they were pulling these prisoners out of Alcatraz and just like cloning them and shocking them and doing all this drug shit to them. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so that's that. But you're looking at like the original 1977 San Francisco Examiner article on it.
Yes.
But yeah, I got that. I scored that one for you.
Thank you.
Then I scored. For me, I got 1, 2, 3, 4. I got a shitload of Orlando MK Ultra announcements from, I believe, from 1977, 78, 79, and 77. So I scored a lot of those. We don't have to go through all those, though. But there was one more thing I wanted to fucking show you. It was, the Donald Marshall guy.
Okay.
Yeah, about the cloning and stuff.
Yes. Did you reach this individual?
Want some time,
explain to people how you were trying to reach this individual. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So this kid, Donald Marshall, his mom was an MK Ultra sex slave, and his mom like recruited him in the whatever this fucking bullshit they're doing, where those Picton murders were in Canada. Well, I've got his confession, and I wanted to get him on. I want to talk to him, and I'm sure he's gonna be tired of saying all like this. Tired of saying all the same shit over and over again. So I was like, since I know about the technology that they're doing all this cloning shit with, I had like a bunch of questions lined up, like, how do they do this, and when they're doing the REM driven clones and shit, and how do they transfer the consciousness from the body to the clone? Because he was like saying like, how you play like Halo and you die and you just respawn in your back. He's like, that's what they do in real life to these people. Like you die, they activate another clone, transfer your consciousness into it, and bam, you're in.
I wish it were that simple. But hey, so this guy is claiming this, and I'm sorry, again, explain to us, did you actually contact him?
No. I did email him, but I didn't get I didn't hear anything back yet.
Okay.
I did not. I did download all 5 of his fucking books and print them out, and the wealth of knowledge in them. I mean, like they're literally like the encyclopedia of cloning or whatever. Like,
well, yeah.
For simple civilians,
So to go on in terms of the clone, tell us a bit about your adventure when you went underground and you saw what you believe are cloning vats.
Oh yeah, it was Thanksgiving morning, and I was like gonna go hit the Golden Corral for Thanksgiving, and we were driving over I-Drive, and I was telling my driver, I was like, hey, there's like a fucking city underneath this rock, underneath this whole section of Orlando, and he's like, you want to go see it? And I thought he was, I didn't know what was up, but yeah, he ended up being like one of these fucking state guardsmen or something, and he just fucking drove me. He drove me right through the fucking what's it called? The Lockheed Martin. He like went up there, showed his badge, said fuck off, and he just drove us in. We went to the back where that little piece is that I pointed out to Peter Moon, where I thought that was the UFO landing, and yeah, there was just like a fucking what's it called? Like a stairwell, just out of nowhere, with a door sticking out like a triangle. It's weird. I've actually got I found another spot, not that same spot, but I found another spot at this other naval base down the street from me that has one of these under the lake government rooms or whatever. But they claim this is like a sound recording room for sonar at the bottom of a lake. They're like developing sonar and shit. But yeah, I got a picture of the actual door that leads to the room underneath the lake. It's pretty cool. But let me pull up this. The Donald Marshall kid.
Okay.
Here we go. Here he is. And then, why the fuck is my computer? I swear to God, this bullshit. Let me get rid of this. I go cancel. I go to okay. Yeah, my buddies came over and I had to hook them up with a manual for like a 2007 scooter. That's what we're doing. Okay, here's the video though. I mean, it's good. It's good. He just straight tells you. All right, look. Can you guys hear it?
Yeah.
There.
Okay, that's where they glitch out. Oh no, that's the wrong video, you guys. Sorry, I apologize. That is the wrong video. I do apologize. Where's he at? God damn, I had this kid in here. I think here he is. My bad. Here he is. Let me my bad. I found him. My bad. All right, there we go. Here we go.
Okay, so there might be some things in this video that might be graphic to some people, so viewer discretion is advised. It's not the full.
There's an above.
Listen to what he says, and then
metaphysics. Anything.
He has his voice that says, "I'm sorry, his voice."
Additional slam.
No, this is damn wrong. Oh, y'all. I am so sorry. This is the wrong one too. It has his goddamn name on it. Why would they do this to me? Where? Well, no. Is this it? God damn it! It says Donald Marshall right here, and here's that one with Michael Jackson where he's watching himself perform. Oh, here it is. Okay, look, it's the one that doesn't have his fucking face, of course. Sorry, I apologize.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the show that's all about con artist, parody, puppet, playboy.
Oh god, it's that idiot. This is what's his name? That New
show.
Zealander guy.
It's the lighter side
he
of
interviewed
genocide
me a
because
couple
the
of
world's
times.
so full of chaos and.
Oh, which one?
The New Zealander guy on the microphone with the horrible hair. He interviewed me a few
Oh,
times.
you talked to him?
Yeah, he interviewed me a few times. He's a real loser. Yes. Oh my god. But go on. Yeah. It's I can't remember his name. He's always begging for money. I mean, he begs for money like that's all you hear when you go to his place, you know. It's like you go to his website and all it is a handout, you know. Put your money in the slot.
Well, if I looked like that too, I probably would beg for
Madness if you lose your sense of humor. You'll go freaking nuts. It's the show that goes some very, very.
I'll just try to. Here we go.
Sounds like for those who are
Vinny Eastwood. That's the fucker's name.
Have you got a website of some kind?
Vinny Eastwood.
Just the Facebook. Oh, I have a site about these lizards, vril lizards.
Oh God.
Vril lizards.
God. Oh God.
At webs.com.
Vril lizards.
It's
vril lizards.
It's about those reptilian shapeshifters that David Icke talks about. He's kind of got the story wrong. They're not dimensional at all. They're this dimension, and
oh God.
Yeah.
And why do you think this is significant? Tell us why you think this is significant.
But I'll tell you.
Okay, because whenever I busted that city underneath iDrive, everything I found in those blueprints matches up with every kind of aspect scenario that these 6 psychos do underground, like the arena where they would clone the same guy twice and have them fight each other.
You mean you would be fighting yourself? He'd be fighting himself.
Yes. Yeah. That arena is underground on iDrive in Orlando, Florida. And it blew my mind. But no, he just mentions the vril shit for a minute. Then he goes into the cloning.
About that in a second. First, I wanted to tell you about the cloning stuff. Okay. Now, human cloning, I have to tell you, it's been done since at the end of World War II. Okay. I'll tell you how they got it and the whole shebang, like 33rd degree Freemason knowledge. I'm probably going to die for this somewhere.
I'm probably going to die for this. Oh yeah, we're all dying right now.
Okay. Picture this. I'm memory repressed about everything. Couldn't remember anything. I'm still getting side effects from this.
From all the drugs I take.
I was memory repressed about the cloning stuff until I was.
When you hear what he says, you would have to be on drugs to live. You would have to.
30 years old. They call it the awakening when they give you back the memories.
I think you're being
Turns
awfully
out
kind. You're kind to these people. You give them too much credit. You give them too much credit. Go on.
Well, how the hell is he going to know there's a goddamn football-sized arena under the ground here on iDrive? I mean, it's amazing.
How is that amazing?
5 years.
He could be making it up. But you saw it. Did you see it?
I mean, yeah, you got to look at his face. Like he's just like so, like, you know, excited to really, you know, he doesn't stutter, mutter, none of that shit. Like here, all right.
Years old, okay, and my family is there, my family members and everything, and they said they're not going to lie on a lie detector test about it. It's pretty big. Like they were going to kill me. They said. Thing is, the way that this cloning works, okay. There's 2 different kinds of cloning, and it confuses people. Now, there's replication cloning, where it comes up as a baby, right? Put the cells in, make the same person as a baby. Well, there's duplication cloning as well, where they grow you in a big, thick tank full of water. And
I saw those tanks.
There's a few different grades of cloning.
Stop it for a second. Tell us what they look like. Tell us what they look like.
They just were how do I do it? I mean, they were glass, and they had like a stainless steel ring on the top and a stainless steel ring on the bottom. Okay. And then the big one was cracked.
Okay.
I was joking. I was like, you guys are gonna fucking charge me for this. I know you're gonna do it. But they auctioned it all off. Like, you can go buy all this Nazi science equipment that they're fucking just auctioning off on this government. It's like govplanet.org or something. And all the kids, the cages for the children, they're auctioning those off too.
And you've shown me some photographs of these.
Yeah. And the fucking I mean, this doesn't have to do with the cloning thing, but the human art. What are those storage bins called that people are building houses out of now?
I forget. Oh, you mean like container boxes, container units?
Yeah, the container boxes. Yeah. They're auctioning those off. That they have like built-in air conditioners and water fountains and sinks and running water and for the slaves inside to get them shipped. They're auctioning those off now too. All right.
1 to 4 that I know of, and the problem I'm having is with the Mark II. The thing is, Mark I was around at the end of the World War II, but it was a primitive clone, lots of side effects.
Is that a reference to Merck Pharmaceuticals?
I don't know.
No, it's not. When he says Mark, he means MK Ultra. But he's saying it like that so the censors don't edit the video or block the video.
Anyway, this is even on the net. Before I started blasting on the net about this, somebody said something about the Mark 1 to 4 clones, and the first one being called the organic robotoid, and that's what it was called, even though there's no robotic parts in it at all. Anyway, Mark II is an REM-driven clone. Okay,
that stands for rapid eye movement, not the band.
Okay, well, I mean, people can access this on the. Oh wait a second, where is she? She's back. Debbie, you will have to send friend requests. I can't find you. What the fuck? Okay, please go into the chat, Ian. Can you make sense of what Brooke is saying?
Oh, is she drinking again?
I don't know. I hope so. I fucking hope so.
The YouTube chat or the
YouTube chat.
chat.
YouTube chat.
Okay.
She's retracting a lot of what she puts in there, so she apparently.
Well, you did make her a moderator. Yeah,
that shows you how stupid I am. Yeah, that's. It's like I'm just not good at thinking for myself. But,
I don't know how to make those work anyway. The YouTube chat or the all right. There we go. Bam. All right.
Yeah. And
that is 100% sober. Fuck you for that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm 100% sober from fucking meth, so fuck you for that, bitch. Anyway. All right. Jump back on. Oh, that's you.
Oh,
Debbie. Hey, Brooke. Send me a friend request. I fucking love you, biatch. That's so sweet. Debbie, thank you. That was so sweet. She does need a friend, too, so please reach out to her and give her a hand. All right.
Who? What? Is there somebody named Debbie in the chat room that is like, it's like, I don't get it. She's talking to Debbie. Who the fuck is she talking to? Do you see a Debbie in the chat room?
I see one. I see one underneath you where you say jump back on bandwidth, and then it says Debbie Starborn.
Debbie Starborn.
That's such a nice name, too. I hope her and Brooke do get along, That'd be good,
Jump back on bandwidth. And Debbie Starborn, I don't see her at all. Did she must have like moderated her out or something?
I don't know. You want me to screenshot this and send it?
Please.
All right.
Oh my God! I'll have to.
Hold on. Oh, am I still on live stream? Can you just see it from my screen?
I'm on live stream, but get me a screenshot. I mean, you're on live stream, but give me a screenshot by all means.
Okay.
I mean, if Brooke is like hiding people from me on the fucking bandwidth, I've got to confront her about that.
Well, all women do that. All women hide their friends from men. They always do that.
That's not her friend. It's someone who's trying to be friends with me. Debbie Starborn, I love you, honey. Enter comments again. See if they manifest. If they don't, tell Ian he can see them. Okay. So I want you to start monitoring the chat room, Ian, to see if Brooke is cutting people out. I think.
Hey, look, I'm not trying to step on Brooke's toes.
Hey, if Brooke is doing that, I've got to take her out as a moderator. I mean, if Brooke is doing that, yeah. Okay, here we are. It's like Debbie Starborn, Ian, Brooke, send me a friend request. I fucking love you, biatch.
Oh, you can see it?
No. It was this was just sent to me by another person, Deborah Hewins. Wow. Deborah Hewins sent me the So it says, so now Brooke Gibson is writing me something else somewhere. What the fuck? So Brooke, she says, you and I were the only ones, but then you let them. Whoa, wait a second. She says, also heard moderator comments. So fuck you. So Brooke, Brooke, are you blocking people from me on the chat? I have to know. Is this the case, or is this happening organically? I have a right to know if you're doing this. So do come on and
if you could block them from me, that'd be great.
Are you blocking? Are you abusing your moderator privileges? Yeah,
we call that molesting.
Moderator privileges. How do you spell privilege? I've never had privilege. So I mean, saying that you heard my moderator comment, fuck you, that doesn't help. Are you abusing your moderator privileges, Brooke Gibson?
That's true. Yeah, that's a straightforward question. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
At any rate, it's just one of these things that, and what she's saying, I don't know if she wants me to read this out loud.
Well, I wouldn't. Let's respect. I mean, this is more of an off-air kind of a situation. But Brooke will never.
I don't know.
Hey, you know what? Fuck you, goddamn Douglas Dietrich. You know what? Yeah. Here's what you can do. I've been loyal to you. You read out any fucking thing you want.
So honey,
ever.
Are you?
But let me tell you something. I haven't fucking undone shit. Okay. That was moderated because, as you know, look at what she put. She put a cuss request in, and I unsaw it after I get off because I don't look at shit until I'm done hanging up with y'all's asses. I saw something that because I am a moderator and it's held, it's in hold mode. I unfucking held it. We've already been through this shit. When I unhold something for whatever goddamn reason, you don't see it. She put, hey, Brooke, send me a friend request. I fucking, which is what put it in hold. And I fucking unheld it. Why your ass can't see it is your shit to take up with YouTube. But be saying I'm going to fucking go on Brooke like a fucking enemy and I'm going to let her shit go? Fuck you, Douglas. What? This is why you goddamn have enemies. Fucking sitting here putting me down when I've been loyal to you, sending you microphones and goddamn money, and fuck you. Fuck you. And then, you know what she fucking said? You know what she fucking said? Ian motherfucking West sent me a friend request, okay? She hadn't said shit, by the way. You're like, this is my friend. Like, I'm holding a friend. I never want to hold shit up from you. I want you to have everything you can have, Douglas. Number two, first thing this bitch, if she's real, has not said is anything about Douglas Dietrich because she's only said Brooke and Ian.
Yeah.
So why don't you shut up putting people down?
It's not putting you down. I'm asking a question that I have a right to have an answer to. It's
You have a right. You got the goddamn. It's in a fucking brain, Douglas. You're older than me. You should fucking know we've been through this. You called me on it before. You went through and you're the one that said YouTube does this bullshit. I've got my goddamn kids waking upstairs. You got me so fucking mad about this. I have told you to never, ever call me an enemy or threaten me again. Like, let me read your shit. I have told you, and you have betrayed trust. So you say whatever the fuck you want, because you're goddamn done with me.
Now that's extreme. That's extreme.
No, it's not extreme because you knew. No, we had rules and you fucking knew them.
Whoa! Wait a second. Rules.
Anytime there was one to fucking cross, you came at me and I would tell you, I can come at that, I can do that, or I can't do that, or that might be hard. But this one of calling me the enemy and being like what you just did. No,
honey, on the basis of what was going on earlier in the night.
Honey. You can cut me off because it's your show. It's your show. Cut me off. But you can't say honey and make it okay. You can't say honey and not say you weren't a liar to me.
How do you lie?
I didn't hear him say enemy. I didn't hear him say enemy. I didn't hear him say that.
Where does
Okay,
that come
did he
from?
not imply enemy?
I did hear him apply a bit of arrogance to his question. But
Thank you.
a bit of arrogance to the question, yes, but he didn't say any of that.
An assumption, not just arrogance and assumption that I was out doing him wrong, just like before when he thought I was magically an
You're
enemy
right.
and
Okay,
gonna
I can
steal
see that.
money back from you.
I can see that, but I can see that too. But it was just.
And that was the one thing, Douglas, the one thing that you hurt me on when I first came out. I told you don't ever do that again, because if there's one thing I am fucking real. I have a lot of fucking problems. I'll cuss, I'll yell, I'll get mad. I've gotten drunk on air, but do not ever call me fucking loyal. Ever.
Let's just put it this way. Due to your behavior tonight, it was a legitimate question. Nothing that Debbie Starborn
No, it wasn't.
seems to have
My
come up.
behavior has been nothing more than loyal than.
Brooke, I don't.
Go
think,
ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Brooke. I think I think he was just being a smart ass. That's it. I don't think he meant anything
No,
like.
he can't even say that. No, Ian, you're taking up for him, and I appreciate you, Ian, because I know you, and that's why I respect your honesty.
I didn't say enemy. I didn't see him say enemy.
He didn't, but you knew he implied it, just like he fucking called me one several times before. Every other time there was even the remotest, like he had the slightest thought in his. I am sorry, but just because you have PTS fucking D doesn't give you the right to fucking be a bitch to people.
Honey. You're
a bitch to me all the time.
Honey. When you came on earlier tonight,
you can be a bitch to me,
honey,
but you
when you came on
cannot
earlier
fucking
tonight,
go cold.
Honey, when you came on earlier tonight, you tried to create a rift between Ian West and myself by saying that I was making fun of him to you before bringing you on, and that's a lie. I had never even talked to you about Ian West before I brought you.
That is not at all what I said.
That's
I
on
don't
record.
know if that's what you heard.
It's on record.
Okay.
It's on record.
That is not
it's
what
recorded.
I said.
It's what you
I
said
would ask
tonight.
if that's what he heard.
You're trying to cause
Why
a
don't you-
rift
why
between
don't you
Ian
then-
West and myself where there's no rift needed. That's something an enemy would do.
Okay, why don't you let Ian talk?
Okay, here. No, I'll tell you what. Let's just go back and listen to that clip again. Let the clip be the decider.
That's what I would like to do. The actual clip.
Let's do that. You know
Thank
why?
you.
Because I am still on the screen and I can go back to the video and I can just rewind it.
Okay.
What second and minute do you think that was in?
Fuck, I don't remember. It was when she was on and fuck.
Was it before or after
you
Peter?
You transcribe what I say. You should be able to find it. It was definitely tonight's episode.
When we were talking about you coming on and what he's referring to is when
After
he
Peter?
first introduced you to me. That's what he's referring to. But every time,
we're gonna figure it out. Let's just go. Let's go to the hard evidence right here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll do it proper. That way, there's no shouting. Nobody's.
And as for
they feed off of the tortures of children.
She doesn't want to hear that again.
We're trying to find the spot. We're trying to find it.
Well, it's far from this spot. It's after this girl is off.
Oh, fuck yeah, I'm gonna be out. And then I'm fucking come in.
Jesus.
So two things I want to say is that first of all, Douglas is right about a lot of stuff. Like you said, Douglas said this. Oh, what were your words again, Douglas? I asked you to clarify.
About what? Yeah, it's before that. I think.
Okay, before this. Okay, before this. Okay.
It's about ethnic enclaving because it's an important phenomenon.
Before or after this?
Before, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No, honestly.
Okay, that's definitely not.
What the hell are you guys doing here on a Sunday? Working?
Oh no.
Oh, by the way, and what were you saying, Brooke, that you hung up because Sam said something that was off? What was that about?
That's between me and Sammy, and Sammy and I are discussing that privately.
Okay.
Brooke, the proper answer is this is between this is an A to B conversation, so you need to see your way out of it.
It's not a goddamn A and B conversation when she hangs up on my fucking show in public.
Well,
Look,
pay me,
sorry.
bitch, and I gotta pay the employee.
We're trying to be deep neutral here, okay? So let's
yes,
find this part that she speaks of.
My stepmother is
It's got to be after her. Jesus Christ.
I feel that.
Jesus Christ.
That's got to be her still. That's got to be her still.
God. Yeah.
I know, crazy, right?
Well, I'm still more wiped out by whatever it was that.
Before or after this?
Going through.
I
don't know.
have
no idea why she's muted. Why she's
but
I appreciate
I'm saying,
your.
I think she's cooking. Before or after?
Is that what she said?
I heard some bowls clinking slams. So.
When I come back, I'll read the notes out loud. When I come back, I'll be back in just a few moments. Okay, so I'll be back.
Yeah, so it was after he came back. So you and I talked back, and you asked me where was.
Okay, so it's after this.
So you and I talked. So it's out. Yeah, it's after.
But I'll do.
So I'm gonna take that as something sincere in you. I don't know that it's truly relevant because just because you've known someone longer doesn't make them more important.
I know.
That was just me and you.
And they did
yeah.
not schedule an appointment. That's a good way to belittle everybody's experience. Well, they took me to those
taco.
Are you smoking the East?
Oh yeah, it's after this and like taco casa.
One of these girls left their goddamn watermelon one down here.
I was like adrenochrome, fucking keep it calm, bitches. I don't care.
I think that's the taco skit right there.
That's my taco skill. Yeah, you can fast forward that one. You know what?
Okay.
Where does the blood start flowing out of this? Hold on. Oh, she muted. She just went on mute. She probably went to go cook. Okay, that can't be. It's got to be before this.
Yeah, it's right. It's probably right after this because I came back and said you were right.
No, it's Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, you must use an initial.
Anyway, yeah, I probably said initials, but anyway. Okay, yeah, so not me.
Okay, so then when I come back, when I come back after this.
Yeah, you're about to come back.
By the way, I want everyone to know that everything Debbie Starborn is entering in chat is showing up now.
I love how all he does is
Thank you, Debbie Starborn.
Yes, because I unlocked it and because she's not cussing.
Okay. We caught that. Oh, that's the recording. Sorry. I thought you were really about to pitch it.
What?
What? I just put it in, but it was fucking red as shit.
How do you not mistake him for one of your dogs?
Huh?
How do you not mistake him for one of your dogs?
I
think it was sometime after this.
You know what I do? I actually, if my children weren't living with my children.
It's good to do it on the fly, though, right?
It was somewhere right in there. You said mistake who for one of my dogs.
Sorry, talk to Doug.
I'll shut up. Fucking civil, but yeah, fine. You know what? I can hang the fuck up. Goodbye.
I pray.
I mean, you're threatening constantly. Look, we're just glad to have you here.
I don't know.
Yeah, women tend to do that in desperate situations, Doug.
Oh, I guess. Yes. They're not trained like us from the tender age to. Yeah. That's what he said in his apology letter.
Oh, it's good talking.
What?
Yeah.
Don't worry, she'll come right back. She's not going to turn down that free attention.
That's true. She has to use
Yeah.
Then what she's.
Yeah. What?
So, Ian. Yes, you go on.
I'm sorry, guys. I just love that.
Jeffrey Epstein through initials.
Hold on. I've got to mute this.
Okay.
Why she has to mute this? Oh my God! Now what's going on? Her kids are.
The dogs are out of the cage.
Oh.
Okay, do your thing. Go do your thing. We'll hunt it down.
Okay.
That was so good though. That joke about the. Don't worry, she'll be back. She's not gonna turn down the free attention. Yeah. I use that on so many chicks now. It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, well, you got it right. I mean, it's definitely something that, it's just part of what it is.
Yeah, but who was your first, man? Who'd you use it on first, man?
You. Oh, no, you're the inspiration.
Of course, honey. Yes.
I hope that joke lived on for ages.
Yes.
And did I not claim it, too? I claimed it. I said, hey, he's probably right.
I know, it was brilliant. You had another fucking good one. The other good one you had was, you're like, and then the girl died because she found the fentanyl, all because she talks to you fucking West. I'll never forget that. That was good too.
I don't remember hearing that one.
I don't remember that one. Why don't y'all keep talking? Because you got it about where I want to hear it to prove my point.
Okay. All right, so let's get it.
But no, you can't play it. You cannot play it yet. You got to stop it there. Because I got to go find two ducks.
Oh, okay, so we'll stop. We'll keep talking. We'll keep talking until she gets back.
I got it marked, yeah. I got it marked. But, yeah.
It's like, she's going to be the death of me.
Well, here, I tell you what. Until she comes back, I haven't really showed this to anybody. You're probably going to be like the 15th, 20th person to ever see this.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway,
lucky me.
Ready?
Yes.
Ready for this?
I don't know. Yes, go on.
They released the underground pictures underneath the Superdome in New Orleans. I got the pictures of like fucking cavity in New Orleans. It's fucking where the no, that's not it. It's in a folder down here. It says no or no, but I got it on my goddamn thing up here. Anyway, I can just go here. But dude, when you see these cavities underneath fucking New Orleans, it's fucking insane. Like, it's insane. Like, you remember that? You remember in what's it called, in Ghostbusters 2, where they finally like go find the pink ooze in that one subway tunnel at the very bottom of fucking New York and shit? Well, that's what this place is like, without the pink ooze. But dude, it's incredible. And these chicks, like, dude, I found the real MK Ultra New Orleans like science fucking kitty rape center. Like oh dude, I got video footage of all the machines, all the tools. It's fucking disgusting. Oh, that's here. Matter of fact, you see this clip right here? This is the actual announcement of the land past Antarctica in like 1950 something. But it got scrubbed, it got banned, but they finally let it out. But,
oh my God.
I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. Oh, here's another. Here's the immigration offices in Antarctica right here. Isn't that beautiful?
Immigration offices in Antarctica.
Well, apparently there's
Is that a large swastika on the floor?
Let me go up. Hold on.
A large Nazi swastika.
Oh yeah, this is the little boys raped and tortured by U.S. Special Forces at Coronado, and they had a bunch of Nazis inside. You want to see this one?
No. I mean, send me the link. Send me the link.
They're fucking little boys to like get initiated.
If they're doing that on top of a Nazi swastika, it's to brainwash the boys to hate the Nazis. They're indoctrinating them at a young age to.
Check this out. Look, you see this? This is the MK Ultra Hospital in New Orleans, 3 levels underneath the ground.
Okay, it looks pretty shoddy. It looks like it hasn't been used.
Oh, well, yeah. It's abandoned. Yeah, these dudes broke in here and got all this footage. Okay, so that's one of the shots. Oh, and then guess who was there after the Katrina? Bush's wife.
Oh, okay, Bush's wife. Yes.
Oh, she's about to eat all those little black kids.
No, that's funny. That's funny. I hate
this. Look, she's got her head on the black boy. She's like, stay close to me. She's gonna nickname him Tenderloin. And then our next celebrity guest, the good old John Walsh.
Oh God, yes. Jesus, I didn't even know that fucker was still around.
Oh yeah, he lost his kid in a video game in a mall. That's amazing.
That's not his story, but. Hey.
Well, that's the official police story of why the kid went missing. Was we left him at the arcade and we came back and he wasn't there. Well, gee, who would have thought?
Hey guys, we're actually walking.
Okay, that's the Masonic Cemetery. Yeah, there's the underground at Harris Casino in downtown New Orleans.
Somebody else joined us on this call? It was so weird the way that girl's voice came on. That's part of that video, right?
Yeah. That's yeah, she was documenting all these tunnels.
Oh wait, George Knight has joined us. George, how are you? Do join in the conversation.
Hello, Douglas.
Please. Yes. So, yes, catch us up on everything. Tell us what's going on.
Oh God, thank you for having me on, Douglas. And I do apologise.
Yeah. Don't worry about that. Okay. So we can talk now. We can turn this stuff off, Ian. We'll talk with George.
Yeah. That's fine. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. So George, yes, catch us up on what's going on. Our man Ian's being blanketed in a 5,000-mile blanket of seaweed that's twice the width of the United States and can be seen from space down there in Florida.
Yeah, it's not even bringing the rent down yet. It sucks.
And people are still going out to the beaches to wade into all that stink. So, just tell us about how things are going.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And I've just seen your message. I do apologise. I didn't see it from Saturday night to just to So I do apologise. I don't get any notifications, unfortunately. So I have to get that sorted out so I can actually receive notifications. Yeah.
And
but
and how's work?
But no, not too bad. It's very windy here in the UK this morning. So I'm just waiting now. I've got about 20 minutes before I start work, and it's just very windy here. So health and safety, safety,
by all means.
Risk assessments, method statements, all that. So we'll see how it pans out. But I did catch up with that the Christine Joanna Hart interview.
Oh yes, by all means, give us a review.
Oh, it was wonderful, Douglas. It was wonderful. It was, I did know it was mainly about Christine, wasn't it? About her background, which I didn't know very much about. So it was very interesting to know a bit more about her background. But it was very, very insightful. And I do recommend anyone to go listen to that and to review it. And so, we can, speak on that. But I learned essentially quite a lot from that as well, Douglas.
Thank you. And share with our listeners what you may have learned. By the way, you have no idea how glad I am that you came on. It's just anything to kind of like, just add a sense of normality and all that. It's been a kind of unusual night. So go on.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And I did wake up very early, actually. I think within the first half an hour the transmission actually commencing, and I heard Michelle was on earlier on first thing. Michelle was on. And so, I was awake, and I was like, do I come on? And I thought, no, I'll go back to bed and try and come on in the morning. But again, I've got such a busy work schedule today, so it will be a very short time. But at any rate, the Christine Joanna Hart video is very, very enlightening for people to understand the perspective that the Livensborn program that was. That was initiated, and it's very, very important. And I certainly learned about Reichsfuhrer Heinrich Himmler's what he elaborated on about the reincarnation, which when the Totenslagen death camps were initiated and they were basically commencing the mass genocide of European Jewry when this was going on, that he stated that many of the Jews will be reincarnated as Aryan man. And this basically presents the reality of the phenomena where people, will speak of they have premonitions, or they will cite memories where they were in gas chambers or they were at these camps. So that was very insightful. That was very interesting, Douglas. And I was unaware of that, which makes a hell of a lot of sense from what I know. Yes. And I do apologize to the listenership. I can't articulate anything without me having a proper understanding, but I do understand it better than most people. Douglas does a very good job of contextualizing such subjects such as this, such matters.
Wow.
Yes.
I just came back. I'm sorry, guys. I got the ducks back.
Oh, wonderful! How are the ducks? She bought these cute little ducks.
Two baby ducklings.
Eggs.
And
both females, right? Or the chickens females?
They're all 4 female. I have 2 baby ducklings. Well, I hope the ducklings are female. The chicks are definitely, or they say female. Yes. So I'll have 2 baby chicks.
I mean, all females for a lesbian. Yes, go on.
Well, I just don't want them breeding, but that's what I'll tell you. But and then 2 little yellow ducklings with the little bills, and but one of the ducklings had escaped, and that's what my daughter woke up to me, obviously yelling with you, and then she had heard the duckling yelling from the other room.
See how beneficial it was that I got you yelling.
Yeah, saved the little duckling's life.
Yes, I saved it. Give me the credit where credit is due.
I will give you credit because that's what I was about to come back to you. I found it very interesting. I haven't heard George in a while. George, hello. How are you?
Hello, Brooke. Very well, thank you. Nice to speak to you. Nice to hear you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It's very nice to hear your voice as well. I'd love to hear that English accent. So that's what I was saying.
How's Sarah?
Yes, no, everyone's good. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah. I had a wonderful day yesterday with little Everly because it was my only day off. So had a wonderful day with my daughter. So yeah, no, it was just brilliant. Thank you for asking. Yeah, everyone's well.
Well, I thought it was interesting that I come back and the two things that I hear always kid you out is that you were agreeing that we were talking about, it seemed to be Third Reich or Germany or something along those lines.
Well, we were talking about Christine Jana Hart's interview, honey. It was Christine.
I know, but then we went into that, and then how Douglas was always
that's
right.
Christina did. That's because Christina did.
Douglas is, but I know. But I just have to kid George in saying that how he loves everything you say, and I can't believe
I want to have a private talk with George as soon as possible. When is this possible, George, that you and I can have a talk?
Do you know what, Douglas? Anytime after 6 p.m. GMT. So basically, yes, in the UK time. What's the time Pacific Standard? What time are you at?
2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6. So it'd be more like high noon, I guess. Kind of 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. Yeah, about 12 noon in San Francisco will be 6 p.m. in London or England.
Perfect.
Yeah. So
thank you. Sorry.
When during the week?
We can either do it later on today or tomorrow, Douglas. I'm free. I'm free in the evening. So yeah, we can have a private conversation, which would be wonderful.
Okay. We'll see if that happens. It might.
If not today.
Yeah. If not today or tomorrow, I have a Tuesday is effectively tomorrow, right? Because tomorrow it's already Monday. So basically, I have to go to bed early today if I can because I have an appointment with the dentist on Tuesday. So is it possible any other time during this week? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday? Which?
Absolutely, Douglas. I'll try Wednesday. I'll send you a private message and see if you're available.
Oh, right. Oh, fuck, that's a transmission day. That's a transmission day.
Oh, yeah, of course it is. It's a day in the UK. It's a day ahead. So yeah, no, anytime, Douglas. Yeah, we will. Probably this week.
Let's see Thursday maybe.
Douglas, you know what? I know how well you and George relate, but obviously, if you want to relate to me what you want to relate to him, I'm available anytime that he's available. So then I could just transmit it.
That's all right. Thank you for offering, but no, I'll speak to Douglas. Thank you.
Too bad.
It's maybe one of these days we can have.
You killed me.
I just want to talk about ducklings and chicks. Okay, I have ducklings. I need to know. I figure he's in the UK. He might know how to build a fucking coop. Chicken coop.
Right. Well, I mean, but maybe George, one of these days we can have kind of like a Skype double date between Sarah and yourself and Brooke and I. I mean, that would be fun.
Oh my God, March 17th coming up. That's the double date day.
It's new.
It's St. Patrick's Day. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be drinking.
I know, that's the whole purpose. That's why they call it the double date day, because you never know who you're going to end up with.
If we have that conversation that day, I'll be dying. I'll be drinking myself in an entirely different spirit. You would be the negative kind of drinking. By the way, do I have your permission to give Deborah Starborn Hewins your Facebook link, honey?
Yeah, because the only Deborah Starborn I saw on whatever was not a real person. So
this is Deborah. She's a real person. She's a real person.
Well, I think she is, but that's what I was saying. Like, I couldn't find her. So yeah, that's fine.
I can give her your link and I'll give you hers. So what I'll do is I'll give you hers since she seems to want to speak to you, and so I will.
Yeah, she loves me more than you, and especially more than George.
That I'm certain George is devastated. George, you're gonna be drinking that one off for weeks, George.
Well, I haven't flown to England yet and showed up at his wife's house when he comes in the door and she's not there and I'm the misery bitch.
Yeah. Misery. Yes, that's what I'm afraid she'll do to me if I visit her. I'll break both my legs, keep me as some kind of sex
I already own a pig farm for you, baby, but I can't figure I can get George here for that.
Yes. So where is our dear lovely Sarah? In any rate, so in terms of what Christine Joanna Hart was talking about, she was talking about her connections with the Third Reich. And why? Yes. So that was in terms of what she said. There must be some context that it reminded you of, dear George, that you can bring up. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, Douglas. Yeah, it's a very good interview. I recommend anyone to go listen to it if they haven't already done so. It's just very, very enlightening. And it helped me, it definitely enlightened me a lot. I learned some things I didn't know about. So it was
okay,
really,
Brooke, you've blocked me.
Girl, I was pissed at you. Of course I blocked you.
Brooke, you can't do that. It's like I've given you a forewarning that Facebook permanently locks that in.
No, it doesn't.
No, it does. There's only a few times you can do that, and then Facebook permanently locks me in.
Before I blocked you to not call me the enemy again, and you did.
Look, that's not what I said.
The enemy online, I'm pretty sure Facebook hears they're the enemy.
That's not what I said. And
no,
you know that.
No, you,
now that you're back, how long do we have with you, George?
Probably about another 15 minutes, 20 minutes the most.
Let's take advantage of that and have you talk about some current things going on in Britain. In the meantime, let me explain something to you, Brooke, before he goes on. I want you to understand that Judith Ager would do this as if it were something casual, like slamming a door, but Facebook doesn't take it that way. Facebook permanently locks it in after you do it twice. So you have likely permanently blocked me, and you have to open another fucking account in order for me to even communicate with you on Facebook. So this is really fucking stupid. And don't do it again.
Okay, well, I blocked you over twice, so that's bullshit.
Yeah, so it's probably permanent at this point. See if you can unblock it. Because if it's not permanent now, it will be the next time. Don't do it again.
Okay. How about you not call me an enemy again? How about you not imply
That's not what I said.
How about you not fucking imply it where people fucking think it? Even people that take up for you and fucking put me down,
now,
it was implied.
This is what our man Ian is trying to find that section of our transmission for. Because you said something where you were trying to cause a rift between Ian and myself.
And so that's
something an
enemy
would do.
Trying to cause a rift. You said I lied.
But I didn't call you an enemy even then. Okay, well, let's figure out whether you were trying to cause a rift or not after George talks for a few minutes. When George leaves, then Ian will play that. Let's agree to that.
But that still was not when you call me when you implied I'm an enemy. You already have.
I've already gone over that. Let's enjoy what time we have with George, and what we'll do is when George leaves, then Ian will play that, and then we'll come to our conclusion together. It's but I just trying to.
Yes, George, please go on and tell us about your
in the meantime, I will give you Deborah Starborn's link in the fucking. I can't give you her link now. It's like it's just you're wasting my time.
Shut the fuck up.
So it's like you cause more problems than we need in terms of that. So at any rate, I'll give her yours. So if I can reach her, you blocked me. I can't reach your fucking timeline. So that solves that.
I thought you were going to let me go in and unblock you.
It's like I just explained.
But you can't even shut up enough just to let him talk.
Yeah, that's I'm trying to clarify some points before he goes on.
Okay, well, you can clarify a point, but you didn't want to clarify all the points.
Yeah, they're clarified now.
Okay, so if I can't unblock you, then you're right.
Yeah.
If you're not right, are you going to come back and be like, I'm wrong? Are you ever? No.
I'm not hung up on being right all the time. That's something you're projecting on me.
Right. All right. You project on the fact that you're right, and then when you're wrong, you don't see shit.
Whatever. I mean, you can do whatever you want with your memories.
Unblock you. Unblocked. There you go. You're unblocked.
Let's see. Okay. All right. We're going to find out if this goes on. There we are. Okay. Don't do it again, because the next time you do it, it'll probably be permanent.
Don't imply I'm an enemy, and don't then imply
We've been over this. We'll figure out whether we go back to that. We'll figure out whether we go back to that after George leaves.
You did imply it. We already know that. I don't care what the reason is. Don't imply it. Well, we're about to go back to the reason that you say.
We'll go back to the reason when George leaves. We'll go back to the reason.
No. You continue to take up George's time for the unblocking. So let me finish. You don't imply it either way, is what I'm saying. You're saying don't block it. Don't imply it either way.
I will imply it if you behave.
Well, then when he plays it, I expect a full fucking apology, because it was about the first time I ever met him, not this fucking night. So go ahead. King George. You said it was about tonight that I was saying you were talking.
No, tonight you tried to cause a rift between us. It's on record.
It's Ian's own fucking record. You know what? Ian will either fucking say the truth or not. He knows what the fuck he said. You try to say
he has to find. It has nothing to do with what he said. He has to find what you said. So that being said, George will go on now. Yeah. So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Douglas. And Brooke, please, can I just just say something? I need to make an important point, and I cannot emphasize this enough. Douglas has never once, ever once implied you were the enemy, ever. And he's told me many, many times over and over again that you're definitely not the enemy. He's told me that in private and on the show.
Thank you.
But nobody thinks you're the enemy. And he doesn't need to apologize because he's never implied that. I do apologize if you think
he said it. He said it. I do appreciate what you're saying. He's actually said it on the show outright. I apologize if you haven't said it.
No,
but
I haven't, because then
this is why we consider her the enemy. This is why we don't know if she's the enemy. This is why I think she might be the enemy. This is why I've got to get in my PayPal account because she's probably gonna take it back because she's the enemy. This is what
I said then was contextualized, and whatever I said then was contextualized to everyone's satisfaction. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about now. And the point
nor does what George is saying. But
I will say this: everything George is saying is true about this. That I've said to everybody, including Peter Moon, I've explained to them why you're not the enemy.
Yes.
But if you behave,
but then why did you imply it tonight? Because even Ian West said you implied it.
I told you why. You tried to cause a rift between myself and Ian.
I'm causing a rift between you and Ian. Really? Because of what I said that you laughed at Ian when you first introduced us because you made fun of Ian?
Because that's a fucking lie. You tell a lot of lies when you're on air with me. You tell a lot of lies about me. You do tell lies that
is
like
so
when you come on air and you say that Douglas Dietrich calls me all the time.
You're
I never
your own
call
enemy.
you. Okay, that's a lie.
Douglas,
when you come on here and you say, I've heard this story before, all you ever talk about is how you saved the kids of the Presidio. I have never talked about that, bragging about that. That's a lie.
That's not the story I said.
That's exactly what you said. You know, I was going to tell you a story about something else, and I never even got there because then you
replay it. Because
it's there for anyone to hear. They can hear that episode. You know,
Douglas, I've never said, "Oh my God, you talk about the saving the kids." Matter of fact, the way
exactly what you said.
I don't know the details of that. As a matter of fact, I've told you I don't know the details of it. So that's untrue. That is completely untrue. You know, because I have never even heard the details of how you saved them. I have only heard certain stories, and when you get into a certain detailed story, one time
that's why it was a lie when you came on here and you said it was all I ever fucking talk about. So you do lie about me.
Can't be wrong.
Come on
you can't be wrong.
It has nothing to do with my being wrong. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm wrong all the time.
Okay.
I'm wrong all the time. There's things I say that are completely wrong.
Okay.
There's things that I say that are that I totally fuck up. And you know, but you have an obsession with apologies. You have an obsession with it's like you know, and it is what it is. But I'm gonna have a private conversation with George, and he and I'll have it sometime soon. And what in the meantime, what I want is for George during the few minutes he has left to tell us how work is going, how things are going in England. I understand that Rishi Sunak now is what the fuck is he bitching about now? That comes to mind. I'm sure you can remember where I forget, but do go on.
Yeah, Douglas, thank you. No, I do. Yeah, and Brooke, sorry, I apologize. I'm saying sorry to you. I do apologize. But I don't want. The thing is, also, I don't want this to happen on the show. I don't want any disputes or any arguments because it doesn't get anywhere. And then it just, I know the listenerships don't want to listen to it. It just it throws the viewers off, and that's the one thing I don't want to happen. I enjoy coming on the show to just to talk and to talk about matters which are important. But yeah, Douglas.
And also, by the way, you might have heard a little bit of Michelle Carmela Saldana talking. What was your impression with that?
Oh, what is that earlier on this evening, Douglas?
And don't be afraid to be critical.
Yeah, no, I didn't actually catch anything she was actually saying. I know she was speaking, and all I heard was her asking yourself if she asked permission if she can carry on, and you said yes, and that's the only part I caught. So I don't know what she was actually talking about because it was so early, and I woke up in the middle of the night. I went back to sleep. I switched off, so I didn't actually catch anything she was saying. But there is something actually that I did catch on these. When you go onto YouTube, there are these short videos. They're called shorts, and these are a bit like, essentially like TikTok uploads. They're short segments, only about 20-30 seconds long. And it was an individual, and I don't know his name, but I recognize his face. He's goes to Oxford University, and they do these presentations to potentially future politicians, talk about political matters around the world. And this guy was basically talking about how Britain is he was talking about, woke culture. He was trying to say that woke culture is all about your feelings matter more than the truth. And that's the phenomenon about woke culture.
Go on.
That's what this man was saying. And he said he was alluding to that Britain contribute to 2% of the carbon emission footprint. So he was talking about woke culture. They're more concerned about their feelings than the truth. And he goes, the truth is Britain is only responsible for 2%. Now, where he got those stats from, I have no idea, which is a complete fallacious lie. There's nothing that is preposterous to say that Britain is only contributing to 2% of the world's carbon footprint. And then he goes on to say it's countries like Latin America or India, countries that don't care, that live in poverty, that are
countries
contributing
that,
to the majority.
Britain took over.
That Britain invaded. Yes, go on.
This is the point I'm getting to. That's the point I'm getting to. What this guy is trying to say is all these countries that Britain invaded and occupied with their empire are the main contributors to this, without factoring the fact that we were responsible for those and for their poverty and the way they're suffering today. That was how insane that people in Oxford are getting trained. They're getting this education. It's a form of indoctrination. This is what they're being taught and told. And I just thought this was completely insane. I switched off immediately when I heard that. I was like, oh my God. And this is the future. These are the future generations that are going to run this country.
To the ground, yes. But actually,
the problem
to the ground
is those shorts, just like the shorts, just like YouTube's algorithm, and obviously what came from TikTok's algorithm, which I'm not sure if YouTube may have started the actual algorithm first. As far as just what you like and what you click on is what you get shown. So Southern racist rednecks here that like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Republican shit will get more of that. And then in America, and then we also get, and I'm more liberal, I'll get some of that, but then I get, like I saw a short that was, I mentioned to Douglas, it was a short, and it's a guy that'll go like, these 4 maps will change the way you view the world. And he has like, 20 or 50 shorts, but like these 4 maps, and like one of them was the countries in green are the countries that have not been invaded and taken over by Britain ever, but by the UK. And like there was like 2 countries, 3, 4 countries in blue.
Yes, yes. One was Outer Mongolia.
Yeah. So it was just so few. It was like, so then there's truths in it. There are truths out there to be found. But the problem is what comes up. And for the people, whether it's, if you're in Britain and you are clicking on what you want to see and what you want to hear, it just feeds you that truth and narrative. It's just like, and it's the same way, like I've told Douglas before, like he said, like I've said things that offended him, and I said I didn't mean to offend you, because again, that's why he says I'm not the enemy. But at the same time, I can say things that might offend him, and I don't mean to. And so I have to step back and say, okay, well, if that offended you, then I will agree, okay, maybe that was wrong, and I won't say it that way, or I won't say it this way, or, I see that, because no 2 people, even if you're in the same family, two twins, see the same movie. You can watch the same movie side by side at the exact same time. You have a different intake for it. So what they're saying with wokeism it's that truth is true. If you, I don't call it wokeism, but I do say that people's feelings taking over fact are two different things. Like there's facts and there's feelings, right? Like my feeling that you hurt my feelings may not be factual that you meant to, but it's factual that it did hurt my feelings, or it's factual I hurt yours. I factually didn't mean to. Those are two facts, and they're the exact same thing. The exact same thing, exact same words happened. Factually didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Factually had no idea it would. Factually did. Factually impacted you. Same exact thing, right? Same exact words, taken different ways. And so therefore, that's we as a culture, we as a people, both individuals and as a world, have to learn how to deal with each other in loving and kind ways and understand each other. And I think and hope that that's where we're growing and getting, to try to understand each other more and be more loving and kind to each other. But when it goes to control, whereas like Douglas is, I just want power, I want to be right, where I'm not saying that I don't sometimes want to be right, because everyone wants to be right. Everyone wants attention. I would love to be right all the time. Who the hell wouldn't? Because that would just mean I'm right all the time. But I also want to learn. And I also don't mind being wrong. I just don't like being wrong when someone can't say, this is why I'm wrong, and I don't understand why I'm wrong. Like what is the reasoning I am wrong? Like you're not saying, like, okay, if I'm wrong just because it hurt your feelings, I understand that. Can you then understand that I didn't mean that, and then us come to a compromise on I didn't mean it, and where are we there? Because what you're saying is not factual. You're saying you're just wrong because you said it. Well, wait a minute, but I didn't mean it that way. Well, then you're just wrong anyway. So yeah, if I just said fuck you, your grandma's a whore, I mean that's one thing. But if I was like, hey, you repeated that story before, or in the middle of it, like, I didn't mean that as a fucking insult. So to say I'm just so wrong on that is going back to wokeism. You're just so wrong. You can't say you repeated a story. So again, that would be where I would go with that whole thing.
Thank you.
By the way, that the individual that presented at Oxford was Konstantin Kishin. He's a Russian-British satirist.
Oh my god!
So he's a podcaster and author, which makes sense. I've just looked him up.
Now it
and
makes
that
perfect
just makes
sense. Yes,
why he's saying that. Yeah, absolutely. He was saying, what else did he? Sorry, beg your pardon. It's just train of thought has just gone out the window. He basically alluded to basically the population of India is far greater than Britain, and they were responsible for the carbon footprint, a higher percentage of the carbon footprint emissions that are contributing to climate change. And Britain, he was saying that if Britain ceased to exist right now, it would do nothing to climate change, to impact climate change. So that's what this individual was saying. But as we've just established, he's a Russian-British. He's got dual nationalism with Russia and Britain, and it just makes perfect sense why he's promoting that, and it's just awful, and that is just what these future generations are listening to. That was just something I wanted to just bring up, Douglas. This is the enemy that we're constantly having to fight against. But I do want to actually emphasize something about Douglas to everyone. Is I've verified everything Douglas has said. If I ever found out anything Douglas said that I couldn't verify to be true, I wouldn't be here right now. Everything he has ever said, I have found to be verifiably true. It's a fact.
Thank you.
And so I've never ever once found any discrepancies, any anomalies with anything he has ever said, and I verify it in great depth. What you will find with those gang stalkers, they will present a lot of lies, a lot of convoluted and obfuscation, and it's just out to discombobulate the viewers or people who listen in, and anyone that reviews their serious shit online. Yeah. So that is the whole purpose of it. It's to try and discredit Douglas. And so, and if anyone wants any, and that's the thing, the people I've been speaking to that listen to the show, Douglas, the fans that listen, I'll call them fans, but they're definitely, they're at the bottom point and they're learning, they're developing, they're getting a concept of understanding of everything. And, I've just basically said to them that, if you ever need any documentation, I can send it over to them. And that's what they're asking for, just to prove everything. Because, when they first come across stuff, it's very, it's hard for them to comprehend, fathom any information that they're not somewhat what's the term, like equated with. But
Right.
yeah,
That doesn't fit into their cookie cutter paradigm. Yes.
Into their yeah, exactly, Douglas. So, but with myself, like I said, I've had to talk about this in the past. I've invested thousands, it's not hundreds, thousands of hours into backing up and verifying, vetting everything Douglas has ever said, and I've never come across any anomalies with anything, and I can vouch on that, and I can, I have all the documentation to back everything up, and that's the whole point of it. And so, yeah, I just wanted to enforce that, just to clarify that with everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It really bless you, and of course that's why I certainly appreciate you, and as George will admit himself, even at times without trying, he's done the work of the enemy, just simply by spending too much time swimming through their sewer shit, and then relaying to myself stuff I just didn't need to hear, because there's really nothing that they have to say that anyone needs to hear. And though I've told people to that you're invited to look at it, because your average person would look at that and would just be revolted. It would be like opening a trash can and just looking at all these writhing maggots and being overwhelmed by the stench. You would wonder, why did I lift the lid of that trash can to look under it? Your average person would not be in any danger of falling under its influence. But of course, the people that were always
but then your average person,
the people that were always looking at it, honey, were always the people who were working with me. Everybody who was working with me was basically the enemy, because they were assets who were sent here. And the one thing that would expose them was they were constantly looking through the website of the enemy.
Well, that was my point. I was just gonna say, it amazes me and also inspires me, both. I don't know, or maybe negatively. I'm not really sure now. With George, because I don't know anyone that has hundreds or thousands of hours to invest in you.
By the way,
I do. I have, because of my future. Yeah, my previous employment, my previous profession, I had so much time on my hands.
Well, I have 2 kids. I had a spouse. Even not having a spouse with 4 pets.
This is when I was single. That was many years. That's 5 years of being single.
Yeah.
And the only other person that has that time to invest are people who are unemployed. But I had an employment where I was working on social hours. So I was working theoretically in the nighttime. I had all the daytime to go to the gym, which is what I was doing, and investing in all this research. And it paid off. Yeah. Just like when you go, if you want to become a doctor, you have to invest 10 years of your life to become that doctor.
Yes,
it's the same with this.
And it's a toll.
And the rest.
Yeah, I do want to say Deborah Hewins, Deborah Starborn has written me that she has friended you, so she sent you a friend request. Up to you to accept that, dear lady. So George, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Love you, dearly.
Thank you, Douglas. Thank you for having me. And nice to speak to all of you. And please, all of you, look after yourself. And please, anyone who's listening, if you can, contribute anything, any donations to Douglas for a great cause, please do so. And I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much for everyone.
Thank you, Douglas. Thank you, George. Good to hear from you.
Yes.
Thank you. Nice to speak to you all too. Thank
you.
George,
if you want to donate anything to me, it'd be great.
I'm sure that's foremost on his mind. Yes. Love you dearly, George.
Love you.
Bye for now. Bye.
Bye-bye.
And okay, that's our dear George. Now looking through the chat room. Aloma Albert, who's a dear friend of Peter Moon, says Michelle's words were touching and important for her to say. And La Nina Blanca was saying, I was extremely touched by Michelle's story as well. Yes, so there we go. Some feedback from the chat room. Deeply appreciate it. So that being said, now Ian West can find that element of the transmission should he be available to do so. And if not, I'll start, our monologue soon enough. But hopefully now we can go towards a more calm, little conversation, the twain of us, 3 of us. We there, Ian? I guess it's not. Shit, is it my microphone?
I jumped the fuck out of that shit too, man. I did. I fucking went to Ducklings, and y'all were still fucking here when I came back.
There we are. So Ian went bye. He's mute. He apparently is not hearing us, but
he knows what's going on with that shit, and then he's in the middle of mine and your shit. He was like, this is too much drama.
Well, at any rate, we're together now, and so there was a lot of drama tonight. As it is, I think I pulled my head out of my ass at this point, and I'm ready to go into monologue. But I will.
Sounds good to me.
Well, I mean, we can talk, like casually for a few minutes. I'm certainly not adverse to that. What time is it where you're at? 4 a.m.?
Yeah, it's amazing you can do that since you can do England's time. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to count on my fucking fingers to do England's time. Basically what happened to me tonight was I forgot to set the clocks forward yesterday. So I was starting.
You're like my mother. My mother, I swear to God, how old? She was born in 51. She's like, calls me, did you set your clocks forward? And I said, no. She said, well, you need to. What? You did? You see, you need to. And I said, Mom, I have a phone. It sets itself forward. I have a computer. It sets itself forward. The only other clocks I have are the clock on the fucking stove and the clock in the car. And you know how they stay? They stay right now. As of today, they're correct. And the rest of the year, I am running 1 hour behind, which is great for me to think I am running 1 hour behind because I'm typically running 1 hour behind.
Well, in my case, I got to set the stove forward now that you remind me, as well as the clock next to my bed. So that's how I wound up barely here.
You realize you have a clock on your cell phone that is an alarm clock on your cell phone that you can set like 20 alarms on it, even with the cheapest Android.
I don't know how to do that. And I'm afraid that if I do that, I wouldn't know how to turn it off.
Which would get your ass up, which would be a good thing, and you'd have all your pillows set.
At any rate, you get my point. It would be ringing probably. At any rate, let's not go there. One of these days, maybe you'll teach me how to do it. Then you'd have to probably be there to actually look at my phone. But
oh my God, no! I've been with someone. Literally, that's the worst thing, though. Like, okay, if somebody, you slept in a bed with someone that had a bed across from, like they had an alarm clock on their side of the bed, and then you had an alarm clock on your side of the bed, and then they fucking didn't wake up, and you finally had to reach across them and slam the snooze button, okay? Mm-hmm. That's one fucking thing. You're like, bitch, you can't even fucking hear your own snooze. But then, when somebody's got a phone going off, because when it is your phone going off, you have to wake up a little more, because you have to find, usually you know where your phone is, but you look at it, you grab it, you just blank, and you slide the snooze. But when it's somebody else's phone and it's across the bed, maybe it's in the bed with them, maybe it's under the bed, you gotta find the phone, and you gotta figure out, and then if it's their face app, you gotta it's not opening, and then you're just beating them in the head with their own phone to wake up.
So honey, if you look inside the Skype chat, the Skype text, you'll notice there's 2 links there to 2 different articles I was trying to tell you about the other day, but you were kind of brought down by some of what you and I were discussing. So it's understandable you didn't find it as entertaining or amusing or even alarming or distressing as I did. Obviously, there's simply serious implications to what these links are pointing to, and they're mostly involving destruction to the environment. But there's this 5,000-mile blanket of seaweed that can be seen from space. That's twice the width of the United States, 5,000 miles wide, and this seaweed has engulfed the beaches of Florida. And so Ian West totally missed the boat on this, to use a pun. And I, want you to take a look at that now. And it's pretty alarming looking stuff, because you actually click on the links, you can see people's size in comparison to this algal bloom, this Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt. Now this is interesting because the Sargasso Sea is a sea of seaweed. It's it used to kill sailors, because back before the days of the engine, in the days of sail, sailors could have their ships caught up in the algal bloom and literally starve, well, mostly dehydrate to death quicker than starvation in this strangle sea of seaweed, this strangle pool or strangle bloom. So that being said, honey, anything to say about that? I mean, any impressions?
I mean, yeah. I mean, yes and no. I think that it's horribly sad. I think it's not surprising at all being where we're headed. I mean, we have, the main, what is it? The Alaskan crabs or those are basically have been being gone. Those crab hunters. Because we're just killing our seas. I mean, we had a dolphin, what is last year, the year before, one of the last dolphins of that particular species. They were trying to say there was like 2 left in the Gulf of Mexico and couldn't save them. We've got the shark hunters that are out there killing these sharks for Asia because they believe that they are worth so much, just like the white rhinoceros horn, where they were breaking the zoos and kill them. I mean, it is a lack of respect for Gaia, Mother Earth, which is your creator. If you're a Christian, your God, our creator. And if you do not respect life, respect sea, respect our land, and stop living in this culture that we have completely created, which is actually a creation of you can call it capitalism, you can call it a million different things. The fact of the matter is, to get deeper into it, we lost our spirituality. We lost for looking what was deeper inside of us. We went to science. We did that around the 1500s, I believe it was, when we went against the church, which was fine to do because we wanted to say, hey, church doesn't control us, because back then it didn't matter. You were born in most countries, especially in any Christian Catholic country, you were born and you were, you might have been the pauper, you might have been the painter, you might have been the rich man, but it was second back then, because what came first was your spirit. Like, were you good? Were you doing the right things? Were you going to church, saying your prayers, not cheating on your wife, not cheating on your husband, doing these things and like doing what was going to get you into heaven, right? And then what came is, well, wait, science came in, okay? And then they sent scientists out to say, well, what is actually the condition of where we are? Because what humans started wanting to know, which is what which was meant to happen, is to question, hey, why does the priest just get to tell us this? They got to own the Bibles. They got to own exactly telling us what to do and what not to do, while they were out cheating on their wives, while they were out having affairs with boys, while they were out, cheating on their, all their wives were having, like, all these things were happening. And so all these things came into question. And science at the same time came in, if you look at that. And then what happened was science went out and was like, hey, well, people started saying, well, we're going to start seeing what the truth is, right? What is the truth of why we're here? And what is our reason for being here? And that doctrination started to spread out. If you look at it, it's less than 1,000 years that we've been doing that. But in that time frame, it took a while for scientists to come back with answers. And so you have people break away from the church, break away from that indoctrination that they had to completely do exactly what was right by doctrination, which was still never right by Mother Earth, right? And then you have science finally come back, because that takes a while. And then they say this, and you've got these breakaways that are like, well, wait a minute, that doesn't line up with this. And now we're in the part where it all lines the fuck up. If you look at what science is saying, you destroy your world, you destroy yourself. If you look at what God was and what Jesus said, God is in you, and you love each other, you love your world, you don't search for money first. But in the meantime, in that mean space, what we did is we put, well, let's just go for ourselves. Let's just build for ourselves. Let's make as big as we can and great as we can and make our lives better. Make our lives better, make our lives easier. Make it about us. Make it about us personally. Personal, right? And that's all we've been about. Personal growth, personal gain, personal wealth for well over 500 years. That's what you've seen happen. And so it didn't matter about the fucking oceans. It didn't matter if it was personal fucking gain. And it didn't matter that you knew that the corporation you were investing in was killing probably the entire fucking ocean. If it was going to make you $1 million or you 100,000 or maybe you only 10,000, but you fucking thought that was enough. You fucking invested and you said, hey, fuck those other motherfuckers. They're socialists. They're fucking global. They fucking care about the environment. Right? Like, does it surprise me? No. It's where we are fucking headed and where we have to get ourselves fucking out of.
Yes, honey. Thank you.
Or we're dead.
Yes. Thank you. And we're shoulder to shoulder on this. Our politics are identical. Always important to remember that. And thank you. And it's so important to express this. Honestly, we're on the same side. And, well, I love you dearly, and I'm going to go into monologue now, but you're welcome to hang out. What could I ask, aside from obviously things that might have been upsetting tonight, what kept you awake tonight? Is there anything in particular? I mean, it's just, you don't sound sleepy at all. I'm just, kind of curious.
I'm going back to bed. I just took a early nap, lay down, and obviously, like, not drinking. And well, it was a rainy fucking day here. Like, we had 70-degree weather. Like, we are fucking Jekyll and Hyde right now. 70 degrees yesterday. Woke up to 30-degree weather. I had to go upstairs and see if the chicks were still fucking alive. Because I have a heat lamp on them. But then if I don't have the heat on upstairs, of course, the heat lamp only can do so much. So, yeah, so it was like 35, it was like 35, 36, like the high was 40 something. So I plan to get out and cut the grass, and I have people coming tomorrow from Habitat for Humanity to donate some furniture and things too. And I was going to clean up my garage, and obviously it was pouring down rain. Oh, and my daughter comes in going to get coffee at 8 a.m, and I'm like, meh. And she's like, you want coffee? I'm like, yeah. She's like, well, here's your coffee. But by the way, you left your sunroof open and it's been pouring down rain all night.
Oh my God.
So I was like, I literally sat there. I was like, is this and I couldn't hear the rain then. I knew it had been raining. But I know my sunroof open. So I was like, is it still raining? And she's like, yeah, it's not pouring, but it's raining.
Oh my
and
God.
I literally sat there. I was like, well, fuck it. It's already soaked now. So I just sat there and drank the coffee for like 30 minutes.
How much damage was caused by the sunroof? What's the sunroof on top of? What's beneath it? That would have...
It wasn't bad. It was just my leather seats were soaked.
Oh my God.
And I just took blankets and some towels out there. And what was hilarious though is I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna start the car because I'm gonna go somewhere a little bit and get some orange juice. We were out, so I was like, I'll get some orange juice. So I'd drink coffee, so I was half of it. So I started the car so the heat would come on because it was freezing, and I figured the heat would help dry where the towel blankets were. And then I started the car, and then I came back in and drank some more of the coffee and got online and fell asleep for another hour. And I was like, and then I didn't even remember. Like, I went out there like an hour and a half later, and the car's fucking running. I'm like, oh, it was warm and dry by the time I went back. So I was fine.
Oh God, yes, yeah. Thank you. That's terrifying. But okay.
Yeah, I mean, water went into like, I'm sure water got into like where the drive shaft was, but apparently things like that. I mean, it drove fine. So yeah.
Jesus. Oh my God. Well, I'm glad. So I love you dearly beyond expression. We will speak privately soon. I'll try and call you maybe after transmission, if I'm not totally fried by then, but it shouldn't be too fried. Maybe I will be, but hey.
Well, I'm going back to bed, and I'm probably gonna block you again, and then unblock you, and block you, and unblock you as much as I want, because that's what I can do.
No, honey, no, don't do that, because it's at some point, sooner rather than later. At this point, probably the next time you do it, it will be forever, and then you'll have to set up a whole new account for us to even talk. So I mean, that's the Facebook Messenger is one of the more convenient areas for us to exchange communication. So don't jeopardize that. It's one of these things that it just.
Okay. Go. Just go.
Yes, honey. All right. I love you. Bye for now.
All right. I love you too.
Yes. So and just so you know, I will be addressing, Peter Moon's questions about trans people that will essentially be taking up tonight's monologue.
Peter had questions about trans people?
Oh, yes. He was asking about how they managed to jack the narrative, how they managed to basically set the agenda so that children are the most important question in children's lives today is no longer what will I be when I grow up, but what gender will I be? What gender shall I choose?
Did you argue with him then? Because I can't. What I want to hear the argument that you had.
There was no argument because
That's
I'm going
funny
to.
because
My rebuttal will be now.
I block your ass. I fucking barely put down fucking Ian fucking West, who literally was saying you joked a million times, got fucking shit from a fucking bag, which is what I was talking about, and laughing, and you got a whole argument about it. Call me a fucking enemy, and yeah, you don't put somebody down because they go on about trans, which is supposed to be. Yeah, we'll talk later. Okay. Bye.
But honey, my rebuttal to him comes now. Can't win. Yeah. It's oh my god. So there we are. And then Ian West, well, at least we're maintaining call. That maintains quality of sound. I know we got quality of sound. So thanks to checking into the chat room, which I'll check into one more time before I go into monologue mode. And yes, here we are. Amor Fadi is in there, and he says yes, monologue time. Hugs, Amor Fadi. Oh man, you missed. Oh man, you don't know what you missed. Some people would say you didn't miss shit. But hey, C was there earlier and saying hi, DD and Peter, and hey, C. And our man Amor Fadi was saying buenos noches to Michelle. I should have read that to her. All right, with that, after being exhausted already, we will get into the monologue. So, Peter brought up the trans issue. This is obviously an issue in terms of something that I am obligated to address. So he brought up something I'm obligated to address. It is so complicated and intensive a subject that I could not respond to it while he was on with us. That's simple. It requires a monologue. And in the time we have remaining, I will now provide that monologue. So it took me a while to think through exactly how all of this is connected, but it is all connected. Our man, George, talked about this economist who's condemning all of Britain's colonies for the carbon footprint. And he was pointing out, of course, that the individual turned out to be Russian. That's essentially a pattern that you will find here with the transgender issue as well. This is definitely a Russian propaganda issue that the American radicalized right, the Russophiliac radicalized right, the Russian radicalized American right, has taken on as its own. To them, this is a culture war, but to the Russians, the invasion of Ukraine is a culture war. Whoever doesn't follow me right now, you will when I explain it. And beyond that, understand that the other connection that was brought up, what was it our man was saying? George Knight, talking about I guess the only thing to address concerning what that Russian economist said was that I don't know about the statistics of Britain producing only 2% of the carbon footprint, because that sounds ridiculous, because it was, of course, the center of the Industrial Revolution. Perhaps it no longer has all that smoke, that coal burning, smoke spewing industry it once did, but I find it hard to believe it would be a 2% carbon footprint coming out of England. However, just based on the sheer size of the third world nations that England had conquered, well, especially India, and certainly China, yes, the carbon footprint from those two nations in particular as they develop industrially is enormous, astronomical, and certainly the majority of the world's carbon footprint. In that, yes, there is truth. Back here in America, back here in the States, the first thing I need to emphasize as we approach the bottom of the hour is, and thanks for the thumbs up, dear Amor. And let me take one last look at some of the notifications I got coming in. All right. When it comes to the trans issue, America is being consumed by a moral panic over trans people. This is what they used to call them back in the days of Victorian England. Moral panics. Now, in the state of Mormon, Utah, in the kingdom of Desiree, yesteryear, the parents of 2 girls who'd placed second and third during a state-level sporting event got suspicious about the girl who'd handily won first place. Had she always been a girl? At the time, Utah had not yet passed a law barring transgender athletes from participating in school sports under their gender identity. Still, officials received complaints from parents about athletes who didn't look feminine enough. Officials were only too happy to investigate. In the case of the student who won first place, school administrators tracked down her academic records without informing her or her parents. David Spatafor, the legislative representative of the Utah High School Activities Association, recently testified, or what was recently at the time, testified contemporaneously yesteryear, that, in his words, the school went back to kindergarten, and she'd always been a female. Well, everyone can breathe an enormous sigh of relief. Lawmakers elsewhere, however, aren't taking any chances. In June, the Ohio House passed a bill requiring a doctor to examine school children's hormonal levels, genetics, or internal and external reproductive anatomy. This means a lot of adult men are going to get a chance to stick their fingers deep up girls' ass cracks and vaginas in the event of a dispute over the gender of an athlete participating in women's sports. Great. A lot of guys are going to be peering up the cracks of a lot of young girls. Men couldn't be happier. There is currently only one known transgender athlete at the varsity level in all of Ohio high school sports. And she told a reporter recently, "I barely even get to play because I'm not great." Still, lawmakers called their bill the Save Women's Sports Act. This is what a moral panic looks like. Unhinged hysteria sows fear and suspicion by inflating unusual ideas and lifestyles into social and political emergencies. Transgender people have long aroused such panic. Have you mustered the courage to enter a public restroom since the great transgender bathroom scare of the mid-2010s? But in the past couple of years, the fears have reached a fever pitch. And in the run-up to the midterms, trans people, young trans people especially, have become a hysterical obsession of the Russian radicalized right. 18 states have recently passed transgender athlete bans, and more are in the wings. 4 states have restricted access to gender-affirming care for young people, and more than a dozen are considering restrictions. In Texas, Governor Greg Abbott ordered that parents who allow transition-related care for their kids be investigated for child abuse. The state's only clinic for transgender adolescents was forced to shut down. In the second month of yesteryear, false claims that Boston Children's Hospital was performing genital surgeries on minors went viral. Boston Children's and several other hospitals that provide transition-related health care services for adolescents were bombarded with death threats, bomb threats, and, of course, threats against their personnel and staff. This overt fear-mongering has become the latest right-wing phenomenon. Transgender issues are a red meat staple on Fox News and among fringe lawmakers like Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Republican representative of QAnon, who has proposed a federal ban on transition-related care for minors. But anxiety about trans issues is a concern of not just the far right. Stories about how trans people are changing American life, how their sensibilities capture medical organizations and other institutions, how they're pushing for changes in language, how they've engendered a fragile intellectual atmosphere where one wrong opinion can get you canceled, have become a mainstay of discussion. Joe Rogan, who in other contexts talks up his long-term reliance on testosterone replacement therapy, no less, frequently suggests on his podcast that the way transgender people are breaking norms is a sign of civilization's collapsing. To put this in language that Rogan himself might have the intellectual capacity to comprehend, in other words he might understand at his IQ level, dude, come on, man. The increase in visibility and social acceptance of transgender people is certainly one of the important societal changes of the past decade. I'm not saying that it isn't a topic worthy of reporting, analysis, and debate, and I don't think that everyone who raises these issues is necessarily transphobic. But there is also a real danger that politicians' and pundits' excessive focus on such societal changes exaggerates their real-world effects by orders of magnitude. Exempli gratiae, is it a little awkward and cringy that many advocates now saying things like birthing people instead of woman as a way to be inclusive of trans people? Sure. But when an out-there neologism inspires multiple critical pieces across several outlets, with pundits and celebrities accusing the inclusive language of the erasing of woman, that seems to me like it can veer into the realm of purest panic. This sort of fixation imputes to trans people an outsized role in American culture and politics. It pretends that they pose a threat to our institutions, whether women's sports or academic journals or civilization generally, that overstates their place in society beyond all rationality and recognition. So it's worth remembering some stark facts whenever you hear that trans issues are somehow taking over civic life. There be relatively few trans people in America. Many of the controversies you hear about them are unlikely to directly affect the lives of the vast majority of non-trans Americans. Trans people still wield astonishingly little power over anything. They still face tremendous difficulties and disadvantages across many areas of life. And mainstream acceptance and equality of transgender people is hardly the certainty that is often portrayed in punditry. A recent Pew Research survey, recent in that it was taken yesteryear, found that fewer than 0.6% of American adults, a little over half of 1%, say they're transgender, and an additional 1% are non-binary. According to Pew, more than half of American adults don't even know a trans person personally. Trans identification among adults is highest among those under 25 years of age. 3.1% of whom say they are a transgender male or female. The Williams Institute, a sexual orientation research group at the UCLA, University of California at Los Angeles School of Law, also found that young people make up a large share of people who identify as trans. Williams researchers have confirmed that there are about 300,000 transgender people ages 13 through to 17 in these United States, accounting for about 18% of this country's transgender population. But although there is a debate about whether and how young people should undergo transition-related healthcare therapies, as Emily Bazelon covered with care and insight in the Times magazine, the New York Times magazine, but yesteryear. Her surname is Bazelon, Emily Bazelon, so you can look it up, as she so adroitly articulated with great nuance. Most transitions of young people involve no medical intervention whatsoever. Per Rodrigo Heng-Lehtinen, the executive director of the National Center for Transgender Equality, for the overwhelming majority of trans youth, what transitioning means is really social transition. It usually means changing the name that they go by, changing the pronoun, styling their hair differently, and changing how they dress. Notice all the tripwires here. Trans kids trigger the same cultural sensitivities that have always sent American parents into full-on panic, from punk rock to Ebonics to Bart Simpson. It's all about what young people are wearing, how they're speaking, and who they look up to. The debate over transgender participation in sports often similarly elides the rarity of the issue. Stories often focus on a handful of athletes, many of them on the swimmer Leah Thomas. That's because there just aren't any others. The Utah official testified that only about 7 transgender athletes had asked to participate in high school sports statewide last year. Well, the year before last by now. When Florida's House voted on a trans athlete ban, the bill, the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, was later signed into law by Governor Ron DeSantis. The Orlando Sentinel sports columnist Mike Bianchi wrote, "I've been covering collegiate sports in this state for 30 years, and I've never covered nor known a sports journalist who covered a transgender athlete competing in girls' or women's sports in this state. Ever. Not once. Not ever." A colleague of his had never heard of such a case in high school sports either, after a similar career of similar length. 3 decades long. It's a simple fact. Statistically, effectively, there are no transgender athletes. Meanwhile, mired as we are in these ginned-up controversies, we don't hear nearly enough about how marginalized trans people really are, or the significant social and economic burdens they still suffer. Compared with cisgender, which, by the way, one time when I confessed I am cisgendered, Real Tech Geek told me that he experienced a similar visceral, violent reaction, the desire to kill me, that I had expressed when I once saw a gay couple of men, a male gay couple, with an infant child that they had adopted, obviously, holding it up in their hands. And I felt this sudden visceral desire to attack and kill the man holding that infant child, knowing this infant would be raised by 2 fathers. And that offended me at this primal level, towards where I had to suppress murderous intent that welled up inside me. And our man Real Tech said, "I felt that way when you confessed being cisgendered." Just so everybody knows, look the term up. Cisgender means I'm straight and happy with the gender I was born in. It means I'm a straight man who's happy to be a man. And compared with folks like me, and the majority of you, compared with us, all of us cisgendered adults, trans people have lower incomes and less access to health care, and suffer more chronic health conditions. A study analyzing private insurance data from the year my latent sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, Diana Dietrich, was murdered. Slain is the term they apply to vampires. From the year 2011, the year of Fukushima Daiichi, to 2019, that study, conducted through that period, analyzing private insurance data, found that trans people were nearly twice as likely to die over the period as their non-trans peers. The 2015 U.S. Transgender Survey, the largest survey of transgender people conducted in these United States, found that nearly 82% of trans people had seriously thought about suicide, and 40% had attempted it once in their lifetimes. And 60% of Americans, according to a recent Pew survey, believe that a person's gender is determined by the sex they're assigned at birth, and that number has steadily increased since 2017. Remember these stats the next time you hear that trans people have a stranglehold on American public opinion. Nothing, and I mean nothing, could be further from the truth. The moral panic over trans rights is a malevolent, intentionally malevolent distraction from society's real issues. Something relatively unknown about transgender people is that they have a subcultural fascination. Or rather, we, the people who shit and piss all over them, have a cultural fascination with monsters of legend. From the Echidna, a half-woman, half-serpent figure found in Greek mythology, to the Cthulhu, the presentedly mythical sea creature, featured in the works of Howard Phillips Lovecraft. All manner of monsters have prominent roles in our writing and art, and equally prominent roles in such culture produced by the trans subculture. Because having been stereotyped throughout history as perverted, unnatural, and dangerous, trans people, and trans women in particular, have reclaimed the image of the monster, identifying with its power as a cultural disruptor and harbinger of change, capable of toppling entire kingdoms into the sea. Still, I find myself surprised that trans people have become, in the popular imagination, so terrifying and so monstrous that Nicola Sturgeon, Scotland's First Minister for the past 8 years, was forced to announce her resignation yestermensis, just last month, in part for daring to propose legislative changes that would have allowed trans people to change their gender designations on official documents with greater ease. Ms. Sturgeon's stand provoked an enormous backlash in backwards Britannia, particularly since it coincided with the transfer of Isla Bryson, a trans woman and convicted rapist, to a Scottish woman's prison. She has since been reassigned to a male prison. The backlash is rooted in the ferocious cultural debate about whether trans women pose a danger to cisgender women and children in the public sphere, particularly in spaces such as washrooms, shelters, and prisons. In the case of Ms. Bryson, I absolutely have strong concerns that she might have caused harm in a woman's penitentiary. Yet I must also note that women's prisons, far from being safe havens for inmates, have long been rife with sexual violence. Imprisoned women in these United States, for example, account for 33% of reported incidents of staff-on-inmate sexual victimization, while only accounting for 7% of the overall prison population, which means that female prison guards and male prison guards in female prisons are the biggest criminals of all. The vast majority of this harm is caused not by the extremely small number of trans women in American women's prisons, but entirely by cisgender staff and inmates, both male and female. If all the people protesting the presence of a trans woman in women's prisons really cared that much about prisoner safety, or rather cared about it at all, they'd be focusing on the real perpetrators. No, instead they envy them their jobs. Alongside the enormous backlash to queer and trans rights currently playing out in mainstream media coverage and legislative bodies around the world, there is an additional persistent, toxic problem that has been festering. It is, in large part, a moral panic over the self-evidently terrifying specter of men in dresses, whether trans women or drag queens, or, as I myself more properly term, cross-dressers, who are supposedly lurking like wolves among innocent sheep, waiting to pounce on women and children. Yet for all the drama over men like me, or trans men like my son, the truth is that sexual violence, misogyny, and child abuse are genuine social problems whose origins are far more mundane and horrific than any nefarious transsexual conspiracy. 50% of child sexual abuse cases in which the victim is under 6 years of age take its place within the child's family of origin. And about 93% of child sexual abuse overall is committed by an adult known to the child or their family. In 80% of all sexual assault cases in Canada, for instance, the accused is known to the victim, with more than half of sexual assaults against adults and nearly 60% of sexual assaults against children between the ages of 12 and 17 committed by friends and acquaintances. What does all this tell us? It tells us that sexual harm is an epidemic problem that is embedded in our prison rape anti-culture. It tells us that sexual violence is, for the most, committed not by strangers in alleyways, nor by trans women in bathrooms, but rather by people we know, love, and trust. The majority of cases committed by cisgender men, but a significant number by cisgendered women as well. Poverty, severely underfunded health and social services, gutted public education systems, and continuing workplace discrimination against women and gender-diverse people present a maze of systemic barriers to survivors of abuse trying to leave exploitative situations. Often forgotten in the media discourse around trans inclusion is that trans people, too, are vulnerable human beings with a right to safety and dignity. Women's safety and trans inclusion are often framed as being some sort of dichotomy, but trans people across the gender spectrum all experience serious personal security risks in public and in private. Both trans women and trans men are 4 times more likely to experience violent crime than any cisgendered people. Trans women in men's prisons are vastly more likely to experience sexual assault than cisgendered male prisoners. Where's the public outrage about that? Well, in that case, your average cisgendered bigot simply says they deserve it, and then asks if they can watch so they can jerk off. The problem here is not that trans women are using public toilets, but rather that the public welfare system is so meager that many people living through abuse cannot afford or even find help to leave. The problem is not that trans people are being sent to women's prisons, but rather that prisons have never been safe for women at all, for anyone at all. How do we solve these problems? And how can we end abuse? By investing heavily in the public sector, by carefully fostering healthy communities, and by completely reimagining our justice systems. The politicians and lobbyists driving the trans rights backlash don't seem all that interested in addressing what ails our communities at the root, and the explanation for their actions, or rather their inactions, is quite simple. It's much easier to rail against a villainous monster figure and pass discriminatory but protective legislation than it is to spend large amounts of money contending with a highly complex prison rape anti-culture of abuse woven deeply into our social fabric. And if that villainous monster also happens to be the perfect wedge with which to unseat political opponents and whip one's voter base into a frenzy, well, that's certainly an added perk. The anti-trans hysteria we are currently witnessing is not unique. In times of social and economic instability, for example, the continuing decline of the American empire, coinciding with a global pandemic, climate catastrophe, and the brink of a global depression, Silicon Valley Bank just went broke. And the feds aren't about to bail it out. It's always been a popular move to turn the blame toward small and highly visible minorities. And by God as my witness, I'm not talking about the Jews. In fact, they're the biggest persecutors of the trans. They're on top. The trans is their shadow, their minority enemy that can't fight back, while they go on bitching about their Holocaust. Associating stigmatized minorities with sexual depravity and predatory behavior toward women and children is also a historical trend. Black men in the American South, early Chinese migrants to North America, and gays and lesbians worldwide have all been at the center of sexualized moral panics at various points, and the stereotypes underpinning these panics still persist in myriad ways. Demonizing a minority has never really protected anyone's safety, though it has often helped boost the power of political opportunists. True progress in the fight toward dignity and safety for all women, trans people, and young people relies upon the clarity and solidarity of those of us on the ground, or at least those of us still grounded. Instead of fighting one another for scraps, we need to acknowledge that the real monster isn't trans people. It's our inability to address the root causes of our societal ills. In that regard, Fox News will likely never face any real consequences for the biggest scandal in the history of American media. But will Republican voters finally understand who really looks down upon them? Everything transphobic, raised in question by Peter Moon earlier this transmission. He gleans from Fox News, the epitome of loathing and indifference. Which means it's time now in this transmission to talk about elitism. The ugly elitism of the American right. The Russian radicalized American right. Yestermensis. Last month, I alluded to the revelations about Fox News in the Dominion Voting Systems lawsuit, which proved that Fox personalities, for all their populist bloviation, are actually titanic elitists. This is not the elitism of those who think they are smarter or more capable than others. I'll get to that in a moment. But a new and gruesome elitism of the Russian radicalized American right, a kind of hatred and disgust on the part of right-wing media and political leaders for the people they claim to love and defend. Greed and cynicism and moral poverty can explain only so much of what we've learned about Fox. What the Dominion filings prove is a staggering dehumanizing version of elitism among people who have made a living by presenting themselves as the only truth tellers who can be trusted by ordinary Americans. I myself am, to say the least, no stranger to the charge of elitism. When I reviewed the contents of a book published in 2018 titled The Death of Expertise by the author Tom Nichols, a study of how people have become so narcissistic and so addled by cable and the internet that they believe themselves to be smarter than doctors and diplomats, I was regularly tagged as an elitist. And the truth is, I am an elitist, insofar as I believe that some people are better at things than others. But even beyond talent and ability, the foundations of a meritocracy, I do in fact firmly believe that some opinions, political perspectives, or shall we say views, personal actions, and life choices, yea, even some lifestyle choices, are better than others. As I read from the aforecited Tom Nichols book, not at the time out loud, but I will do so now, Americans now believe that having equal rights in a political system also means that each person's opinion about anything must be accepted as equal to anyone else's. This is the credo of a fair number of people, despite being obvious nonsense. It is a flat assertion of actual equality that is always illogical, sometimes funny, and always dangerous. I agree with Tom Nichols' every word in what I just read. If that makes me an elitist, so be it. If this elitism is the opposite of populism, whose adherents believe that virtue and competence reside in the common wisdom of a nebulous coalition called the people, the most communist of all terms, this pernicious and romantic myth is always a danger to liberal democracies and constitutional orders that are founded, first and foremost, on the inherent rights of individuals, rather than whatever raw majorities think is right at any given time. The Russian radicalized American right, however, now abuses elitist to mean people who think they're better than me because they live and work and play differently than I do. They rage that people, myself included, look down upon them. And again, truth be told, I do look down on Trump cultists. Not because I am an elitist, but because I am an American citizen, and I believe that they, as my fellow citizens, have made political choices that have inflicted the greatest harm upon our system of government since the American Civil War between the states. I refuse to treat their views as just part of the normal left-right axis of American politics, because it most evidently is not. As an aside, note that the insecure whining about being looked down upon is wildly asymmetrical. Trump cultists have no trouble looking down upon their opponents as traitors, perverts, and as Donald John Trump himself once put it, human scum. But they react to criticism with a kind of deep hurt, as if others must accommodate their emotional well-being. Many of these same people gleefully adopted "Fuck your feelings" as a rallying cry, but never expected that it was a slogan that worked both ways. In 2016, I still believed that good people were making a mistake. In 2023, I cannot dismiss their choices as mere mistakes. Instead, I accept and respect the human agency that has led Trump cultists to their current choices. Indeed, I insist on recognizing that agency. I have never agreed with the people who dismiss Trump cultists as robotic simpletons who were mesmerized by Russian memes. I believe that today's Trump cultists are people who are making a conscious, knowing, and morally flawed choice to continue supporting a sociopath and a party chock full of seditionists. And this is what makes them worse. This is what makes them pure raw evil. This is what makes them the enemy. That, if need be, come to blows, has to fucking die. Because they'll kill me and those I love. Whether it's my son or whether it's someone I'm far more ambiguous about, like Brooke Gibson, as a matter of policy. I have argued with some of these people. Sometimes, yea, I have mocked them. Mostly, I have refused to engage them. But whatever my feelings are about the abominable choices of Trump cultists, here is the one thing I have never done that Fox's hosts and hostesses did for years. I have never patronized any of the people I disagree with. Unlike people, to use the term quite loosely, such as Tucker Carlson or Sean Hannity or Laura Ingraham, I have never told anyone, including you, reviewers of critical omissions, anything I don't believe. What we're seeing at Fox, however, is lying on a grand scale, done with a snide loathing for the audience and a cool indifference to the damage being done to the nation. Fox and the Republican cult it serves for years has relentlessly patronized its audience, cooing to viewers about how right they are not to trust anyone else, banging the desk about the corruption of American institutions, and shouting into the camera about how the liars and betrayers must pay with their lives if need be, as was shouted by all the seditionists and insurrectionists on January 6th. Fox's stars did all of this while privately communicating with one another and rolling their eyes with contempt, admitting without a shred of shame that they were lying through their teeth. From Rupert Murdoch, who I spracketh of at some depth in my interview with Christine Joanna Hart, available on this channel, the Douglas Dietrich channel on YouTube. From Rupert Murdoch, the mogul of the Australian mass media machine, the most totalitarian state control mechanism outside of communist China, on down, top Fox personalities have admitted that they fed the rubes all of this red, rotting meat to keep them out of the way of the Fox limos headed to Long Island, the home of Peter Moon and Selena Khan, as well as Connecticut. You can see this same kind of contemptuous elitism in Republicans such as Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, and Elise Stefanik. They couldn't care less about the voters. Those hoopleheads back home who have to be placated with idiotic speeches against trans people and critical race theory. These politicians were bred to be leaders, you see, and having to gouge some voters out of the hayseeds back home requires a bit of performance art now and then, a small price to pay so that the sons and daughters of Harvard and Yale, Princeton and Stanford can live in the imperial capital and rule as is their due and their birthright. Some years ago, both my late and sainted mother and myself served in different student educational circles. Just a one-time thing. At these simultaneous, she served in one, I served in the other as a student educational session. This was in one of the programs of the University of California at San Francisco, where doctors wanted to speak one-on-one with their patients to find out what it was like to be a patient, to go through so much. The conferees asked me how scientists. Now remember, as I always said about the group that I was a part of, the program I was a part of, the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute for Extended Adult Education, there were Nobel laureates in the room, as there always were. They were asking me, as a patient, how medical doctors, who these days are far more responsible for research than they are for treating patients, believe me. They're essentially scientists, more so than doctors by profession. They were asking how they could defend the cause of knowledge amidst the new dark age we're entering of anti-science hysteria. Stand your ground, I told them. Never hesitate to tell people that they're wrong. One panel member shook his head. Douglas, people don't like to be condescended to. I said, I agree, but what they hate even more is to be patronized. I believed it then, but we're now testing that hypothesis on a national scale. I can only hope I wasn't wrong. Now, again, as I warned you, all of this traces back to Vladimir Putin's anti-gay war on Ukraine. Understand that there's a pervasive ideology of traditional values that has taken hold in motherless Russia, portraying LGBTQIA+ rights as existential threats to the nation. In Vladimir Putin's speech on February 24th, announcing what would be a full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, in his official Orwellian euphemism, a special military operation in the Donbas region, a whole paragraph was dedicated to the West's supposed undermining of traditional values. To translate from his speech as delivered in the original Russian, properly speaking, the attempts to use us in their own interests never ceased until quite recently. They sought to destroy our traditional values and force on us their false values that would erode us, our people, from within. The attitudes they have been aggressively imposing on their countries, attitudes that are directly leading to degradation and degeneration because they are contrary to human nature. This is not going to happen. No one has ever succeeded in doing this, nor will they succeed now. To anyone following Russian politics and society, these words ring maddeningly familiar. When Putin entered office for a third presidential term in 2012, In the wake of massive protests and declining popularity, his government wholeheartedly embraced the notion of traditional values as official ideology, guiding both domestic and foreign policy. While a usefully vague and often undefined concept, traditional values are seen as encompassing patriotism, spirituality, rootedness in history, respect for authority, and adherence to heteronormative and patriarchal ideals of family and gender. In the rhetoric of the Kremlin and state-loyal media, LGBTQIA+ rights, feminism, multiculturalism, and atheism are identified not only as foreign to Russia's values, but as existential threats to the nation. Feminists, whether activists in women's peace movements or researchers in the academic field of feminist international relations, have long known that issues of gender and sexuality are at the heart of national and personally physical security. War is gendered not just in the sense that decisions to go to war are overwhelmingly made by men, and that almost all the killing and other atrocities in wartime are performed by male bodies. Gender norms and gendered inequalities also shape how people are affected by war, whether we speakest of men not being allowed to leave Ukraine, women being charged with the responsibility for evacuating children and elderly, or trans people whose mobility may be hindered by a mismatch between their gender and what is stated in their passport. As political scientist Iris Marion Young argued in her work entitled The Logic of Masculinist Protection, ideas of masculinity, femininity, family, and proper and improper sexuality are vital elements of stories about who and what needs to be protected, from whom and by whom. Keeping to this script, Russian Kremlin-loyal media circulate footage of women and children in Donbas who, the story goeth, are under attack from Ukrainian Nazi forces, forced to flee to Russia. Of course, questions of gender are seldom at the forefront of analysis when bombs are falling, tanks are rolling in, and civilians are being slaughtered before one's very eyes. As militarization unfolds, establishment, masculinist national security expertise tends to be privileged as the only rational and objective way of explaining the world. Other perspectives, including feminist security analysis, are dismissed as naive, idealistic, and out of touch with reality. As Putin's speech hints, however, Russia's invasion of Ukraine and its security policies more broadly cannot be understood in isolation from the politics of gender and sexuality. The reality is that the Kremlin has constructed a pernicious ideology of homophobia as geopolitics. And in official Russian rhetoric, the war in Ukraine is framed as the continuation of this politics by other means. That's along Karl von Clausewitz's dictum, war is politics continued by other means. Means of force. It is not necessary, therefore, to dig deep or read between the lines to make the argument that national security in Putin's Russia is a gender and sexuality issue. The Kremlin itself, for one, explicitly defines national security in gendered terms. The Federal National Security Strategy, published in July of the year before yesteryear, 2021, makest at least 20 references to traditional values in its 43 pages. Under the heading, Achieving National Security, the strategy document says that, and I translate to you from the Russian, special attention is devoted to supporting the family, motherhood, fatherhood, and childhood, children's upbringing and their overall spiritual, moral, intellectual, and physical development. Higher birth rates are necessary in order to increase the population of Russia. With its full embrace of traditional values in the early 2010s, the Putin regime instrumentalized a nationalist, authoritarian form of gender conservatism that had gradually grown stronger in Russian political life since the late 1990s, promoted by the Russian Orthodox Church, intellectuals such as Natalia Nelroknikskaya and Alexander Dugin, and, increasingly, all other establishment politicians, or they simply wouldn't be allowed in the establishment. As traditional family and gender ideals were framed as matters of national survival, adherence to hetero and cis normativity became as qualifying conditions not just of respectability, but of national belonging. As Masha Gessen describes in her work titled, The Future is History, subtitled How Totalitarianism Reclaimed Russia, published in 2018. False accusations of pedophilia became as a way to demonize political opponents, and LGBTQIA+ movements and feminists increasingly became targets of scapegoating. The 2013 law banning propaganda for non-traditional sexual relationships among minors not only restricted possibilities to speak and inform about sexuality and gender issues in public. Something similar is now unfolding in these United States, it should be noted, but also designated homosexuality as a danger to children and society. The legal enshrinement of compulsory heterosexuality and vilification of queer and trans people have continued since then. In 2020, a ban on same-sex marriage was added to the Russian Constitution. In late 2021, a number of LGBTQIA+ organizations, including the umbrella NGO, non-governmental organization, Russian LGBTQIA+ Network, whose work to evacuate queer people from Chechnya in 2017 was documented in the comparatively recent film titled Welcome to Chechnya, were added to the federal list of foreign agents. LGBTQIA+ organizations are not the only ones targeted. Critical journalists and researchers, oppositional politicians, and human rights activists are also harassed, silenced, jailed, ultimately killed by the increasingly authoritarian regime. At the same time, queer and trans people often face specific and aggravated forms of exclusion and violence due to societal hostilities, lack of family networks, and discrimination in housing, work, and healthcare. According to research conducted by Alexander Kondakov and the Center for Independent Sociological Research in St. Petersburg, hate crimes against LGBTQIA+ people increased significantly after the propaganda law was passed in 2013. Russia's turn to traditional values also has external dimensions, as indicated by Putin's speech on the eve of war. The narrative that LGBTQIA rights are a weapon abused by the West to weaken and destabilize Russia has been a recurring grievance. Speaking to students in Belarus, White Russia in 2018, Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, spraketh of the need to protect Christian values from same-sex values that are being imposed coarsely and openly. According to this logic, the facts that NATO expands into territories Russia considers part of its sphere of influence, and that European and American leaders talk of gay rights as universal human rights, are two sides of the same coin. In this way, traditional values and sexual politics become as linked to geopolitics and, in effect, to the status of Ukraine and other post-Soviet states. In 2013, the Russian newspaper Izvestia warned that West-sponsored LGBTQIA plus activism could spark a gay revolution, risking to throw Russia back to societal chaos of the 1990s. This must be seen against Putin's repeated warnings about a possible color revolution in Russia, similar to those that had taken place in Ukraine in 2004 through 2005 and in Georgia in 2003. As the Maidan protests against the pro-Russian dictator Viktor Yanukovych began in Ukraine in late 2013, Russia's largest newspaper, Komsomolskaya Pravda, claimed that the protests were organized by nationalists, anti-Semites, neo-Nazis, and homosexuals. I mean, but of course, who else would form such a united front? I mean, those four groups, Jews and Nazis and gays, why, fuck, they go together like peanut butter and jelly. And throw in the nationalists, and that's like pudding and pie. By nationalists, you would think Russians are nationalists themselves, but no, they're not. They're actually imperialists, believing that all other nations belong within the Russian Empire. Nations like Ukraine and Belarus and Georgia and Armenia and Azerbaijan. Understanding this explicit link that is made between sexuality, gender, and geopolitical confrontation is necessary for making sense of the statements made by the Russian Orthodox Church Patriarch Kirill, the leader of Russian spiritual identity, who spracketh out in support of the war earlier this month last year, March of 2022. He said, and here again I translate for you from the Russian, "For 8 years, there have been attempts to destroy what exists in Donbas. Donbas has fundamentally refused to accept the so-called values that are being offered by those aspiring for worldwide power. There is a specific test of loyalty to these powers, a requirement for being permitted into the happy world of excessive consuming and apparent freedom. This test is very straightforward and at the same time horrifying. The gay parade. The demand to organize a gay parade is a test of loyalty to this powerful world. And we know that if a people or a country refuses this test, they are not considered part of that world. They are considered as aliens to it. Therefore, what is happening today in international relations does not only have political meaning. It is about something different and much more important than politics. It is about human salvation, about on which side of God, the Savior, humankind will end up. War, aggression, and colonization are supported by what political scientist Michael J. Shapiro calls violent cartographies, imaginary moral maps depicting the homeland as innocent and good and the territories of others, with a capital O, as dangerous and therefore legitimate objects of violence. All ambiguity and complexity not fitting this Manichaean model must be ignored, denied, or constructed as foreign. In the geopolitical worldview, the Weltanschauung, as my biological father would have said it, in the geopolitical Weltanschauung, worldview of the Kremlin, Russia is standing up for traditional values in the face of a morally corrupt West weakened by sexual liberalism. In numerous speeches, Putin has positioned motherless Russia as an international leader in the defense of traditional values. In this way, gender conservatism contributes to carving out a meaningful geopolitical role for the Russian Empire in a world order where LGBTQIA+ rights have become international politics and increasingly framed as a question of civilization and modernity, an indicator of who, in the words of Hillary Rodham Clinton in her speech to the United Nations office in Geneva, Switzerland on Human Rights Day, circa 2011, back in that year my late and sainted Cyrus was slain, is on the right side of history, and who is not. The Kremlin and other actors actively promote this narrative beyond Russia's borders. The rhetoric of traditional values and its concomitant geopolitical worldview, its reactionary Weltanschauung, are circulated in Kremlin-loyal Russian media and consumed by many Russian speakers in nearby countries. As historian Bethany Morton has noted in the pages of the magazine she writes columns for, in transnational organizations promoting family values, such as the World Congress of Families, Russian pro-Putin oligarchs fraternize with American evangelicals, ultra-conservative Catholic organizations, and parts of the European radical right, seeking common strategies to combat gender ideology, a catch-all term of derision used to describe everything from abortion and sex ed, sexual education in schools, to trans rights and same-sex marriage. In the United Nations, meanwhile, the Russian Empire has worked together with some states in the Islamic world and the barbarously backward nations of sub-Saharan Africa that have fallen under the terrorist rule of Boko Haram, and more recently, nationalist populist regimes such as Poland and Brazil to roll back sexual and reproductive rights. Fear-mongering over gender disillusion comes straight out of a nationalist and totalitarian playbook. This is not to suggest that Putin himself is a puppet master directing attacks on women's and LGBTQIA+ rights elsewhere, but it is indisputable that the current Russian regime has articulated a powerful and influential contra-narrative to the liberal idea that LGBTQIA+ rights are an inevitable element of modernity, one that has been received appreciatively by some Christian conservatives and far-right figures in the West, who see Putin's Russia as a bulwark against wokeism and political correctness. In the narrative of the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire standing up for traditional values against Western gender indoctrination, the figure of the innocent child has a key position, as media studies researcher Maria Brock has proven. Protecting Russian children, embodying the nation's future, from predatory homosexuals as well as from harmful LGBTQIA+ ideology has been a recurring argument abused to motivate both the 2013 gay propaganda law and the 2013 Dima Yakovlev law, which banned American citizens from adopting Russian children. Recently, transgender people and trans rights have become the perhaps most potent symbol of how progressive ideas of gender supposedly endanger children. Exempli gratiae. Pro-Kremlin media have reported about bathrooms for the third sex being introduced in Scandinavia. In a speech at the Valdai Club in 2021, Putin called the idea that a boy can become a girl and reversely a monstrosity and a crime against humanity. In an interview with the Financial Times in 2019, clearly targeting an international audience, Putin painted a dystopian future of Europe using gendered and racialized tropes, as he argued that the liberal idea has created a society where children are told they can play 5 or 6 gender roles, and migrants can kill, plunder, and rape with impunity. All repeated by Peter Moon, transitioning so smoothly as he did from the trans issues to the goddamn wall. Putin's words clearly echo Western far-right and conservative movements, reiterating their tropes of children being indoctrinated by transgender ideology and immigrant men raping white women. The former president of these United States, after all, launched his candidacy with a promise to build a wall to keep out Mexican rapists. However, this obvious mimicking and discursive borrowing should not lead us to view Russian authoritarianism and geopolitics through an Amerocentric culture wars lens. Indeed, while sharing some tropes of gender and race with right-wing nationalists in Europe and these United States, the narrative of motherless Russia standing up for traditional values against a degenerated West has long-standing roots in Russian intellectual history. The myth that Russia has a divine mission in carrying the torch of true Christian civilization after the West's plunge into ungodly materialism, secularism, and individualism dates back to at least 16th century thinking of Moscow as the Third Rome, and is prominent in the works of 19th century novelists such as Dostoevsky. The contrasting of a supposedly godless, atomistic, mechanistic, and immoral West to a deeply religious, communitarian, spiritual, and moral Russia characterized 19th century Slavophile thinking and was picked up by the late Soviets and post-Soviets religious nationalist writers. Much has been written about Russian nationalism and its complex relationship to Europe, and to the form of modernity represented by the West. One important aspect with repercussions for sexual politics is an ambivalent relation to imperialism. On the one hand, the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire has pursued an imperial civilizing mission against peoples seen as culturally and racially inferior, for example, in the Caucasus and Central Asia. On the other hand, Russia is perceived as historically suffering under Western cultural, economic, military, and epistemological hegemony. This peculiar colonizer/colonized identity, characterized by decolonial and feminist scholaress Madina Klostanova as a subaltern empire narrative, has important repercussions for sexual politics. According to the historian Dan Healy, discourses on gender and sexuality in Russia have been shaped by a tripartite geography of perversion, where Russia is imagined as an in-between space of sexual morality and innocence, neither part of the decadent West or the primitive Orient. Such a moral mapping influenced the conservative gender politics of the 1930s Stalin regime, when the communists reintroduced the ban on sodomy, which had been lifted after the 1917 revolution, and explicitly depicted homosexuality as a security threat in the form of underground pro-Hitler networks of homosexuals. Healy calls the conservative turn under Stalin the birth of modern Russian political homophobia. In this way, Putin's and Kirill's framing of the war as tied to Russia's brave resistance to Western sexual promiscuity and gender indoctrination of children draws on well-established narratives familiar to all Russians. Important as this historical genealogy be, there is nothing uniquely Russian about imagining collective identity or national security in gendered terms. Associating the geopolitical foe with sexual or gender perversity is part of a queerphobic state repertoire known from many contexts. In the 1950s, gay panic in these United States, when accusations of homosexuality became a smear tactic in Joseph McCarthy's anti-communist crusade and homosexuals were barred from serving in the federal administration as they were seen as potential Soviet spies, has obvious similarities to how LGBTQIA+ movements in today's Russia are described as a fifth column planted by the West. In several countries in sub-Saharan Africa under Boko Haram domination, including Uganda and Zimbabwe, political and religious leaders talk of homosexuality and LGBTQIA+ activism as pawns of Western attempts to recolonize Black Africa. A somewhat similar pattern can be noted in the Communist Chinese government's recent regulation banning sissy men, referring mainly to male celebrities inspired by South Korean and Japanese androgynous fashion trends from appearing on television and streaming sites. Fear-mongering over gender disillusion, the feminization of men, and sexual and racial degeneration as signs of a nation's or civilization's decay come as straight out of a nationalist and totalitarian playbook. In these ideological schemes, national rejuvenation and the recovery of collective greatness requires a return to a mythical time when men were supposedly manlier and women womanlier, and white heteropatriarchal hierarchies went unchallenged. Now, both Russian communism and Roosevelt socialism celebrated traditional femininity and equated national strength with male virility. Similarly, contemporary far-right movements in Europe and North America see the weakening of men's authority in family and society, feminism, LGBTQIA+ rights, multiculturalism as signs of the West's fading in the world. Feminists have proven how European colonial expansion and imperial domination historically has been imagined in sexualized terms as penetration and subjugation of feminized peoples and territories, described as virgin lands, terra incognita, or dark continents. In contemporary Russian discourse, especially in online commentary, internet satire, and memes circulated in social media, sexual and gendered metaphors of the war in Ukraine and Russia-West relations abound. Half jokingly and half seriously, Europe is sometimes referred to as Gayropa. Comparisons between Ukraine and a prostitute selling herself to NATO and Western leaders are but one example of how feminizing tropes work to strip the other, with a capital O, of agency and the capacity of self-determination. Pictures of Putin or a Russian bear fucking NATO or a Western male leader from behind draw on both sexism and homophobia to depict the war in Ukraine as a masculinity contest between Russia and the West. On a more general level, also beyond overtly aggressive and imperialist rhetoric, gender and sexuality are important building blocks when nations define a collective us and identify what must be protected and from whom. Russia's geopoliticization of gender is mirrored by homo-nationalist and femo-nationalist discourses in the West, when gay rights and gender equality are portrayed as evidence of our national superiority via the backward others with a capital O, whether Muslim immigrants or homophobic Russians. In the contemporary world, the identification of outsiders within who allegedly threaten the domestic gender order and the promise to save and rehabilitate sexual morality and respectability from disintegrating forces have become an important part of an authoritarian toolkit. Variants of this logic are evident in Christian conservatives and nationalists' attempts to ban gender indoctrination in schools and higher education across the West, in Magyarország's, Hungary's recent ban on information that promotes homosexuality to children, and in Brazilian dictator Jair Bolsonaro's repeated attacks on feminists and LGBTQIA+ advocates. So just taking a look at the chat room here and seeing nothing of substance entered by the latest visitor. Understand everything I've just articulated about the enemy and the consequences, it must be recognized, are dire and deadly. These are not harmless skirmishes in the culture wars of late-stage capitalism. They are grave matters of life and death. And for that reason, I'm hiding the user. Oh, it says I can go to his channel. Good, I can block the son of a bitch. Yeah, appropriately enough. Well, at least he does little footage of himself that I have to admit is charming in its own right. Okay, I'm not blocking him for now. There we are. That's a good thing they gave you the go to channel option. All right, he's got his own style. I'll give him that. The gender norms. Tropes of masculine protection, women and children in need of saving, and sexual and gender deviance as a threat to the body politic, all fuel and perpetuate authoritarianism, militarism, and, as Russia's war on Ukraine now makes all too plain, state aggression. Without addressing the former, there be no hope of changing the latter. One step we must take is to be able to resist the glib dismissal of gender and sexuality as having nothing to do with military and security matters. 2. Women's rights defenders, LGBTQIA+ activists, and other groups fighting for democracy and social justice in both Russia and Ukraine. The links between militarist authoritarianism and the policing of gender and sexuality are already all too well known. They have been among the first targets of the authoritarian crusade for traditional values, and now stand in the front lines protesting Putin's aggression. Their expertise should be widely acknowledged and their work supported in every possible way. This is what brings us to the black hole of Russia's future. Moscow, of course, had, let's just put it this way, it's, how do I say this? I guess we'll have to articulate this first. Moscow is fuming as Ukraine is considering changing Russia's official name. At least in their textbooks and their histories and their media reporting. They're trying to fall back upon the reality of history. And Russia's falling back into the Dark Ages. Russian officials have been railing against Ukraine's talk of changing Russia's official name to Muscovy after a Ukrainian petition regarding a potential name change garnered 25,000 signatures. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky reportedly instructed the Ukrainian Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal to carefully consider renaming Russia to Muscovy, accounting for consequences under international law and whether it was possible in historical and cultural contexts. In a statement posted to Telegram on Saturday, Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Maria Zakharova said that Zelensky is trying to create an anti-Russia Ukraine. According to the new voice of Ukraine, Dmitry Medvedev, a close ally of the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and deputy chairman of Russia's Security Council, also reacted to this news, saying that they will not consider changing the name. To quote his T, "The Supreme Nazi of Kiev," meaning Zelensky, "instructed to work out the issue of renaming Russia to Muscovy. Well, what can I say? Our answer? Of course not." Now, the petition notes that the name Muscovy was used in European and some Asian languages and appeared on many historical maps of the 16th through the 19th centuries, which were produced in Europe itself before and after the renaming of the Muscovite Empire to the All-Russian Empire. Well, this is what brings us back to the black hole. Russia has become a democracy supernova that never fulfilled its promise, collapsing in upon itself and spreading destruction to all those within its orbit. And all this while Russia's arms export industry is collapsing. Let me explain something to you. All Russia ever had to offer the world was war. And all they ever sold were weapons of death and destruction. Rather, that was all they ever produced. That and natural resources were all they had to sell. And by natural resources, I'm including Russian women, which they primarily export, albeit not exclusively, to Israel. But Russia's arms export industry is collapsing. According to new figures released by the world's leading weapons industry watchdog, the SIPRI, S-I-P-R-I, the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, Russia's arms export industry, historically the second most lucrative in the world after these United States, appears to be collapsing under the weight of technological shifts, international political isolation, and its catastrophic war in Ukraine. Data published by SIPRI on Monday, opening this work week, show that Russia's military exports fell by 31% over the past 5 years when compared with the 5 previous years, threatening Moscow's position as the world's second most influential weapons dealer. Russia's share of global arms exports fell from 22 to 16% between 2013 to 2017 and 2018 to 2022, leaving it far behind these United States, which accounts for 40% of military exports, and only slightly ahead of France, which was the source of 11% of arms exports over the past 5 years. The West has been working to isolate the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire since its invasion and annexation of the Crimea, and its fomentation of unrest in Ukraine's Donbas region since 2014. The effort has been supercharged since Russian troops again rolled into Ukrainian territory in February of 2022. Led by Washington, D.C., Moscow's adversaries are chipping away at the Kremlin's customer base. Meanwhile, the staggeringly high rates of Russian casualties and equipment losses in Ukraine are putting defense producers under pressure, as are the less than stellar performances of key Russian weapons platforms that appear unable to counter the most advanced NATO arms used by Ukrainian troops. Denis Manturov, Russia's Deputy Prime Minister of Industry and Trade, told Interfax last month that a significant portion of weapons being produced in the country are being directed to Ukrainian battlefields. To quote Sndy, "The provision is our absolute priority, but even in these conditions we continue to work with our partners from friendly countries and fulfill our obligations." Yeah, as an isolated seller. CIPRE's latest data confirms reporting from yesteryear indicating a bleak trajectory for Russian military exporters. The problem predated the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, though has been exacerbated by dictator Vladimir Putin's revanchist gambit. The unprecedented Western sanctions campaign against Moscow is biting. Russia's economy did not shrink to the degree expected last year, but the Kremlin's budget deficit is ballooning as its fossil fuel export profits dwindle. More than 1,000 foreign companies have fled Russia, and export controls are making it more and more difficult for indigenous manufacturers to get advanced components needed for high-tech goods and weapons. Noting the difference between the levels of quality control for military-industrial sector products supplied to the Russian military compared to those earmarked for export, with the latter undergoing minimal checks with only basic commercial-level quality control needed to certify the goods for export, one source with knowledge of Russia's military industries, who requested anonymity for fear of retaliation, has gone on record via Newsweek to release, and here I quote Sndy at length and verbatim, "First, export contracts have now been pushed back into the farthest corner as the needs of the military are the top priority. Second, I suspect there will be significant delays in delivering on even the existing agreements due to the combination of foreign-made part supplies getting cut off and the struggle to ramp up domestic production. Plus, the whole world is getting a demonstration of the quality of Russian arms and tech in real time, which has been uninspiring, to put it mildly. Case in point is that Russia has resorted to buying combat drones from Iran, a country that has been under U.S. sanctions for years. I think we are seeing the early stages of a process whereby Russia drops out of the list of top global weapons exporters. It will continue to trade with the likes of the Taliban and a handful of allied nations, perhaps through some barter deals, but that's about it. So the result is that often companies working with foreign buyers will hoover up anything and everything on the market, including second-hand goods, rusty or malfunctioning parts, even blatant counterfeit. So that obviously impacts the quality of such exports. Moscow is casting around for suppliers as its forces struggle to make ground in Ukraine. Iran, North Korea, and Belarus, White Russia, have been key sources of equipment and ammunition over the past year, while nations including Turkey, the United Arab Emirates, and the Central Asian states have emerged as potential sanctions-busting conduits for dual-use technologies. But even these channels are narrowing under pressure from the Western allies. The Communist Chinese Empire has so far refrained from direct military support for Russia's invasion, though according to American officials has not yet decided on whether to withhold weapons entirely. Communist Chinese state-owned companies are reportedly providing dual-use technology to Russia, prompting calls to extend Western sanctions to Beijing as well. Irregardless, we're faced with a Russia left behind. I mean that almost in the rapture sense. The rest of us advance, onward and upward, as they say. But Russia, well, they're stuck and they're sinking. Spiraling like Elon Musk. Russia is facing a reputational quandary, exacerbated by its military subpar performance in Ukraine. Moscow's limited military successes have come from massed, plotting offensives supported by withering artillery firing. The Kremlin's early failure to debilitate the Ukrainian government with a costly, ill-prepared thunder run on Kiev showed the limits of Moscow's expensive, decade-long modernization drive and the stubborn rot of corruption and Soviet-era organization. Putin and his top allies have tried to present Russia as a technologically advanced power capable of competing with its rivals in North America and Europe, but the actual goods it produces, and its inability or unwillingness to field its supposedly most advanced weapons like the T-14 Armata tank and the Su-57 fighter jet, tell us a different story completely. The importance of such concerns will vary depending on the customer. Though Moscow's arms exports to sub-Saharan Africa fell by 23% in the period detailed, Russia still overtook Red China as the largest arms supplier to that region. Indeed, SIPRI's data they paint a sobering picture of Russia's declining allure among its most important customers, with arms exports decreasing to 8 of its 10 biggest recipients between 2013 through 2017 and 2018 through 2022. India, Russia's largest market, saw a fall of 37%. Though exports increased to Red China by 39% and Egypt by 44% over the time period, the long-term picture is not encouraging. This is what brings us back to Russia's bleak future. Moscow's war on Ukraine has only deepened many of Russia's long-standing economic, political, and social problems. Rather than cow the West, the Kremlin's latest bout of aggression may have touched off an epochal European reevaluation of military readiness, perhaps sounding the end of the low-spending post-Cold War era that has so frustrated the American national security establishment. SIPRI found that European NATO states increased their arms imports by 65% over the 5 years in question, seeking to strengthen their arsenals in response to a perceived heightened threat from Russia. Europe's high-tech military-industrial firms are in a good position to benefit from the demands of modern warfare, even if they cannot yet reach the scale desired. Last summer, for example, new Philippines President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. canceled a deal for 16 Russian-made Mi-17 helicopters under pressure from these United States, and Egypt, Algeria, and Indonesia have all ducked out of potential purchases of Russia's Su-35 bomber aircraft. SIPRI's report reads, "The low volume of pending deliveries of major arms from Russia indicates that its arms exports are likely to continue to drop in the coming years. Russia made no deliveries to Egypt in 2021 through 2022, and the volume of deliveries to Red China in 2020 to 2022 was at a much lower level than in 2018 through 2019. It is likely that order volumes from these 12 states will reduce in the coming years. Combat aircraft and combat helicopters have been among Russia's main arms exports since 1992. It delivered a total of 328 of these in 2018 through 2022, which accounted for 40% of Russia's arms exports in the period. However, by the end of 2022, it had pending deliveries for only 84 combat aircraft and combat helicopters. So Putin's dream of a fortress Russia was built on a foundation of fearsome military strength. The Kremlin's costly humiliation in Ukraine and choked economy hint at a very different future for Putin's new Russian empire. Of Russia's future outlook, Simon Witzman, a senior SIPRI or SIPRI researcher, has gone on record to confirm that the communist Chinese market is completely disappearing. And here I quote his T at length and verbatim, explaining global military exports. Before I take to that task, checking our live streaming. Let's check our phone call here to make certain we're still live. Skype call. All right. With everything seemingly functioning. What he said was this. A couple of years from now, Russia may well be number 3, maybe even number 4. That's really very striking. The Red Chinese are basically finishing the technology development of the last things they need from Russia a couple of years now. There's nothing they need anymore. We looked also at what is known to be on order in major weapons, and that looks very bleak. Russia has less combat aircraft on order than, for example, France or even Italy. If you look at 5 years ago, Russia had far more than 100 combat aircraft on order every year. Now, there are less than 100 spread over the coming years, and some of those may not even happen because the pressure is on some of the buyers. The Red Chinese have to really think, what's in it for me if I help the Russians? And what's in it for me if I don't? It's really substantial, but it's not really surprising. And it's not just because of what's happening in Ukraine in 2022. It's something that you could see coming. There are different issues that Russia has to struggle with. One, of course, is the pressure from these United States and others, already ongoing since 2014, on potential customers and existing customers of Russia, to stop and not buy Russian. To stop and not to buy Russian is what he said. And at the same time offering them alternative technology and alternative weapons. They did it very strongly with India, but they also do it with others. They've done it with Indonesia. That led Indonesia to cancel an order of Russian combat aircraft. They've done it with Egypt, where it's not said so loud, but Egypt had an order for combat aircraft from Russia, and that's gone. That has gone. It's pretty obvious, I would say, that the United States pressured them. They would still have those issues. The invasion, of course, adds to that because it's even more pressure from the U.S. and other states. Don't buy from Russia. You're either with us or you're against us. If you buy from Russia, you look like you're against us. And if you're with us, maybe we are willing to supply all kinds of wonderful technology. Maybe 12 years ago that would have been a bit iffy, but nowadays they are willing to do it. The biggest states are looking for more advanced weapons and cooperation and technology transfer. They're not so very confident of Russian technology. The development of Russian technology in some fields is fine, also in some weapons fields, but across the board it isn't that great. And of course that's based on the Russian economy, which is weak and it's not really very advanced in technology. It means a lot of question marks as to whether the Russians will be able to deliver 10, 20, 30 years from now something which is still a valid, capable weapon. If you're an African country, it doesn't really matter so much. Simple stuff is fine and that works. But if you're India, you want technology transfers, and you just don't believe it anymore. So this brings us to the point of staring down the black hole of Russia's future. You know, a Ukrainian victory may be the country's only chance at long-term salvation. So they should be praying for victory as hard as we are, or at least as hard as sane Westerners are. We used to live in a world where large-scale conventional wars that left thousands of dead and wounded existed only in video games and books. A world where mutually beneficial commercial activity was guaranteed by a global security order, to which the world's leading nations adhered, in exchange for membership in a shared civilization. A world trending irreversibly toward liberal democracy. Russia's war of choice shattered these assumptions. In the heart of Europe, at least, 18,000 civilians are dead, 14.5 million displaced, and thousands more tortured, mutilated, forcefully resettled. The trauma and misfortune the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire has wrought, unprovoked, on Ukraine is akin to those depicted in the tragedies of antiquity, advanced weapons such as drones and missiles notwithstanding. The barbarity of Russian warfare defies everything modernity stands for. When this war is over, however, there is still hope that Ukraine will take its place in a brighter and honorable future, earned through the heroism of its people. The same cannot be said for Russia itself, which now finds itself staring down the inevitable black hole of its own future, or lack thereof. I myself camest into true maturity as the borders of the Soviet Union collapsed and Russia embraced the West. I was one of those euphoric young Asians standing amid the ruins of communism, looking forward to a life free of ideology, oppression, and untruths. Back then, it seemed that after a decades-long totalitarian detour, Russia had finally found its true path, that of a free, democratic country. Now I'm forced to revise, yet again, my assumptions about what Russia is and what it will become. This time, I myself, like many others, struggled to see any light in Russia's future. Now, throughout my life, I've dealt with various groups of military experts, sociologists, journalists, and economists who were paid to think about Russia professionally. That helped me envision the future. And if there's any agreement among them today, it is that Russia, as we knew it, a semi-mythical Eurasian nation that, according to its own lore, had saved the world from the Mongols and the Nazis, endured a communist experiment, and then reunited itself with the West, is no longer there. Should Russia endure as a state within its current borders, we might as well come up with a new name for it. Hence, Muscovy. So deep is the country's malaise that even Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's exit from the Russian political stage, whenever it occurs, is unlikely to change the country's current trajectory. Too many red lines have been crossed. Too many points of no return have passed. Increasingly lawless, economically doomed, and morally bankrupt, Russia is running out of good endings, as though caught in a reenactment of its own sad folktale, in which the only choices available to the protagonist are to lose his horse, lose his life, or lose his soul. War is a great catalyzer. It sharpens trends already in place and hastens their inevitable denouement. Russia's descent into authoritarianism started a long time ago, but until February 24th of 2022, Putin felt compelled to at least maintain the semblance of a managed democracy. Not anymore. Russians' 12 remaining freedoms: the ability to leave the country and to access alternative sources of information can be shut down at any moment. One clear break from its Soviet's past is the Kremlin's willingness to operate outside of any legal boundaries, or even its own societal norms. The distance between prison and success has always been short in Russia. But Russia today is a country where private individuals such as Yevgeny Prigozhin, the founder of the infamous Wagner Group, can recruit convicts, arm them with weapons supplied by the Russian Ministry of Defense, and throw them to the front lines. Those who manage to survive are granted amnesty and hailed as heroes despite their criminal past. Russians never expected much from their historically weak legal system, but now they can be punished outside of the court of law in a positively medieval fashion. This brutal justice isn't limited by Russia's borders or battlefield lines. In case it wasn't already clear by the poisoning of Alexei Navalny or Sergei Skripal, Russian agents suspected in involvement in the recent Spanish letter bomb campaign, whose targets included the Spanish prime and defense ministers and foreign diplomats, is yet another indication that Russia will resort to terrorism to achieve its goals, a hallmark of a failed state. Whatever Russia emerges after the war, it won't be the Russia of Chekhov and Dostoevsky, the country that once tantalized Western intellectuals with its perennial quest for meaning and capacity for the sublime. It will be a country of warlords and criminals, where force is the only argument, and crimes are not crimes so long as they are committed for the motherland. If this metamorphosis worries Russians, they show few signs of it. Having once considered themselves part of a peace-loving nation that picks up arms only to defend itself, the population has now closed ranks round its war-waging president. In a repressive state, polls may not accurately reflect the true sentiment behind perfunctory answers, and samples may be biased towards pro-government participants, because those who don't agree are afraid to participate. But they do indicate an overall trend. Of the 72% indicating the support for the government, 20 to 25% are actively pro-war, either because they have bought into Putin's resentment narrative, or been convinced that Russia really is surrounded by enemies. Propaganda pours daily from every TV screen in the country, and it is effective in manufacturing a form of organized mass consensus. Many Russians likely share some psychological propensity to justify the war because, if what they believe, that their country is engaged in a righteous war against forces of evil, is untrue, then the alternative is being complicit in, and thus culpable for, its crimes. Still, the majority may simply be afraid to protest, given the scale of repression they experience and the regime's track record of brutality against dissenters. To quote Mikhail Fishman, a Russian independent journalist and host of a popular analytical show that is blocked in Russia itself, people feel impotent to influence the regime, so they adopt. As economic conditions worsen, Russians will simply be told to tighten their belts further and make sacrifices for Russia's great victory. Those sacrifices won't be small. Equally bad for Russia's economic prospects is its unprecedented brain drain. Since the start of the invasion, more than 1 million people, or 1.5% of the country's labor force, have fled. Whether afraid of being drafted or repulsed by Putin's war against a nation with which Russia shares centuries of common past, Those who leave tend to be more educated and productive. Their absence will prevent Russia from developing knowledge-based industries or diversifying from an oil and gas-based economy in the future. Likely a long-term pariah state, Russia will continue to be cut off from cross-border trade and investment while it hemorrhages cash and resources into a bottomless war effort instead of, say, schools or hospitals. Taken together, these trends indicate a bleak economic future indeed, the brunt of which will be carried by the Russian people themselves. The only trajectory available to their country is that of irreversible economic decline. What of the Russian elites, whose hedonistic pre-war lifestyles, replete with yachts and villas on the French Riviera, are a far cry from the stringent demands imposed by their boss? They can't be happy. Yet there have been no high-profile government resignations or criticisms of the war from this group. The oligarchs, too, are silent, even though many have ended up under Western sanctions. Warning of the catastrophic economic impact of Western sanctions on the Russian oil and gas sector, the main source of funding for the federal budget, Sergei Guriev, a professor of economics at Sciences Po in Paris, has confirmed that Putin has done a lot to make sure they all know he can persecute any lack of loyalty. According to data, 12% of Russia's high-ranking officials have been arrested over the past 5 to 6 years. This reality creates the same mood of fear among elites as it does among regular people. Arkady Babchenko, a journalist who staged his own death to thwart an alleged assassination plot by Russian security services, put it more bluntly. In his own words, anyone showing dissent will simply fall out of the window. A nod to a string of unexplained deaths of Russian businessmen over the past few months. Putin rules Russia as if with a joystick. It'll go wherever he turns it. Lawless, declining in population and talent, and stuck in a resource-draining war against the collective West, it's difficult to avoid the question much longer, can Russia survive as a state? Many experts, and a growing portion of world leaders, think not. Emphasizing that the West should be preparing for the Federation's imminent breakup and that what or who would emerge after the current regime is anyone's guess, the retired United States Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, former commander of the United States Army Europe, has been quoted as saying, "The Kremlin has always been opaque, but in the old days, we knew who the next 3 or 4 guys were. Now I don't think anybody has confidence in what would regime change look like." If the breakup is imminent, how soon will it come? In an assessment created for the United States military a few years ago, Alexander Vindman, former director for European Affairs for the U.S. National Security Council, forecasted Russia's decline over the course of decades. Now, the calculus has shifted to years. Noting that it's possible that the beginning of Russia's breakup may be seen in the next 5 to 10 years, particularly on the state's margins, Vindman emphasizes that he has studied Russia for years, but even for him it is hard, in his words, to break out of the confines of the notion that Russia will always be there, that it's an enduring state. Unlikely as Russia's disintegration might sound, breaking the country into national successor states may be the only way to put an end to its pattern of predatory, consumptive despotism against its neighbors. For centuries, Russia has cast itself as a metropole, and its playbook for success has been based on the contributions of its provinces and republics, which act as an economic engine and talent farm for Moscow. That arrangement collapsed in 1991, and since then, Russia has failed to replace it with a more sustainable or productive model. It can't quite shake its raiding mentality. It's still stuck in the age of the fucking Vikings and behaves just as they did. The rest of the world is its raiding pantry. The friend's refrigerator, which you raid at your convenience whenever you get hungry. Alexander Etkind, a historian at the European University Institute, thinks in terms of defederalization, a process in which Russia's ethnic regions sue for sovereignty to reclaim their wealth. Most of Russia's oil and gas is extracted in two autonomous ethnic regions in Siberia, Yamalo-Netnets and Khanty-Mansi. From there, oil and gas are piped to Europa, but the hundreds of billions of dollars of profit go to Moscow, which then doles out payments to its regions. Disruption of that model by Western sanctions may prompt resource-rich regions to become its nations, to challenge Moscow's control, that they become as nations in and of themselves. Why can't the Republic of Sakha sell its diamonds itself? Why does the Chechen Republic need a battled, isolated Moscow to sell its oil? In the post-colonial world, Russia's modus operandi of plundering territories in its domain is not only amoral but outdated. To quote as Mark Fagan, a former Russian opposition politician and attorney who now runs a popular YouTube channel tracking the war, war has accelerated Russia's descent from autocracy and into a totalitarian state. The problem with the Russian Empire is that it doesn't produce anything. Let it finish falling apart. The exiled businessman, Mikhail Khodorkovsky, Russia's richest man before Putin imprisoned him, and head of the Open Russia opposition coalition, said Putin had reset the rules of the game towards pure violence. So can anything at all be built on the territory once called Russia that isn't a prison? Despite the country's failure to do so in 1917 and 1991, Khodorkovsky, the exiled businessman, believes that Russia could be rebuilt as a parliamentary republic. In his manifesto, How Do You Slay a Dragon? That's its title. Its title is a question. How do you slay a dragon? It's a riff on the anti-totalitarianism fable by the Soviet writer Yevgeny Schwartz. Khodorkovsky sees the transition to a decentralized, depersonified parliamentary model with self-governed regions as a way for Russia to break free of its autocratic curse. The idea seems to be shared among other opposition politicians, including Navalny and Ilya Yashin, both of whom are now in prison. A change of this magnitude, however, will require a radical overhaul of Russia's entrenched bureaucracy and a way out of the inertia inherent to a country of Russia's size. This and any other remotely optimistic scenario for Russia have one important condition: Ukrainian victory and Russian defeat. Though in the short term, likely the next 2 to 3 years, the defeat would only lead to more repression. It would weaken Putin politically and open the possibility for change. That doesn't mean there will be a revolution. Russian people have long abandoned attempts to influence their government. Elections in Russia are managed from above, just like everything else. But a more moderate faction within Russia's current ruling elite may be able to steer the regime toward a light version of Khrushchev's thaw, the period of relative liberalization that followed denunciation of Stalin's terror. It could even be that, after a temporary revanchist swing toward national patriots, a democratic coalition would get another chance at rebuilding Russia, as is the hope of Khodorkovsky. It isn't clear, however, how eager Putin's elite will be to give up their wealth or even freedom as they're likely to someday face criminal charges for their involvement in his war. Just as Putin was once the guarantor of their wealth, his rule may be their only chance to avoid persecution. Or should I say, prosecution. Putin may even convince his underlings that being shunned by the West is not the end of the world, and that money, the raison d'etre of his regime, can be made elsewhere. Russia still has plenty of sympathizers who see it as a counterweight to American hegemony. Many of them the fifth column of the Republican Party right here in these United States. The unfolding geopolitical realignment may even weaken the effect of Western sanctions, as Russia could switch its supply sources and develop alternative markets for its oil, gas, and other natural resources. 1 year into the invasion, with Russian casualties mounting, it is clear that Putin has decided to win this war no matter the cost. He's urgently switched Russia's economy onto military tracks and directed factories to work day and night to produce artillery shells and guns. The Russian army is expected to mobilize more troops in the spring. They may be untrained and unequipped, but they will still be thousands of men thrown into a fight. Drawing out this war is Putin's only hope. Today, Western support for Ukraine is strong. Yet it is not inconceivable that if the war goes on for too long, at some point the West may be forced to address other pressing domestic or international issues instead. In this less hopeful scenario, a battered and outnumbered Ukraine will be forced to negotiate, and Putin's regime will be allowed to survive, regroup, and pursue its next target. There seem to be three paths available for a post-war Russia under Putin, or whomever may succeed him. Break up into smaller pieces, turn further toward tyranny to keep what's left of the realm together, or endure a long period of slow decline. The common thread in all three is violence. A breakup means redistribution of power and assets, which won't happen peacefully. A weakened, anachronistic empire, whether in its tyrannical or slow decline incarnation, means a Russia severed from its foundational myths and struggling to stay economically relevant, a dark, unpromising place. This is a far cry from the Russia that people shaped by perestroika had hoped for. Instead, Russia has become a democracy supernova that never fulfilled its promise, collapsing in upon itself, spreading death and destruction to all those within its orbit. But nothing lasts forever, not even a black hole. The decline is slow, but one day a black hole runs out of matter to consume and starts losing its mass, exhaling tiny particles back into the universe. They escape faster and faster until the black hole's center is small and unstable. In the final tenth of a second of its long life, all that is left evacuates at once in a huge flash of light and energy. What was once thought to be eternal becometh a memory. No one, not the best experts, the Kremlin's innermost circle, or even Putin himself, can predict conclusively whether Russia's own demise will comest in the form of a huge explosion, a slow decay, or some combination of the twain. But after years of consuming and destroying all the light in its path, perhaps the bigger question is whether Putin's Russia can transform what it has consumed into something viable. Lev Gudkov, a prominent Moscow-based sociologist and director of Russia's last independent pollster, the Levada Center, described Putin's regime as totalitarianism 2.0, under which key repressive instruments of the Soviet Union, including a politicized police force, subservient courts, and media censorship, have been reinstituted in a reversal of 1990s liberalism. For Russia itself, Ukraine's victory may be the only chance. In the words of Good God, it'll bring some future back. If at the start of the invasion we saw fear and disorientation, towards the end of 2022 our polls showed increased public support for the authorities. Yes, you see, the Russian people have gone into a fetal position. They are just taking it up the ass. No contest or contestation of what's being done to them. And here in America, we have the people that would do that as well to us. This is why I was describing the spoiled toddler mentality that continues to fuel the January 6th defendants. They're my enemy as well as yours. Daryl Neely, a black man who ran the GERN, Global Entertainment Radio Network, wanted to give the Pac-Man, the little Pakistani faggot, Salman Sheikh, his own radio show called The Anti-Dietrich Show, in which he would spend every day bitching out his butthurt feelings about myself and guesting fools like Daniel Orola, the little faggot drug addict who used to appear as Mr. Flip upon my channel, Mr. Filipino martial artist. And we were suffering every story he had to tell about. Oh, fuck, I even forget their names. Bruce Lee, of course. And Jean-Claude Van Damme. And, top of his list, Steven Seagal. So he could feel better about himself. Yes, that man, Daryl Neely, who promoted Penny Bradley with a platform all her own, claiming I guested her on my program to attract her audience and increase my numbers, when, if anything, all she was doing was driving people away. Yes, he was involved with January 6th, and I had their station taken down along with all the faggots on it. He was caught stripping a dead officer of his uniform. And that footage was turned in by myself to the FBI. Then all those faggots were under investigation for their various crimes against their own families. Typical of serial killers, they exploit their own. Their families are simply their alibis. Now, as I said in our last episode, and I'll try and review the context, one of the more puzzling aspects of the January 6th, 2021 attack on our United States Capitol and members of Congress by Donald Trump's deluded minions is something that, for all intents and purposes, should not be puzzling at all. What exactly did they expect to happen if their plans to hang Mike Pence, to attack, gang rape, and then kill Nancy Pelosi, to zip tie and presumably torture and kill other Democrats they found, had actually panned out? Did these insurrectionists see themselves running our country from that point forward, issuing broad edicts that would refashion it in their image? Did they expect Trump, their unquestioned dictator, to wave a magic wand and transform our nation into a white supremacist paradise, with every non-white person summarily shoved to the back of the bus? One nation under MAGA, with them on top. Shoes being shined by house niggers like Daryl Neely, a black man who called himself one with Odin. A black white supremacist? Seriously, how did they view their own roles in the aftermath of this apocalyptic event? As I stated, Would they contentedly return to their fields, beat their swords into plowshares, and settle back into their, presumably, 9-to-5 humdrum day jobs? Or did they fancy themselves stepping into the more menacing future role of Trump's private policy enforcers, a Christian militia with KGB-like powers, imposing their brave new social order at gunpoint on us other Americans, maybe even going house to house? Clearly, their scenario included no pushback from law enforcement, the military, or the criminal justice system. Perhaps those were to be refashioned in their image as well? Fuck, they already are. We'll never really know because they're fantasies. Thankfully, went unrealized, and since then, reams of ink have been spilled explaining how the events unfolded on January 6th. But the arrogance, audacity, and staggering simplistic immaturity exhibited by these people as they swaggered through our capital, prepared to inflict violence on the country's elected representatives, is seldom, if ever, noted. And these traits should be discussed, because they say a lot about the MAGA population in this country and the nature of what motivates them. For all the planning and calls to action spread on their social media sites, the events of January 6th were, in essence, incredibly stupid, spoiled toddler behavior writ large, motivated by infantile impulses with little to no thought about consequences. Helpfully, many proudly recorded themselves that day for posterity, and what they recorded amounts mostly to a piqued desire to kill, maim, and break things, without sparing any thought whatsoever for what would or could occur thereafter. In that respect, it was a day of dangerous adults acting like babies. This is what I was trying to review when that lovely young Sarah Sheldon appeared and distracted me from my task. There's Guy Reffitt, the first January 6th defendant to be convicted of the criminal acts he committed that day. Reffitt was arrogant enough to affix a 360-degree camera on the helmet he wore to protect himself on January 6th, which helped prosecutors immensely in securing his conviction. His comments on camera included, "We're taking the Capitol before the day is over, ripping them out by their hair. Every fucking one of them. I just want to see Pelosi's head hitting every fucking stair on the way out. And Mitch McConnell too. One way or a fucking another, they're coming out. I'm packing heat, and I'm going to get more heat. Whatever it takes to get them out of that building and empty it out." Now, of course, you don't hear anything in terms of strategy from Reffitt, nor from the hundreds of others like him, whose statements on January 6th and immediately afterwards have all come to light in their criminal prosecutions. You never hear about what they plan to do after the Capitol is emptied out, after they've ripped everyone out of Congress by their hair. What you do hear, mostly, are people who wanted to throw a huge public tantrum and stumbled on a golden opportunity to satisfy themselves with a handy target, along with a couple thousand like-minded goons and thugs. Other than miraculously reinstating Trump and satisfying some deep-seated desire for revenge on the rest of the country for rejecting him, there was no planned follow-up of that all evident, no end goal to their behavior. They knew they weren't getting their way, and this was how they intended to act out. Which makes the sheepish, pathetic statements of these folks when they plead for leniency at their sentencing hearings all the more telling. Reffitt's, for example, doing his best facsimile of contrition. "I did want to definitely make an apology. In 2020, I was a little crazy. Everything went a little stupid. I mean, everything went a little stupid is an utterly meaningless statement, of course. All it means is that things didn't go his way. In other words, his tantrum didn't work. Immediately after the assault, James Rahm, 63 years of age, bragged on Facebook about invading House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office, writing, "I should have shit on her chair." During the attack itself, he was equally clear as to his intentions. "We're taking our fucking house back. Time to find some brass and kick some friggin' ass." Now, during his sentencing hearing before the U.S. District Judge Thomas Hogan, however, a less rhyme-conscious Rahm suddenly saw the errors of his ways. He said, "When I put my foot over that threshold, my stomach dropped to the floor. I knew only a terrorist should be in there. No, it didn't. And no, he didn't. If Rahm thought that, he wouldn't have bragged about his antics afterwards. His tantrum simply did not work out for him the way he planned." The former Marine Corps veteran, as usual, a traitor to his nation. United States Marine Corps, USMC, Uncle Sam's misguided children. Jesus Rivera, who declared in a message just after returning home from the Capitol that he'd had a great old time, also exhibited a remarkable change in tone, telling the court during his sentencing, "If I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't have been there that day." And Troy Faulkner, sentenced to 5 months for smashing through a window at the Capitol, intoned at his sentencing that he wasn't in my best state of mind. "I've been remorseful every day." What these folks are actually saying is that they've been remorseful every day since they were caught. Notably, immediately after his hearing had concluded, Faulkner shouted bizarre conspiracy theories about Jeffrey Epstein to reporters. All goes back to Jeff Epstein. Like with our man Ian West, because that's what you get when you hit the net all day. It all goes back to Jeff Epstein. And in the month before she joined the mob assaulting our Capitol, Reva Vincent, 57 years of age, posted on her Facebook, "A last warning to the left in America. Dear leftist/progressive, your life is in severe danger. That wasn't a threat. It's a fact." And later, in that same post, Vincent wrote, "The real America is tired of being tread on and doesn't have much left to lose besides ammo." Now, according to court documents, once in the Capitol Rotunda, Bitch Vincent had shouted at police officers, "Leave our house! We're done with them!" But at her sentencing hearing, once again, it was a different story. "I am so sorry that anyone was hurt that day. I didn't know of what was going on in other places on these grounds." This is what she wrote to the judge. "I am sorry for being there. I realize now that should have went to rally and left for home, or with the events that happened, not gone at all if I had known what I know now. Hindsight, as they say, is 20/20. Not gone at all if I had known what I know now." Again, this is the stammering excuse reminiscent of a 6th grader who's been hauled out in front of the principal. The long and short of it is Vincent's tantrum didn't lead to the result she wanted. Most recently, we have Richard Bigo Barnett, the 60-year-old construction sales employee from Arkansas, famously photographed with his feet on Nancy Pelosi's desk. On the day of the attacks, Barnett was unequivocal about his sentiments. "Nancy, Bigo was here, you bitch." He wrote that in a note, leaving it on the desk before departing with an item that didn't belong to him, an empty envelope addressed to a House Democrat and bearing the digital signature of Pelosi. I put a quarter on the desk even though she ain't fucking worth it. That's what he shouted hoarsely outside the Capitol, displaying his souvenir for video cameras. But a couple of weeks ago, however, Bigo was singing a far different tune. Because of all the controversies, I probably shouldn't have put my feet on the desk and my language. He testified, I'm a Christian. It just wasn't good. It wasn't who I am. This is someone who is struggling to sound like a thoughtful adult. Because of all the controversies, he shouldn't have put his feet on Pelosi's desk. What controversies should have dissuaded him in hindsight? He's a Christian? Oh, please. Of course, what all these people are obviously doing with these supposedly heartfelt statements of a regret and contrition is trying to save their own white asses. Their statements after the fact must be taken with a grain of salt. Prison is an unpleasant place. And once the reality of a criminal conviction has settled in, the first thing their attorneys advised was a show of some semblance of remorse to the court to try and get their sentence down. There's little doubt that if they'd actually succeeded in overturning the 2020 election through some miraculous means, most, if not all of them, would be bragging about and embellishing their January 6th stories even now. Calling what these people displayed to the nation on January 6th a product of mob mentality, or excusing them as being caught up in the moment when they stormed the Capitol misses the point. These people knew fully well that breaking down doors to enter a government building, particularly one as hallowed and historically significant as our American Capitol, and ransacking it was illegal. They knew that clubbing police officers was a crime, and that attacking members of Congress could get them thrown in jail. These were adults, most, if not all of them, holding down jobs, some with professional licenses and running businesses that presumably required some type of emotional maturity to sustain. Yet they allowed themselves to be goaded by Donald Trump and their MAGA-loving peers into performing senseless and ultimately self-destructive acts, all with no real plan for the aftermath of their actions. Trump offered them an opportunity to throw a no-holds-barred tantrum, and like the emotional toddlers most of them were, they seized that opportunity. Some January 6th defendants appear to have harbored some dystopian Red Dawn fantasy of good versus evil motivating their behavior, whilst others simply saw an opportunity to act out on their worst antisocial and racist impulses. They all had an option to behave like adults and to weigh the consequences of their actions before crossing that fateful threshold. They just chose not to. And the dangerous myth of the moderate Republican keeps pushing our media rightward. The current notion, and it's only notional, of a moderate Republican is an oxymoron that helps to move the country rightward. Just months ago, during that circus, every one of the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency's so-called moderates voted to install House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who won with the avid support of Donald Trump himself and got over the finish line by catering to such authoritarian colleagues as Matt Gaetz and Lauren Boebert. Recent news reports by many outlets, including The Washington Post, USA Today, The Hill, Bloomberg, CNN, NBC, Reuters, Huffington Post, and countless others, have popularized the fanciful idea that there are moderate Republicans in the House. The New York Times reported on centrist Republicans. But those moderates and centrists are actively supporting neo-totalitarian leadership. Notably, Joe Biden made this implausible claim while campaigning in May of 2019. The thing that will fundamentally change things is with Donald Trump out of the White House. Not a joke. You will see an epiphany occur among many of my Republican friends. During his celebratory victory speech in November of 2020, Biden bemoaned the refusal of Democrats and Republicans to cooperate with one another, proclaimed that the American people want us to cooperate, and pledged, "That's the choice I'll make." Later, as president, Biden was forced to come to a point when, in a ballyhooed speech last September, he offered some acknowledgement of ongoing Republican extremism, saying, and here I quote his T, "Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic. Now I want to be very clear up front. Not every Republican, not even the majority of Republicans, are MAGA Republicans. Not every Republican embraces their extreme ideology. I know because I've been able to work with these mainstream Republicans. But there is no question that the Republican Party today is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans. And that is a threat to this country." But as with routine media coverage, Biden does not acknowledge that every Republican in the House is functionally a MAGA Republican. Claiming otherwise, calling some of them moderate or mainstream, is like saying that someone who drives a getaway car during an armed robbery isn't a criminal. Those who aid and abet right-wing extremism are part of the march toward Russian communism. If a handful of House Republicans, by some accounts a half dozen, by others as many as 20, count as moderates, then such media framing normalizes and legitimizes their tacit teamwork with the likes of Trump and representativist Marjorie Taylor Greene that made McCarthy the Speaker. In the process, this slickly evasive language makes possible the continental slippage of public reference points ever further to the right. So, during the month before last's multiple ballots that concluded with McCarthy's win, Representative Don Bacon of Nebraska was portrayed in the news as a moderate Republican who talked of seeking Democratic votes to help elect McCarthy and of possibly working with Democrats to find a moderate Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent speaker. Bacon labeled the anti-McCarthy holdouts cowboys and the Taliban. But if Bacon is a moderate Republican, it's odd that he would have helped lead a rally before the 2020 election with MAGA firebrand and Students for Trump leader Charlie Kirk, which ended with a yell from Bacon, "Making America Great Again!" Or that he voted both times against impeaching Trump, including after the January 6th Capitol assault. Or that he co-sponsors the extreme Life at Conception Act. Or that he has questioned climate science. "I don't think we know for certain how much of climate change is being caused by normal cyclical changes in weather versus human causes." Looking ahead, you can bet that after years of being touted as Republican moderates in Congress, A few of these folks will be trotted out in prime time at the 2024 Republican National Convention to assure the nation that the party's nominee, whether that's Trump or Ron DeSantis or some other right-wing extremist, is a great fit for the presidency. The impacts of such deception will owe a lot to the frequent media coverage that distinguishes between the most dangerously unhinged Republican politicians who dominate the House and the moderate ones who make that domination possible. Applying adjectives like moderate to congressional Republicans is much worse than merely bad word choices. George Orwell wrote that our language becomes ugly and inaccurate because our thoughts are foolish, but the slovenliness of our language makes it easier for us to have foolish thoughts. And also, to have downright dangerous ones. The threats to the Constitution and to the lives of elected officials will be with us for a long time to come. Now, we have an hour left. And I'm hoping that, somebody comes on and joins me, really. Because definitely I'm burning out. But I can always go on. So, there's this impeachment thing. Republicans really want to impeach Biden. The month before last, when the Republican House finally, after 15 votes, managed to elect Kevin McCarthy as Speaker, well, that meant they could get on to their main business, impeaching Joe Biden for something, or for anything. Of course, Democrats control the other chamber of Congress. The chance of a frivolous House impeachment getting the 60 votes in the Senate for removal is somewhere between 0 and zilch. So why are Republicans so obsessed with taking a nonsense vote on a nonsense issue that will result in nothing? I think the answer is that the nonsense is the point. Republicans want to impeach Biden in a clearly partisan, obviously illegitimate way because they want to delegitimize the impeachment process itself. They dislike that process because it was used against Republican President Donald Trump when he committed serious crimes. It's no secret that many in the House majority want to find some excuse, or no excuse, to impeach Biden. In 2020, before Biden was even elected, Iowa Senator Joni Ernst said that Republicans would impeach him as soon as possible for something regarding his son Hunter Biden's involvement in Ukraine. In 2021, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham threatened Biden with impeachment for pulling troops out of Afghanistan. Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, a key McCarthy ally, who has tried to downplay the violent January 6th attack on our Capitol, tweeted on January 1st of this year that 2023 will be a great year to impeach Joe Biden. She offered no rationale. It's not just elected representatives either. A poll last May found that 68% of Republican voters think that Biden should be impeached. Barton Gellman at The Atlantic magazine argued that impeachment is the natural consequence of a Trumpian election denial. Republicans, contrary to all evidence, see Biden as an illegitimate president who stole the 2020 election. Impeaching him seems natural and right. Oh my God, First Republic has plunged 60%. This is Biz Insider from Microsoft Edge. Talk about staring down a black hole. The Silicon Valley bank fiasco, it's rattling investors. So Silicon Valley Bank's collapse has fanned fears of a financial meltdown. But officials seem to have averted a crisis for now. I don't know about that, but definitely, well, we've got a lot going on. We got a lot to watch. A lot to watch out for. Now, in terms of impeaching Biden as tit for tat, no doubt that's part of the impetus. But Republicans also want revenge for the fact that the impeachment process was twice used against Trump. Trump was impeached once because of revelations that he had tried to blackmail Ukraine into aiding him in the 2020 election, and once following his involvement in the violent January 6th coup d'etat attempt. Trump and his allies saw impeachment as a personal humiliation for the president. They want revenge. Turnabout, the Republicans believe, is fair play. In a podcast in early 2022, Texas Senator Ted Cruz said, "The Democrats weaponized impeachment, and one of the real disadvantages of doing that is the more you weaponize it and turn it into a partisan cudgel, you know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander." Cruz doesn't believe that Biden has committed any impeachable offense. On the contrary, he wants to impeach Biden, as he himself has suggested, precisely because Biden has not committed any serious crimes. The goal is to impeach Biden as a kind of joke or parody, to mock both Biden and the impeachment process itself. Republicans simply want to degrade constitutional norms so that people won't take them seriously. That way, when Republicans like Trump do something horrific, such as stage a coup d'etat, and responsible politicians try to impeach him, Republicans can just say, well, ha ha, impeachment is a partisan joke. We're all just corrupt partisans together. And if we're all corrupt, why not embrace the side that is open and honest about its corruption? Ted Cruz admits impeachment is just a partisan gambit. Unlike those hypocritical Democrats, he doesn't pretend he has any higher motive. You see, in the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, the French philosopher, argues that this sort of winking, deliberate mockery of virtue is a hallmark of Judeophobia and authoritarians. Authoritarian Judeophobes, Sartre, so sayest, know that their remarks are frivolous, open to challenge, but they are amusing themselves, for it is their adversary who is obliged to use words responsibly, since he believes in words. They even like to play with discourse, for, by giving ridiculous reasons, they discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors. They delight in acting on bad faith, since they seek not to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and disconcert. So, in Sartre's view, the fact that Republicans have no real reason for impeaching Biden is not a bug, but a feature. In 2020, Joni Ernst asserted, "I think this door of impeachable whatever has been opened." And sure enough, impeachment resolutions have been introduced in the House for a grab bag of whatever. Some Republicans want to impeach Biden for immigration, others for Afghanistan, others for handling of the coronavirus, others because of accusations against his son Hunter Biden. The incoherence is part of the fun, since it suggests impeachment is meaningless and makes a mockery of democratic institutions that the Republicans hold in contempt anyway. For the Republicans these days, the only real, legitimate law is that Republicans should rule. They seek to sweep away checks and balances and democratic processes that impede their power. By impeaching Biden, they show their contempt for him personally. But they also want to show their contempt for democratic checks and balances, and for the tools which were used to attempt to hold Trump accountable. Republicans hate Biden, and they hate impeachment. Nonsense charges of impeachment against Biden are a good way for them to besmirch both. You see, America and the world are facing a range of existential crises and other serious problems. Trust in authoritarian governments rises as trust in democracies falls. The Engelman Trust Barometer found that the 3 largest leaps in trust in countries' institutions occurred in 3 authoritarian countries: the Communist Chinese Empire, the United Arab Emirates, and Thailand. The study also found that the 3 biggest falls occurred in advanced democracies: Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, Australia, and the Netherlands. These United States and South Korea came as close behind. The meteoric rise in institutional trust in Red China and the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, made them the 12 countries with the highest institutional trust at 83% and 76%, 83% and 76% respectively. You see, the future is authoritarian. A summary of the data stated, in many of the democracies studied, institutions are trusted by less than half of their people, including only 46 points in Germany, 45 points in Spain, 44 points in the United Kingdom, and 43 points in these United States. Moreover, no developed countries believe their families and self will be better off in 5 years' time. Of the top 5 countries with the most institutional trust, Communist China, the UAE, the Emirates, Indonesia, a Muslim theocracy, the largest Muslim theocracy on earth, India, and Saudi Arabia. 3 are outright authoritarian regimes, and the other twain are flawed democracies. Of the 5 countries with the lowest amount of institutional trust, the United Kingdom, United States, South Korea, the Empire of Japan, and the revisionist Russian Empire, 4 are considered advanced democracies. Perhaps most worrying for democratic countries, Red Chinese respondents showed the most trust in their government with a whopping 91%. Every other communist Chinese institution recorded a double-digit increase in trust compared to last year, with the least trusted institution, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, being trusted by 77% of respondents. In comparison, the most trusted institution in these United States, business, was trusted by 49% of respondents. The average gap in trust between the United States and Red China was the largest it has ever been, a 40-point difference. The gap in trust in government in these United States and the Communist Chinese Empire was a full 52 points. Institutional trust was not universal in authoritarian countries, however. The revisionist Russian Empire remained at the bottom of the list at just 32%. Also worth noting is the inability to poll other authoritarian countries, such as North Korea or Venezuela. Now, let me see if I can keep on going, if I have the breath. Hey, my fetish story says Guten Morgen with some sunshine. Goddess bless you, honey. For you, darling, I'll try and retain ambition through the final hour. Personally, I'd invite you to come on. God knows. You can talk about anything you want. Have to send me a Skype contact request. Let me open my cranberry juice here. See if I can drink something here. And sorry people even have to hear that. That slurping sound. Douglas Dietrich rehydrating himself. my God. So, we had I think it's been a pretty exciting episode. Can't deny that. And it's, just gets more exciting every time I think. Gosh, all I want is, anyhow, Silicon Valley's top bank has failed. Its assets have been seized. It's one of these things where, I'm still trying to grasp what this ultimately means. It's definitely something that doesn't necessarily bode well, but it's one of these things that maybe it's best not to even worry about. Now, I'm going to check on something in a minute. I will try and catch people up on what's coming up in notifications for the news. Here's what I got to tell you. Joe Biden is going to address Americans this morning after 2 bank collapses. So I definitely want people to understand that he's obviously taking this seriously, as well he should. So this has to do with the Silicon Valley Bank, the SVB collapse. President Joe Biden plans to address Americans this morning about his administration's emergency response to the failure of 2 banks over the past few days. Now, this comes after the tech lender, Silicon Valley Bank, responsible for so many startups in my golden state of California, collapsed Friday in the second largest failure of a financial institution in American history. The Biden administration, just yesterday, Sunday, when I started this transmission, guaranteed that those impacted by SVB's collapse will get their money back starting today. In a related action, the government shut down Signature Bank, which was teetering on the brink of collapse in recent days. They're all going broke. Wall Street investors were relieved by the intervention after markets tumbled late last week, but some analysts say smaller banks that are disproportionately tied to cash-strapped industries like tech and crypto may be in for a rough ride. Well, certainly the crypto banks are done. And I'm sorry, but there's a bit of schadenfreude involved here. I always warned people against crypto. Those who didn't listen, well, you're just not listening to reason. And we got floods. The residents in my storm-battered California are bracing for another atmospheric river event today, with many areas still flooded from heavy rains yesterday last week that caused extensive damage and at least 2 fatalities. It's the 11th such atmospheric river event to hit the American West Coast this winter. More than 17 million people are under flood watches across my golden Bear Republic of California and Nevada early this morning, with rainfall totals of up to 8 inches possible across parts of northern and central California today. Officials in region are urging residents to monitor their forecasts and take proper sheltering measures to remain safe. Whether financially or physically, we're all in for a rough fucking ride. And SVB is still looking for a savior. The Silicon Valley Bank, I mean to say. And in terms of, oh, God, I may as well go towards something fun. I mean, really, I can tell you that it's times like this, when I'm looking for something to really hit upon, it can be difficult. Certainly, I put my all into analyses And I do hope all of you appreciate it. And of course, your financial assistance is always welcome so that I can continue to serve you. Understand that no one else can tell you what I do. And well, in return, hopefully all of you can help me survive. What's killing me this month is going to be cab fare, going back and forth between a number of appointments. Now, how do I phrase what I'm going to phrase? See if I can get my thoughts together on what's often a controversial topic. And I'm always amazed at how people often... Okay. I think I'm getting some thoughts together that I can express. And I'm checking in with how the call is performing. Okay, let's check in on chat room, see how that's performing. And then let's start talking. And I guess this is the last subject I'll cover tonight, or at least the last subject I want to really invest any energy in. I'm going to see if I can actually find myself able to express myself. Probably won't. There is a favorite topic of mine in the sense of picking on certain people because they're simply fun to pick on. They're punching bags. And Elon Musk is definitely one of them. And, turning towards Elon Musk again and just speaking about how he's spiraling is an act of what's basically fun for me. I don't know if I can express myself articulately at this point, but when I think about what's happened recently, think about all that has happened in California, of which, of course, Elon Musk has been in California. He's trying to exit. He's trying to get out of here. And this is because, the rats abandoned ship. We already know that Twitter was spiraling down the drain of Elon Musk's manic narcissism. But I think Elon Musk just realized how bad Twitter is. Honestly, it's one of those things that, he's basically... You got this Elon Musk that people are fed a line about, that he's a visionary. The reality is he's just a troll. And the more he tweets, well, the harder it gets to tell them apart. In recent memory, a conversation about Elon Musk might have had two fairly balanced sides. There were the partisans of visionary Elon, the head of Tesla and SpaceX, this selfless billionaire who was putting his money toward what he believed would save the world. And there were the critics of the egregious Elon, the unrepentant troll who spends a substantial amount of his time goading online hordes. Yet these personas existed in a strange harmony. Displays of what people would propagandize as brilliance balancing outbursts of terribleness. But since Musk's acquisition of Twitter, egregious Elon has been ascendant, so much so that the argument for visionary Elon is harder to make every day. What have I got going on down here? Ooh. So, let me see. Now, I think it was it this week? The back and forth on Twitter? Well, that's usually the case, right? It escalated quickly. A Twitter employee named Haraldur Thorleifsson Yeah, I'm certain that's a pseudonym made up just like that black white supremacist Daryl Neely called himself one with Odin. He tweeted at Musk to ask whether he was still employed, given that his computer access had been cut off, and Musk, who had overseen a forced exodus of Twitter employees, asked Thorleifson what he'd been doing at Twitter, and Thorleifson replied with a list of bullet points, and then Musk accused him of lying. And in reply to another user, snarked that Thorleifson did no actual work, claimed as his excuse that he had a disability that prevented him from typing. I mean, it just doesn't stop. The guy just can't stop making enemies. He just wants to shit and piss all over everybody. And again, like the people who stormed our Capitol on January 6th, he never thinks of the repercussions for it. He's lost more wealth than anybody in history. Half his wealth within the shortest period of time, going from the richest man on earth to the second richest within days. There is nothing brilliant about this buffoon. Okay, I've had my fun. He's a punching bag, and he's not really constructive to talk about. We can't really, nobody really learns anything by looking at an idiot, which is basically what Elon Musk is. Now, by the way, the Oscars were on. And, of course, I haven't had a chance to review them yet. I know my son will give me a chance to review them during the St. Patrick's Day weekend. Probably force me to watch bits and pieces of it. Maybe even before then. Such being the case, apparently some film that was called, what was it, All Over the Place or some shit like that? I think it was Everything Everywhere All at Once. Won Best Picture Oscar. I'll have to look into that. Aside from that, no comments to be made on the Oscars just yet. You got the Academy Awards, of course, that there's going to be some live coverage. It's just time is passing me by, I suppose. All right. So, aside from that, we've got the weather is monstrous. And probably, I think it's important to talk about the weather because the weather is such that, it's actually frightening. There's no way to describe it, really. We've got rain that's just nonstop. We've got, I guess I gave you the bullet points. And aside from that, we got heavy casualties of the Russians in Ukraine. I'm looking at the latest. That's not even news. And so at least the United Kingdom is boosting its defense spending in response to Russia and China, with Rishi Sunak saying that China is the world's systemic problem. There's some common sense. A stuck clock can be right twice a day if it's a mechanical clock. And as Brooke Gibson said, once a day if it's digital. Okay. What else have we got going on? We're going to just have to I don't need to stay on till the end of the show, but I feel kind of obligated since my fetish story joined us. I mean, she's been this lovely person who's been with us forever, and I figure I might as well talk about something. So if the weather is not exciting enough or just doesn't hit me as something I can emotionally just get into, we got a California levee that breached, and that's led to a hell of a flood, forcing thousands to evacuate. Holy shit. This is before the rains even showed up. Coronavirus is reported now as mutating to escape the immune system. Even the Kremlin's admitting that Putin's losing control of the war narrative. So that's some progress. The one thing that I can say, looking up the news in Chinese, is my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan says that defense spending is going to focus on readying for a total blockade by communist China. That's more likely than an invasion. And that makes total sense. So glad they're seeing reason. Obviously, this is where the Dietrich Artilect is having some influence. And aside from that, let's see what's going on in the world. Now, for those of you who missed it, the way I see it, I don't even know if I should go here. Basically, we invited Michelle Carmela Saldana on to talk about sensitive aspects of her sex slavery and other aspects of her life that are, well, for some reason, Brooke Gibson got very upset. She seemed to feel that a lot of this was very negative, fear porn, that I was tolerating it and even encouraging it, and there we are. That was constituting a lot of the more sharper confrontations that were going on during the episode. George Knight dropped in, and we're all going through things. I don't say them publicly. We're all going through things. It's definitely something that, I feel that comparatively speaking, I'm doing okay. I mean, obviously, with the help of my listeners, I go to my dental appointments, go through my CAT scans. I guess I can tell people some gossip about my latest medical appointments, what it all came up to. What had happened was my teeth went in for a deep cleaning because COVID knocked any dental schedule out of whack for 2 years. They fucked up my crown so bad. They've been doing everything for free thus far ever since. Hopefully that continues. The cost being, of course, the cab to get there and back. So they took the first full set of x-rays that they had in years, like a full mouth set of x-rays, and said my teeth had bones that were the deepest they've ever seen. They'd never seen teeth with bones going so deep into the skull. Well, welcome to vampirism. As well, I was reluctant to talk about this because, I have every right to worry. I woke up with what seemed like a jumbled burst, little venous, fibrous, muscular or venous tissue in my right calf. Sensitive. Matter of fact, it wasn't that I woke up with it. It was I noticed it while I was sitting here in a position similar to what I'm doing now, producing the show. And I thought that the electric cable, the wire, the plug going into the electric blanket was under my calf and causing an irritation there. So then I realized there was no wire under my right calf, that a vein or muscle, it was slightly bruised, and there was kind of a bulge, not very pronounced, but there. And I was concerned enough where I called the 24-hour advice line at Kaiser. Telephonic diagnosis, the doctor said it was a varicose vein. Now that's bad news for me because, of course, years agone, I had undergone a full body blood transfusion with what the doctors told my parents was nanoplasma. a term that my parents repeated, not knowing what it even meant. No one knew what it meant in the civilian world in those days. Books didn't come out about it till years later, or a few years later. But of course, any technology that is publicly released in terms of information would be being developed years before such would happen. So I wouldn't think something like that would ever happen. So I went in for an ultrasound to make certain it wasn't a blood clot, and it wasn't. And but varicose veins, they're forever. They never disappear. There's nothing you can do about it. Whatever laser surgery they have for those things is pretty sketchy and probably a ripoff of people just hoping something can be done. There's no reason why I should have gotten it, because these days I don't stand up that often. Not like I did for 30 years doing security or taking care of my parents thereafter, that sort of thing. Although, well, I guess I was standing up for 3 different careers for long periods of time. But why would it happen now? After, almost a decade of my not standing up for long periods of time. Either way, it wasn't a varicose vein, or if it was, well, the nanobots took care of it. It receded. And there's no way that happens with varicose veins in any normal human being. So, because I do care about my cosmetics, well, that's a positive. So that was good. And that catches you up on some of the medical things going on with myself. Other than that, I guess, had to change my doctor, because for years I've been trying to see a chiropractor. Every time V sees me and massages me, it's always the same thing. You really need to see a chiropractor. Your bones are out of alignment in the neck area, where, of course, injuries from the past. Now, Kaiser, it turns out, I was really angry to find this out, covers chiropractic. I always knew they did. I thought it would be fairly insignificant that I'd still have to pay. But Kaiser actually is in a deal with ASH, ASH, which is an acronym for Alternative Services Health or something. And I can see a chiropractor right here in San Francisco, walking distance from my home, completely free for as many visits as the chiropractor feels is necessary. So it's carte blanche. But a doctor has to refer you. And Kaiser doctors don't refer people to chiropractors. So they got to catch 22 there. At least the younger ones don't. So I transferred the young Jap trash piece of shit who I had as a doctor to an older Chinese doctor who's worked in Oakland. And since he's worked heavily with the black community, hopefully he will have, or even the Chinese community in Oakland, hopefully he will have much experience with social programs. I was trying to get my Jap trash piece of shit doctor to sign off on the program of care for PG&E, our utilities monopoly in Northern California, so that I could get a further discount on my electric bill, which has gone up exorbitantly because of, well, COVID and everything else. The gas crisis caused by the war in Ukraine because of the motherfucking Russians. And the doctor wouldn't sign off on it, saying, oh, I think the fact that you need your electric blankets to survive and that your space heaters will short circuit all the electricity in your home every time you turn them on. So the only thing that helps you survive is your electric blankets. I think that's a social problem, not a medical one. Why don't you just move? And I was like, well, you dumb Jap trash piece of shit, because I don't have a doctor's salary. That's like, yeah, because rent control only applies to buildings in San Francisco that were built before the 1970s. Therefore, they're all like shit and they're all old. And mine is so old, we had a wine press in the basement when we moved in, and it's over a Russian cemetery. So they can't do anything to fix it because they'd have to basically tear the building down and rebuild it, and that would expose the bodies, which would then make this the property of the city and county of San Francisco because it would be historical. They'd have to relocate them like an Indian burial ground, and therefore nothing can be done. And because the rent control applies, it's the only place I can afford. So, yeah, there you have it. It's like, it's just stupidity. So hopefully the Chinese doctor I get will be much better. By the way, of course, it's important to note that this is an ethnically Japanese doctor, but he's pure American acculturated. It's not like he's Japanese national. The older Chinese doctor, probably the same, but hopefully, like I said, hopefully he'll be able to give me a referral to a chiropractor. Maddening. All of this is maddening. Just crazy shit from crazy people. You know, the original gay doctor that I had wouldn't give me a referral to the chiropractor, but they've been covering it since 2015. He could easily have done so. You know, you just lets everybody cross their fingers that the Chinese doctor will work out for me on signing me up for the discount, and also the paratransit, so I can cover these cab fares much more easily and won't need to beg for money for cab fare. Nora Healing says Chinese doctors can usually help where regular docs don't give up. For me, acupuncture is the only thing that actually helps with migraines. Certainly worth a try. Thank you, honey. Love you. Mwah. Bless you, Nora Healings. That's an appropriate name. Her name's very apropos, Nora Healings. So there we go with that. And so aside from that going on, had all that on my mind for quite some time. Never had a moment's chance to address it. Nora Healing says, I mean, where regular doctors gave up. Yes, honey. And hopefully he'll write a referral for acupuncture for me as well. Yes, I'd like to try that secondarily. And I'm glad the acupuncture worked for you. Glad. I'm very glad. So aside from that, the few minutes we have left, and by the way, Nora Healings, you're welcome to come on the show and talk about whatever you want. Obviously, all anyone has to do is send a Skype contact request. I'm definitely, of course, we don't have much time now. We got only about a few minutes to the top of the hour, but, you know, just so you know, for future reference. And hopefully any future guests don't set Brooke off. And let's see now. What else was up here? What else was going on with... Oh, yeah. The interview with Christine Joanna Hart. She left me a message. I don't know if I should read this out loud. Let me check into what she sent. Turning on the... here we go. Let me see if I can open up her message box here. Oh, here it is. It's going to display it soon. Yeah. Okay, there we are. So we got some moaning going on. She says that there are certain moaners out there moaning. And I'll... so let's hope everything goes well. And we'll... take it from there. Every day is just something new. And it just nature of the beast. And we'll see what else is going on around the world that I might have an analysis of. She says, oh my, thanks. You're welcome, Nora. I mean, believe me. Yeah, I'm open to people speaking and always looking for new blood, to use a pun. And where were we? I wonder why Ian West disappeared. Really, he seems to have fallen asleep. I mean, truly, doesn't seem to be something. It's just weird. I'm just surprised that he did that. He usually has usually stays awake for long periods of time. I guess sometimes you just crash when you're on speed. Keep speeding and you're gonna crash. Okay. We got some good comments coming in on the Christine Hart interview, and I'm glad that people appreciated it. It is it's kind of a therapy session for our dear Christine Joanna Hart, but was able to take it into a very historical context. I understand some people were disturbed by my appearance, but that's always the norm. I mean, that just goes without saying. That's a given. Other than that, of course, I was glad to get the camera into a better position where you could see more than just my head. Last time, literally, I was just a talking head. This time you could actually see some shoulders. Aside from that, I try to be a bit more expressive. Sammy Romero was talking about how hard it is to get Asians to be expressive. And yeah, there's some truth to all stereotypes there. All right, then. I think that we've pretty much, unless somebody shows up in the next few minutes like Peter Moon, and yet we got so many people joining us because it's morning. People are waking up. I'll try and go another 5 minutes and see if we can hold out till somebody shows up here, maybe joins us. Or maybe I should give it another try to call a bunch of people. But I, did so at the beginning, and they could all like jump on anytime they wish. They're all on call. Many of the people who are usually part of Team Dietrich. I will give thanks then to people who have contributed. I want to give thanks to an anonymous lady who contributed 108 United States dollars. She wishes to remain anonymous, but, I can give a kind of hint or allusion to a nice lady who has recently moved. That should clue in people who are regular listeners. Aside from that, I want to give a profound thanks to the good Mr. Aristides. And he is an individual who contributed at least 100 United States dollars. Great man. And I think he's a profoundly sensitive individual and has very much helped in the past. It looks like Michelle Carmelo Saldana is awake. She's welcome to come on. I'll tell her jump on bandwidth. Okay, jump on bandwidth. And aside from that, let's take a look at Messenger here, where I can make certain I give Aristides Ioannas his due. Aristides Ioannas. Aristides Ioannas contributed 100 United States dollars. Now, of course, Brooke Gibson has contributed much money, tried to contribute a microphone, which got stolen once it was dumped on my front door. It's one of these things where she does her best to help, and we all have to remember that. Michelle is with us. So, Michelle, whatever's on your mind, honey, this morning, carry us to the top of the hour.
I'm going to make this really quick because I'm in my room and my roommates are sleeping. Yeah. I don't want to wake them up.
Sure.
Anybody who was actually listening,
plenty.
I'm pretty sure could deduce that I was not speaking or spreading fear porn. The key word is listening.
Thank you.
It's important if you're going to host a program. And Brooke, I am speaking straight to you. If you're going to host a program, be slow to speak and listen. And let me finish my thoughts. I'm not a very articulate person. It's very difficult for me with my brain the way it works anymore. I halt a lot when I speak between the breathing and between really having to fish for my words because of the aphasia.
Yes.
So you need to allow me to finish my thoughts.
Yes.
You have very important things to say. And you and I agree way more than was acknowledged tonight. But that being said, I lived a very incredibly dark life. I survived a very dark childhood. And so I need to be able to express it before I can speak to the light and the survival of my life. Oh. What is this?
Honey? Got someone approaching you?
Douglas, can you hear me? Because somehow there was a video that came on.
Oh, yeah? Well, I hear you.
Okay.
And we don't hear the video, thank God. Go on.
Okay, thank God. So, I mean, I have been able to help people out of all kinds of shit, all kinds of darkness. And it's all, and I could be friends with just about anybody. And just about every topic that Douglas talks about or addresses on his program has some aspect with my life. I mean, that's how dark my life has been. The fact that I could be joyful, childlike, in my right mind, be 51 years old, and people mistake me for 41, the age that I consider my spiritual age, or somewhere in my 30s, I count all that to joy. I count all that to joy. And yes. Joy is my strength, and that joy comes from God, comes from a relationship with God, who saw me out of all that darkness. So unfortunately, I have to speak about the darkness to get to the light. I also have to speak about the darkness that is still going on in our lives collectively. And the fact that Pedalgate, Pizzagate were not just people like me being hunted down, but it was a program that was manipulating the public to do so, is a reality. It's my reality. It's not just my reality. There's a whole bunch of people with my background who call it our Holocaust. Just like now, right now, the trans community, I would dare say, the family, all society, the family, children, men, women, and trans are all going through the persecutions and Holocaust all at once. I would dare say that. To me, there's this weird thing where everybody's being played against each other right now. I would dare say that. So it's a matter of us having to come together and honor each other as human beings, honor ourselves first, knowing that we do have permission and the right to live on this earth. The fact that we have a body gives us that right. Also, that we have to, when we love ourselves and we work towards every day, not being a better version of yourself, being your best self. Because being a better version of yourself, there's, for instance, I'm a daughter, I'm a mother, I'm a friend, I'm a sister. Those are all versions of me. Those are versions of me. Those titles that we put on ourselves are versions of ourselves. But when people look at me, they see me. That was actually the epitome that I had when I realized about the multiple personalities and all that stuff. People see me. They don't see all this other stuff. That's when I was able to heal and just come together as the person that I am and bring wholeness into my life. What's that?
Honey?
Oh, what is this? Again, another
video?
So
electronic demons, honey. It's the enemy harassing you. Go on.
That's how important the message of love is, and being childlike and having that bounce back. It's so important that, the little electronic gnomes want to interfere, or people will attempt to divide and conquer. Or in my case, in 2015, they tried to kill me in a hospital, inducing and they induced a heart attack and stroke. They even tried to take a kidney. And a miraculous thing. Scientists have tried to make this an experiment and try to orchestrate this experiment where people would all have the same thought at once or the same dream at once, the same whatever all at once, and to see if it would change something. Well, when I was in the hospital going through all these spasms after being induced a stroke, and I'm praying and taking authority over the situation, but just trusting for my life and just determined to keep my joy. I had an iPad with me with all of the 6 hours of my body electrocuting myself. And I'm yelling at the doctor who gave me that drug, "I'm still here, you bitch. In the name of Jesus, I'm still here, and I'm going to praise with my last breath. You have to deal with me. You're still going to listen. Whether I'm in my body or out of my body, you're still going to have to deal with me. Be prepared." I mean, then 15 minutes after first of all, 6 hours of all that and the electrocutions of my body electrocuting itself. I had my iPad with me, and it finally stopped. I had my iPad with me. I went to make an SOS on my iPad to call everybody to pray for me. And what was going on, there I was in the ICU, and I'm like, please. But then I checked my messages, and I saw that there were over 100 messages. "Michelle, are you okay? Are you okay? I'm worried about you. What's going on with you? Michelle, I'm praying with you." These messages were from around the world, all at once, at the time that I was going through all of these spasms and whatnot. And 2 of them were from atheists. This one man, he woke up from a deep sleep, and he goes, "I kept dreaming that you died, and it just made me so sad." The other one was in the middle of intimacy with his girlfriend, and he was just like, he got up and he went to the bathroom, and she's like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And he goes, you owe me big time. How did your name pop up in this?" And I felt like I had to pray for you because you're dying. I don't even believe in your God. I couldn't explain to her while I was crying. I had no even idea why I was crying. Like, I am so sorry. Like, that's the power of prayer. That's the power of being in one in love. That was my family coming together for me.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for sharing that.
It's because I talk about the darkness, but I don't give it praise. I don't give it credence. I acknowledge it. You have to acknowledge something before you can cure it. But darkness has a purpose. Yeah, night has a purpose. Night's where we hope and dream. In the darkness, the hell, the tortures that we go through, that's where we find our strength. The people that did the things to me, the people that do any hardship that they do to you, it's because you have a strength that they will never have. And they're trying to find it. They're trying to figure out how in the world do you have it? Well, you don't have it in hell. You have it in the fact that you're holding that bit of heaven inside of you that Jesus said is here on earth. It's in you. And you're living it. And it freaks them out. I love the hell out of people, and I enjoy it. That's one of the reasons why I enjoy getting in the heads of criminals. Because it screws with them. They feel like they're so strong, but they're not. They're just little children trying to find their way. Then I mother them. I mother the hell out of them. Because you know what? It brings life into me too. What I do.
Yes, darling.
So I'm not going to apologize for making anybody uncomfortable who's listening to my story, especially when I had to live it. I'm not going to apologize for making it uncomfortable when you had to hear about Genesis or that little boy or anybody else who went through hardship.